The Strongest Sect of All Times Chapter 145 to Chapter 218. Jun Changxiao took out a newly refined qi-gathering pill and realized that its color and fragrance were better than the previous one. The effect should be good too. He opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. He sat down with his legs crossed and began to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After the pill took effect, every pore in Jun Changxiao's body seemed to expand infinitely. Just as his heart technique formed a large and small circle, he saw a huge amount of spiritual energy swarming toward him. After absorbing for an hour, he was surprised to realize that the speed of spiritual energy absorption was at least 10 times faster than before he took the pill. The qi-gathering pills sold in the store and refined with normal herbs lasted for 24 hours and had 5 times the spiritual energy absorption. The healing pill refined with the herbs cultivated by Elder Wei could achieve 10 times the spiritual energy absorption. This was unimaginable. Amazing, my pill. Jun Changxiao's eyes were burning. 300 newly refined qi-gathering pills were not only comparable to 600 pills in terms of effect, but more importantly, the speed of spiritual energy absorption was 10 times faster. It was equivalent to saving a lot of time to nurture the cyclone and spiritual energy. For the rest of the time, I'll let Qingyang and the others take these pills. It'll be easier for them to destroy Haoqi Sect. Jun Changxiao grinned. My Elder Wei. You're a treasure. Previously, I spent a lot of money to hire you at the AI family's herb shop. It was a wise decision. The next day, Jun Changxiao called Li Qingyang and the others over. He gave each of them 10 newly refined qi-gathering pills and reminded them to work harder in their cultivation. 7 inner disciples could absorb 10 times the spiritual energy daily for 10 days. Coupled with the spiritual energy formation, this was a little scary. Second senior brother, the pills given by the sect leader are faster than the previous pills in terms of spiritual energy absorption. Su Xiaoma exclaimed. Li Qingyang ignored him. He sat cross-legged in the spiritual energy formation and was deeply immersed in the pleasure of absorbing spiritual energy. Sure enough, that kid still has a lot of good stuff that he hasn't taken out. Yi Xingchen, who was in the formation, was also shocked. He had taken many pills that could increase the speed of spiritual energy absorption in his past life. However, how could an unranked sect have such powerful pills, the upper realm? It must be the upper realm. Yi Xingchen was even more convinced that Jun Changxiao might have come from the upper realm. Otherwise, even the high-ranking sects might not have mystical heart techniques, sword techniques, and even pills. Is it because I died too vexingly in my previous life and met the iron bone in this life to help me take revenge? Yi Xingchen's eyes were filled with boundless killing intent as he recalled everything that had happened in his previous life. He recalled that cold and beautiful face when he had died. Ling Yao, just you wait. The killing intent permeated the spiritual energy array, alarming Li Qingyang and the others. Senior brother, junior brother Yi looks a little scary, Su Xiaoma whispered. Li Qingyang said solemnly, how angry and murderous is this? It can't be because Li Fei kicked him a few times, causing him to resent him, right? Su Xiaoma muttered. Li Fei said innocently, senior brother, you hit him before. How could he not resent you? The two of them did not know that their treatment of Yi Xingchen only made him angry. The real reason for his killing intent was because of his hatred for Empress Ling Yao in his previous life. This kind of hatred was deeply rooted and engraved in his heart. Even after countless years, even after 100 reincarnations, it would not be erased. While the inner disciples were cultivating, Jun Changxiao was also cultivating. A few days later, he advanced from level 9 to peak martial disciple. It had only been 3 to 4 months since he had crossed over to the other world. Breaking through from level 3 or level 3 to peak martial disciple was already very fast. What made Jun Changxiao depressed was that after breaking through to peak martial disciple and relying on pills to absorb spiritual energy, the speed of growth was extremely slow. The system said, peak martial disciple needs to calm down and control spiritual energy to build the foundation for entering martial master. There's no shortcut? Jun Changxiao asked. The system said, unless an epic mission is triggered, there is no shortcut for the host. The host can only rely on time to comprehend. Ding. The host has entered peak martial disciple and met the requirements. Epic mission activated. System, Jun Changxiao hurriedly pulled up the data panel and saw the epic mission under the Sect's mission. The mission was, bring disciples to Death Valley for training, incomplete. He clicked on the details. Epic mission, 2. Mission details, host, please bring disciples to Death Valley for 7 days of training within 2 months. Mission requirements, kill Fire Dragon 0 out of 1, kill Great Ape 0 out of 10, kill Storm Wolf 0 out of 100, kill Small Poisonous Spider 0 out of 500. Mission failure, unable to reach Death Valley within the time limit and unable to kill enough beasts during the training period. Mission reward? Damn, I killed so many beasts. Looking at the mission requirements, Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. The system said, epic missions are not like other missions. The difficulty is very high. If the host does not want to do it, you can ignore it. At most, you will not be able to increase your cultivation level temporarily. These words were very naughty. Jun Changxiao rolled his eyes and thought for a while before saying, within 2 months, I only need to train for 7 days. I can go there on a schedule so that the disciples can improve their strength. Li Qingyang and the others were improving rapidly. The outer disciples did not slack off and were working very hard on their cultivation. Jun Changxiao had enough cultivation and would also consider the epic mission. He felt that it was a bit like a large-scale dungeon, so he definitely could not bring only a few disciples. He had to bring more people. This would depend on the disciples' strength. If they were chased by beasts after entering, it would be a tragedy. The 10 middle-grade disciples recruited in Qingyang City are also growing fast. After a month, they should have a higher growth rate. Long Xiang and Li Yuhua can also get up. They should be able to organize many disciples. It's not a big problem. Jun Changxiao rubbed his hands and said with anticipation, the epic mission gave so many contribution and achievement points last time. This epic mission too will definitely not be bad. I really want to bring the disciples to complete it. Calm down, calm down. Let the disciples improve as much as possible first. It won't be too late to complete the epic mission after I destroy the Grand Qi sect. The AI clan was still promoting the body-shaping pill. The news spread in Qingyang County, causing the major clans and forces to be restless. Jun Changxiao was paying attention to the news in the county. He temporarily stopped cultivating and spent his time on the management of the sect. Of course, there were martial artists who came to sign up during this period, but there were less than 10 of them. All of them were accepted, increasing the number of disciples by 240 and giving him 10 contribution points. It seems that only by destroying the Grand Qi sect's place can the martial artists in Qingyang County realize the strength of the Iron Bone sect and attract more people to sign up. Time gradually passed. The stipulated 20 days of training passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Qianxian, Xiao Ziji, and the other disciples finally walked out of the spirit energy array. During this period, they spent all their time in the array except for eating and resting because they did not want to waste the effect of the qi gathering pill. In the main hall, Jun Changxiao held his chin and smiled. What level are you guys at now? Lu Qianxian said indifferently, 3rd grade martial disciple. Who are you kidding? Li Qingyang said truthfully, Sect Master, after 20 days of cultivation, I have already entered the 7th grade martial disciple. Su Xiaoma scratched his head and said, I just entered the 6th grade yesterday. Li Fei and Tian Qi reached the 5th grade martial disciple because of the limitation of their spiritual roots. In the past 20 days, Xiao Zueji had not only broken through to the martial disciple realm with the help of the revolving qi pill, but he had also become a 3rd grade martial disciple. Yi Xingchen said indifferently, 6th grade martial disciple. Jun Changxiao was stunned and said inwardly, they both have high-grade spiritual roots, but he's almost catching up to Qingyang. If this kid didn't cultivate a mental cultivation method above the divine grade, then it's really strange. Sect Master. Yi Xingchen said, go destroy the sect. This guy can't wait to show off and get more resources. Jun Changxiao touched his chin and said, you guys rest for 2 days first, then go to the Haoqi sect to cause trouble. Troublesome. Yi Xingchen said indifferently. That night, Li Luoqiu was ordered by the sect master to contact the members of the Drizzle Hall scattered in various cities of the Qingyang County. The next day, she spread the news that Iron Bone was going to challenge the Haoqi sect the day after tomorrow. Letting the disciples rest was secondary. The real purpose was to tell the audience in the shortest time possible that Iron Bone was going to destroy the Xianxia sect. When the time comes, you must come and watch the fun. Iron Bone is going to the Xianxia sect the day after tomorrow to spar. This is big news. There hasn't been any news recently. I thought sect leader Jun was scared. I didn't expect him to really dare to go. Alliance leader Qin's sect is a sixth-rate sect. Isn't he afraid that he will be beaten badly if he brings his disciples to challenge them? Because of the deliberate spread of the Drizzle Hall's members, the martial artists in the 8 cities of Qingyang County knew that Iron Bone was challenging the Xianxia sect in a short period of time. How boring it was to cultivate martial arts on a daily basis. Now that there was a sudden commotion, they would definitely discuss it. However, many people believed that the Xianxia sect was stronger in terms of strength. Iron Bone was obviously overestimating himself by challenging them. Go to the Spirit Spring Mountain to understand? There was no need to understand. In the eyes of many martial artists, the Sacred Spring sect only sent an ordinary inner disciple. Li Qingyang won only because of his spiritual martial arts. Indeed. They couldn't assume that Iron Bone was qualified to be on par with a fifth-rate sect just because of the victory and defeat of a disciple. Moreover, since they were going to spar, they would definitely send many disciples. Iron Bone relied on Li Qingyang alone to shake a sixth-rate sect. It was undoubtedly a fantasy. Just as everyone was discussing the challenge the day after tomorrow, another piece of news spread. Not long ago, the Nebula sect challenged Iron Bone. In the end, all 5 disciples were defeated. Elder Song also lost to sect leader Jun. When did this happen? Why haven't I heard about it? It seems like a month ago. Someone has already confirmed that Elder Song of the Nebula sect did appear at the Iron Bone Mountain with his disciples. Oh my god, is Iron Bone so awesome? They beat a 7th-rate sect 6-0. The news of the Nebula sect challenging Iron Bone spread only now because the former deliberately blocked the news after their defeat. After all, they couldn't afford to lose face. If the winner was the Nebula sect, the news would have spread for a month and made the martial artists in the cities laugh at them. Jun Changxiao also realized that the outside world didn't have any news at all. Therefore, he spread the news to embarrass the Nebula sect and build momentum for himself. Needless to say, the effect was pretty good. Knowing that Nebula sect had been defeated by a score of 6-0, many of the martial artists who were initially optimistic about Xianxia sect began to lean towards Iron Bone sect. It seems that Li Qingyang is not the only powerful disciple of the Iron Bone sect. Since sect leader Jun dared to challenge the vast spirit sect, he must have come prepared. It doesn't matter who is strong or weak, as long as the fight is intense. The majority of martial artists were purely here for the liveliness. As long as there was an exciting battle, they didn't really care who won or lost. The AI family. AI Shang also received the news that Iron Bone was going to the Xianxia sect to spar. He was sitting in the main hall, deep in thought. Patriarch. AI Shangfeng said, sect leader Jun is going to challenge the Xianxia sect. He's going to stir up trouble. AI Shangke said solemnly, Xianxia sect is the headquarters of the 100 Sect Alliance. When the time comes, many of the member sects will go as well. Sect Master Jun will definitely be targeted if he goes up the mountain. The news of Iron Bone falling out with the 100 Sect Alliance had spread throughout the Azure Sun County. Even an idiot would know that if Jun Changxiao were to bring his disciple to challenge the Xianxia sect, he would definitely be targeted everywhere. AI Shangke thought for a while and said seriously, our AI family didn't show up at the Spirit Spring Mountain. This time, we must support sect leader Jun. About the auction? Postpone it. Patriarch AI said domineeringly. AI Shangfeng and AI Shangke didn't have any objections. They didn't go to the Spirit Spring Mountain because of the Sacred Spring sect. If they didn't show up this time, it would be a little unreasonable. The fact that the AI family was willing to go to the Xianxia sect to support Iron Bone meant that Jun Changxiao was a very important partner. Similarly, the Azure Sun City Lord, Xie Guangquan, was also planning to support sect leader Jun. At this moment, he had already started to arrange things to make enough time for the day after tomorrow. The Sacred Spring sect was a little afraid, but your Xianxia sect is in the Azure Sun County. This city lord has nothing to be afraid of, kid. This is going to be a fierce battle. If you lose, you'll be bankrupt. If you win, you'll be famous. But don't worry, don't be afraid, the 3.6 million citizens of the Azure Sun City are iron bone strong backing. The vast Qi sect was located in the east of the Azure Sun County, in a beautiful mountain range. Although the challenge would start the day after tomorrow, various clans, sects, and rogue cultivators had already rushed here in advance. The next day, Jun Changxiao changed into a clean sect leader's uniform and tied his wrists to his sleeves. Then, he swung his tied-up black hair and walked out of the study. In the small martial arts field of the inner court, nearly 200 disciples had their hands behind their backs and stood in neat rows with their backs straight. Everyone had a proud look on their faces. Today, the sect leader brought 7 senior brothers to the vast Qi sect to spar. Although they couldn't go, they had to show their most energetic temperament and send them off. Li Qingyang and the other inner court disciples stood at the front. After a night of rest, they were in a very good state. Sect leader. When Jun Changxiao appeared in their field of vision, all the disciples shouted in unison. In the past few months, their cultivation had increased tremendously. Apart from the recent newcomers, the rest had all become martial disciples. When they shouted loudly, their momentum was like a rainbow. Isn't it just going to cause trouble? Why are you so serious? Jun Changxiao waved his hand and said, "Relax, relax." Everyone relaxed, but they still stood straight. Jun Changxiao didn't say anything to boost their morale. In his opinion, the vast Qi sect was just a small monster on the way to challenging the big boss. Those passionate and hot-blooded words were better left for when they went to the sacred spring mountain. Sect leader. Zhou Hong said, "I want to go too." "You don't want to practice the sword anymore?" Jun Changxiao asked. Zhou Hong said, "Practicing the sword only improves the sword intent. A sword cultivator needs more experience. You can come along." Jun Changxiao said, "But you won't spar." "Okay." Zhou Hong nodded. Sect leader, senior and junior brothers, it's time to eat. In the temporary canteen of the inner sect, Lu Wancher waved her spoon and shouted loudly. Knowing that the sect leader and senior brothers were going to cause trouble at the vast Qi sect, she, Ma Youning, and 1 Black and 2 Black got busy early in the morning to prepare a table full of delicious food. After eating the food, Jun Changxiao brought the 8 disciples and went on their way. Li Luoqiu stayed in the sect to take care of the affairs. She didn't go with them, but she sent out 10 gold-ranked assassins to follow the sect leader in the dark. To have the protection of professional assassins when going out, this was awesome, vast Qi sect. In the grand hall, Qin Haoran put the letter of challenge he just received on the table and sneered, "Jun Changxiao, I was worried that you wouldn't dare to come." Next to him, the members of the 100 Sect Alliance who received the news in advance gathered together. Their gazes were full of contempt. That Jun Changxiao thinks he's invincible after defeating an inner sect disciple of the Sacred Spring sect? He dares to challenge Alliance leader Qin. Longblade sect leader said coldly. This brother's face was still a bit pale. It seemed that his injuries after being beaten by Jun Changxiao on the platform of grievances had not completely healed. "We came here in advance to cheer for Alliance leader Qin." The patriarch of the Tiger's Howl School sneered, "When that brat comes tomorrow, he will definitely be scared to death." The momentum was indeed frightening because there were more than 50 sects who came to cheer for the vast Qi sect. If they all came together tomorrow, it would definitely be an earth-shattering momentum. Someone said worriedly that Jun Changxiao has a sharp tongue. "When he comes, don't talk to him. Just use your momentum to pressure him." Everyone nodded in agreement. After all, the scene of Situ Wang vomiting blood was still fresh in everyone's mind. Jun Changxiao. Qin Haoran rubbed his fingers and sneered, "As long as he comes to my vast Qi sect tomorrow, he will leave with his tail between his legs like a dog in front of countless people." Achoo. On the way, Jun Changxiao sneezed and rubbed his nose. "There must be a lot of people secretly talking bad about me. 29th, suitable for traveling and dismantling. Avoid opening markets and meeting friends and family." On this day, the sky was clear and the wind was blowing. Jun Changxiao, who had rested in the wilderness for the night, brought his 8 disciples to the foot of Haoqi sect. In front of them was a stone staircase with 10,000 steps. Halfway up the mountain, there was a faint morning mist, giving a feeling of immortality. Wow. Li Fei opened his mouth and said, "How imposing." Pod Jun Changxiao took out his historical records and hit him on the forehead. "Look at you, you're so useless." Li Fei covered his head with his hands and chuckled. Su Xianxia clenched his fist and said excitedly, "Just thinking about beating up the disciples of the big sects, my blood feels like it's going to burn." Li Qingyang calmly said, "Sect Master, I'm afraid that the people from the 100 Sect Alliance have already arrived. If we go up, we'll definitely be targeted." Jun Changxiao said, "Last time, I made them vomit blood. If they're smart, they definitely won't speak so quickly. Let's go." While speaking, he led his disciples up the stone staircase. Our Night Emperor tragically carried the magically modified sound system. The 10 gold-ranked assassins in the dark also followed, but the sect master ordered them to hide in the dark, not planning to go up. When they reached halfway up the mountain, there was a smooth boulder on the left. On it, the words Haoqi Sect were carved in bold red. The person who carved these words must be Haoqi Sect Master, but Alliance Master Qin. Jun Changxiao shook his head, his eyes full of disdain. To be honest, he quite admired the name Haoqi Sect and didn't want to become enemies with Qin Haoran. But since he found the flames at Spirit Spring Mountain, it was clear that he wanted to push him down the mountain. Haoqi Sect, Training Grounds. The sect masters and family lords were greeting each other warmly, giving people the feeling that they were visiting friends. Because he protected Jun Changxiao, although Xie Guangquan was a city lord, very few big shots came up to greet him, treating him like heir. City Lord Xia was also very arrogant. "If you don't care about me, why would I care about you?" Following City Lord Xia were several high-ranking members of Qingyang City's families, including Li Qingyang's father. They were the representatives of the city's 3.6 million citizens, cheering for Iron Bone. However, there were only 6 or 7 of them. Compared to the tens of sect leaders of the 100 Sect Alliance, the difference was too great. Moreover, who wouldn't have friends in a sect? Many of the clans that came to watch the show were mostly related to the 100 Sect Alliance. They chatted fervently and couldn't wait to drink and chat merrily. If one were to talk about who was the most popular, it would definitely be Patriarch AI. At this moment, regardless of whether it was the sect leader or the family head, they all gathered around and tried to curry favor with him. The AI clan was in the pill business and had many connections. Now that they had the healing pill and body-shaping pill, they had to build a good relationship with them. The leader of the Long Blade sect was the most enthusiastic. After all, he was injured. Not only would his strength be greatly reduced, it would also affect his cultivation. He desperately wanted to buy a healing pill. He also went to the second auction, but those who participated were all big sects and big clans. He was so scared that he didn't dare to open his mouth. Patriarch AI. Sect leader Shen said with a flattering smile, "Can you sell me a healing pill in private?" "I'm willing to pay, sorry." AI Shang interrupted, "The healing pills refined by my AI clan are only sold at auctions. We never trade privately. If it was someone else, he might be able to make an exception." But who was this guy? One of the members of the 100 Sect Alliance, Qin Haoran's lackey. Previously, he even challenged sect leader Jun in Qingyang City. "Only if my brain was kicked by a donkey would I sell it to him and offend my own business partner." Patriarch AI's stand was firm. "If you have a grudge with Iron Bone, you have a grudge with my AI clan. Don't even talk about buying healing pills, I don't even welcome you to buy herbs from the medicine store." Sect leader Shen was rebuffed and left angrily. He thought to himself, did I offend him? His tone was so cold. Thinking that Jun Changxiao had come, and that the vast spirit sect would be able to help him vent the resentment of being injured, his irritable mood immediately became a lot better. "Patriarch AI, when are you going to auction it? Can the body-shaping pill really strengthen the body and increase one's strength? We are all from Qingyang County. Can you take care of it? Don't let people from other counties spend a lot of money to buy it." All the big shots in Qingyang County surrounded AI Shang and asked about the pills. It was obvious that the healing pills and body-shaping pills were very popular. Cough, cough. Right at this moment, Xianxia walked out in a short robe and coughed twice with his hands behind his back. The aura of someone who had been in a high position for a long time spread out. The martial arts arena instantly quietened down. The big shots turned around and greeted him with a smile. Xie Guangquan didn't try to worm his way into being friends with Xianxia because he was on par with him in terms of status. The clan heads of Qingyang City wanted to go up and greet him, but the city lord didn't. They could only stand at the back awkwardly. When Xianxia saw Xie Guangquan, he knew that Xie Guangquan was biased towards Jun Changxiao. Thus, he didn't bother and treated Xie Guangquan as heir. Clan head AI. Seeing AI Shang's gaze, Xianxia immediately changed into a smile and said, "Why are you here?" He used to work with the AI clan. After all, he was the alliance head. AI Shang cupped his hands and said, "Of course I'm here to support you." Hearing this, Xianxia's smile became wider. The surrounding big shots and clan heads were envious. They had long heard that Hao Qi Sect and the AI clan had frequent business dealings and had a close relationship. This time, when the Iron Bone came to challenge, the clan head personally came to support them. The rumors were indeed true. "Men," Xianxia said, "give clan head AI a seat." "There's no need." AI Shang said, "I'll just stand." Clan head AI is quite polite. His relationship with Alliance head Qin is definitely not ordinary. Many big shots discussed in low voices. Xianxia's eyes were filled with pride. He was a little proud of clan head AI's support. However, Xie Guangquan's lips curled into a sneer as he thought, "Xianxia, Alliance head Qin, do you really think you're some big shot?" Others didn't know about the AI clan's healing pills, but he knew because Jun Changxiao had given him two. Thus, he guessed that this brat must have reached a business deal with the AI clan. City Lord Xia had eaten rice and walked many roads. Naturally, he wouldn't expose the truth. Report. At this moment, a disciple hurried in and said, "Iron Bone Sect head Jun Changxiao has brought a disciple to seek an audience outside the mountain gate. This seek an audience is very clever. He's directly looking down on our sect head." Jun Xianxia said indifferently, "Let him in." "Yes." The disciple retreated. The slightly quiet martial arts arena suddenly became lively. Everyone was naturally talking about Jun Changxiao. The big shots of the 100 Races Alliance looked at each other, their lips curled into a disdainful smile. Dozens of sect heads were already prepared. As long as Jun Changxiao appeared in front of them, they would immediately erupt with an invisible force to give him a show of strength. Creak. The door opened. Jun Changxiao, wearing dazzling sunglasses and holding a cigar in his mouth, walked in with 8 disciples. Seeing him approaching step by step, the sect heads were about to release their auras. Suddenly, a deafening sound rang out. Ah 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 ah. Vaguely as if I've seen it in a dream. Waves appear in my heart. Throw away the affairs of the world and end the enmity. Jun Changxiao stepped onto the martial arts arena with the Cantonese version of Iron Blood Loyal Heart as the background music. Pa. The sound system was turned off. Sect head Jun gently raised his head and smiled faintly. Alliance head Qin, my Iron Bone Sect is here to cause trouble. Ta ta ta. 8 disciples stepped forward and stood behind the sect head in a row. Iron Bone Sect. Arrogance soaring to the sky. The 50 over sect leaders of the alliance had already decided yesterday that they would use their own power to give Jun Changxiao a show of strength. In the end, their rhythm was disrupted by the Iron Blood Pill Heart. When they regained their senses, sect leader Jun was already standing in the martial arts stage with his sunglasses on and a cigar in his mouth. Behind him were 8 disciples in a row. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji had their hands behind their backs, their expressions serious. Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and Tian Qi had their hands in front of their chests as they raised their heads high. Lu Qianqian and Zhou Hong each held a sword. Yi Xingchen shyly put down the sound system and stepped on it with one foot. His lips curled into an evil smile. Although they were facing over 10 sect leaders who had been in power for a long time, their arrogance and iron bones were not at a disadvantage at all. The martial artists who were watching the show were surprised. Although Iron Bone's level was not high, his disciples were very imposing, however. When sect leader Jun said that he, Iron Bone, had sent people to destroy the martial arts stage, wasn't that a little arrogant? More than a little. It was extremely arrogant. Xianxia, who was standing in front of the great hall, had a gloomy expression. He even had the urge to curse. Everyone was from the Jianghu. Challenges would be called sparring and discussing the Tao. This guy came and said that he was going to destroy the martial arts stage. Did he know the rules of the Jianghu? Jun Changxiao understood. But since he had fallen out with the 100 Sect Alliance, he would not be welcomed even if he came to challenge them. He might as well be as arrogant as he could be. Ignorant brat. A sect leader of the alliance said angrily, "Here." Jun Changxiao raised his hand and pointed at him with his index finger. It was as if he was possessed by Wang So-and-so. He said indifferently, "If you are unhappy, then hold it in." Thinking about Sidu Wang who had vomited blood at the Star Moon Pavilion, the sect leader quickly swallowed his words. One action and one sentence was enough to make a sect leader of the alliance not dare to make a sound. The martial artists who were watching the show were impressed. Amazing. Haha. Suddenly, laughter sounded. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw AI Shang walking out from the crowd with a smile on his face. Family head AI couldn't take it anymore. Was he going to help Alliance head Qin suppress that fellow's arrogance? Many people thought so. Qin Haoran also thought so. He cupped his hands and said, "I appreciate Patriarch AI's good intentions. However, this boy has a sharp tongue. Please don't waste your breath on him." AI Shang ignored him and walked towards Jun Changxiao. This made many martial artists unanimously believe that the AI family head was determined to help Alliance Master Qin. He was even going to attack him verbally. At close range. Their friendship was so deep that it made others envious. Although Alliance Master Qin felt a little apologetic, a smug smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This time, there were many big shots from all over the world. The scale of this event was far greater than the intersect tournament that had just ended not too long ago. With the AI clan supporting them on such a grand occasion, it was truly a matter of pride, kid. This was the head of the AI family. Not only did he have a wide network of friends, but he also sold high-grade pills. Today, he came to support this alliance head. If you dare to talk back to him, you will not only offend Azure Sun County. At that moment, Qin Haoran was very happy to see Jun Changxiao talking back to AI Shang. This way, he would only offend more people and end up in a worse state. Sect head Jun AI Shang walked over and spoke with a smile on his face. Many people thought that he was mocking them, however, his next action and sentence made them all dumbfounded. That action was a bow and the words were, "How have you been?" They understood. After all, the AI family had been in the business world for many years. They did things logically and didn't want to talk back directly. Instead, they wanted to go through the procedures in a civilized manner. As expected of a veteran, greeting someone politely before talking back to them, if Jun Changxiao directly talked back, it would only make him seem uneducated and superficial. Remember, this is a textbook example of talking back. The sect head, who had just opened his mouth but swallowed it back, thought to himself in admiration. He was too angry just now and forgot his manners. Otherwise, he would definitely have exchanged dozens of rounds with that kid. AI family head. Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and smiled. "Why are you here too?" The martial artist who was secretly admiring AI Shambu's shrewdness and ruthlessness when he saw Qin Lai's face full of smiles and politeness, his expression suddenly became sluggish. Damn, follow his example and deal with his moves as they come. At that moment, everyone seemed to see two opposing auras emerging from AI Shang and Jun Changxiao. Although they were full of smiles, as if they had met an old friend, they were engaged in an intense battle in an invisible manner, and they were locked in a fierce fight. Experts, just as the big shots were overanalyzing, AI family head said, "I heard that your sect is coming to Hachi sect to spar. As good friends, I naturally have to come to cheer for you. First state your position before talking back." Careful, everyone was watching Jun Changxia's expression, wondering if he would back down after realizing that his opponent was very strong. He didn't back down. Instead, he cupped his hands and smiled. "Jun is very grateful that the AI family can come to cheer for us." Gah. Everyone was dumbfounded. This guy thinks the AI family is here to cheer for him? Humph, Qin Haoran said coldly. Sect Master Jun, you really think too highly of yourself. Think too highly of myself? Jun Changxiao was stunned as he looked at AI Shang and asked, isn't the AI family's lord here to cheer for me? Pfft, haha. Can't this guy see it? Use your brain. Why would an elixir family like AI family head come to support an 8th-rate sect? The leaders of the 100 Clan Alliance took the opportunity to laugh without restraint. That's right. AI family head hurriedly smiled. I came all the way from Huyang City to cheer for Sect Master Jun. Gah. The big shots of the Alliance stopped laughing. Some of them were caught off guard and almost choked. The car was too fast and the turn was too sudden. The martial artists who came to watch the show all widened their eyes. They even wondered if they had heard wrong. Thank you, Jun Changxiao said. Alliance Master Qin's expression froze. He said in disbelief, AI family head, you said you came to cheer for this kid? AI family head walked behind Jun Changxiao and stood at the edge of the martial arts field. He then said, that's right. Ha ha ha. Xie Guangquan, who had been holding back for a long time, laughed loudly. I wonder who it is that thinks too highly of himself. Even I feel ashamed for him. Qin Haoran's face instantly turned green. It was so green that it made people panic. City Lord Xiao led the family heads of Qingyang City to Jun Changxiao. He cupped his hands and said, Sect Master Jun, don't panic, don't be anxious, don't be afraid. Qingyang City's 3.6 million people are on the same side as you today. As he spoke, he walked in front of AI family head. When Patriarch Li and Li Qingyang brushed past each other, Patriarch Li patted Li Qingyang's shoulder heavily and said, son, I'll be watching you from behind. Don't embarrass the Li clan, and even more so, don't embarrass the Iron Bone righteous sect. When he learned that his son defeated Sacred Spring Water's inner disciple at Spirit Spring Mountain, he sat in the study room and cried for a long time. At that time, he truly realized how correct his son's decision was. Coming to Haoqi sect was not to represent 3.6 million people, but to represent a father. Li Qingyang's eyes were firm. Behind him were AI Shang, Xie Guangquan, and the 3.6 million people of Qingyang City. Sect Master Jun, suddenly, a deep voice said, this old man heard from Ma Yunting in the sect that you are not simple. Today, I see that it is true. Next to AI family head, a white-haired old man with sharp eyes appeared out of nowhere. Senior is? Jun Changxiao was stunned. The old man said in a deep voice, Song Mountain Sect, Wang Donglin. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Wang Donglin, wasn't he one of the 4 elders of Song Mountain Sect who had reached the peak of Wuzong? Sect Master Jun AI Shang whispered, I hired him. So that's how it is. Jun Changxiao stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at Qin Haoran and said in the most formal way in Jianghu, Sect Master of Iron Bonjing Sect, Jun Changxiao, has come to Haoqi sect with his disciples. Behind him was the AI family, the 3.6 million citizens of Qingyang City, and the elders of Blue Mountain Sect. Would Jun Changxiao be afraid, be an unyielding person, and do unyielding things? What was there to be afraid of? Even without such a strong backing, Jun Changxiao dared to come and cause trouble, so he was definitely not afraid. Therefore, for the first time, he officially challenged Haoqi sect in front of all the forces of Qingyang County and more than 50 big shots of the 100 Clans Alliance. Crack! Qin Hao clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Haoqi sect accepts the challenge. The AI family head's support for Jun Changxiao was a huge blow to him. At this moment, he couldn't wait to start the fight immediately and let his disciples beat the Iron Bone disciples thousands of times to vent his anger. Blue Mountain Sect's Wang Donglin support, sorry, this is a serious fight. Even if you support Iron Bone, you can only watch. Alliance Master Qin thought too much. Although Wang Donglin's appearance was meant to support Jun Changxiao, it was only a personal battle. He definitely wouldn't interfere with the fight. Swish! Alliance Master Qin waved his sleeves and walked down the main hall's platform, stopping at the martial arts field. Swish! Swish! Thousands of disciples rushed out from the inner court and lined up neatly at the back. The momentum was huge. The 20 disciples standing in the front 2 rows locked onto Li Qingyang and the others. Some of them looked dignified, while others looked disdainful. These were the elite disciples of Xianxia sect. Especially the 10 disciples in the front row, they were all personally trained by Xianxia. Their cultivation and spirit roots were not bad. Sure enough, the information is correct. Xianxia secretly said, this Xianxia sect has 3 disciples with high-grade spirit roots. Through the prying function of the dazzling light sunglasses, he could clearly analyze the aptitude and cultivation of the 10 disciples of Xianxia sect. Know your enemy and you will win every battle. While Li Qingyang and the others were cultivating in seclusion, Alliance Master Jun had ordered the Drizzle Hall to find out the details of Xianxia sect. It was no exaggeration. Where the 3 disciples with high-grade spirit roots lived, how many people there were, how many acres of land they had, and what kind of livestock they had. The strength of the 10 personal disciples standing in the front row was incredible. From left to right, there were 3 high-grade spiritual roots. One was a first-grade martial master, while the other 2 were peak martial disciples. Although the remaining 7 disciples all had middle-grade spiritual roots, their aptitude was not enough to make up for their cultivation. There were 3 9th-grade martial disciples and 4 8th-grade martial disciples. As a mere 5th-rate sect, it was normal for them to recruit 3 high-grade spiritual roots and have someone break through to become a martial master. However, he didn't have a supreme-grade spiritual root. Even in a 5th-rate sect, there would only be 1 disciple with a supreme-grade spirit root. If Xiao Ziji's aptitude had not deteriorated, with his spirit root aptitude, even 4th and 5th-rate sects would have to stand aside and fight for him. Sacred-grade spirit roots were mostly found in first-rate sections. The strongest divine-grade spiritual root. This kind of heaven's pride with great luck rarely appeared in the long years. As long as they didn't accidentally die, they would all be able to ascend to the throne and become the faith of all people. Compared to the vast Qi sect, the Iron Bone had 3 high-grade spiritual roots, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and Yi Xingchen. They didn't seem weak. They weren't weak, but they lacked a foundation. Not to mention their overall strength, they couldn't compare to the 1,000 disciples. No rush, no rush. One had to take 1 step at a time. No one could become a fatty in 1 bite. Sect Master Jun Qianxia said indifferently, how do you want to fight? Jun Changxiao said, the Iron Bone will send 7 disciples, and the Xianxia sect will send 7 disciples. How about 4 wins out of 7? Sure. Qianxia had no objections. Since it was an open and above-board fight, he couldn't let the 1,000 disciples rush up. However, he paused and said with a smile that hid a knife, since we're here to fight, why don't we add some stakes? Jun Changxiao rubbed his nose and said, what kind of stakes does Alliance Master Qin want to add? Qianxia said, if the Xianxia sect wins this time, I'll have to trouble Sect Master Jun to stay here and clean the stables for a year. Haha. Shintong laughed, so Alliance Master Qin is still lacking a servant. I think Sect Master Jun can do it. Being able to clean the stables of the Xianxia sect is also an honor. The elders of the Alliance all laughed. The cultivators who were watching the show shook their heads. If the sect master really had to clean the stables of the Xianxia sect, he wouldn't have the face to see anyone in the future. Regarding the stakes, Qianxia had already thought about it. At first, he wanted Jun Changxiao to kneel in front of him and kowtow to apologize in front of everyone. What crime? The crime of leaving the 100 Sect Alliance without permission. But since the AI family head and the Grey Mountain sect came to support him, he could only take a step back and change it to cleaning the stables. Although the stakes were different, there was only one goal. That was to ruthlessly attack Jun Changxiao's self-esteem and trample on his character. To a sect master, this method was even more terrifying than killing him. Qianxia smiled. Sect Master Jun, what do you think? My ass. What the hell? Jun Changxiao said, I haven't said my stakes yet. Please speak. Qianxia said. In reality, he didn't think much of it, because he had full confidence in defeating the Iron Bone sect in this competition. Jun Changxiao thought for a while, then said, my stakes are, if Alliance Master Qin loses, please come clean the toilets of my Iron Bone sect for a year. Sect Master. Su Xiaoma said seriously, if someone as noble as Alliance Master Qin comes to clean the toilets of my sect, I'm afraid I won't be able to pull it out. Li Fei added, when I think of Alliance Master Qin personally cleaning the toilets, and doing it so cleanly, I will definitely feel guilty. You two idiots, what are you talking about? The Haoqi sect disciple couldn't help but scold. Su Xianxia tilted his head and said, who are the idiots talking about? The idiots are talking about. The Haoqi sect disciple's brain turned and changed his words, you are an idiot. Motherf asterisk Ker, your whole family is idiots. 18 generations of your ancestors are all idiots. Su Xianxia scolded, his spittle flying everywhere. One must have an imposing manner, and one must not back down when scolding others. The Haoqi sect disciple was so angry that his face turned red. He was about to retort when Qin Haoren raised his hand to stop him. Humph, one of the Alliance's big shots said coldly, full of vulgar words, Sect Master Jun's leadership is good. Jun. Xianxia said indifferently, old man, didn't you hear that the Haoqi sect disciple scolded first? Should my disciple be an honest person and take the scolding, then use universal love and quality to influence the other party? Universal love was a saint. Quality was used on people with quality. In the falling star continent, those without quality would be treated with even less quality. Alliance Master Qin, is my wager okay? Jun Changxiao asked. Qin Haoren cupped his hands and said to the martial artists who were watching the show, everyone, please be a witness. Our Haoqi sect and Iron Bone have set the wager. Don't worry, Alliance Master Qin, everyone saw it. A martial artist who was watching the show shouted, if anyone is willing to bet and refuses to admit defeat, then they are the scum of the Jianghu. Everyone will despise them and kill them. That's right. The other martial artists echoed. Qin Haoren was satisfied. He cupped his hands and said, Sect Master Jun, please. Swoosh. Swoosh. The Haoqi sect disciples quickly spread out and surrounded half of the martial arts practice field. The Alliance's big shots and various martial artists stood in the open area to watch the fight. The vast Spirit Sect's martial arts arena was huge. Counting the vast Spirit Sect's disciples and elders, it was almost a circle. 80% of the people were close to Qin Haoren. 20% of the people were close to Jun Changxiao. It could be seen from the arrangement that many martial artists thought the vast Spirit Sect was stronger. Jun Changxiao said, Alliance Master Qin, send your disciple out. Qin Haoren said calmly, since Sect Master Jun came all the way here, I can't be perfunctory. I'll send my personal disciple out. After saying that, he waved his hand. Sun Yi, the personal disciple standing in the front row, walked out and went straight to the center of the martial arts arena. Rank 8 martial disciple? Jun Changxiao thought for a while and said, Little Fei, go out. Yes. Li Fei rubbed his right foot on the ground, then clenched his fist and strode to the center of the martial arts arena. He looked relaxed, but in fact, he was panicking. After all, this was the first time he represented Iron Bone in a competition with another sect's disciple. The pressure must be great. Jun Changxiao encouraged him from behind, don't be nervous, don't be scared. Just bring out the energy you had when you were playing football in the sect. Li Fei took a deep breath, his eyes shining with determination. Then, he stood 5 meters away from Sun Yi, who was a head taller than him and was in his early 20s. There was a huge difference in height and physique. Vast Spirit Sect's personal disciple has gone through all kinds of training. Iron Bone might not be able to win if they send such a delicate little guy out. Sect Master Jun should send Li Qingyang out directly and defeat the weakest with the strongest. Then, he could win 2 rounds and send the weakest against Vast Spirit Sect's strongest. Forget it. Vast Spirit Sect has 3 rank 9 martial disciples and 3 disciples with upper-grade spiritual roots. Iron Bone would only win 1 round if they sent Li Qingyang out. You're talking as if Bone Sect can win 2 rounds. All the martial artists discussed in low voices. More than 50 of the Alliance's elders sneered. In their opinion, since Jun Changxiao had entered the Grand Qi sect, no matter how they arranged for their disciples to fight, the result would not change. They would only lose. If he didn't send Li Qingyang to win the first match, then he would be shaved bald, Vast Qi sect, Sun Yi. Iron Bone, Li Fei. After the 2 of them reported their sect and name to each other, Sun Yi clenched his fist and said in a low voice, Brat, you humiliated the sect leader just now, I will make you suffer a painful defeat. Oh. Li Fei responded. Begin. An elder of the Haoqi sect, acting as the referee, shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, the stocky Sun Yi rushed over with large strides. He spread out his strong arms, obviously intending to capture him. Li Fei tiptoed and dodged like a rabbit. He circled to Sun Ye's back and executed a rupturing fist, cleanly aiming for Sun Ye's back. Pa! Sun Yi reacted quickly. He turned around and grabbed Li Fei's fist with his palm. He clenched his fist tightly, obviously intending to crush it. That disciple of the vast Qi sect has a strong physical body. The iron bone disciple has his fist clenched and can't escape. He can only take the beating. The first match is over. A powerhouse commented. However, Sun Ye's 5 fingers clenched tightly on Li Fei's fist. They didn't hear the sound of bones breaking. Everyone was stunned. The Haoqi sect disciple was an 8th-rank martial disciple. His hand strength should be at least 12,000 pounds. He should be able to crush it easily. Li Fei said, "That's all you have?" That guy was laughing. Many powerhouses had the same thought. This iron bone disciple's physical body was extremely strong. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so calm. Damn it. Sun Yi angrily poured more spiritual power into his hand. The strength of his 5 fingers reached the limit, but he still couldn't move it. It was as if he was holding an iron lump. Swoosh! Li Fei leaped into the air and swept his right leg straight over. This foot of his had kicked Xianxia countless times and Xianxia many times. It could be called the golden right foot. Bang! His right foot, infused with spiritual power and physical strength, landed accurately on Sun Ye's face. And, it wasn't just one kick, bang. 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 After Li Fei jumped up, he landed 5 kicks due to inertia. Each kick carried more than 15,000 pounds of force. The tip of the last kick landed heavily on Sun Ye's temple. The destructive force caused his strength to loosen, and he retreated dizzily. Good chance. Xianxia said. Li Fei, who had just broken free, landed on the ground. He waved his waist to cover his knees. Then, he rushed over and leaped into the air. Iron bone shadowless kick. Bang 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 bang. Sun Yi, who was constantly retreating, had many footprints on his chest. Finally, he retreated to the edge of the martial arts practice field. He immediately fell down. Blood splattered 3 feet high in the process. Boom. The Haoqi sect's direct disciple fell heavily on the ground. His entire body was already out of the martial arts practice field. It was obvious that he had lost. Swoosh! Li Fei used the force to somersault backward. After landing, he assumed the posture of a swallow plucking water and said, "Thank you for letting me win." Good. Su Xiaoma shouted excitedly. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji grinned. Direct disciple? What trash. Yi Xingchen muttered disdainfully. The elders of various sects and clans opened their eyes wide. Li Fei, whose fist was tightly held, actually kicked Sun Yi to the point of vomiting blood in a very short time. This was simply inconceivable. From the aura he emitted, it seemed like he was only a 5th-grade martial disciple. Why was the strength of each kick above 15,000? It was not that a 5th-grade martial disciple could not have such explosive strength. It was based on high aptitude and high martial skills. Then what about the iron bone disciple? He only used his fist technique when he attacked. Those 5 kicks in the air did not use any martial skills. There was also the iron bone shadowless kick. What kind of martial skill was this? What kind of quality was it? Why had they not heard of it? It was not a martial skill, nor did it have any quality. It was something that Xianxia designed for Li Fei based on Huang Feihong's ideas. It was just a name to scare people. In reality, it relied on the strength of the legs to form a dense attack. It was not a martial skill at all. The spectators were not clear. They all guessed that since the iron bone shadowless kick was named after the iron bone, could it be a unique martial skill of the iron bone sect? Alliance Master Qin's face was extremely gloomy. His disciple had lost just like that. Furthermore, he lost to a 5th-grade martial disciple. He could not accept this. Similarly, the elders of the 100 Sect Alliance also had ugly expressions. After all, they were waiting to see a joke. In the end, the situation was different from what they expected. Wang Donglin nodded and praised, although this disciple is only a 5th grade martial disciple, he is able to explode with such high strength. He is a good seedling. Ai Shang muttered in his heart, that iron bone disciple must have taken a body-shaping pill. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a 5th grade martial disciple to withstand the strength of the Haoqi Sect's disciple. After winning the first round, Jin Changxiao cupped his hands towards the ugly Qin Haoran and said, Alliance Master Qin, my apologies. My iron bone won the first round by luck. Qin Haoran snorted and ordered his disciples to carry the unconscious Sun Yi away. He said indifferently, Sect Leader Jun, your iron bone will send out your disciple for the second round. It did not matter if they lost the first round. As long as they won the next round, they could still let this brat clean the stables. Jun Changxiao held his chin and thought for a while. He said, Tianqi, go. Yes. Tianqi took a step forward. He had participated in the Great Sect competition before. His state of mind was more stable than Li Fei's. This time, Qin Haoran did not send out an 8th grade martial disciple. He directly sent out a 9th grade martial disciple. It was obvious that he wanted to win the second round. Alliance Master Qin does not plan to send out an 8th grade martial disciple. There are still 2 9th grade martial disciples, 2 peak martial disciples, and 1 martial master. They are just enough to fight against the other 5 iron bone disciples. That disciple called Li Fei just now, his strength is not bad. He must have used his strength to defeat the weak. However, how can every iron bone disciple be so strong? Li Fei, who had just retreated behind the sect leader, heard the discussions. He really wanted to tell them loudly, I am the weakest in my village. I only relied on my leg strength to catch them off guard. In the middle of the training field, Tianqi cupped his hands and said, Iron Bone, Tianqi. The Haoqi Sect disciple said lightly, Haoqi Sect, Tan Yong. After he finished speaking, a thick wave of spiritual power appeared around him. It seemed that he wanted to use his aura to intimidate his opponent. Unfortunately, Tianqi was unmoved. There was even a trace of disdain in his eyes. The spectating martial artists couldn't accept it. The disciple sent by the Haoqi Sect was a 9th grade martial disciple. Where did this iron bone disciple get the confidence to be so disdainful, or was it that their sect leader was arrogant and their disciples were the same? Sigh. A crooked stick would have a crooked shadow. Begin. The referee shouted. The first to attack was Tianqi. He took a step forward and used explosive fists on his left and right fists at the same time. Bang, bang, bang. Endless bangs could be heard. He came close too quickly and his fists were also fast. Tan Yong couldn't dodge at all. He could only pour spiritual power into his body and use his palms to counter the moves. Bang. Bang. Tianqi's fists seemed to be filled with the power of 10,000 caddies. He attacked again and again. His strength soared and finally broke through 17,000 caddies, feeling the strong wind and the aura formed by the attacks. All the big shots' expressions gradually stiffened. This iron bone disciple was the same as Li Fei just now. His cultivation was only a 5th grade martial disciple. How could he hit with such a high strength? Tianqi paid more attention to his body and fist techniques. When he used explosive fists, regardless of strength or power, he was definitely stronger than Li Fei who used his feet. This strength wasn't just a little bit stronger, Shintong's eyes almost popped out. The strength of 2 5th grade martial disciples from the Iron Bone was higher than his, a 9-star martial disciple. It was too much of a blow to his self-esteem. Bang! Bang! Tianqi's fists were like 2 iron hammers, crazily attacking. Tan Yong was in a defensive position from the beginning. He couldn't break free and could only fall into an absolute passive state. Thump, thump, thump. His body kept retreating and finally stood at the edge. Because of the dense fist techniques, it was difficult to block them all. He could only put his arms together and let the opponent attack. All the big shots' mouths twitched. They felt like they were watching an iron bone disciple punching a sandbag. The one who punched him was a 5th-grade martial disciple, and the one who was punched like a sandbag was a 9th-grade martial disciple. This world was too crazy. Xianxia shrugged and said, it's really not difficult. From the very beginning, he didn't take the Haoqi sect seriously. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept emphasizing that they were just small monsters on the way to challenging the big boss. Right now, Tian. She was using a 9th-grade martial disciple as a sandbag to wildly attack. This was enough to explain everything. Tan Yong, who had fallen into an absolute passive position, roared in anger. But just as he shouted, a heavy punch landed on his face. His head immediately tilted, and his body staggered out of the martial arts arena. Pa! Tianqi clasped his wrist with one hand and pulled him over from the exit line. He used his shoulder to throw him over his shoulder, and then sat on his stomach. He raised his fists and bombarded him wildly. The sect leader said, "You can't kill him, but you can beat him half to death." Boom! Boom! Tianqi slung over Tan Yong's body and bombarded him wildly with rupturing fists. In an instant, Tan Yong's face was bruised and swollen, and he was foaming at the mouth. In the end, he lost consciousness and fainted. Kacha, seeing his disciple being abused like this, Qin Haoran clenched his fists. His cold eyes flashed with monstrous anger. There was no use being angry. This was a battle in the martial arts arena. If his disciple was abused, it meant that his skills were inferior. Swoosh! Tianqi got up and cupped his hands. Thank you for letting me win. The big shots of the 100 Clans Alliance and the martial artists of various forces who were watching the show had interesting expressions on their faces. After the battle began, Tan Yong fell into a passive position. He could only block until he fainted on the spot. Throughout the battle, he didn't counterattack once. This gap was too big. One is Li Fei, one is Tianqi. Iron Bone's disciples are so strong. I can finally understand why the Star Cloud Sect's disciples who challenged Iron Bone were shaved bald. 2 disciples can abuse 8th grade and 9th grade martial disciples as if they were playing. The Star Cloud Sect's inner disciples are undoubtedly going to be abused. All the martial artists were discussing in private. Although the Star Cloud Sect's sect leader, who was standing in the crowd, was flushed red, he felt much better. Alliance Master Qin's 2 personal disciples were defeated consecutively. His own disciple losing to Iron Bone did not seem to be a shameful thing. Master AI. Wang Donglin smiled. This Iron Bone is not simple. 2 rank 5 martial disciples had consecutively exploded more than 15,000 strength. They had definitely gone through extreme physical training. The second disciple's fist is so strong. It must be related to the body-shaping pill. AI Shang guessed. Martial artists with ordinary qualifications and low levels could use the body-shaping pill to fight beyond their level. If it was used as a gimmick, it would definitely attract more attention and could be sold at a sky-high price. Wang Donglin cared about his disciple's strength, but he cared about the body-shaping pill's effect. He was indeed a qualified businessman. After Tianqi returned to his position, Jun Chongxiao cupped his hands and smiled. Alliance Master Qin, for the 3rd round, your vast spirit sect will send your disciple up first. Seeing that smiling face, Alliance Master Qin could not wait to reach out and tear it apart. Calm down, calm down. No matter how angry he was, he had to maintain a smile. However, his disciple had lost 2 rounds in a row. The second one was brutally defeated. He could not *King smile at all. Qin Haoran suppressed his endless anger. He looked at a disciple on the right behind him and said, "Go." Yes. The 3rd personal disciple went up. He was also a rank 9 martial disciple, but his strength was stronger than Tan Yong's. "Xiao Mu, go." Jun Chongxiao said. Su Xiaoma clenched his fists and shook his head as he walked out. He said, "My blood was already boiling at the foot of the mountain. Finally, I can have a good fight." Seeing that the Iron Bone disciples had gone up the stage, the various leaders did not dare to jump to conclusions. That was because they had all thought that the vast spirit sect disciples would win. In the end, they were all defeated. This was not a reverse poison, but a strength. Even if they fought a few more rounds, Sun Yi and Tan Yong would still be defeated and brutally defeated. They did not have high aptitudes and could only rely on their cultivation. However, could they compete with Tianqi and Li Fei, who relied on various resources, pills, and even spiritual power? Formations, they did not even know what it would be like to continuously consume pills that could absorb 10 times the amount of spiritual power for 10 days. The third vast spirit sect disciple went up the stage. He cupped his hands and said coldly, "Vast spirit sect, Lao Tai." Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. He said, "No problem. Iron Bone, Su Xiaoma." Su Xiaoma said. After the two of them introduced themselves, the referee announced the start of the match. Lao Tai was the first to attack. He poured spiritual power into his body and rushed over in an instant. Swoosh! Swoosh! Su Xiaoma's body rolled backward twice. He took large strides with his short legs and ran around the edge of the training field. His speed gradually increased. He was about to stir up a storm. Lao Tai stood in the training field. He watched his opponent run around in circles, unable to keep up with his speed. He suddenly did not know how to attack. Wang Donglin said, "This kid is good at body techniques." Ai Shang thought, "Yes, it must be related to the body-shaping pill." Whoosh! At this moment, Su Xiaoma seized the opportunity. He circled behind Lao Tai and kicked him. Bang! Lao Tai discovered it in time. He turned around and punched Su Xiaoma's foot. He was about to follow up with a second attack, but his opponent fled again. "Damn it," he said angrily. Swoosh! Su Xiaoma appeared behind him again without anyone noticing. He kicked in the air. This speed was fast, but Lao Tai still caught it. He put his arm in front of his body and successfully blocked the powerful kick. "Senior brother, be careful!" Someone shouted in alarm. Lao Tai was stunned. He glanced at Su Xiaoma from the corner of his eyes. He saw this guy kick his arm. His body leaned to the side, and his hands were clasped together. His middle finger and index finger protruded as he fiercely stabbed towards his butt. His chrysanthemum was ruined. The ground was full of wounds. Bang! Su Xiaoma poured his spirit energy into his finger and stabbed it between Lao Tai's buttocks. Indescribable pain rippled in the martial arts field. Hiss! Many martial artists sucked in a breath of cold air. Their indescribable parts were suddenly lifted, their spines were cold, and their scalps were numb. There were many fatal points in the human body, such as the Baihui point and the Temple point. In a world of martial arts like the Falling Star continent, if one suffered a heavy blow, even if one didn't die on the spot, it would still cause great damage. For example, Li Fei just now. Although he didn't die on the spot, he still retreated dizzily, creating an opportunity for the Iron Bone Shadowless kick to be used. The Baihui point and the Temple point were exposed, and martial artists could more or less protect them with their spirit energy. The indescribable area in the middle of the buttocks was the most vulnerable point. If one were to be ambushed, it would definitely be very painful. If one were to condense their spirit energy and stab it, there would be nothing left to live for. Lao Tai covered his buttocks, jumping in the martial arts field. His face was extremely ferocious. Just by looking at his expression, one could understand what kind of pain it was. Shameless. Vulgar method. The big shots of the Alliance angrily condemned. This kind of finger-stabbing indescribable parts was really despicable. Anyone in the martial arts world who wanted to save face would not do it. Jun Changxiao secretly said, a group of sanctimonious gentlemen. Although this disciple's method was a bit despicable, it was enough as long as he defeated the opponent and won. What's more, the opportunity was created by him, and he didn't use despicable methods right from the start. If there was someone to blame, it was that kid's fault for not protecting his buttocks well and exposing that big flaw. From this mentality, Su Xiaoma's broken chrysanthemum, full of wounds, method was definitely taught by him. Lao Tai was still holding his buttocks and jumping in the martial arts field, tears were flowing down. It was obvious that it was really painful. Swish! Su Xiaoma rushed over, his body leaping into the air, and his right leg suddenly swept over. In terms of cultivation and leg strength, he was much stronger than Li Fei. In addition, his opponent was in pain, so he didn't put up any defense at all. Thus, he accurately hit the temple on. the left side of his face. During the period of seclusion, Xianxia must have taught them. Otherwise, they would not have attacked the important acupoints. Boom, Lao Tai, who was clutching his butt, was dizzy and flew out like a cannonball, landing dozens of meters away from the training field. Iron Bone won another round. The corners of the mouths of the various big shots and martial artists twitched. The Xianxia Sect's loss in the first round could be described as careless. In the second round, the Xianxia Sect had been suppressed by their strength and martial arts techniques. The third round looked very easy. In a normal sparring session, the fights in the early stages were all appetizers, and the later stages would become more and more exciting. Why did it feel like the fight was getting simpler and simpler? Qin Haoran was so angry that his teeth were chattering. In his opinion, the Iron Bone could win at most one match. If the disciple did not use it properly, he might be shaved bald. In the end, he lost all 3 matches. Where was his face left? Xianxia said, Alliance Master Qin, are you deliberately going easy on them and sending a group of small fries to fight? These words were like a sharp sword, stabbing Qin Haoran's heart, making his face look slightly ferocious. Damn you. It's only the third round. As long as we win 4 matches in a row, you will still be a lowly servant in the stable like a dog. Alliance Master Qin did not care about shaving his head. As long as he won the following matches, as long as he won, he could also trample on Xianxia's self-esteem. Hu Jing, go. Yes. A personal disciple called Hu Jing walked out. He was a personal disciple with an upper-grade spiritual root, and his strength was at the peak of martial disciple. Qin Haoran did not send a 9th-grade martial disciple with a middle-grade spiritual root because he wanted to win this match to raise the morale. Xianxia thought for a while and said, Zuiji, go. Phew. Xiao Ziji clenched his fists, and his exposed muscles suddenly strengthened and became solid. Then, he stepped toward the center of the training field. Wang Donglin frowned and said, this kid's physical strength is probably much stronger than the top 3 disciples. Looking at Xiao Ziji, Ai Shang slapped his forehead and suddenly realized, no wonder this kid could win the grand competition. It must be because he took the body-shaping pill. Vast Qi Sect, Hu Jing. Iron Bone, Xiao Ziji. After the 2 of them reported their names, the battle began. The disciple called Hu Jing used all his spiritual power and immediately used his fist art. Not only did it stir up wind and waves, but there was also a hissing sound. Vast Qi Sect's unique martial skill, middle-grade high-grade wind thunder fist. A middle-grade martial skill. When used by a peak martial disciple, the strength can easily break through to 20,000 kilograms. If that Iron Bone disciple is hit, the result will be, bang. 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 Before he could finish his words, a storm of fists had already come crashing down on him. However, Xiao Ziji did not move. He opened his hands and blocked all the fists from different angles. That was called elegant. All the big shots were a little dizzy. Hu Jing, a peak martial disciple, used a middle-grade high-grade martial skill. His strength was definitely 20,000 kilograms. Even if you blocked it, you should at least take a few steps back. Take a step back, however, he was a disciple of the vast Qi Sect. This was because Xiao Zuiji had swung his arm at his opponent when he was about to make a move, and had sent him stumbling back a few steps. This hit was very powerful. It was definitely more than 18,000 kilograms. Swoosh! Xiao Ziji stepped forward and poured his spiritual power into his tempered right arm. Then, he swung it again. Hu Jing, who had just stabilized his body, hurriedly raised his arms to block. However, with a loud bang, he was directly hit back again. Everyone was dumbfounded. How strong was this kid's body? He could directly hit a peak martial disciple until he was in such a sorry state. Unbelievable! Wang Donglin exclaimed. He had never seen a martial disciple who could refine his body to such a terrifying level. Seeing that his disciple was almost unable to stand, Qin Haoran's eyes almost popped out. This battle was too crucial. If his disciple was beaten until he was dizzy and lost the battle, then the Xianxia Sect would lose. If they lost, then so be it. However, there was a reward. In front of so many people, as the leader of a sect, as the leader of the alliance, what should he do? Qin Haoran did not dare to think about it anymore. He also did not care about his status. As if he had lost his mind, he roared at Hu Jing, "Stand firm. Fight back, fight back." All the big shots were silent. They could completely understand why Leader Qin lost control of his emotions. After all, if this disciple lost again, he would have to clean the toilets of the Iron Bone sect. "I have sinned." Jun Changshao crossed his arms and said lightly, "Hit him with all your strength." Xiao Ziji received the order and poured all his spiritual power into his arms. He suddenly swung it and hit Hu Jing, who had just stabilized himself. That power and that strength could only be described as fierce. Boom. 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 Under the violent bombardment of Xiao Ziji's iron pillar-like arms, Hu Jing was like a boxer who was at a disadvantage in a boxing ring. He could only bend his waist and use his arms to protect his head as much as possible. There was a guardrail in the boxing ring that could prevent people from falling back. There was no guardrail in the martial arts ring, so Hu Jing was beaten until he was dizzy and moved back step by step. Qin Haoran roared angrily, "Dodge, fight back." Hu Jing was beaten until he felt dizzy and his ears gradually lost their hearing. The sect leader's almost crazy roar weakened until it completely disappeared. Plop. In the end, he covered his head and fell to the ground. The blue sky seemed to be spinning infinitely, and his soul seemed to float out of his body. Pooh. Looking at his disciple outside the martial arts ring, Qin Haoran covered his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely ferocious. When Hu Jing was knocked to the ground outside the training field and Qin Haoran vomited blood, the whole world fell silent. The martial artists who were watching the show looked dazed, unable to regain their senses for a long time. The elders of the 100 Clan Alliance looked at Qin Haoran with sorrowful eyes. For out of the 7 battles had been carried out, and Xianxia sect had lost all 4. Even if they won 3 consecutive battles, it would be meaningless. Alliance Master Qin would also go to Iron Bone to clean the latrines. "That's the Grand Xianxia sect leader. That's our alliance leader." They couldn't accept it, they couldn't accept it. The elders of the various sects had gathered at Xianxia sect in advance just to see Jun Changshao make a fool of himself and how Iron Bone disciples would be abused. And the result? The plot was the opposite of what they had imagined. Qin Haoran made a fool of himself, and the Xianxia sect disciples were the ones being abused. The martial artists who were watching the show regained their senses and chose to remain silent. Even those who thought highly of Jun Changshao wouldn't have thought that Iron Bone disciples would win 4 consecutive battles and obtain a clean victory. An 8th-rate sect had smashed the arena of a 6th-rate sect. As a witness, they could believe it, but would the martial artists who didn't witness it believe it? It wasn't hard to imagine that when this news spread in Azure Sun County, the first reaction of those who didn't personally witness the battle would be that it was nonsense, and the second reaction would be that it was bullshit. Wang Donglin fell into deep thought. The strength displayed by the 4 disciples of the Iron Bone sect shocked him greatly. He even began to think about how strong these kids could be when they went to Sacred Spring Mountain to fulfill their promise of a year ago. Inexplicably, this elder of Blue Mountain sect was looking forward to it. "Alliance Master Qin, my disciples won 4 battles. You have to fulfill your promise and come clean Iron Bone's latrines." Jun Changshao smiled innocently and said, "Don't worry, my latrines don't stink." Everyone's mouth twitched. "What the hell, your latrines don't stink?" Alliance Master Qin covered his chest with one hand while the other trembled violently. His breathing became rapid. He couldn't accept losing, and he couldn't accept cleaning Iron Bone's latrines. "Who's that?" Jun Changshao pointed at the martial artists who had been watching the show and said, "Repeat what you said just now for Alliance Chief Qin to hear." The martial artist who was pointed at hurriedly withdrew his head and body into the crowd. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "If you don't want to say it, then let me repeat it." He looked at Alliance Master Qin and said in a clear voice, "Whoever refuses to admit defeat is the scum of the Jianghu. Everyone will despise him and kill him." Pooh. Hearing this, Qin Haoran spat out another mouthful of blood. What did a big shot in the Jianghu care about the most? That's right, it was fame. The Xianxia sect had lost today's battle. If they didn't fulfill the agreement, it would be tantamount to losing their reputation. Qin Haoran slowly raised his head and looked at Jun Changshao with bloodshot eyes. He didn't hide his anger and killing intent as he said, "Sect Master Jun, don't go too far. Aya, you scared me to death. Jun Changxiao pretended to be afraid as he crossed his arms and said, Alliance Chief Qin, are you going to act shamelessly and kill me to silence me? Wang Donglin smiled and said, Alliance Chief Qin is the leader of a sect and the Alliance Chief of the 100 Sect Alliance. How could he act shamelessly? Sect Master Jun is overthinking. This was definitely a godly attack. It made Qin Haoran's body sway as if he couldn't stand properly and would fall to the ground. Sect Master Jun, one of the big shots, couldn't help but say coldly, we're all people of the Jianghu. We'll see each other often. There's no need to go too far. No need? Go too far? Haha. Ahaha. Ahahaha. Jun Changxiao laughed loudly. His laughter was like a devil's and sent chills down everyone's spine. Jie. Suddenly, he stopped laughing and tilted his head, saying coldly, Old man, let me ask you. If I, Iron Bone, lost, would you stand out and say this? You wouldn't. He wouldn't either. All of you wouldn't. Because in your eyes, I, Iron Bone, was born to be humiliated. I was born to be a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. As his voice grew louder, Jun Changxiao's face became ferocious. A bunch of hypocrites who only talk about righteousness and morality. What right do you have to say that I'm going too far? What right do you have to call yourself righteous? Xiao Ziji. Jun Changxiao pointed at the main hall, the veins on his forehead popping out. He shouted angrily, break the signboard for me. Xiao Ziji, who had just retreated, took out his Type 88 sniper rifle and aimed it at the main hall. Even if this shot could cause a huge mess, he didn't hesitate to pull the trigger. The disciple will follow the sect master's orders. Peng, a ray of light shot out. Under the gaze of more than 1,000 disciples and all the big shots, the signboard with the words Noble Spirit Sect was shattered into pieces. 29. Suitable for traveling and dismantling. Avoid opening markets and meeting friends and family. Seeing the signboard that represented the sect's dignity being shattered, Qin Haoran's anger and killing intent could no longer be suppressed. Wuzong-level cultivation completely erupted as he rushed towards Xiao Ziji. 1 step, 2 steps, he stopped. Xiao Ziji's Type 88 sniper rifle's muzzle moved over and locked onto his head. He said lightly, if Alliance Master Qin thinks it's faster than my god-powered gun, why don't you give it a try? Proudly holding a gun, he threatened the Noble Spirit Sect's Sect Master and the 100 Races Alliance's Alliance Master. This scene could only be described with one word, awesome. Clang clang clang. The Sect Master was targeted by a hidden weapon. Thousands of Noble Spirit Sect's disciples all pulled out their weapons. Clang clang clang. Lu Qianxian, Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, Tian Qi, and Li Fei all pulled out their weapons to protect the Sect Master. Their eyes flashed coldly. Zhou Hong didn't pull out his sword, but the breeze blew away his messy hair, revealing a pair of eyes that were as sharp as a sword. The ancient sword wrapped in black cloth trembled slightly, as if it was ready to be unsheathed at any time. Yi Xingchen was silent for a moment. He walked in front of Jun Changxiao and filled in the last gap. Forget it, forget it. He still needed to rely on his resources. He should just treat himself as an Iron Bone disciple. At this point, 8 disciples surrounded the sect master, occupying 8 positions. As long as the Noble Spirit Sect's disciples dared to come forward, they would dare to fight back. On the Spirit Spring Mountain, facing the Holy Spring Sect, they were not afraid. In the Noble Spirit Sect, facing thousands of disciples, they couldn't be afraid. Daring to confront thousands of disciples in the territory of a sixth-rate sect, all the martial artists could only admire them. Qin Haoran gritted his teeth and said, Jun Changxiao, you destroyed my Noble Spirit Sect's signboard and trampled on my Noble Spirit Sect's dignity. This is an irreconcilable hatred. Jun Changxiao said indifferently, isn't it ridiculous for a guy who cleans the latrines to talk about dignity? This sentence seemed to tear Qin Haoran's heart apart, causing his face to twist in pain. He clenched his fists, and his killing intent had never been so strong before. However, he didn't make a move, not because he was afraid of the 88 sniper rifle, but because Wang Donglin came from behind and said, Sect Master Jun, breaking their signboard is a bit excessive. Jun Chang said with a smile, Senior Wang, you saw it just now. Alliance Master Qin has no intention of fulfilling his promise. I can only destroy the sign that represents awe-inspiring righteousness to avoid tarnishing the word awe-inspiring. In this old man's opinion, Wang Donglin acted as a mediator and said, since Sect Master Jun broke the signboard, let's cancel the bet. This, Jun Changxiao held his chin and said, I will listen to Senior Wang, but I'm afraid Alliance Master Qin won't agree. Wang Donglin said, using a signboard to cancel the bet and exempt him from cleaning the latrines for a year, how could he not agree? Right? He looked at Qin Haoren and said, Alliance Master Qin? First, he attacked with crazy words, then he smashed Haoqi Sect's plaque. Did Jun Changxiao go too far? To be honest, he went too far. But it wasn't about going too far, it was about whether he should do it or not. On Spirit Spring Mountain, Qin Haoren fanned the flames in front of the 3 elders of Sacred Spring Sect, trying to push himself down the abyss. In Haoqi Sect, Qin Haoren added stakes in front of everyone, trying to trample on his dignity. No matter what extreme things Jun Changxiao did, he would think that he deserved it, because if the Iron Bone faction lost, this Alliance Master Qin and those jackals of the same lair, no one would stand out and say that they were going too far, or that they shouldn't be too ruthless. In Falling Star Continent, as long as your fist is hard enough, others will reason with you calmly. And you can reason with them without them. In fact, Jun Changxiao had absolute confidence in letting Xiao Ziji smash Haoqi Sect's plaque. It wasn't just a simple death. At worst, he would use the plaque in exchange for not cleaning Iron Bone's latrines. Wang Donglin saw his intention, so he cooperated and stood up to be a peacemaker. Qin Haoren, who had the intention to kill, forced himself to calm down. He gritted his teeth and said unwillingly, cancel the stakes. He agreed, he gave in, as long as the stakes were cancelled, he didn't have to fulfill his promise, and he wouldn't lose his reputation. In this way, Jun Changxiao seemed to be angry when he let Xiao Ziji smash the plaque, but it gave Qin Haoren an excuse not to clean Iron Bone's latrines. Some people would say that the plaque representing dignity was smashed, so why care about it? Wouldn't it be better to just kill Jun Changxiao and scatter flowers? Kill, Wang Donglin and Ai Xianxia had to agree. One represented Sanshan Sect, the other represented Ai Clan. Qin Haoren knew that it was impossible to kill Jun Changxiao. What's more, there were so many martial artists watching the show. They all saw that their sect was beaten 4-0, and they had already lost the challenge. If they killed that kid, what would the Jianghu people say about them? This was the trouble of self-proclaimed righteous sections. They had to take everything into consideration. If it was an evil sect, he wouldn't care so much. If you offend me, I'll kill you and your entire family. Of course. If it was really a heretical sect, Jun Changxiao would definitely find another way to deal with it. What kind of tricks? The unstoppable blade was unsealed, representing justice and killing all demons and monsters. Alliance Head Qin. Jun Changxiao smiled innocently and said, since the bet is invalid, what's the point of your disciples drawing their swords? Qin Haoren suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, withdraw your sword and retreat. The disciples of the Haoqi sect obeyed the order of the sect master. They sheathed their swords and returned to their original positions. They could only glare to express their anger. Clang! Clang! Li Qingyang and the others also withdrew their swords and retreated behind the sect leader. The tense atmosphere suddenly weakened a lot, and the martial artists who were watching the fun were full of admiration for the Iron Bone Sect's sect leader. He had smashed the Haoqi Sect's signboard and was still safe and sound. He was really amazing. Alliance Head Qin. Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and said, 4 wins out of 7. My Iron Bone Sect has won 4 rounds, so there's no need to continue the competition. I'll take my leave first. Yi Xingchen was dumbfounded. Leaving just like that? I haven't even appeared yet, Alliance Head Qin, who had gradually calmed down, said coldly, Sect Leader Jun, although my Haoqi Sect has lost, since there are 7 rounds, we must win all of them. Otherwise, it's against the rules of Jianghu 0-4. Unbearable, they had to win the next 3 rounds. That way, they wouldn't lose so much face in Jianghu. Well, Jun Changxiao said, Alliance Head Qin, I'm afraid that if we continue to fight, your Haoqi sect will lose 0-7. Why don't we just forget about it? It'll be easier to talk when we meet in the future. Everyone almost fell down. You even broke their sect's signboard. You'll be lucky if you don't draw your sword when you meet in the future. You still expect to sit down and chat, 07? Xianxia suppressed his anger and said with a cold face, you underestimate my Haoqi sect too much. Insist on fighting again? Insist on fighting again. Xianxia shrugged and said, since Alliance head Qin doesn't mind losing face, let's continue to fight. Right. He said with a smile, do you want to add some stakes? Xianxia said angrily, my Haoqi sect has already lost. How can we add stakes? The first 4 rounds won't count as a warm-up. The last 3 rounds will be decided by 2 wins. What do you think? Xianxia said. Wang Donglin and Ai Sheng were stunned. The victory was already in their hands, but they didn't count and decided to decide the winner again. What kind of show was sect leader Jun playing? The big shots of the alliance and the martial artists from all sides were also stunned. Was he crazy? Xianxia was also a little confused. But he quickly reacted. Afraid that guy would change his mind, he said, okay, the first 4 rounds won't count. The last 3 rounds will decide the winner. How about this? Xianxia said, let's not play with stakes like cleaning the stables or cleaning the latrines. Let's do something more practical. Whoever loses will pay 10 million taels. 10 million taels, everyone's eyes widened. This amount was definitely an astronomical figure for the 8th and 9th rate sects and small families. Even the 7th rate sects and big families would suffer a great loss. Xianxia said disdainfully, sect leader Jun, my Haoqi sect can take out 10 million taels. I'm afraid your iron bone doesn't have the financial resources, right? If I lose, I have to lend it out even if I have to. Xianxia said, isn't that right, Master AI? Ai Sheng was stunned and hurriedly said, if sect leader Jun needs help, my AI family is willing to lend you 10 million taels. The big shot's eyes widened again. What was the relationship between Iron Bone and the AI family that made Master AI willing to lend them money so easily? And 10 million taels at that, it had to be said that AI Sheng came to support Xianxia. He was definitely supporting Rigud. Okay. Xianxia said, the stakes are 10 million taels. Shua shua. The disciples of Haoqi sect spread out again and surrounded half of the arena. Xianxia said, Alliance Master Qin, please send someone to fight. Xianxia waved his hand. The second direct disciple who had reached the peak of martial disciple with a high-grade spirit root walked out. At this time, the strongest disciples of Haoqi sect were only left with him and another grade 1 martial master, so Xianxia had high hopes for them. Xianxia touched his chin and said, as long as we win 2 more rounds, we will eat chicken tonight. After a pause, he said, Qingyang, go on stage. Yes. Li Qingyang stepped out. My son. Just as he took 2 steps out, Master Li said solemnly, Father is watching, the ancestors of the Li family are watching. Who? Li Qingyang took a deep breath and said, Father, I will let you see that in the recruitment of 100 sect, the choice your son made is the best decision of his life. Looking at his son's firm and unyielding back, Master Li couldn't help but cry, and his voice trembled as he said, My son, Father has already seen it. Father is extremely proud of you as a disciple of the Iron Bone School. Ta. At this time, Li Qingyang had stopped in the center of the arena. With his back to his father, he said in a loud voice, Iron Bone, Li Qingyang. Vast Qi sect, Xianxia. The vast Qi sect disciple who walked to the center of the field announced his name. This person was second only to a first-grade martial master in the sect. His overall strength was also stronger than Hu Zhang's. Although he was strong, he was not much stronger. After all, they were both peak martial disciples. As long as they did not become martial masters, the difference between them was only about 2,000 to 3,000 pounds. Begin. The referee shouted. Xianxia rushed forward for the sake of the sect leader and the glory of the sect. His spiritual energy burst out. Not only did it gather around his body, but it also protected several important acupuncture points and poured into his palms. Swish swish swish. In an instant, he attacked with both palms. His spiritual energy whizzed out and formed palm prints accompanied by a whistling sound. This was the Tiger Roaring Dragon Palm. It was a unique palm technique in the vast Qi sect that had reached the upper middle class. This technique was divided into the Tiger Roaring Palm and the Dragon Roaring Palm. They could be used separately or together to form a tiger and dragon roar. Xianxia had been practicing this palm technique since he entered the sect. When combined with the spiritual energy of a peak martial disciple, once used, the air waves and air friction created a tiger and dragon roaring sound. Swish! Swish! The left palm print like a dragon and right tiger swept over like the roar of a dragon and a tiger. It attracted the praise of all the elders. They all agreed that this person's understanding of palm techniques had reached perfection. He deserved to be called a genius with an upper-grade spiritual root. How would the iron bone Liqingyang deal with this? Swish! While everyone was thinking, Liqingyang stepped forward and attacked with a rupturing fist. Obviously, he wanted to fight the Tiger Roaring Dragon Palm head-on. Bang! 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 Their fists and palms collided. The air was filled with energy waves, forming circles of ripples. In a few seconds, Liqingyang and Xianxia had exchanged more than 10 moves. From the situation, it seemed that they were evenly matched. That's right, this is a normal fight, the previous 4 fights were not fierce at all. We came all the way here to watch the show. Bang! 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 The two exchanged more than 10 moves and then tacitly separated, keeping a certain distance. Liqingyang's face was calm. Xianxia frowned and loosened his palms, trying to relieve the numbness from the collision. Vast Qi sect's disciples have suffered a loss. Wang Donglin said. Qin Haoran also noticed this, and his face became gloomy again. Is my vast Qi sect going to lose this competition again? Look, you've already lost your confidence, yet you still insist on licking your face and continuing to fight. You even agreed to bet 10 million taels. Is there something wrong with your brain? It didn't matter if he lost this round, his iron bone's strongest disciple, Liqingyang, had already entered the arena. The disciples sent out for the next 2 matches would definitely not be strong. As long as he won the next 2 matches, he would still be able to win. Shua! Shua! Liqingyang and Xianxia started fighting again. The two of them did not disappoint the onlookers. They were entangled in a fierce battle. This was normal. Previously, if he wasn't kicking, he would be smashing his chrysanthemum. It was as if he was hitting a sandbag. It was a one-sided battle. What fun was there to watch? Bang! 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 The sound of explosions and the roars of tigers and dragons resounded in the martial arts field. Liqingyang and Xianxia were fighting faster and more fiercely. Jun Changxiao held his hands together and murmured, Qingyang didn't choose to end the battle quickly. He probably wants to use this peak-level martial disciple as a sparring partner. Bang! At this moment, the sound of explosions could be heard. Liqingyang's fist, which contained more than 20,000 jin of strength, hit Xianxia's palm, causing him to stagger back a few steps. The vast Qi sect's disciple is at a disadvantage. Liqingyang is really strong to fight against Xianxia, who used the Tiger Roaring and Dragon Roaring Palm. On the spiritual spring mountain, defeating the inner disciple of the sacred spring sect was definitely not a fluke. Everyone praised Liqingyang. Why? Because his moves were open and aboveboard, and he fought very elegantly. Unlike the Iron Bone disciples in the previous 4 matches, they either kicked the temple or used dirty moves like chrysanthemum. Hearing everyone talking about his son, the head of the Li family proudly puffed out his chest, his face full of pride. Xianxia struggled to stabilize his body, his face slightly pale. His right palm was swollen with pain and numbness. It seemed that the attack was not light. Swoosh! Liqingyang stepped forward, condensed the rupturing fist, and attacked again. This time, he did not give Xianxia any chance to breathe. He attacked frequently, and finally, Xianxia could only block and retreat, and then, he was beaten out of the martial arts field. Iron Bone won another round, including the previous 4 matches that were cancelled. It was 5-0. Jun Changxiao was not surprised that Liqingyang won. Among the 7 inner disciples of the Iron Bone, Su Xiama and Li Fei were proficient in body movement and leg strength. Xiao Ziji refined his body to the extreme, and Lu Qianqian's spiritual power was boundless. Although Li Qingyang did not have any dazzling advantages, he did not have any obvious shortcomings either. He was an all-round and balanced development. What's more, among the inner disciples, his cultivation was currently the highest, having broken through to the 7th rank martial disciple. Hu Jing, a peak martial disciple, was knocked unconscious by Xiao Ziji. It would be strange if the second disciple could not defeat Xian Yongyang, who was also a peak martial disciple. Not to mention Jun Changxiao, even the spectators were not surprised by Li Qingyang's victory. His performance was too perfect, too impeccable. Su Xiaoma and the others won the first 4 matches. It felt like the plot had reversed, and Li Qingyang's victory was natural. Wang Donglin commented, "This disciple is not as outstanding as the previous disciples, but he is very stable." Aya. Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and said, "Alliance Master Qin, if my Iron Bone wins the next match, your Haoqi sect will have to take out 10 million taels." "Humph," Qin Haoran said coldly, "Sect leader Jun, if all your Iron Bone disciples sent out, can you compete with my next disciple?" "All the elites, are you looking down on me?" Yi Xingchen, who was behind him, pulled a long face and said in a low voice, "Sect leader, I will fight the next match." When he came to the Haoqi sect, he wanted to fight. He even planned to fight one by one. "Yes." Jun Changxiao said, "Go." "Kacha, kacha." Yi Xingchen clenched his fists and shook his head as if he was not afraid of breaking his neck. His eyes flashed coldly. Qin Haoran said indifferently, "Pei Jun, you go. Remember, you must win." "Yes." The personal disciple named Pei Jun walked out. His body was surrounded by vigorous spiritual power. Obviously, he was the strongest disciple of the Haoqi sect. Alliance Master Qin finally sent out a martial master level personal disciple. That Iron Bone disciple looks like a 5th or 6th rank martial disciple. He has no hope of winning. In my opinion, sect leader Jun's plan is to let the strong disciple take the lead, and then let the weak disciple be the cannon fodder. Cannon fodder? Yi Xingchen was furious. If this emperor still had the cultivation of his previous life, this group of lowly ants would be crushed in the palm of his hand. Their souls would scatter, and they would never be reincarnated, as expected of the Night Emperor. His way of thinking was too terrifying. Ta. Pei Jun walked to the center of the area first. He cupped his hands and said, "Haoqi sect." Pei Jun, Yi Xingchen said indifferently, "Don't talk nonsense. Let's start." Tisk tsk, this cannon fodder is quite arrogant. Doesn't he know that Pei Jun is the strongest personal disciple of the Haoqi sect? Using the weakest to defeat the strongest, even if he loses, it will be worth it. Every word of the crowd's discussion was clearly heard by Yi Xingchen. The anger in his body roared and filled his eyes. It was as if 2 balls of fire were rising. Pei Jun was secretly shocked. This guy's eyes are so scary. "You." Yi Xingchen turned to look at the referee and shouted angrily, "Hurry up and start. I can't wait anymore. This temper, start." The referee shouted. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Pei Jun rushed over. His hands reached behind him, and spiritual power gathered in his palms. He was about to shua. Yi Xingchen suddenly appeared on the left side and said coldly, "Kid, you're too slow." Bang! Not only did Pei Jun have a high-grade spiritual root, but he was also a martial master. For many martial disciples, this was like an insurmountable mountain because of the difference in cultivation level. If it had been Li Qingyang, Xiao Zuiji and the others, who were martial disciples, they would have been able to defeat Pei Jun. However, if they were to face Pei Jun, it would be extremely difficult for them to win. Martial masters were also known as the spirit manipulation stage. Martial artists at this stage were already very good at using and controlling spiritual power. And for a martial disciple to defeat a martial master, Jun Changxiao was probably the only one who could do it. Yes, he defeated the 5th grade martial master Li Luoqiu. However, he also relied on the strength-increasing talisman and did not have the support of this thing. In the end, he was captured and whipped. Was it really that hard for a martial disciple to defeat a martial master? For others, it was as hard as climbing the sky, but for Yi Xingchen, it was very easy. Bang! He took advantage of the moment when Pei Jun rushed over to his left side, condensed his spiritual power and punched his opponent's waist. Fast, accurate, and ruthless, Wang Donglin was shocked. This kid is so fast. How could he not be fast? This was something that the Knight the Arch had racked his brains to recall. In his previous life, he had once cultivated a movement technique called the Crossing Dragon Steps. Why did he think so hard? Because in his previous life, Xianxia practiced too many martial skills. After he became a martial emperor, he must have focused on the holy and divine level, so he naturally ignored the lower-level martial skills. Crossing Dragon Steps was not very good. But with Knight Emperor's current cultivation level, he could use it to practice again. As for the holy and divine level martial skills, he had to rely on spiritual power. With his current cultivation level, he could not use them at all. This showed us how powerful the Yi Jingjing and Ling Jian's divine technique were. Low-level martial artists could completely ignore the cultivation level and practice. Thump, thump, thump. Pei Jun, who was hit, took a few steps back. His waist was numb, which slightly hindered the use of spiritual power in his meridians. Xianxia hit the area close to the dantian. Although it was not as extreme as the Taiyang and Baihui acupoints, as long as it was injured, it would definitely affect the use of spiritual power. An expert was indeed an expert. As long as the opponent's cultivation level was not too high, with his previous life's martial arts experience coupled with a high-grade spiritual root, wouldn't it be easy for him to defeat a first-grade martial master? Earlier, when Xianxia had confidently declared that he would be able to deal with this matter himself, he wasn't joking around with his life. This emperor was once one of the 10 great martial emperors. As long as the cultivation of my spiritual roots increases, no one in this world can do anything to me. Trash. Xianxia arrogantly said, "Don't waste my time. Hurry up and attack." Domineering aura leaked out, Pei Jun's eyes flashed with anger. To be looked down upon by a martial disciple, what dignity did a martial master have left? Shua. He rushed over using his movement technique and immediately used the Roaring Tiger and Roaring Dragon Palm. In terms of strength and speed, it was obviously stronger than Xi and Yongyang's. When Lei Qingyang faced this move, he chose to use brute force to resist it. Xianxia's method was to use a mysterious movement technique to move between his palms. After his spiritual root was upgraded to a high-grade spiritual root, the coordination between his soul and body had increased. With his sharp eyes, as long as he caught the opponent's movement, he could predict and dodge. This. Wang Donglin's eyes widened. It was unbelievable that a martial disciple could dodge to such an extreme extent. Pei Jun, who used the Roaring Tiger and Roaring Dragon Palm, was shocked. No matter how frequently he changed his moves, no matter how tricky the angle was, the opponent could easily dodge. After dozens of moves, he couldn't even touch the corner of the opponent's clothes. A blow. A heavy blow. This disciple is really strong. Judging from his movement technique, he doesn't seem like a martial disciple. No wonder he came out so late. Iron Bone has an even better disciple. All the big shots were amazed. Gold would always shine. Xianxia, whose spiritual root and cultivation level had increased, used his strength to prove that he was worthy of the title of Knight Emperor in his previous life. This guy is really something. Xianxia was also very surprised. He let Xianxia be the second last to come out because he might have practiced a mental cultivation method above the divine grade. However, he didn't expect his movement technique and judgment to be so excellent. Swish swish. In the battle area, palm strikes were continuously performed. The roaring of the tiger and the roaring of the dragon continued. The more Pei Jun fought, the more exhausted he became. Because his opponent seemed to have seen through his every move and dodged perfectly. Kid. Xianxia dodged his attack and stood beside him. He said calmly, "Are you desperate?" Desperate. Bang! Knight Emperor gathered his spiritual energy again and punched the side of Pei Jun's waist. It was the same old position. Thump thump thump. Pei Jun took a few steps back. His face was twisted. Because of his injury, it was difficult for him to gather spiritual energy in his meridians. Qin Haoran was stunned. After a while, he lost his mind and roared again, "You can't lose this battle. You must win for me." At this moment, Xianxia appeared in front of Pei Jun. Bang! Bang! Exploding fist was performed. His strength exceeded 20,000 kilograms and hit the same position on his opponent's chest. Because the punch was too fast, Pei Jun didn't have time to retreat. He took more than 10 punches and staggered back. A mouthful of blood flowed from his throat. It's over. Many martial artists were guessing. However, Xianxia didn't stop there. He followed up with the crossing dragon and performed another exploding fist. Bang! 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 After another round of bombardment, Pei Jun finally fell to the ground. His face was extremely pale. Obviously, he had suffered serious internal injuries. Swish! Xianxia stepped on his face and tilted his head to look at Xianxia. With a cold gaze, he said, "Win? He's not qualified." What was arrogance? Stepping on the beloved disciple of the patriarch in front of him was arrogance. First, Xiao Ziji smashed the plaque. Then, Xianxia stepped on the face of the strongest disciple. Today, the dignity of vast spirit sect was completely lost. Xianxia clenched his fists. His eyes turned red. Obviously, he was extremely angry. The disciples of vast spirit sect were also glaring at him. Tsk Xianxia kicked the seriously injured Pei Jun out of the arena. He said disdainfully, "A bunch of trash." At this point, Iron Bone won again. The score was 6-0. Even if the first 4 matches didn't count, vast spirit sect still lost. Sigh. Jun Changxiao spread his hands and said, "Alliance Master Qin, I said before that there's no need to fight anymore. Now, not only did we lose 2 matches, but we also lost 10 million taels." Puff. Xianxia spat out blood again. This time Iron Bone came to fight. Not only did vast spirit sect lose, but they also lost their dignity. It was extremely tragic. When the martial artists expressed their sympathy, they also looked at Iron Bone in a new light. Wang Donglin walked forward and said, "Iron Bone won 2 of the last 3 matches. In my opinion, there's no need to fight anymore. Let's honor the bet and end it here." "No, no." Jun Changxiao said, "Since it's the rule of the martial world, Alliance Master Qin wants to finish all 7 matches." As he said that, he waved his hand and said, "Xianxia, come on." Lu Qianqian didn't say anything and walked out. Xianxia, who was furious, saw that the opponent was a woman. He said hatefully, "He-Ren, fight." "Yes." The one called He-Ren walked out. He had a middle-grade spiritual root, and his cultivation was only an 8th-grade martial disciple. It couldn't be helped. Vast Spirit Sect's 9th-grade martial disciple and upper-grade spiritual root disciple both fought, and they were all defeated. They sent a woman for the last match. Are they deliberately humiliating Vast Spirit Sect? Vast Spirit Sect is furious. If this girl's strength isn't good enough, she'll definitely be beaten up. Everyone was obviously overthinking. Because when the referee announced the start of the match, it was already over. The small fists formed by spiritual power ravaged like a storm. The personal disciple called He-Ren fell to the ground and vomited blood. Among the 7 matches, this match was the fastest. All the martial artists' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, complete victory. You've gained 200 contribution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, first glimpse. You've gained 300 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points, 610500. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, first glimpse. You've triggered the hidden reward, the right to purchase the aptitude modification liquid. It has been transferred to the purchased goods column. Ding! There are excess sect contribution points. The host must spend them within 24 hours. Otherwise, the excess contribution points will be automatically deducted. When Lu Qianqian won the last match in the shortest time, she triggered and completed 2 hidden missions. Beating Haoqi Sect 7-0, this is called a complete victory. The 7 disciples' performance shocked everyone present. This is called showing the sect's prowess for the first time. Jun Changxiao's lips curled up into a smile when he heard the beautiful system notification. Especially when he heard that the hidden reward of the second hidden mission was the aptitude modification liquid, he smiled even more happily. Opening the purchased item column, he clicked on the details. Sure enough, the new aptitude modification liquid is suitable for high-grade spirit roots. After taking it, it can be upgraded to supreme-grade spirit roots. What made Jun Changxiao collapse was that the price was 300 contribution points. Damn it. Is this a joke? The system said. High-grade and supreme-grade is a dividing line. It's normal for it to be more expensive. Suitable for mid-grade spirit roots, 50 points. Suitable for high-grade spirit roots, 300 points. More expensive my ass. Originally, Jun Changxiao planned to use the excess contribution points on the aptitude modification liquid, but after seeing the price, he quickly dispelled the idea. Too expensive. Can't afford it, not to mention that he is now a peak martial disciple. With the epic mission suppressing the realm, even if he bought it and used it to upgrade to supreme-grade spirit roots, his level wouldn't benefit. Good steel should be used on the blade. After breaking through to Martial Master, it won't be too late to upgrade the spirit roots, the system said with emotion. The host's brain circuit is really clear and not messy. Of course. Jun Changxiao didn't plan to buy the expensive one. He first bought 2 bottles of mid-grade aptitude modification liquid for Su Xiaoma, Tianqi, and the others. Ding. Host spent 100 contribution points, obtained aptitude modification liquid X2, has been transferred to the interspatial ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 510500. As an obsessive-compulsive patient, Jun Changxiao couldn't tolerate an extra 10 contribution points. Get rid of it. Xiao. He fiercely pulled down the store. Ding. Sect contribution points, 500500. N. This is neat, this is comfortable. Jun Changxiao didn't have time to look at the new items one by one. He just casually glanced and found that the first row of the first row was actually a weapon named God Modified, Green Dragon Crescent Blade. Green Dragon Crescent Blade, isn't this Guan Yu's weapon? Jun Changxiao hurriedly clicked on the detailed introduction. The content was, Item, God Modified Green Dragon Crescent Blade. Introduction, the weapon used by Wuxing's Guan Yu weighs 82 jin and has killed many generals. Strength, after divine modification, it is suitable for the world of martial arts. The blade is hard and powerful. Weakness, must have taken the body-shaping pill, otherwise, it will be difficult to use it freely. Moreover, its power depends on one's cultivation realm. Special effect, summon the soul of Wuxing. Duration, 30 minutes. Cooldown, 24 hours. Price, 200 contribution points. Level, unknown. Don't understand? Jun Changxiao frowned. What do you mean? The system said, the power of the Green Dragon Crescent Blade depends on the level of the user, so it is impossible to give an accurate rating. So this is what it means to be a growth-type weapon? You can interpret it that way. Jun Changxiao did not consider it and clicked on the purchase button. After opening the shop, there was only the beginner-grade cold-edge sword. This time, under his obsessive-compulsive disorder, there was a second one, and it was a weapon used by Guan Yu. He definitely couldn't miss it. What's more, it was a god-modified weapon with special effects. Ding. The host has spent 200 contribution points and obtained the god-modified Green Dragon Crescent Blade X1. It has been transferred to the space ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 300500, 610 contribution points, 310 of which were spent in one go. Jun Changxiao realized that he could do whatever he wanted with money. This was not the time to look at the Green Dragon Crescent Blade. He cupped his hands and smiled. Alliance Master Qin, the 7 matches are over. I am in a hurry to go home and eat chicken. Is it time to redeem the prize? Everyone's mouth twitched. 10 million taels, that was a huge sum. Even if the vast spirit sect took it out, they would have to cut their meat. Qin Heron's anger could no longer be described with words. If looks could kill, our great leader Jun would have died 10,000 times. Everyone. Jun Changxiao shrugged. It seems that Alliance Master Qin does not intend to redeem his promise. Is he still the leader of a sect? Is he still the Alliance Master? Jun Changxiao. Qin Haoran's eyes were about to split open. You and I have a match. With so many people watching, he was willing to accept his loss. However, he was also on the verge of going crazy. He needed to fight with Jun Changxiao to vent his anger and resentment. Ding. Side mission activated. A mission came. Jun Changxiao opened the data panel. Side mission, defeat the sect leader of the vast spirit sect, Qin Haoran 0 of 1, elite mission. Wang Donglin said, Alliance Master Qin, you are a Wuzong. Challenging a martial disciple is a bit of a bully. When he defeated Shen Tong in the life and death arena in Qingyang City, Alliance Master Qin was still a peak martial master. Later, he broke through before going to the Spirit Spring Mountain. Jun Changxiao peeked through his sunglasses and learned that he was a first-grade Wuzong. Not too strong, but acceptable. Humph. Qin Haoran said coldly. Elder Wang, sect leader Jun came to challenge my vast spirit sect. What is wrong with this Qin looking for him? There was nothing wrong with this. Wang Donglin was silent. Ai Shan lowered his voice and said, Sect leader Jun, you can refuse the challenge. Yes. City Lord Xia said, your Iron Bone sect defeated Vast Spirit Sect 7-0. It was a great victory. Even if you don't accept the challenge, no one will say anything. The two of them advised with good intentions. After all, Wuzong was too strong. It was impossible for a martial disciple to win against him. Sect leader. After Yi Xingchen returned to his seat, he said, quit while you are ahead. Even the arrogant and domineering Night Emperor said so. It was obvious that there was a huge gap between a martial disciple and a Wuzong. It was not something that could be decided by skills and experience alone. Sect leader Jun, why didn't you accept Alliance Master Qin's challenge? Are you brave enough to let your disciples fight but not brave enough to accept the challenge? Since they are here to exchange pointers, there must be a fight between sect leaders. If you don't have the confidence to defeat Alliance Master Qin, I think you should just admit defeat. At this time, the big shots of the Alliance started to make their presence known. It seemed that the face-slapping by the 7 disciples of Iron Bone wasn't enough to make them feel good. The defeat of Vast Spirit Sect 7-0 was indeed a slap to the big shots of the Alliance. But this time, they were willing to put their faces on the ground and let everyone step on them. They didn't think Jun Changxiao could defeat Wuzong's Qin Haoran. Kid, don't be a coward. Go and fight Alliance Master Qin. The big shots of all the sects were eager for Jun Changxiao to accept the challenge. They wanted to see how Jun Changxiao would be defeated by Alliance Master Qin. City Lord Xia knew what these people were thinking. He hurriedly advised, Sect leader Jun, don't be provoked. Reject the challenge and take back the prize. Returning to Iron Bone is the best plan. Jun Changxiao thought for a while and said, Alliance Master Qin, I can accept the challenge. I think we should use weapons to decide the winner. What do you think? City Lord Xia felt a little dizzy. If he accepted the challenge, then he would accept it. Why would he use weapons? Did he think he wouldn't lose enough? Use weapons? Qin Haoran was also stunned. He immediately sneered and said, Sect leader Jun, weapons have no eyes. I'm afraid Jun will hurt you. It's normal for martial artists to get injured and bleed in a fight, Jun Changxiao said. Okay. Qin Haoran said, let's use weapons to decide the winner. As he spoke, he was about to walk onto the training field. Jun Changxiao reached out to stop him and said with a smile, Alliance Master Qin, I'm afraid there will be an accident. Please hand over the prize for the disciples' exchange. Qin Haoran's face suddenly became very ugly. 10 million taels of blood, forget it, forget it. Just take it as spending this money to buy this kid's 2 hands. Outside the arena, everyone was staring at Qin Haoran because he was holding a thick stack of banknotes. Because there were so many banknotes, several disciples standing behind him had to help him carry them. 10 million taels, this was really a huge sum, Jun Changxiao said, Alliance Master Qin is really a man of his words. I admire you very much. But, can you let go of your hand? Qin Haoran handed over the money and didn't let go. He couldn't pull it away. Judging from the frequency of his facial muscles trembling, he must be heartbroken. Haoqi sect didn't have many businesses. They just relied on their status as the Alliance Master to earn some extra money. They worked hard to save some money. No one would be able to take out so much money at once. But, was money important or dignity important? With Qin Haoran's personality, dignity was definitely more important. After a fierce struggle in his heart, he still let go of his hand and gave Jun Changxiao the banknotes. After giving them, he suppressed the pain and turned to leave. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to resist snatching them again. He regretted it so much, if he could turn back time and return to the time before the disciples fought, even if he couldn't change the outcome, he wouldn't add any bullshit prizes. He was the one who suggested adding prizes. Jun Changxiao didn't even think about it. He dug a hole for himself and jumped into it happily. No one could pull him back. Under the gaze of countless people, Jun Changxiao counted the banknotes while dipping his finger in his saliva. After confirming that it was 10 million taels, he smiled and put it into his spatial ring. He earned contribution points and made money again. This trip to Haoqi Sect, he could honestly say that it was worth it. Li Qingyang behind him began to think. Now that the sect master had money, he would definitely want to reform the sect. He should go back and draft a plan in advance. Look, he didn't need sect master Jun's arrangement at all. He took the initiative to integrate into the role of internal affairs. Just this awareness alone was worthy of praise. Qin Haoran returned to the opposite side with his heart bleeding. He released the anger in his body again and said angrily, "Sect Master Jun, can we fight now?" The disciple lost. He lost his dignity and lost 10 million taels. If he could keep smiling, he would be a monster. Yes. Jun Changxiao replied. Just as he was about to step out, City Lord Xia advised, "Sect Master Jun, please reconsider." Yeah. Ai Sheng squinted and said solemnly, "Alliance Master Qin is in a fit of anger right now. If you guys still fight with weapons, something bad will definitely happen." Jun Changxiao said, "Jun is very grateful that the two of you are so concerned about Jun. But please rest assured that since I have accepted the challenge, I am confident." What confidence did a martial disciple have in fighting Wuzong? Furthermore, it was a competition of weapons. As the leader of a sect, even if Qin Haoran's grade was not too high, he would definitely have a middle-grade weapon. His cultivation base was too low. Weapons were no good. City Lord Xia and family head Ai couldn't see where the so-called confidence came from. "Sect Master Jun, are you scared? It's not too late to regret now. Alliance head Qin has already honored the bet. It would be a joke if he regrets it." The Alliance's big shots mocked and ridiculed. Sect leader Jun ignored them and walked out, standing in the middle of the martial arts practice field. Judging from his aura, Sect Master Jun is at most a peak martial disciple. He dares to fight Wuzong's Alliance head Qin. What a brave man. Alliance head Qin lost so miserably. He will definitely start a sect master battle. Since he came to Haoqi Sect, he must be prepared. Swords have no eyes. I'm afraid there will be blood. The martial artists who were watching the show discussed. They guessed that Haoqi Sect had lost face and money this time. If Qin Haoran lost his mind, he might kill Jun Changxiao. They underestimated Alliance head Qin too much. Although he was incomparably angry, with Blue Mountain Sect and Ai family supporting him, he wouldn't kill him. At most, he would cut off his hands. Even if they could be reattached, it would definitely affect his martial arts. Killing was the worst thing to do. The best thing to do was to make that kid unable to make any progress in martial arts. Ta. Qin Haoran also walked over. He opened his palms and the space rippled slightly. A pair of iron maces appeared out of thin air. They were light golden color and the word fan was engraved under the handle. Master Fan made weapons. Everyone exclaimed. A weapon made by a top master blacksmith in Falling Star Continent would definitely attract a lot of attention. Master Fan mainly made swords and sabers. He has only made maces once in his life. Could it be? A martial artist exclaimed, "These are the upper-grade early-stage soul-reaping maces." Everyone's eyes were suddenly filled with passion and envy. To have a middle-grade weapon made by Master Fan was worth bragging about for a lifetime. Alliance head Qin had an upper-grade weapon, and it was a maces that he had only made once in his life. Wang Donglin said, "This is a blunt weapon made by Master Fan from 1,000 years old heavy iron." After pouring spiritual power into it, it will vibrate. If you take it head-on, the weapon will shatter if light, and the mind will be damaged if heavy. That's why it's called the soul-reaping maces. He seemed to be talking to himself, but in fact, he was talking to Jin Changxiao so that he could understand the weapon well enough to adjust his tactics in time. Adjust my ass, the other party has taken out upper-grade weapons. Sect Master Jun will definitely lose. Maybe his soul will be damaged by the vibrations, City Lord Xia and AI family thought to themselves. Jun Changxiao thought to himself, these soul-reaping maces are much stronger than Wei Yinu's defective golden dragon saber. Sect Master Jun Qinhaoren said indifferently, please take out your weapon. Whoosh! Jun Changxiao took a deep breath and raised his right hand, gently opening his 5 fingers. Buzz! The space became slightly blurry, and a long weapon gradually appeared. It was only when Qinhaoren's 5 fingers grasped the handle that it became clear. It was a huge saber that was 2 meters long. The blade took up a quarter of the saber, and the rest was the handle. The saber was dark green, and there was a dragon beast opening at the handle that connected to the blade. On both sides of the blade, there was a lifelike azure dragon. Under the sunlight, the blade flashed with a sharp light, revealing a majestic aura. This was the weapon used by Wu Xing's Guan Yuncheng, Green Dragon Crescent Blade. Good saber. Wang Donglin praised. When City Lord Xia and AI family lord saw the Green Dragon Crescent Blade, they understood what Sect Master Jun meant. This saber must be extraordinary. The word Guan is carved on the handle. I don't think there are any blacksmiths with the surname Guan in the Falling Star continent, right? Judging from the aura of the weapon, it doesn't seem to be any weaker than Alliance Master Qin's soul-snatching double maces. Everyone discussed in low voices. They were sincerely envious of the sect master of an 8th-rate sect for having such a powerful weapon. When the Green Dragon Crescent Blade appeared, Jun Changxiao grasped the cold handle of the blade, and a feeling of longing for his loved ones surged into his heart. Although he wasn't born in the era of the 3 kingdoms and had never met the righteous Guan Yuncheng, he was still a Huaxia citizen. Today, he was using his weapon in another world. He was proud. Come on. As if disturbed by the loyalty and righteousness in the weapon, Jun Changxiao said with a majestic aura, let's fight for 300 rounds. Swoosh! He swung his right arm and tried to lift the saber. Because of the inertia, his body leaned forward a lot, but the Green Dragon Crescent Blade didn't move at all. It was as heavy as Mount Tai, strange. Did he use too little strength? He didn't lift it. Jun Changxiao tried a few more times, but his body followed. The saber seemed to be stuck in the ground, and he couldn't lift it no matter how hard he tried. Wang Donglin, Ai Shang, Iron Bone Sect Master, Ka, crows flew across the sky, and the atmosphere became extremely awkward. He couldn't even lift his own weapon in front of so many people. What a disgrace, Jun Changxiao roared in his heart, what's going on? The system poured cold water on him. Although the Green Dragon Crescent Blade doesn't have a level, there should be a strength requirement. The host can't meet it, so it can't be used. F***ck. Whoosh, at this moment, Qinhaoren attacked with the 2 truncheons in his hands. Spiritual energy poured into the truncheons, and Jun Changxiao's eyes widened. F***ck, boom, boom, a heavy sound came from the training field. The dust on the ground was blown up by the airwaves. Visibility was blocked. How terrifying. As expected of the weapon made by Master Fan. Alliance Master Qin's attack was powerful. If it was Wuzong at the same level, he wouldn't have been able to take it without strong defensive equipment. Sect Master Jun will be in trouble if he can't dodge it. Although visibility was blocked by the dust, the spectators saw that Jun Changxiao was still trying to lift the saber when Alliance Master Qin attacked. Was he joking with his life if he couldn't lift the saber he summoned? Soon. The dust dispersed. Everything was visible. Jun Changxiao was still standing on the spot. His face was ferocious, but he had lifted the saber and blocked Qinhaoren's soul-stealing twin truncheons. Wang Donglin frowned. The truncheons have the power of vibration. Sect Master Jun's mind must be affected. Xie Guangquan and Ai Xianxia were worried. If Sect Master Jun's mind was affected, his combat ability would be affected. It was already hard for him to win. Now, it was one disaster after another. Humph. The leader of the Long Blade faction sneered. That kid's saber is good, but it can't be compared to Alliance Master Qin's soul-stealing twin truncheons. Judging from his ferocious expression, his mind must have been affected by the collision. His arms must be numb now. The leader of the alliance was right. Jun Changxia's arms were numb, but it wasn't because of the collision. It was because the saber was too heavy. My Lord Guan Yu, isn't your weapon 82 pounds heavy? Why does it feel like Monkey King C-stabilizing divine needle in my hand? The system said. After being modified, the green dragon crescent blade is no longer a normal weapon. Fine, Jun Changxiao gritted his teeth and took a few steps back. He kept a distance from Qin Haoran and then gasped for breath. Although the green dragon crescent blade was heavy, it was offset by the soul-stealing twin truncheons. In other words, Jun Changxia's ferocious expression after receiving the truncheons wasn't because his mind was injured. It was because he was too tired to lift the saber. Then, why was he able to lift the saber all of a sudden? Because when he said F***ck, he crushed the strength-increasing talisman, and his strength instantly increased by 5 times. As a peak martial disciple, he had 5 times the strength and could barely wield the green dragon crescent blade. It was obvious that the weapon was really heavy. It was because of its weight that it had such a majestic aura, and it was only then that it could counteract the power of the soul-seizing twin truncheons. If it was the primary grade cold-edged sword, not to mention whether it would break, the person would definitely be shaken to the point that his mouth would be crooked and his eyes would slanted. Sect Master Jun is very tired. It seems that the saber is quite heavy. You need to be able to wield the saber freely. It's so difficult for him to lift it up. It's useless to summon it. While the crowd was discussing, Qin Haoran did not show any mercy and attacked again with the soul-snatching truncheons. This time, he poured his spiritual energy into the truncheons and weighed them down. Instantly, 2 golden streaks of light were drawn. 10,000 golden radiance. Whoosh, the soul-seizing twin maces came crashing down. With the infusion of spiritual energy, the golden light that was dragged out was dazzling, making all the spectators hold their breaths. He even used his martial techniques. Alliance Master Qin was serious this time. Wang Dongling's expression turned solemn as he thought to himself, combining spiritual energy with weapons and martial arts, his strength will reach at least 200,000 jin, 200,000 jin. For martial disciples who only had a strength of 10,000 to 20,000, it was completely unimaginable. Whoosh! The truncheon slammed down with the golden light. The pressure of the force once again rolled up a fierce wind, blowing a few strands of Jun Changxiao's black hair into a mess. Damn it, I'll fight you to the death. Sect Master Jun held the saber with both hands and poured his spiritual energy into the saber. Blue veins popped out of his muscles as he angrily shouted, "Oath of the Peach Garden!" Hua, the green dragon crescent blade was swung up. Although the speed was slightly slow, it still dragged out a crescent-shaped cyan blade shadow. Boom! The sound of metal colliding with stone was heard. Thump! Thump! Qin Haoran held the truncheons and retreated quickly. The web between his thumb and index finger was numb from the shock. A crack appeared where the cyan blade had struck the weapon. How is this possible? My weapon is a high-grade weapon made by Master Fan. Moreover, it's a blunt weapon. Its hardness is much stronger than a sword. How could it be cut open with one strike? All the martial artists were dumbfounded. Shua! At this moment, Jun Changxiao rushed over with ghost leap steps. Blue veins bulged on his neck and forehead as he shouted, "Warm wine slaying Hua Xiong!" Whoosh! The green dragon crescent blade slammed down again, relying on ghost leap step speed and inertia. The speed of the blade was much faster than before. Boom! The sound of metal colliding with stone was heard. Qin Haoran used his weapon to block the attack. His body was once again pushed back by the shock, and a blade mark appeared on the other truncheon. Man in Chao camp, heart in Han camp. Boom! Riding 1,000 miles alone. Boom! Facing the enemy alone. Boom! Everyone was stunned. They had never heard of such a strange saber move before. This was not a saber move. It was the various deeds of Guan Yu in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. After slashing 3 times in a row, Jun Changxiao dragged Ghost Shadow and circled to the left side of Qin Haoran, who was constantly retreating. He rose into the air and slashed down with his saber. Loyal and righteous, Guan Yuncheng. Boom. Crack. Crack. After taking the fifth slash, Qin Haoran's truncheons were directly cut in half. Hiss. Seeing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. A high-grade weapon made by Master Fan. With the support of a Wuzong's spiritual energy, it was cut in half like chopsticks in just 5 slashes. This was simply terrifying. Schwa, although the truncheons were broken, the green dragon crescent blade's power did not diminish and slashed down. Not good. Qin Haoran turned pale with fright. He could not care less about his weapon and demeanor. He hurriedly used his movement technique to escape. Although his movements were fast, he still could not escape the blade aura that came first. With a poochie sound, a deep cut appeared on his back, and blood gushed out. The burst of majestic momentum caused Qin Haoran to rush forward violently. In the end, he was forced out of the training field and fell to the ground with his face on the ground. This was because he ran fast. Otherwise, if he was hit by the green dragon crescent blade head-on, his body would definitely be cut in half. Clank. The 2 broken truncheons fell to the ground. Schwa. Jun Changxiao held the green dragon crescent blade in front of him, and the ground caved in from the impact. With his other hand, he stroked the 5 locks of long beard that pretended to exist under his chin and said arrogantly, "Thank you for letting me win." The entire training field was silent. Not only was Alliance Master Qin defeated, but his weapon was also broken and his back was cut. This was simply too frightening. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the side mission. You have received 200 Sect contribution points. Ding. Sect contribution points, 500500. Schwa. Jun Changxiao kept the green dragon crescent blade in his interspatial ring and said with cupped fists, "Alliance Master Qin, today I came to your sect to spar and discuss the Tao. Jun benefited a lot. I won't disturb you any longer." His disciples won, and he won too. Prestige, banknotes, and contribution points were all there. There was no point in staying here, so he left with his disciples in a carefree manner. Xie Guangquan, Ai Xiangyao, and the others followed. They were worried that Haoqi sect wouldn't be able to swallow their anger and would block the door to prevent them from leaving. Watching Jun Changxiao leave with his disciples, the expressions of the Alliance's big shots and martial artists froze. They felt as if they were in a dream. Haoqi sect had lost today. They had lost completely, they didn't even need to think about it. When the news spread in Azure Sun County, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. At that time, Iron Bone's name would definitely resound throughout the 8 cities. Sigh. The Alliance's big shots sighed in frustration. Qin Haoran, who had sealed his wounds with spiritual energy to stop the blood from flowing, clenched his fists tightly and roared unwillingly, "Jun Changxiao, my Haoqi sect and your Iron Bone are irreconcilable." The 7 disciples were all defeated, the plaque in the main hall was broken, and they had to pay 10 million taels. The sect leader's weapon was broken, and he was also injured. All of the above was enough to show that the Grand Spirit sect was completely defeated today. Not only did they lose people and money, but they also lost the dignity of a 6th-rate sect. Jun Changxiao. My Grand Spirit sect and your Iron Bone sect are irreconcilable. Qin Haoran endured the pain caused by the injury on his back. His eyes were bloodshot. He lost in the competition and lost face. However, all the martial artists were still watching. He had to say something ruthless because this was the rule of Jianghu. If there weren't so many people here, Alliance leader Qin might have been lying on the ground with his head on his arm, crying like a child. Damn it. It hurt his pride too much. He couldn't accept it, there was nothing he could do. It was Jun Changxiao who came to cause trouble, not him. He couldn't avoid it. He could only say that he brought this upon himself. The Spirit Spring sect hired bandits and assassins. They were in the wrong and were killed by Jun Changxiao. Wouldn't it be better if he pretended not to know? He had to kneel and lick the Holy Spring sect's boots, and bring the Alliance members to the Star Moon Pavilion for a trial. There was nothing wrong with Qin Haoran kneeling and licking a 5th-rate sect, but he had to fan the flames in front of the 3 elders of the Holy Spring sect. Jun Changxiao had to deal with this kind of person. If he didn't do anything, it would only make things worse. Sect leader Jun didn't play any tricks. He just brought his disciples to challenge you and defeated you in front of everyone. He stepped on your dignity. Who could find fault with that, old Tai? There was nothing wrong with that, at the foot of the Grand Spirit Sect. Jun Xianxia, who had just walked down, felt his body go soft. He swayed and collapsed. Xiao Ziji was quick to react. He hurriedly supported him and asked worriedly, "Sect leader, are you okay?" I'm fine." Jun Xianxia's face was pale. He said weakly, "Let's go back to the sect." Wang Donglin, who was following behind, said, "Sect leader Jun's saber should not be low. High grade." He used it forcefully with a martial disciple cultivation, but his body didn't collapse. "It's really lucky." Jun Xianxia fell silent. Although he was able to lift the green dragon crescent blade with the enhancement of the strength enhancement rune, the 5 consecutive slashes had drained all the spiritual energy and physical strength inside the cyclone. He was completely exhausted. Walking down from the Grand Qi sect, he was also stubbornly holding on. Who? Jun Xianxiao took a deep breath and thought to himself, "Fortunately, I managed to force Qin Haoran out of the training field. Otherwise, I would be the one in trouble." Relying on the green dragon crescent blade bought with 200 contribution points, coupled with the strength-increasing talisman, he barely managed to defeat rank 1 Wuzong. It could be seen that it was too difficult to defeat rank 1 Wuzong with a gap of 2 ranks. It was more than difficult. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. At that time, if Qin Haoran didn't care about his weapon being chipped by the saber and took the initiative to attack, Jun Xianxiao would definitely be in a tragic situation. Because the saber was too heavy, it would have a great impact. In short, sect leader Jun had won this battle by a fluke. After returning to the sect, I must let the disciples increase their cultivation as soon as possible and then do the epic missions to increase their own ranks. Jun Xianxiao thought to himself. The system said, according to the host's strength at that time, you would need at least 150,000 gene to barely be able to use it. 150,000 gene was barely enough, Jun Xianxiao said speechlessly. This godly modified green dragon crescent blade is really scary. Ding. The host has spent 20 contribution points and obtained elementary strength increasing talisman X1. It has been transferred into the space ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 480500. The green dragon crescent blade required enough strength. As long as the strength increasing talisman didn't have a cooldown, he would definitely buy it immediately in case of an emergency. The blade is really strong. I wonder how strong the special effects will be if the soul of Wuxing is activated. Jun Xianxiao thought to himself. The system said, the host is currently unable to use the green dragon crescent blade normally. Don't think about activating the special effects for now. That's true, that's true. If the special effects were too strong and he couldn't keep up, his body would explode. That would be too much of a joke. Sect Master Jun, when they reached the crossroads, Master AI cupped his hands and said, I'm going back to Huyang City. I'll take my leave here. Goodbye. Jun Xianxiao didn't have any strength and could only weakly say that. AI Shang glanced at Wang Donglin and left. On the way, he thought to himself, the Iron Bone disciple is so strong. He must have taken the body-shaping pill. When I go back, I must raise the starting price. He was sure that Li Qingyang and the others had taken the body-shaping pill to be able to fight above their level. Therefore, he was prepared to do something big. Xie Guangquan, Master Li, and the others went with Jun Xianxiao. Because they were quite far from Qingyang City and were walking on a small mountain path, they found a clean cave to rest after dark. Jun Xianxiao sat down cross-legged and activated body metamorphosis scripture to replenish his consumed spiritual energy. Xiao Ziji held the Type 88 sniper rifle and hid on a tree outside the cave. Occasionally, he would lean on the 8x scope and observe his surroundings. The 10 members of Drizzle Hall were scattered in the dark. Even if a mouse slipped past, they would be able to catch it. Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma guarded the cave entrance. Tian Qi and Li Fei surrounded the sect leader, providing absolute protection. Seeing that they were facing a great enemy, Xie Guangquan sat in front of the fire and laughed. Qin Haoran is a reputable person after all. He won't use despicable methods to ambush us. Jun Changxiao's spiritual energy and stamina had recovered quite a bit. He opened his eyes and said, Mayor Xia, it's better to be vigilant when we're outside. He wasn't worried about Qin Haoren. He was worried about the other big shots of the 100 Sect Alliance and the 2 groups of assassins. The news of him challenging the Grand Qi sect had spread throughout Qingyang County. Those who had ill intentions towards him must have received the news or had already made plans to assassinate him. Bang, suddenly, gunshots came from outside the cave. Mayor Xia, Master Li, and the others who were sitting in front of the fire were shocked by the loud explosion. Jun Changxiao said, let's go out and take a look. Yes. Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma left the cave. Mayor Xia hurriedly followed. Tian Qi and Li Fei approached the sect leader, worried that something unexpected would happen. Lu Qianxian leaned against the stone wall behind Jun Changxiao. Her hand was already on the sheath of her sword. Her eyes flashed with coldness. Zhou Hong stood up and hugged his sword. He walked out of the cave and stood at the entrance. The calmest person was still Yi Xingchen. He was lying in the haystack as if nothing had happened. The originally calm cave instantly became serious when the Type 88 sniper rifle rang out. This also caused Master Li and the others to become serious. Shua. Not long after, Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma returned. They threw a corpse on the ground and said, Sect leader, there's only one person. Search. Okay. Su Xiaoma searched the body and said, Sect leader, there's nothing on him. Nothing at all? Jun Changxiao rubbed his chin and said, could it be that he's in cahoots with the group of assassins outside Liang City? In the darkness of the forest, several men in black moved quickly and carefully gathered together. Big brother, old 3 has been killed. A man in black said with a hoarse voice. This iron bone is very cautious. We can't act rashly, otherwise we will definitely die under the god-powered firearms. The man in black called boss said in a low voice. So many brothers went to the iron bone, but none of them returned. They must have died under this kind of concealed weapon. Someone said angrily. Big brother, what do we do now? Retreat first and think of another plan. Yes. Rustle, rustle, rustle. 5 men in black left under the cover of the night and the complicated terrain. From their actions, these people were clearly trained assassins. However, the brothers would never have dreamed that no matter how they hid or how they retreated, they would still be targeted by the members of the Drizzle Hall in the dark. Your profession, sorry, compared to the gold medal assassins of the Drizzle Hall, they were still much weaker. When Xiao Ziji shot and killed one of the assassins, the people of Drizzle Hall caught him in advance and successfully followed the other 5 assassins. We are professional assassins. If we let you rookies escape under our noses, how can we face the sect master and hall master? The next day, Jun Changxia's spiritual energy and physical strength recovered quite well. He woke up early and stood outside the cave to breathe in the fresh air and do some stretching exercises. There is no pollution, there is spiritual energy. He sighed. Those who live here, even if they are ordinary people, have a lifespan of around 200 to 300 years. Humans in a high-level martial arts world would condense spiritual energy after opening their meridians, and their lifespan would increase. Sect Master Jun worked hard to complete the main mission because he didn't want to die young. After all, 100 years here was barely 30 years on Earth. Shua shua. Li Qingyang walked out of the forest and took out the mark left by the people of Drizzle Hall. Sect Master, they already have their eyes on them. Jun Changxiao said indifferently, I want to see how you guys can hide and seek. Return to the sect. Yes. After a night of rest, everyone continued on their way. When they reached a certain intersection in Qingyang City, City Lord Xia and the Li family had bid farewell and left. Jun Changxiao was very grateful that they came to support him. Before leaving, he generously gave each of them a body sculpting pill. It can increase the strength of the body? Could it be the body sculpting pill sold by the AI family head? My god, how close is Sect Master Jun and the AI family? That's why he got the pill that hasn't been auctioned yet. The family heads who were walking back to the city were shocked. Everyone. Xie Guangquan stopped and said in a low voice. Please don't forget that Sect Master Jun gave you the pill. The family heads were all experienced and understood what he meant. They hurriedly said, "City Lord, don't worry. Only you, I, and the heavens will know about this. Sect Master, Senior Brother, and the others are back." The quiet iron bone was instantly broken by Sima Zhongda's shout. When Jun Changxiao brought 8 people through the sect protecting array and entered the sect, the disciples stopped cultivating and surrounded them to ask about the battle. Beat them 7-0? Oh my god, this is too awesome. Mighty sect leader, mighty senior brother. On the martial arts practice field, the Iron Bone disciples cheered excitedly. Do. Jun Changxiao was in a good mood as he said, "Let's cook a few dozen dishes tonight and prepare some good wine to celebrate. Prestige, money, and contribution points." This trip to the Haoqi sect was a great harvest. How could he not drink to his heart's content with the disciples? Yes. Lu Wancher didn't even bother to cultivate. She brought Ma Yoning, and Blackie to the cafeteria to prepare the ingredients for the banquet tonight, in the study. Jun Changxiao had just sat down, and before he could even take a sip of tea, Li Luoqiu, who was wearing a sexy school uniform, walked in. She smiled and said, "Sect leader, you're really amazing." She had received news early in the morning that her disciples had won all 7 battles and that the sect leader had chopped Qin Haoren to the ground with a saber. At that time, Li Luoqiu's first reaction was a bit confused. Although she didn't want Jun Changxiao to go and cause trouble and end up in failure, a 6th-rate sect was not to be trifled with. Since he had gone, he should have lost at least 2 or 3 battles. In the end, it was a 7-0 victory. If she didn't have absolute trust in her subordinates, Hall Masterly would have suspected that the information was wrong. Jun Changxiao took a sip of tea and put down the cup. He crossed his legs and said, "My Iron Bone will eventually become the strongest sect. This is just a normal operation." His acting was natural and flawless. Li Luoqiu sat down and smiled. "It seems that I made a very wise choice to rely on the sect leader." From sect leader Jun's point of view, this woman was looking at him from the side, so he hurriedly looked away and said, "Is there any movement from the Xiao family?" "There is." When it came to business, Li Luoqiu's charming face was replaced with seriousness. She said, "On the day sect leader went to the Haoqi sect, the Xiao family's great elder disappeared." Disappeared? Jun Changxiao was stunned. Li Luoqiu said, "The Xiao family's great elder has a habit. Every morning, he will go to the Xianxia residence to drink tea, but after going in that day, he never came out." Jun Changxiao rubbed his chin and said, "Have you investigated the Xianxia residence?" "Yes," Li Luoqiu said, "it is one of the Xiao family's properties. It is difficult for martial artists without status to enter." Jun Changxiao said, "What do you think?" "Recently, I have sent people to investigate the Xiao family's training base, but there has been no news." Li Luoqiu paused for a moment and said, "This Xianxia residence may be a secret base." Jun Changxiao agreed. "It is possible." Li Luoqiu said, "I have sent people to keep an eye on it." "What does sect leader plan to do?" "Wait." "Wait for what?" "Wait for news from Little B and the others." Little B was the leader of the 10 gold-ranked assassins last night. He was once one of the 4 ace assassins in the Drizzle building, second only to Scorpion and Lynx. After Jun Changxiao learned of his nickname, he even shouted to him, "2 little bees, flying among the flowers." Li Luoqiu said, "It seems that sect leader has been targeted by assassins this time." Jun Changxiao drank a mouthful of tea and said with hatred, "Don't let me find out who it is, or I will kill him." Being targeted by assassins all the time, no matter how good his temper was, he could not stand it. As long as Little B and the others could touch the melon, they would definitely cut it down and taste whether it was sweet or not. Night came. The dining hall was brightly lit. Every table was filled with food and wine. Jun Changxiao raised his bowl and said, "To this triumphant return, cheers. Sect leader is mighty." All the disciples raised their bowls and drank to their heart's content. Elder Wei also came. He sat alone in a corner and lightly sipped his wine. Looking at the group of youngsters, his turbid eyes were filled with reminiscence. "Weizi, I want to build a sect. Do you want to work with me? Ha ha ha, we finally found a mountain. Let's start our sect here. Weizi, from today onwards, I am the sect leader, and you are the vice-sect leader. Let's work together and do something big. The memories that had been sealed for a long time appeared in his mind. It made Elder Wei feel like he had returned to the age when he was around the same age as these children. Time was like a flying knife, and each knife made him old, Grandpa Wei. Lu Wancher had unknowingly sat in front of him. She held her cheeks with both hands and blinked. Why are you crying? Elder Wei smiled. It's a bit spicy. Lu Wancher pouted. Grandpa Wei, the food you ate was specially made by Dudu. There was no chili at all. Elder Wei raised his bowl and said, it's the wine is spicy. Lu Wancher frowned and advised, Grandpa Wei, you are old and should drink less. If you leave, pfff. Elder Wei spat out his wine and almost stomped his feet to leave. Children's words carry no harm, children's words carry no harm. Iron Bone disciples usually cultivated very hard. It was rare for them to indulge themselves today. They had a drinking competition with their fellow sect members in the canteen. Xianxia was holding a bowl of wine, his feet on a stool as he watched them play with great pleasure. Sect leader. Li Luoqiu walked over and whispered, Little B has news. So fast? Xianxia used his spirit energy to dispel the drunkenness and came to the study. Li Luoqiu reported the news. Little B and the rest of the 5 assassins in the wild entered Liang City. They dressed up as servants and entered Xianxia residence. Xianxia interlocked his fingers and rested his chin on them. He sneered. So, Xianxia residence is the Xiao family's assassin base. They are also the ones who ambushed outside Liang City? Damn it. They are really playing mind games with me. If I didn't subdue Drizzle Building, I wouldn't even know where they are if I were to die. Hall Master Li, listen to my orders. Shua. Li Luoqiu took 2 steps back and waited for the order. Xianxia's eyes were cold. Tomorrow night, destroy Xianxia residence. Leave no one alive. Understood. Let Zueji follow. This? Li Luoqiu said, after all, he is a member of the Xiao family. It is a bit inappropriate to let him go. Xianxia said, do you think the Xiao family assassins want to assassinate me? Li Luoqiu was silent for a moment. I understand. The Xiao family is targeting Xiao Ziji. How much hatred do they have that they won't let go of their own people? Gotcha. Xianxia clenched his fist and the teacup shattered. They dare to touch my Iron Bone disciples. Not to mention Xianxia residents, I will even dare to destroy the Xiao family. The coldness was oppressive and murderous. Night fell in Liang City. The waiter in Xianxia residence was busy closing the door. But just as he was about to close the door, a graceful lady blocked the door with her hand and smiled. Little brother, is this Xianxia residence? This lady was beautiful and had a hot body. Any man who saw her couldn't help but take a few more glances. But the waiter was slightly stunned. He said coldly, sorry, we are closed. You don't want to do business? The lady smiled. The waiter said, my humble shop is closed. If you want to drink tea, come back tomorrow. The lady didn't leave. She blinked and smiled. Little brother, the business I am talking about is not drinking tea, but taking a life. Taking a life? The waiter's eyes turned cold. Pucci, a cold light flashed and mercilessly cut his neck. Li Luoqiu, who was holding the lancet knife, walked into the shop valiantly. Dozens of her subordinates in the dark followed and disposed of the corpse. Then, they closed the door of Xianxia residence. It was a moonless and windy night. Murder and arson. Thoughts on publishing. The text has nothing to do with the plot. Study room, bathroom. Sect master, bad news. Li Qingyang pushed the door open and said, the strongest sect of all ages will be published tomorrow at 12:30. Xianxia, who was wearing a mask and taking a bubble bath, opened his eyes slightly and said, what's the big deal? Li Qingyang collapsed. Publishing means spending money. There will definitely be a lot of readers who want to leave. Xianxia fiddled with the mask and said, treat it normally. That. Li Qingyang said weakly, sect master, can you put down the knife first? Voila. Xianxia stood up from the bathtub, pointed the knife at the screen and roared, you want to leave? Do you believe that I will kill you right now? Sect master, calm down, calm down. Li Qingyang hurriedly dissuaded and used a bath towel to cover the indescribable part to prevent it from appearing in the camera. Who? Jun Changxiao threw away the knife, put on the sect master uniform, tied up his black hair, and said, publish it tomorrow. Gather all the disciples. Firstly, thank the readers who continue to support Iron Bone, and secondly, send off the readers who are about to abandon the book. Yes. Cafeteria hall. It was full of ribbons and balloons, and the dining tables were put together to leave enough space in front, making it look like a party. The first to enter was the female representative. Li Luoqiu walked into the cafeteria, took out the Desert Eagle from her waist, and pretended to shoot at the camera. She smiled sweetly and said, "Is it accurate?" Lu Qianxian walked in. She did not look at the camera, and her face was still as cold as ever. Ling Yuanxue shrank her head and walked over, trying to look at the camera. Her eyes avoided looking at the camera and said, Can you stay?" Lu Wancher jumped into the camera and made a face. She giggled and said, "Big brother, big sister, if you stay, I will take care of your meals. If you want to leave, I have already prepared a farewell meal." Jun Changxiao pushed her out of the camera with one hand, adjusted his collar, and leaned his whole face in front of the camera. The song Two Springs Reflect the Moon began to play. Sect leader Jun brewed his emotions for a while, and with tears in his eyes, he looked at the camera and said, "The strongest sect of all ages will be published at 12:30 tomorrow. If you don't support me, the author won't be able to make me more handsome. Can you do me the honor of subscribing?" As he spoke, he suddenly waved the camera with a ferocious expression and said, "Follow him, follow him. The sect leader has gone mad. Quick, drag him away." "No, I'm not crazy. I'm very sober." "Feed the sect leader the medicine." "I'm not crazy. I'm not taking any medicine." Jun Changxiao was dragged away by Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji. His eyes were still wide open as he roared at the screen, "They are crazy. Someone wants to harm me. Protect me. Protect me. I'm sorry." Su Xiaoma appeared in the camera. He cupped his hands and said, "Sect leader didn't take his medicine on time. Sorry for scaring everyone." Shua. A golden right foot blocked the camera. Li Fei said, "If you want to leave, I don't mind." Tianqi pushed him away and said, "Hurry and feed the sect leader the medicine." Outside the camera, sect leader Jun's roar could still be heard. "I'm not crazy. I'm not taking any medicine." Yi Xingchen walked in and stopped in front of the camera. He raised his hand and pointed at the camera. He said coldly, "Vulgar mortal, stay." After tying up the sect leader, Xiao Ziji came in front of the camera and said seriously, "Whether a book is worth the money or not, it's not up to the author or the sect leader to decide. It's up to you." "That's right." Li Qingyang smiled and said, "The story has just begun. We don't want everyone to leave." Zhou Hong appeared in front of the camera. He had one hand on his sword. "Don't let him draw his sword." Jun Changxiao said in shock, "Otherwise, the streaming camera I spent so much effort to buy will be cut down." Long Xiang and Li Yuhua hurriedly pulled this sword cultivator genius away. Li Tian, Sima Zhongda, and the other new disciples, as well as the sect's imperial herbalist, Elder Wei, all walked into the cafeteria. The cafeteria accommodated more than 200 disciples with dreams. Jun Changxiao, who had taken the medicine, was untied. He said, "It's been 2 months since the release of the strongest sect of all time. Thank you for your company during the summer vacation. Thank you for your recommendation tickets. Thank you for your support. For the readers who abandoned the book, let's eat this farewell meal together." Shua. Shua, the table was filled with delicacies. The disciples ate happily. For the readers who stayed, let's drink this bowl of 1982 Sprite together. Gulp, gulp. After the meal, Jun Changxiao brought the disciples to the martial arts practice field. Then, he gave the camera one by one. Except for a few who were cold and aloof, most of them smiled and waved at the camera. "Take a group photo as a memento." The disciples lined up, forming a few rows below and a few rows above. Jun Changxiao sat on the 1,000-year-old Phoebe chair in the middle. He pointed at the camera and said, "This Jianghu is more exciting with your company." 1, 2, 3. Eggplant. A family photo of the Iron Bone disciples in the early stage appeared. When they were unhappy, they thought about the happy story. The camera moved up, and the magnificent hall gradually showed the words Iron Bone in gold. Then, it turned to the door, and the plaque hanging above had the words Gay Iron Bone Clan written on it. Suddenly, on the martial arts practice field, a man wearing a cloak came with a shovel. He gently raised his head, tilted his head, pointed at the camera with his index finger, and said in a cold tone, "Brother, are you leaving?" Xianxia almost fell from his chair. He said in surprise, "Sect. Sect leader Wang." With this chapter, I would like to thank the readers who supported this book but had to leave because of their financial ability. I would also like to thank the readers who voted, donated, and continued to support. The strongest sect of all time is more exciting with you around. Xianxia came to this operation, but he did not enter the elegant residence. He stood on a tree branch with a heavy heart, holding the Type 88 sniper rifle. Opposite was the family property. In the past, when he was still in his glory, he often came here to drink tea and was surrounded by a group of flattering cousins. However, who would have thought that it would be an assassin's stronghold? Who would have thought that one of the groups of assassins that appeared one after another would be from the Xiao family? In the Iron Bone, Xianxia, who was full of confidence and hope for the future, was once again hit hard in his heart. Banished me. Why do you still want to kill me? Why is this? Xianxia's left hand tightly held the cold Type 88 sniper rifle. That kind of sadness and anger filled his heart. Xianxia also came. He sat on a tree branch next to him. Seeing his disciple's arm trembling, he said, "Sinful self, from the day you were banished, you were destined to be trash in the eyes of the Xiao family." Sect leader, why? Xianxia's voice was hoarse. It was obviously difficult to control his emotions. Xianxia said, "Because they can't accept that a trash that was banished will rise again. This will make them feel that their previous actions were extremely stupid. In order to not let themselves be stupid, only by erasing you can continue to be stupid in the dream." Xianxia's analysis was spot on. After Xianxia won the Great Intersect Tournament, the Xiao family could not accept it. They could not allow the trash that was banished to become strong again. Since he had been labeled as trash, he could either continue to be trash like an ant or die. Sinful self. Xianxia said, "You have to learn to accept reality and make yourself stronger in setbacks." Who? Xianxia took a deep breath. His state of mind gradually calmed down. Also remember. Xianxia said in a deep voice, "True family is not the so-called blood, but the ones who are good to you, the ones who care about you. Those who want to harm you can only be enemies." He would not let his disciples become cold-blooded and heartless killers, nor would he instill the idea of a Virgin Mary that others wanted to kill you and had to be reformed. What's more, the Xiao family didn't care about blood ties. If he had the intention to kill Xianxia and wanted to use love to influence him, then he would be king retard. Of course. It was not impossible to influence him, but he could not use love. He had to use his fists. If he could reform them until they were comfortable and cried for their parents, then there would be nothing wrong with it. Xianxia's gaze was cold as he said, "Sect leader, I understand. They banished me. And wanted to take my life. Even if we share the same bloodline, we are enemies and not family." Elegant residence. Li Luoqiu brought her people in. An assassin disguised as a servant walked in from the inner courtyard and said, "Jiuzi, close the door, Shua." Viper appeared behind him and covered his mouth with one hand. The dagger cleanly slit his neck. Li Luoqiu waved her hand, and Mountain Cat and the other members sneaked into the inner courtyard. Then, they sealed off all possible escape routes. The leader of Drizzle Building personally brought people here. She was definitely a professional. Hall leader. Viper lowered his voice and said, "There's nothing special about the inner courtyard." Li Luoqiu sat on the table and drank a mouthful of tea. "There should be a secret room. Search carefully." Yes. Viper brought her subordinates and quietly searched under the night sky. There was a secret room under the elegant residence. It was very spacious. There was a hall, a training room, and many weapons and hidden weapons hung on the walls. It could be said to be very professional. Big brother, Iron Bone's god-powered gun is too powerful. If we are discovered, it will be hard to escape. A bearded man sat in the meeting room and said. He was one of the 5 assassins targeted by Little B in the wild. He was also one of the leaders of the elegant residents. The one who called him Big Brother was a thin middle-aged man with triangular eyes and a mustache. He was wearing a butler's uniform. His eyes flashed with coldness. One look and you could tell that he was not a good person. If Xiao Ziji was here, he would definitely recognize that this was the Xiao family's external affairs butler, Xianxia, the Great Elder's right-hand man. He was secretly responsible for training the assassins in the residence. He was also the one who assigned the assassination missions to the higher-ups. I didn't expect an 8th-rate sect to be able to deal a heavy blow to the Haoqi sect. This is unbelievable. Xianxia touched his mustache. Yeah. The bearded man said, everyone thought that Iron Bone would be brutally beaten up by the Haoqi sect. But in the end, they defeated the Haoqi sect by 7-0. Alliance Master Qin was even injured. At this moment, he was secretly glad that he retreated in time the night before. Otherwise, if he was discovered by Iron Bone, it would not be just one assassin who would die. Great Elder's orders. Xianxia said in a low voice, Iron Bone is a little tricky. Cancel all assassination plans. No one is allowed to go out. Understood. The bearded man said. Xianxia tapped his finger on the table and said, actually, I feel that we don't have to do it ourselves. We can just ask the Drizzle building to assassinate that trash. Big brother, the Spirit Spring Mountain hired assassins from the Drizzle building, but they still couldn't do anything to Iron Bone. The bearded man said. Xianxia said in disdain, the Wei brothers underestimated the enemy too much. They are too stupid. If we want to ask, we will ask the ace assassins from the Drizzle building. It will be absolutely foolproof. Hearing the words ace assassins, the bearded man's eyes were filled with admiration. The ace assassins of the Drizzle building were known as the elites of the elites. Although he was secretly trained by the Xiao family, he was still an assassin. He was in awe of the elites in the same field. He also hoped to reach their level. It's decided then. Xianxia said, I will go back and talk to the Great Elder. If he agrees, you will follow me to the Drizzle building's headquarters tomorrow. No need. Suddenly, a sound came from the stairs leading up. Li Luoqiu led Viper and the rest down. She smiled and said, I have come personally. Shwa shwa shwa. Someone suddenly entered the basement. The Xiao family assassins in the room quickly rushed out with hidden weapons in their hands. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. Tisk, Viper snorted in disdain. This posture of preparing to throw hidden weapons was not good enough. Xianxia squinted his eyes and looked at her. He said in surprise, you are, the Drizzle building's master? What, Drizzle building's master? The 20 assassins were stunned. The Great Elder of the Xiao family bought a set of training methods from the Drizzle building's master. They became assassins. Because of this. Thinking about it carefully, they could call her master now. After knowing the identity of the person who came, the 20 assassins immediately relaxed. To be exact, they did not dare to act rashly in front of the master of assassins. Li Luoqiu walked into the hall. She put one hand on the table and smiled. If I remember correctly, you should be the external affairs manager of the Xiao family? That's right. Xianxia stood up and cupped his hands politely. I am Xianxia. I went to your building with the Great Elder in the past. Li Luoqiu smiled and said, Manager Xiao, I would like to correct what you just said. Correct? Xianxia was confused. Li Luoqiu took out the Desert Eagle and spun it around her fingers. She smiled and said, my current identity is not the Drizzle building's master, but the Iron Bone Upright Sect's hall master. Xianxia was stunned. The bearded man's reaction was very fast. The hidden weapons in his sleeves immediately fell. However, before he could move, Li Luoqiu raised her hand. The Desert Eagle stopped spinning and aimed at him. With a bang, it directly shot through his head. Master of Assassins, clean and efficient. P.S. Let me try first, can I post a VIP chapter? Plop. The bearded man fell to the ground. Blood splashed on Xiao Shanhai's face, scaring him so much that he almost fell to the ground. A chill ran down his spine from the soles of his feet. The assassin leader that he had carefully trained was instantly killed with a bang. Boss. Seeing that the bearded man was killed, the assassins were furious. They were about to throw the hidden weapons in their hands, swoosh swoosh swoosh. Viper and the others were faster than them. All kinds of darts and hidden weapons were thrown. Plop. Plop. In an instant, more than 20 assassins from the Xiao clan fell to the ground. Before they died, they didn't forget to sigh in their hearts. He is indeed an expert. Seeing that all his subordinates were killed, Xiao Shanhai's eyes were filled with fear. His legs were trembling violently because the Desert Eagle was already on his head. Manager Xiao. Li Luoqiu smiled and said, "Of all the people you could provoke, you had to provoke my iron bone. Don't kill me." Xiao Shanhai's voice was trembling. His eyes were filled with the greatest fear of death. No one wanted to die. How good would it be to live? Li Luoqiu moved her gun down and said expressionlessly, "Sect master said that this assassin base of the Xiao clan will not be left alive. So, go on your way." Bang. The bullet pierced through his chest. Blood splattered on the wall. Plop. The Xiao clan's external affairs chief fell straight down. At the moment of his death, he was still wondering how an organization like the Drizzle Building became Iron Bones people. How did the Drizzle Building's leader become the Hall Master? Since he couldn't figure it out, he could only go to the underworld to figure it out. The assassin base of the Xiao clan that used the elegant residence as a cover was completely eradicated by Li Luoqiu's swift and decisive methods. Because it was in the basement, the ceiling effect was excellent. The martial artists in the city wouldn't even dream that dozens of people would die in the elegant residence tonight. To be honest, the assassins of the Xiao clan were too amateur. If it wasn't for the sect master's death order that they must be eradicated, the Drizzle Hall wouldn't have sent so many members. Shwa. Shwa. Li Luoqiu led her subordinates and jumped out from the backyard. She landed on a tree and said, "The Xiao clan's external affairs chief is in charge of the assassin base." Xiao Shanhai? Xiao Ziji's gaze turned cold. Jun Changxiao said, "You know him?" Xiao Ziji gritted his teeth and said, "When my aptitude regressed, he humiliated and made things difficult for me in the family." Jun Changxiao said, "Bring that guy over here. Since he dared to bully my disciple, I must torture him and make him wish he was dead." Li Luoqiu said, "I shot him dead." Dead? Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, "He got off easy." Li Luoqiu asked, "What should we do next?" Jun Changxiao rubbed his chin and said, "Take all the corpses away and set fire to the elegant residence." Carrying away the corpses and burning down the elegant residence was to make the Xiao clan uneasy. Understood. Li Luoqiu was about to give the order. Jun Changxiao stopped him and said, "Zueji, this fire will be set by you. Burning it is equivalent to burning all ties with the Xiao clan." N. Xiao Ziji nodded and jumped down. Li Luoqiu ordered the members to take away Xiao Shanhai and the dozens of assassins' corpses and quickly disappeared into the night. It could be said that they came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Hoo-hoo. Xiao Ziji stood in front of the elegant residence with a torch in his hand. The light from the torch shone on his expressionless face. Xiao clan. Today, I, Xiao Ziji, will sever all ties with you. Shwa. The torch was thrown into the elegant residence. The flames burned the counters and furniture, instantly forming an unstoppable fire. Jun Changxiao stood on the city wall and looked at the rising fire. He looked at the disciples who left and said, "Zueji, you only have one identity now. You are a disciple of the Iron Bone clan. There's a fire. The elegant residence is on fire." The fire that dyed half of the city red startled the martial artists who were sleeping soundly in the surroundings. They all rushed out of their rooms. After the Xiao clan received the news, they immediately sent a large number of direct disciples to put out the fire. Unfortunately, no matter how much water was splashed, it couldn't extinguish the powerful flames. After dawn, the elegant residence was turned into ruins. Damn it! The first elder of the Xiao clan, who was standing in the charred ruins, said angrily, "Who did this? There were so many assassins in the basement. It was impossible for a fire to happen for no reason." Someone must have done it on purpose. First elder. The second elder walked over and said softly, "There are bloodstains in the secret room. Our people are gone." The first elder of the Xiao clan clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, he could guess that since the tea house was burned in Xianxia and the assassins that he had painstakingly trained disappeared, they must be dead. Who did it? Who did it? The first elder of the Xiao clan could only roar in his heart. He didn't dare to show too much anger on his face because the elegant residence was just a property in the eyes of outsiders. The news of the elegant residence being burned to ashes in the fire instantly spread in Liang City and became a hot topic. No one would believe that it was an accident. It must have been done on purpose. Therefore, after in-depth discussion, the conclusion was that the Xiao clan had offended someone. Who did they offend? This wasn't easy to guess. After all, no one had seen the culprit. Xiao clan, main hall. Several elders gathered together. Their faces were filled with anger, anxiety, and confusion. It could be said that it was quite colorful. They had spent a lot of money to buy the assassin training method from the Drizzle building. After a few years of training, they had gradually formed a large scale. In the end, it was gone. This was definitely a heavy blow. What was more tragic was that they still didn't know who did it. Pa. The second elder slammed the table angrily and said, "First elder, this matter must be investigated thoroughly." The third elder said, "We don't know who did it. How can we investigate?" The fourth elder said cautiously, "The other party dared to burn down the elegant residence. They might not be afraid of our Xiao clan." This sentence calmed the angry elders down instantly. The fifth elder said with a serious expression, "The person who did it dared to burn down the elegant residence and didn't leave a corpse behind. They definitely didn't come with good intentions." The first elder, who had been silent all this time, said, "Could it be Iron Bone?" He thought for a long time but couldn't think of who the Xiao clan had offended recently. He could only guess that the assassination of Xiao Ziji had been discovered by Iron Bone. The second elder said, "Iron Bone's sect leader just came back from challenging the Haoqi sect. Did he have the time to do it?" The first elder fell into deep thought. To be honest, he hoped that it wasn't Iron Bone. This eighth-rate sect was really not simple to defeat the Haoqi sect. The first elder said, "We will discuss this matter again after the clan leader comes out of seclusion." Okay. All the elders nodded. However, they didn't know that Jun Changxiao, who had returned to Iron Bone, was still carrying out the second step of his plan. Destroying the elegant residence was just the beginning. Sect leader Jun had to use different methods to take revenge on the Xiao clan. After thinking for a while, he said, "Luo Qiu, investigate all the properties of the Xiao clan in Qingyang County in the shortest time possible." Li Luoqiu said, "What does sect leader want to do?" Jun Changxiao sneered, "A clan's biggest lifeline is its properties. Only economic sanctions can give them a fatal blow." Understood. Li Luoqiu said. "And that Xiao clan's first elder?" Jun Changxiao said indifferently, "Keep a close eye on him. Xiao Shanhai was only the chief of external affairs. This so-called first elder was definitely the real mastermind. If all his lackeys were dead, how could he live? Jun Changxiao wouldn't destroy the Xiao family. After all, they were a family in Liang City and there was no evidence to prove that they had tried to assassinate him. However, he could use other methods to take revenge. The members of the Drizzle Hall were very efficient. In just 2 days, they brought back a lot of information. The Xiao family has a lot of businesses. Li Luoqiu reported, their main business is iron ore, pills, and herbs. They have branches in 8 cities in Azure Sun County. Pills and herbs? Jun Changxiao asked, can they be compared to the AI family? Li Luoqiu shook her head, the Xiao family is a martial arts family. They can't be compared to the AI family in terms of business. According to the information, most of the Xiao family's pills and herbs are provided by the AI family. Is that so? Jun Changxiao's lips curled into a smile. This was a good piece of information that could be used to make trouble. What about the iron ore? There's a mine 300 miles away from Liang City. It was discovered and mined by the Xiao family. The iron ore comes from there. Jun Chongxiao rested his chin on the back of his hand and said, "Say, if the mine suddenly catches fire, floods, or accidentally collapses, will the Xiao family suffer a loss?" Li Luoqiu said, "Not only will it, but it will also be a huge loss. The Xiao family's iron ore supplied 60% of the entire Azure Sun County's market. If it was gone, it would be a huge loss. Bring some people to the mine and create an accident," Jun Chongxiao said. "Okay," Li Luoqiu said. Jun Chongxiao asked, "There are miners in the mine, right?" "Yes." "People from the Xiao family?" "These kinds of laborers are usually hired from the neighboring villages." Jun Chongxiao said, "When you take action, drive them out. Every injustice had its perpetrator and every debt its debtor. The Xiao family had sent people to assassinate him time and time again. Naturally, he had to play with them until the end. However, he would never harm the innocent. This was the bottom line that he could uphold after adapting to the cruelty of the falling star continent." "Understood." Li Luoqiu walked out of the study and shook her head. "The sect master's revenge methods are quite fancy. Xiao family, you've provoked a devil. I'm afraid you'll suffer even more than the Grand Spirit sect leader." Li Qingyang walked in and placed the sketch on the desk. "This is the sketch I designed. What do you think?" After returning to the iron bone, he began to cultivate while focusing on his modifications. "Keep it for now," Jun Chongxiao said. "When there are more disciples, we can carry out the modifications." Although he wasn't short of money, it wasn't a good idea to renovate it all the time. He should wait until there were more people. Li Qingyang kept the sketch and said, "This is something that I designed on the spot. Since sect leader is not in a hurry, I will go back and design it in detail." Jun Chongxiao patted him on the shoulder and said, "If you don't practice martial arts, you can be a civil engineer." "Civil engineer?" Li Qingyang was puzzled. "Sect leader, what kind of deputy position is this?" Jun Chongxiao didn't explain to him and said, "I have some matters to attend to in Huyang City, so I'll leave the sect to you." "Yes." Our great genius Li was already used to it. Before leaving, Jun Chongxiao spent 20 contribution points to buy 2 basic cold-edged swords and gave them to Xianxia and Li Fei as a reward for Hao Qi Sect's victory. Then, they set off for Liyang City, since he knew that the Xiao clan's main business was pills and herbs. He would feel uncomfortable if he didn't do something. "I finally have a sword." Yi Xingchen held the basic cold-edged sword. After feeling the chill and sharpness, he said with satisfaction, "The quality of this sword should be middle grade. I can make do with it for now." Even a martial artist might not have a middle grade weapon. Night Emperor only used make do to describe it. If others heard this, they would definitely beat him up. Phew. Walking to the small practice field in the inner courtyard, Yi Xingchen let out a long breath. He put one hand on the sword hilt and stared straight ahead. Zhou Hong looked over and whispered, "Senior brother Yi also knows swords?" Clang, suddenly, the cold-edged sword was unsheathed. Sword shadows spread out and intertwined into more than 10. Zhou Hong said, 10 swords in one breath. Not bad. Clang. Yi Xingchen sheathed his sword and formed the sword again. He silently recited the single-word fast technique. Still want to try? Zhou Hong thought. Clang. Yi Xingchen unsheathed his sword again. Clang. The sword was sheathed. Seeing the sword shadows disappear like fireworks, Zhou Hong exclaimed, 24 swords in one breath. No. No, this was definitely not his own sword intent. It was definitely some kind of sword technique. Zhou Hong hurriedly said, Senior brother Yi, you used a sword technique just now? Yes. Yi Xingchen said. Zhou Hong exclaimed, what kind of sword technique is this? It can make senior brother Yi use 10 swords in one breath to 24 swords. Yi Xingchen said calmly, the divine sword technique. The sect leader gave it to me. The sect leader gave it to him. Could it be the sect's sword technique? Zhou Hong, who was always calm and introverted, was a little excited. He went to find the sect leader without practicing his sword. When he found out that the sect leader went to Huyang City, he sat in the courtyard and waited. He was really a sword fanatic. Every time Jun Chongxiao went down the mountain and entered a city, he had a different feeling. This time, when he came to Huyang City, he felt even more obvious. When he entered, the passers-by looked at him with admiration. Why? Because the incident of Haoqi sect being destroyed had already spread throughout Azure Sun County. It caused a huge commotion and was definitely on the level of an earthquake. Take Liang City for example. The Shao clan offended someone and the Xianxia residence was burned down. It was only for a short while before it was suppressed by the Ironbone sect. The most famous sect in Azure Sun County, the Ironbone sect. The most famous person in Azure Sun County, Xianxia. From Earth's perspective, sect leader Jun was definitely an internet celebrity. No. He was a top celebrity. If there was a social media platform in Falling Star Continent, he could attract countless fans just in Azure Sun County. Wow. Sect leader Jun is so handsome. On the way to the medicine store, the young girls saw the handsome Jun Changxiao and immediately lowered their heads shyly. Their hearts were beating wildly and they almost screamed on the spot. Sect leader Jun, a young girl who was more bold and unrestrained, suddenly rushed over and handed over a bouquet of flowers. Her small face was red with shyness as she said, "Please, please accept it." Jun Changxiao took the flowers and gave her a side attack. He smiled gently and said, "Thank you." "Ah. I can't take it anymore." The young girl in the distance saw this and her eyelids rolled back. She fainted on the spot. The young girl who delivered the flowers covered her burning face and ran away shyly. She was afraid that if she got too close to him, she wouldn't be able to control herself and faint. Sect leader Jun, this is my flower. Sect leader Jun, I have one too. Sect leader Jun, can you sign an autograph for me? Sect leader Jun, can I hug you? A group of beautiful young girls surrounded Jun Xianxia in an instant and presented him with fresh flowers. The scene was spectacular. Ahaha, ahahaha, in the inner gate of Huyang City, Jun Changxiao was squatting in a corner of the tunnel. He was grinning foolishly and his saliva was almost flowing out. The cultivators passing by looked over and whispered. What's wrong with sect leader Jun? He's been squatting there since he came in. I think he's thinking about something happy. No matter how happy he is, he doesn't need to smile so wretchedly. Master AI, who was in a meeting with the AI family, knew that Sect Master Jun had come to the medicine shop. He put down his stall and hurried over. When he entered, he didn't see anyone. He cupped his hands and smiled. What wind blew Sect Master Jun here? Northwest wind. Jun Changxiao said lightly. AI Shang heard his tone and immediately judged that he was a little unhappy. He immediately became nervous. Could it be that there was an ignorant junior in the AI family who offended Sect Master Jun? In Master AI's eyes, Jun Changxiao was the god of wealth. The future of the AI family depended on the healing pills and body-shaping pills. Naturally, he didn't dare to offend him. He carefully walked into the living room and said, Sect Master Jun seems a little troubled? Sigh. Jun Changxiao sighed. Don't mention it. AI Shang sighed in relief. Don't mention it. These 3 words meant that the matter that made him unhappy had nothing to do with the AI family. Sect Master Jun, we are old friends. Master AI sat down and said, if you have any troubles, you can tell me. Maybe I can help you. Jun Changxiao said, Master AI, you should have heard of the Shao family in Liang City, right? Could it be that the Shao family offended Sect Master Jun? As expected of a businessman, he was able to guess the crux of the matter with just a thought. I have. AI Shang said. Jun Changxiao put his elbow on the armrest and held his chin. This Shao family offended me. As expected, AI Shang secretly said, the Shao family's strength is not even comparable to a 7th-rate sect. They dared to offend Ironbone. Are they tired of living? If the higher-ups of the Shao family heard this, they would definitely feel wronged. They offended Ironbone a few months ago. At that time, Ironbone wasn't so arrogant. Now that they realized it, they were prepared to stop for a while. In the end, they were arranged. Master AI. Jun Changxiao said, I am a bit of a vengeful person. I also hate two-faced people, AI Shang hurriedly said, Sect Master Jun, my AI family has nothing to do with the Shao family. I am not a two-faced person. Listening to the sound of the strings, it was absolutely full marks. Jun Changxiao said, we're friends, so Jun will naturally believe you. As he spoke, he placed 2 healing pills on the table and said, "Thank you for your support at the Xianxia sect. These 2 healing pills are for Master AI. This, if you don't accept it, then you're treating me like an outsider." AI Shang said, "Thank you, sect leader Jun, for your gift." After saying that, he happily took back the pills. After all, according to the last auction price, 2 healing pills were worth 1,200,000 taels. Patriarch AI. Jun Xianxia asked, "How's the gathering of the materials coming along?" "Yes." AI Shang hurriedly took out the medicinal herbs he had collected recently and said, "Sect Master Jun, the medicinal herbs are a bit lacking this time. Let's gather more after some time. This AI will personally send them to the Iron Bone sect." Jun Xianxia put away the medicinal herbs and said, "That's right, I have a list of medicinal herb seeds here. Do you have them in stock?" AI Shang took the list and glanced at it. He smiled and said, "Sect Master Jun, the medicinal herbs are a bit hard to find, but my AI family has a lot of these seeds." As he spoke, he handed the list to shopkeeper Ma and ordered him to bring all the seeds in the shortest time possible. After he left, AI Shang moved closer and said in a low voice, "Sect Master Jun, this AI has a question, but I don't know if it's appropriate to ask." "Of course. Have all the disciples of your sect taken the body-shaping pill?" "That's right. Your disciples performed so well at the Xianxia sect. It should have something to do with the body-shaping pill, right?" "It has a lot to do with it." "Great," a smile appeared on AI Shang's face. Jun Xianxiao knew that AI Shang wanted to hype up the body-shaping pill, so he was looking forward to how high the auction price would be. The higher the auction price, the more he would get. Even if he had more than 10 million taels in his pocket, Sect Master Jun wouldn't mind. Half an hour later, shopkeeper Ma took out all the medicinal herbs on the list, and all of them were of high quality. Needless to say, it was a free gift. Jun Xianxiao accepted it with a smile and cupped his hands. "I still have matters to attend to at the sect." Jun will take his leave first. AI Shang sent him off. AI family head's attitude towards Sect Master Jun is so good. At the Xianxia sect, AI family head is helping the Iron Bone sect. I heard that he was even willing to lend 10 million taels. TSK, such a close relationship. The AI family and the Iron Bone sect must have a lot of business dealings. The passers-by discussed in low voices. After sending off Jun Xianxiao, AI family head returned home. He clasped his hands behind his back and hesitated in the main hall. "Family head, what happened?" AI Shang didn't understand. Sigh. AI Shang sighed and said, "Liang City's Xiao family offended Sect Master Jun, ah?" AI Shang's eyes widened. AI Shang sat down and put one hand on the teacup. "Sect Master Jun should know that we have business dealings with the Xiao family. He came to the medicine shop to knock some sense into them." AI Shang asked, "Family head, what should we do?" AI Shang took a sip of tea and said, "Sect Master Jun is our AI family's god of wealth. We cannot offend him. So, we have to stop our business with the Xiao family immediately." AI Shang said, "But, the Xiao family just sent a deposit a few days ago. Third brother even signed a contract with them, we have to stop it even if it's a breach of contract." AI Shang said firmly. "Breach of contract? Then they have to pay 10 times the deposit." Although AI Shang's heart ached, since the family had said so, they had to stop it immediately. "I'll go and tell them." "Wait, check carefully. See if our AI family has any business dealings with the Xiao family. If they do, no matter how big or small or how much they cost, stop them all." "Okay." Xiao family. The 6th elder, who was in charge of medicinal herbs and pills, walked into the main hall dejectedly with a large stack of banknotes. "6th brother, where did you get so much money?" Xiao family's 1st elder asked. "The AI family gave it to us," 6th elder said. 2nd elder said with a smile, "Why did the AI family head suddenly give us so much money? Is it because our Xiao family has always been buying from their pharmacy? Although our Xiao family's main business is not our business, we have half of the medicinal herbs and pills market in Liang City." 3rd elder said with a smile, "The AI family will definitely think highly of us. It's natural for them to give us money to deepen our relationship. The AI family had recently developed a healing pill and was in the limelight. Suddenly, they took the initiative to give so much money. The Xiao family's upper echelons felt like their bodies were floating from the ground. Sigh. Sixth elder slammed the banknotes on the table and said angrily, "What bullshit money, this is the penalty for breach of contract from the AI family." Penalty for breach of contract, everyone's smile froze. Xiao family's first elder frowned, "What happened?" Sixth elder put a letter on the table and said, "The AI family just sent someone to deliver a letter. They want to cut off all business dealings with our Xiao family." What? The elders all gathered around to read the letter. Sure enough, it was written clearly in black and white, "From today onwards, our AI family will cut off all business dealings with the Xiao family." The signature was AI Shang, and there was even a fingerprint. Everyone who was about to float up just now was hit in the head by a heavy hammer. Not only did their souls instantly enter their bodies, but they also almost drilled into the ground. Although that stack of money was a lot, if they cut off all business dealings with the AI family, without high-quality medicinal herbs and pills, how would they do business in the future? Gotcha. Xiao family's first elder held the letter and said angrily, "Our Xiao family must have offended someone." The AI family didn't hesitate to break the contract and cut off all business dealings. No matter how stupid the Xiao family was, they could guess that they had offended someone. The great elder's eyebrows wrinkled even more. The AI family prioritized business and paid particular attention to harmony. Suddenly cutting off all business dealings and not hesitating to pay 10 times the penalty, there must be a huge force behind this. My Xiao family, who the hell did I offend? The great elder was about to collapse. Of course, he didn't consider that it was Jun Changxiao behind the scenes because this 8th-rate sect absolutely didn't have the qualifications and ability to make the AI family cut off all business dealings with them. What a pity. It really was Jun Changxiao. After leaving the medicine store, he didn't immediately return. Instead, he went around the market and bought some seasonings and seeds for Dudu, as well as some crystal cores. He didn't return home until dusk came. If the AI family had good eyesight, they would have cut off all business dealings with the Xiao family by now. If you lose quality suppliers, even if you can buy from other stores, you will certainly lose a lot of customers, and your profits will inevitably be greatly reduced. There are also mineral veins. Without this industry, it's equal to cutting off half of your income. How can a family develop without money? Jia jia jia. A gloomy laughter came from the mountains, scaring the beasts away. It was already dark when he returned to the sect. Huh? Jun Changxiao had just returned to the courtyard when he saw Zhou Hong sitting at the door. Puzzled, he asked, "Why are you sitting here instead of practicing your sword?" Shua. Zhou Hong got up and hurriedly said, "Sect leader, please teach me the Ling Jian divine art." This guy was really persistent. He squatted at the door for a whole day and didn't even go to pee. "If you want to learn, you can." Jun Changxiao said, "You must contribute to the sect." He wouldn't give anything just because he was a good seedling. He must be recognized. For example, Yi Xingchen defeated the disciples of the vast spirit sect with absolute strength and showed off the power of the iron bone. Therefore, he generously gave him the cold-edged sword. The system didn't take the initiative to match the sword skills with the sect's martial arts, indicating that this thing couldn't be casually given to disciples to practice. It's not that the system didn't automatically match, but the level of the sword skills was too high. Even if disciples with low spiritual roots had a book, they could only learn a little. Sect leader. Zhou Hong said, "How can I get contribution points?" Jun Changxiao considered for a moment, then said, "Soon, I will be bringing my disciples out for training. You should come along as well. If your performance is good, I can reward Ling Jian with a divine technique." All right. Zhou Hong agreed without hesitation. There were two things that a swordsman cared about the most. One was the sword, and the other was the sword technique. It didn't matter if they lost their lives for it. After returning to the study, Jun Changxiao opened the alchemy pavilion and began to automatically match the herbs and fire seeds. Then, he began to refine the pills. There weren't many herbs this time, so there weren't many herbs to refine. However, he had accumulated a lot of healing pills. This made Jun Changxiao secretly think, Should he give more to the AI clan and let them auction it off? No. The rarer something was, the more expensive it was. Only by controlling the quantity could it be sold for a good price. The next morning, a beautiful divine song began to play on the training field. Xianxia led the disciples to dance at the front. After the dance, they went to the herb garden. After receiving the herb seeds and inspecting them, Elder Wei said in surprise, "Sect leader, these are all high-quality herb seeds from the AI clan." Xianxia said, with Elder Wei's strength, he naturally needs high-quality seeds to show his talent. "Sect leader, you flatter me." Elder Wei said, "The higher the quality of the seeds, the longer the growth period." "How long?" "With the current spiritual power gathered in the herb garden, it will take at least 2 months." "How's the effect?" Elder Wei pondered for a moment, then said, "It's much better than the first batch of herbs." "Is that so?" Xianxia was overjoyed. The first batch of qi-gathering pills refined from herbs already had 10 times the spiritual power. If these high-quality pills matured, wouldn't it be even better to refine them? "Elder Wei," Xianxia said, "I have a body-shaping pill here. Take it." If they wanted to make the disciples stronger quickly to deal with the 1-year agreement with the Holy Spring Sect, they had to rely on qi-gathering pills. If they just relied on collecting herbs outside to refine them, the supply would definitely not meet the demand. Therefore, Elder Wei was very important. "I'm already an old bag of bones." Elder Wei shook his head and laughed, "What's the point of taking pills?" Xianxia said, "Take this pill. It can strengthen your body." "Elder Wei, don't refuse." "Okay." Elder Wei took the pill and swallowed it. When the pill took effect and his muscles, blood, and strength were greatly improved, he said in disbelief, "Little guy, this pill of yours is amazing." Xianxia said, "Elder Wei, I have many more amazing pills. If you join Iron Bone and become the medicine hall master, you can eat as much as you want." He was not satisfied with hiring a herbalist who was so meticulous in cultivating herbs. Instead, he hoped to recruit him into the sect and become a member of Iron Bone. Elder Wei shook his head and said, "I'm already an old man with 1 foot in the grave. How can I still think about joining a sect?" Xianxia said seriously, "Elder Wei, you have to know that there are people in this world who are old in person but young in heart." "Old in person but young in heart?" Elder Wei laughed at himself and said, "I don't have any dreams or goals. I live in this world. My old in person and old in heart." Xianxia said, "As long as one is alive, one must constantly strive." Elder Wei is too pessimistic. Sigh. Elder Wei sighed and said, "Little guy, when you've experienced more things and suffered more blows, you'll understand that it's impossible not to be pessimistic." He turned and left. His back looked even more aged. "Elder Wei." Xianxia shouted, "I don't care what you've experienced or what kind of blows you've suffered. I just want to tell you that as long as one is healthy, one should strive and not give up on oneself." Elder Wei stopped and laughed, "Little guy, are you teaching an old man who has walked more paths than you have eaten?" Xianxia said seriously, "I just don't want Elder Wei to continue sinking. I want him to live happily. Even if it's not for himself, it's for his deceased relatives and brothers." Elder Wei's body suddenly shook. His skinny hands trembled slightly. Sure enough, he had guessed right, Xianxia said, "Elder Wei's research on herbs has reached perfection. He must have worked hard when he was young. Since that's the case, why don't you pull yourself together and work with me to do something great?" "Work together to do something great," these words rang in his ears. They came not only from Xianxia but also from someone else. Elder Wei's cloudy eyes gradually moistened. "Child," he said with a trembling voice, "someone said the last sentence to me several hundred years ago." Xianxia said, "It seems that I'm not the only one who understands Elder Wei." Phew. Elder Wei took a deep breath and said sadly, "There's no one in this world who understands me anymore." "I understand," Xianxia said. Elder Wei said, "Little guy, tell me about your great cause." Xianxia said seriously, "Let Iron Bone clan become the strongest clan. Let the name of the clan be known throughout the Falling Star continent. Your great cause is much greater than his." Elder Wei muttered. He turned around and smiled, however, it's very much to my liking. Elder Wei agreed. If the clan leader doesn't mind these old bones of mine, I'm willing to do something for Iron Bone Clan. The next day, Jun Changxiao summoned the disciples and solemnly announced the establishment of the second medicine hall of Iron Bone Clan. Elder Wei was appointed as the hall master and was in charge of herbs and medicine. Sun Bukong and the others were assigned to the medicine hall. After receiving hall master Feng, Elder Wei returned to the herb garden and sat alone in the pavilion. He looked at the blue sky and white clouds in the sky and muttered, "Old friend, is my decision right? P.S. Please subscribe, support, recommend, and monthly votes. If the results are good, there will be more at night." The establishment of the medicine hall signified that Iron Bone was one step closer to becoming a professional. Of course, there was still a long way to go. Jun Changxiao needed to explore as he walked. Then, he would slowly add in the essentials of a sect, gradually perfecting and expanding it. Although this path was destined to be long, he was full of confidence because he had the system. Cheat, Xiao Clan's pills and herbs were arranged by AI Clan, and Li Luoqiu was also in charge of the mines. Jun Changxiao was free and unfettered, and began to focus on martial arts. After buying the Green Dragon Crescent Blade, he realized that his peak martial disciple strength was nothing but bullshit. He needed to break through as soon as possible. How to break through? He could only complete the epic mission. Because if he didn't complete it, his realm would be suppressed. Damn it. Jun Changxiao opened the data panel and tapped on the details of the epic mission. He muttered, "There are still 30 days left for the mission. I have enough time to prepare." This kind of mission to kill a large number of beasts in the valley was equivalent to a large-scale mission. He needed to bring a lot of disciples. Sect Master. While thinking, Li Qingyang walked into the study room and said, "There are a lot of people coming to sign up." "How many?" "At least 500 to 600. That's quite a lot." Jun Changxiao wasn't surprised that so many people came to sign up. After all, after defeating Haoqi Sect, any smart person would realize the potential of Iron Bone. "Let's go." Jun Changxiao stood up and said, "Let's go and accept disciples." Creak. The tightly shut door of Iron Bone was pushed open. Jun Changxiao walked out. Before he even walked down the stairs, a few hundred youths surrounded him like a tide, clamoring to join the sect. Many of these youths had seen the recruitment announcement a month ago, and wanted to join. Why did they only come now? Because they told their parents about the idea of joining Iron Bone, and were mercilessly suppressed. The reason was that they offended the 100 Sect Alliance and challenged Haoqi Sect. Joining such a sect was equivalent to courting death. No wonder those parents. The 100 Sect Alliance and Haoqi Sect were giants in Azure Sun County. Who would dare to take the risk and send their children to the tiger's mouth? Things were different now. Jun Changxiao led his disciples to defeat the vast Qi Sect, using their strength to prove the strength of Iron Bone. A sect that was once unrated seemed to have suddenly risen and even had the ability to wrestle with a sixth-rate sect. They were definitely a force with great potential. Many far-sighted parents not only agreed with their children's decision, but also personally sent them to the mountain gate and prayed at the foot of the mountain, hoping that they would be accepted by Iron Bone. It was a pity. Many parents were destined to be disappointed, because there were only 260 spots left for Iron Bone. "Line up, one by one." Li Qingyang commanded the order. More than 500 youths lined up neatly and went through the interview one by one. "What's his name?" Jun Changxiao asked the first teenager who came to register. Perhaps because the young man was too excited, he stammered, "Reporting." "Reporting." "Sect leader." I, Jun Changxiao said, "Straighten your tongue before you speak." "Who?" The young man took a deep breath and controlled his emotions. "Reporting. Reporting to Sect Master, my name is Yin Jiping." Jun Changxiao said, "Quanjin Sect?" "Quanjin Sect?" Yin Jiping said with a blank face, "I've never joined a sect before." Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, "Xiao Longnu was harmed by people with this name. Go, Iron Bone is not suitable for you. Not accepting disciples just because of their names. Sure enough, they can do whatever they want. This incident told us that even in the other world, naming was a very technical matter." Next, Jun Changxiao said. A young man with a decent appearance walked over and said politely, Sect Leader Jun, my name is Lin Jiangheng. Jun Changxiao sized up the entry form, filled in his name and stamped it. He pointed to the back and said, Go in, someone will receive you. Thank you, Sect Leader. Lin Jiangheng bowed and stepped into Iron Bone under the envy of the other youths. Without asking anything, he was accepted just by saying his name. It seemed that he still had a chance. He's in, he's in. Su Xiaoma, who was sitting on the training ground, said with a blade of grass in his mouth, Xiao Fei, it's up to you. Okay. Li Fei raised his leg and shot. The happy football flew in an arc. Lin Jiangheng, who had just walked in, didn't even have time to look at Iron Bone before the ball hit his face. Not bad. Su Xiaoma said, to be able to take a kick from Xiao Fei without falling, you should have some strength. Using a football as a test, ingenious, outside. Jun Changxiao didn't expect Su Xiaoma and his group of bastards to use a football to kick a new disciple. He took out another entry form and said, What's your name? The young man said, My name is Cui Bujian. Pa, he stamped the sect's seal and said, Go in. This guy really only needed to look at the right person and not ask about the cultivation level of the spirit root, just the name. Bang! Inside Iron Bone, Cui Bujian, who had just walked in, was also attacked by the ball. He fell to the ground with a loud bang and spat out blood. Su Xiaoma said in shock, So weak? One kick and he spat out blood. That. Li Fei scratched his head and said, Senior brother, I didn't control my strength well just now. That kick was at least 1,000 pounds of force. Ah? Su Xiaoma's eyes widened. Then, he rushed over and carried Cui Bujian, who was spitting out blood, and rushed to the medicine hall in a hurry. Sun Bukong, save him, save him. As long as Jun Changxiao liked them, they would be accepted into the sect. In a short time, more than 500 youths were all interviewed. 260 people joined Iron Bone, the rest were eliminated. There was no other way. There were only so many spots, it was impossible to accept all of them. After the disciple recruitment, the data on the system panel showed that the sect had reached 500 people, and the contribution points increased to 720 points. The points would be automatically removed after 24 hours, so Jun Changxiao didn't think about it and bought 4 bottles of aptitude-changing liquid for Su Xiaoma and the others to use. As for the remaining 20 points, he planned to try his luck at night and see if he could get some good stuff from the store. Ding! The system has reached the maximum number of members. The sect mission has been activated. Jun Changxiao rubbed his hands and opened the data panel. The sect mission changed from no mission to sect mission. Click to see the details. Click to see. Rows of missions appeared on the small data panel. There were more than 100 kinds of missions, and sect leader Jun was a little dazzled. Maybe because of the construction of the sect and the increase in its level, there were very few 1-star missions. Most of them were 2-star missions, and there were a few 3-star missions. 1 star represented 1 contribution point, and 2 stars represented 2 points. Jun Changxiao estimated that if all the disciples completed the missions, the achievement points would be full. Then, the sect could be upgraded and more functions could be unlocked. But, it was too troublesome to release so many missions one by one, the system said, Host can refresh the store. If you are lucky, you might be able to refresh the mission board and let the disciples accept the missions themselves. The first time he gave out missions, Jun Changxiao gathered the disciples and gave them out one by one because there weren't many missions. This time, there were more than 100 missions. It would be troublesome to give them out. At the crucial moment, the system mentioned the sect's mission board. The sect's mission board was a product that could automatically give out missions. It could be operated for 24 hours and the disciples could pick them up by themselves. The premise was that they had to be refreshed from the store. Is it hard to get? As long as the host has contribution points, it won't be a problem to get them. Jun Changxiao rolled his eyes and said, Aren't you talking nonsense? If I have endless contribution points, what can't I get? Unfortunately, you don't have endless contribution points. The system said. Jun Changxiao was too lazy to care about it and muttered, I have an ominous feeling that I will be cheated of a lot of contribution points. Sect Master. At this time, Elder Wei came to see him and said, a sect can't only have one herbalist. Elder Wei, what do you mean? Jun Changxiao asked. Elder Wei said, I want to pick a few suitable disciples in the sect and personally teach them how to plant medicinal herbs. Being hired as a herbalist only needed to plant medicinal herbs. Now that he was the head of the Iron Bone Medicine Hall, he had to fulfill his responsibilities. Jun Changxiao said, tomorrow, I will gather the disciples and let Elder Wei choose them personally. Okay. Elder Wei left to plant medicinal herbs. Jun Changxiao began to prepare for the dungeon trial 1 month later. He decided to take 25 disciples to Death Valley first. 7 inner disciples would definitely go. The other 10 disciples with middle-grade spiritual roots would also go. The rest would be filled by Zhou Hong, Long Xiang, and the others. Jun Changxiao returned to the study and pulled out the beginner's store. When he refreshed at the vast Qi sect, he only looked at the green dragon crescent blade and began to compete with Qin Haoren. He didn't have time to carefully look at the other items. Shua. Suddenly, Jun Changxiao stood up. In the second row of the item column, there was a magic-modified sniper rifle silencer, a sniper rifle with a silencer. This was the favorite item of gunners. Clicking on the detailed introduction, the content was that it was suitable for various kinds of magically modified sniper rifles. It could be used to silence the user after shooting. The price was 20 contribution points, only 20 points? It's not expensive at all. Ding. The host has spent 20 contribution points and received a magically modified silencer X1. It has been transferred into the spatial ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 500,500. After buying the silencer, Jun Changxiao continued to browse through the products. Unfortunately, the rest of the products were useless. He continued to refresh. Ding. Sect contribution points, 490,500. The refresh this time was very unlucky. The products were all daily necessities, such as multifunctional toothbrushes and multifunctional soaps. Jun Changxiao bought a multifunctional soap at the cheapest price of 10 contribution points. Needless to say, it had a lot of functions and could be used as shampoo or shower gel. Ding. Sect contribution points, 470,500. It refreshed again. Although most of the products this time were useless, there was an item called Body Technique Training Room that was worth buying. Its function was similar to a muscle building room and was mainly used to train body techniques. Jun Changxiao bought it for 20 contribution points. Not only could he use it for himself, but he could also use it for Su Xiaoma and the other members of the Drizzle Hall to train their body techniques. Sect contribution points, 440,500. On the third refresh, his luck finally came. An item called Sect Mission Board appeared in the list of products. The system said, yes, yes. Jun Changxiao happily clicked on the product introduction. The content was, item, Sect Mission Board. Introduction. After activation, it will automatically match the system with sect missions. Disciples can click on sect missions to receive them. Price, 100 contribution points. So expensive? After seeing the price, Jun Changxiao was a little speechless. The system said, the sect mission board can exempt the host from frequently giving out sect missions. It's worth buying even if it's expensive. That's true. Jun Changxiao bought it for 100 contribution points. After spending like this, he was left with 340 contribution points. Jun Changxiao came to the outer courtyard. He first placed the body technique training room next to the muscle building room. Then, he chose a bigger room and took out the sect mission board. The sect mission board was like a wall-mounted television. It was about 140 by 80 in length and width. Jun Changxiao hung it 1 meter high on the wall. With a thought, he activated it. The screen instantly lit up, automatically matching sect missions and displaying them. There were not many missions. For the time being, there were only 20 types listed. There were small words at the bottom. The mission board refreshed at a fixed time every morning. Moreover, it was divided into individual and group missions. There were also mission difficulties and suggestions for cultivation base. What was even more interesting was that there was a mission completion ranking on the right. However, because no one had completed it, the ranking was currently empty. Pay attention, Jun Changxiao said. He called Li Qingyang over and found someone to make a plaque. He hung it outside the room. From then on, Iron Bone had another mission pavilion. The next day, after morning exercises, Jun Changxiao began to introduce the mission board and the mission pavilion in detail, as well as how to receive them. It was not too difficult. One could just click to receive a single mission. For group missions with a high number of stars and required a fixed number of people, the participating disciples could click to receive them separately. Many of the new disciples' eyes lit up when they heard that there would be various martial arts resources as rewards after completing the sect missions. After introducing the sect mission board, Elder Wei selected 5 disciples. To become a pharmacist, one did not need to have a high aptitude. One only needed to be careful and serious. I'll say it one last time. Jun Changxiao said in a deep voice, do the sect missions according to your ability. Those who do not meet the requirements and cannot complete the mission within the time limit will be severely punished. Yes. OJ8K, disband. Swoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of disciples rushed into the mission pavilion. They crowded in front of the sect mission board and curiously looked at it. They had never seen such a TV-like thing. After a while, some disciples tried to use their fingers to click on a single mission. Then, the confirm and cancel buttons popped up. Confirm. Disciple Li Tian has received a 2-star sect mission. Deliver letters to the villagers of Qingyang village 5 times in 10 days. The prompt sounded abruptly in the mission pavilion. Everyone was shocked and retreated. That scared me to death. Does this count as receiving the mission? Ha ha ha. Li Tian squeezed out of the crowd and stood at the door. He waved at everyone and grinned. Senior and junior brothers, I'll go do the mission first. With that, he ran out quickly. Bang, as soon as he came out, he was hit by a ball of happiness. He flew into the air again and then fell into the greenery. Since Li Tian had started, the other disciples were eager to try. However, the sect leader had repeatedly reminded them, so they chose to accept the mission as much as possible. Senior brother Long, let's form a team and receive this 3-star mission, Li Yuhua said as she pointed at the mission board. Sure. Long Xiang had no objections. Ling Yuanxua lowered her head and said weakly, Senior brothers, can you bring me along? No problem. The 3 of them clicked confirm. The prompt sounded. Disciples Long Xiang, Li Yuhua, and Ling Yuanxua have received a 3-star sect mission. Head to Mount Huaqing to hunt subterranean beasts in 5 days. The subterranean beasts level was not too high. With their current cultivation levels, they could handle it. The difficult part was finding the mission target. Let's go. Long Xiang, Li Yuhua, and Ling Yuanxua set off. The other disciples, after careful consideration, accepted the mission according to the requirements. In just half an hour, more than 20 missions on the mission board had been accepted. Many disciples could only continue to cultivate and wait for the next day to refresh. Sitting in front of the stone railing in front of the main hall, Jun Changxiao muttered, this mission board is really convenient. Relying on the sect's mission board, the disciples could accept missions on their own. Jun Changxiao did not need to release them one by one, which saved him a lot of trouble. Next, he called Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and Tian Qi over and gave them a bottle of aptitude-changing liquid according to their respective spiritual roots. The 3 who had tasted the sweetness immediately consumed it. Tian Qi and Li Fei's spiritual roots rose to the middle grade, and their cultivations also entered the 6th grade martial disciple realm. Su Xiaoma stepped into the top grade spiritual root, and his cultivation broke through to the 7th grade martial disciple realm. At this point, the number of people with top-grade spiritual roots in the Iron Bone sect increased from 3 to 4. Although the sect was only an 8th-rate sect, it had already surpassed the 6th-rate Vast Qi sect with 3 top-grade spiritual roots. With only top-grade spiritual roots, their overall strength was still far from being enough. Thank you, Sect Master. Su Xiaoma and the other 2 cupped their hands and said. Jun Changxiao said, continue to work hard in your cultivation. 1 month later, I will bring you to Death Valley for training. The three who were originally quite happy immediately froze when they heard the words Death Valley. What's wrong? Jun Changxiao asked. Su Xianxia said in shock, Sect Master, Death Valley is the forbidden area of Azure Sun County. It is said that high-level beasts comparable to Wuzong can be found everywhere inside. Tianqi and Li Fei's eyes were also filled with fear. The three of them had heard of the various terrifying aspects of Death Valley from their elders since they were young, and it created a lingering psychological shadow. Not only them. When the martial artists of Azure Sun County heard of Death Valley, their expressions also changed. Forbidden area. It was not a joke, Jun Changxiao said, it is because of the difficulty that I will bring you there for training. This way, you can increase your strength. Wasn't it just to complete the epic mission? He made it sound like he had put in a lot of effort. If Sect Master says we will go, then we will go. Su Xianxia expressed his stance. Tianqi and Li Fei also agreed. Psychological shadow? Overcome it. The one with the biggest reaction was still Li Qingyang. When he found out about this, he almost fell to the ground. Sect Master. Li Qingyang said with a solemn expression, Death Valley is filled with ferocious beasts. Without Wuzong's cultivation, it's already good enough that 2 or 3 out of 10 people who go and come out alive. So dangerous? Extremely dangerous. Jun Changxiao rubbed his chin and smiled. The more dangerous it is, the more challenging it will be. Prepare well, we'll head to the Death Valley in a month. Li Qingyang was silent. As a disciple, he would not go against the sect master's decision. He followed the instructions and gathered the 10 middle-grade aptitude junior brothers and began to arrange for special training. Jun Changxiao also knew that Death Valley was fraught with danger, and he could not treat the lives of his disciples as a joke. Therefore, he began to provide them with a large number of energy-gathering pills, hoping that they could reach a higher level within a month. You can't leave out the secondary tank either. That brat Li Yuhua's body is fine. Let Zueji take him through special training. When the time comes, he can be used to fight monsters. Li Qingyang trained 10 disciples with middle-grade spiritual roots, and Xiao Ziji trained Li Yuhua individually. Everything was arranged properly. Next, when they finished their training, they would head to the Death Valley to fight in the dungeon. As for the other disciples, Jun Changxiao could not ignore them. Due to the suppression of their levels, he personally went to train them. First, he set a small goal. In a short period of time, let the new disciples all break through to stage 12 meridian opening, and even become martial disciples. Many meridian opening pills would not be a problem. The selected disciples began to undergo special training for the trial in the Death Valley in a month. The new disciples cultivated under Jun Changxiao's guidance. Elder Wei also cultivated 5 disciples while planting high-grade herbs. The sect was thriving. On the 3rd day, Li Luoqiu brought people back to the sect. Sect Master. In the study, Hall Master Li placed a spatial ring on the table and said with a smile, the Xiao family's mine collapsed and seized a few 100,000 taels of iron. Jun Changxiao said, that's right. If the mine collapsed, the Xiao family could dig it out again. However, this would consume more resources and manpower, and they would also suffer heavy losses in a short period of time. I have installed a type of equipment in the training room that can improve one's movement technique. When you have time, let the members of the Drizzle Hall cultivate there. Jun Changxiao said. Equipment to improve one's movement technique? Filled with curiosity, Li Luoqiu came to the training room and saw that there was another tent beside the molding room. There was a light flickering on it, and it was obvious that someone was training inside. Time ended. The door of the movement technique training room opened, and Su Xianxia walked out with a swollen face. Then, he fell down with a plop, and white foam came out of his mouth. Li Luoqiu touched her chin and said, it seems a little scary. As she said that, she walked into the movement technique training room. What appeared in front of her was a spacious space. The moment the door closed, her body started to run uncontrollably. It was a little like a treadmill, but the difference was that when Li Luoqiu started running, numerous hidden weapons flew from all directions, forcing her to choose to dodge. An hour later, the time in the training room ended, and Li Luoqiu walked out with sweat all over her head. Her slender legs were trembling violently, and she said while panting, too scary. Xiao family. When the Great Elder found out that the few direct descendants of the Xiao family who were in charge of supervising the work had gone missing and that the mine had collapsed, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The loss of business with the AI family was still bearable, but the collapse of the mine, which was the family's biggest source of income, was definitely a fatal blow. It was already good enough that he didn't faint on the spot. Damn it, who did it? First, the elegant residence was burned down, then the AI family cut off business with us, and now the mine collapsed for no reason. There must be someone behind this. The upper echelons of the Xiao family were all furious. The industries that supported the family's economy were continuously damaged. This was very fatal for a family, and it was definitely unbearable. Think about it, losing the supply of goods was equivalent to losing the funds. Without funds, how could they buy martial arts resources and allow the direct descendants to maintain their normal cultivation? The news of the AI family cutting off business and the collapse of the mine quickly spread in Liang City. The martial artists who originally guessed that the fire in the elegant residence might be a coincidence immediately believed that they had offended someone and had been arranged properly. Who arranged it, many people were thinking, and all kinds of guesses were spreading in Liang City. The Bei family and the Xiao family have always had grudges. In my opinion, the possibility of the Bei family secretly causing trouble is very high. The Zhang family and the Wang family had a conflict with the Xiao family a few years ago because of the iron mine. These two families are also very likely. The martial artists were constantly discussing, and the matter continued to ferment. All kinds of guesses were spreading, and if they were all categorized, almost all the big and small families in Liang City had a motive. At first, the Bei family didn't pay attention to the rumors outside. After all, they didn't do it, and there was nothing to be afraid of, but after the direct descendants of the Xiao family heard about it, they subconsciously believed that the Bei family was secretly causing trouble. Thus, when they met the direct descendants of the Bei family on the street, they couldn't see eye to eye and immediately had a dispute. In the end, it evolved into a fight. Just like that, the originally peaceful Liang City had become a scene of exciting fights almost every day because the two families had brought their conflicts out in the open. Many suspicious families were also implicated, causing the city to become extremely chaotic. The person who spread all kinds of rumors, Great Sect Master Jun, was sitting in the study listening to Li Luochio's report. He grinned and said, "This is called gossip is a fearful thing." The rumors in Liang City were all deliberately spread by Jun Changxiao under the orders of the Drizzle Hall members. Even when the Bei family and Xiao family's direct descendants met, they would sometimes play tricks in the dark, causing the two sides to have conflicts and fight. Cutting off their source of income and letting the Xiao family make enemies everywhere, this was Jun Changxiao's entire plan. After accepting the mission of letting the members spread rumors and play tricks in the dark, Li Luochio once said, "Are you the devil?" She dealt with her enemies straightforwardly. She would never dream of Jun Changxiao's various methods. Sometimes, Li Luochio thought, if she didn't come out at that time and hid in the headquarters with the members, the final outcome would definitely be arranged by this guy. So, he was the devil. "Let's stop targeting the Xiao family for now, just keep an eye on them," Jun Changxiao said. "Who's the next target?" Li Luochio asked. Jun Changxiao spread his hands and said, "My iron bone isn't an enemy of the entire world, why would I have so many enemies to target?" He really didn't want to be in the limelight, nor did he want to offend others for the sake of acting cool. If no one provoked him, he just wanted to quietly nurture his disciples, develop the sect, and become stronger step by step. When he had nothing to do, he would lead his disciples to sing and dance, or take them on outings and barbecues in the wild after boring cultivation. This idea was good. But Jun Changxiao understood that reality was cruel. Because where there was Jianghu, there would be grudges. Unless you were so strong that no one dared to provoke you. Li Luochio smiled and said, "Does Haoqi sect not count?" "You don't say." Jun Changxiao held his chin and said, "Alliance Master Qin has suffered such a big setback, he must be holding a grudge, maybe he will jump out one day to show his existence." "So, Sect Master plans to deal with it as it comes." Qin Haoran must hate him. Jun Changxiao couldn't be so arrogant as to destroy a sixth-rate sect. "If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. If the enemy moves, I'll greet them with a brick." Because of all kinds of rumors, the conflict between the Xiao family and the other families became more and more intense. In the end, they alarmed the city lord, who dragged them to the city lord's mansion and gave them a harsh lecture. Although the various great clans had become well-behaved, they had formed a greater grudge against the Xiao clan. If there was any conflict in the future, it would definitely explode. They couldn't destroy the Xiao clan. Just like that, it caused a great disturbance. This was Jin Changxiao's real goal. Judging from the current situation, it was clear that he had succeeded. Thus, he ordered the Drizzle Hall to keep an eye on the situation at all times and focus on training the disciples. Pass the ball, pass the ball. On the training field, after Su Xiaoma and Li Fei finished their training, they organized a friendly soccer match with their junior brothers. Unless it was necessary to undergo special training, Jin Changxiao had always emphasized to his disciples that they had to be relaxed and moderate in their cultivation. It was also appropriate for them to have some spare time activities to cultivate their temperament. Swish, Li Fei made a long pass in the midfield. The happy ball dragged an arc and greeted Jin Changxiao, who had just walked out. But in the end, it was caught by him with one hand. Come. Jin Changxiao walked into the training field in high spirits and said, I will play with you guys for a while. The corners of Su Xiaoma and the others' mouths twitched. With the sect leader's strength, if he couldn't control his strength and kicked them, they would definitely become Li Tian Tian. Aya. Li Yuhua suddenly clutched his stomach and said, it hurts, I need to go to the toilet. As he said that, he was about to slip away, but he had only taken 2 steps when the happy ball hit his head. He heard Jin Changxiao say, Yuhua, go and guard the goal. Oh. Li Yuhua rubbed his head and walked back, but he heard the sect leader say again, come back, it's to guard the opposite goal. Ah? Begin. As a striker, sect leader Jun showed off after he got the ball, then passed the defenders and charged into the penalty area. He raised his leg and shot. Swish, the ball carried the force, dragging an arc and flying towards the goal. Li Yuhua, who was in charge of guarding the goal, didn't make a save. Instead, he turned around and ran to the side, leaving a big gap. It wasn't that he didn't have the awareness of a goalkeeper, but that the happy ball wasn't going towards the goal, but towards him. Boom. Li Yuhua was 1 step too slow and was hit by the ball. His body was sent into the goal. Yeah. Jin Changxiao raised his peace sign to celebrate. But no teammates came to celebrate, because they all stood in place with twitching mouths. Sect leader, this is a one-man show, the game continued. Jin Changxiao was like Ronaldo. As long as he touched the ball, he would move past the defenders and shoot. As the goalkeeper, Li Yuhua only had one task, and that was not to guard the goal, but to think of ways to escape the tragic fate of being hit by the ball. Unfortunately, he couldn't escape at all. When the score increased to 7 o'clock, the disciples on the field looked at Li Yuhua, who was kicked into the goal 7 times in a row, and their mouths almost became crooked. How was the sect leader playing football? He was clearly kicking people. Hey! Jin Changxiao shouted, don't just stand there like idiots, let's play together. Su Xiaoma and the others were about to cry. Sect leader, from the beginning until now, you have scored 7 goals, and we teammates haven't even touched the ball once. How can we play happily like this? Swish, Jin Changxiao passed the ball to Su Xiaoma, who immediately recovered from his mental breakdown. He dribbled the ball all the way into the penalty area and kicked Li Yuhua. He and the ball went into the goal together. Damn it. He finally found the feeling of playing football. Bang. Bang. Bang, sect leader Jun began to cooperate with his teammates. All kinds of long passes and straight passes appeared frequently, and he scored wonderful goals again and again. The most valiant thing was that this guy took the ball in the backfield. When he saw an opening, he lifted his leg and shot. The ball flew close to the ground and hit Li Yuhua. Both the man and the ball drilled into the goal again. Super, world-class ball, Li Yuhua, who was kneeling in the goal and catching the ball with his abdomen, said while foaming at the mouth, I think, I can still be saved, plop. He fell to the ground and fainted. Jin Changxiao shook his head and said, his physical strength is not enough. He needs more rigorous training. Do you think the sect leader is so bored that he is playing football? No, he is specially training Li Yuhua to not only become a qualified secondary tank, but also a flexible secondary tank. I have sinned. Jun Changxiao said loudly, this kid's physical training needs to be doubled. Yes. Xiao Ziji, who was acting as a spectator, said. Su Xiaoma, from tomorrow onwards, organize a football match every day. Li Yuhua will be the goalkeeper. Yes. After arranging everything, Jun Changxiao came to the door of the training room. Lin Jianghang, Cui Bujian, and a few other new disciples were sitting on the stairs. They all had a hopeless expression on their faces. This was a normal operation. If the disciples who joined Iron Bone for the first few days could still be happy after experiencing all kinds of hellish experiences, there was only one possibility: they had been tortured to the point of insanity. Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and smiled. How do you feel? Cui Bujian tried hard to raise his head. His teeth bit his lower lip, and bean-sized tears dripped down. He cried, Sect leader, I miss home. This is your home, Yi Zichen said. Lin Jianghang, Cui Bujian, and the others suddenly burst into tears. They held in their hearts, Sect leader, it must be the devil. Li Yuhua had just finished a 3-star mission with Long Xiang and Ling Yuanxue when he came back and was beaten up by sect leader Jun. What was even more tragic was that Xiao Ziji also increased the difficulty of his physical body. That night, he trained in the molding room for 8 hours before coming out. After dawn, he wanted to go to sleep after eating, but was pulled by Su Xiaoma to play football. Everyone understood the sect leader's intention. When the game started, no one kicked the goal, but only him. Just like that, Li Yuhua began his bitter life. Although the process was painful, the speed of his growth was very significant. After a few days, his physical body and reaction had improved by leaps and bounds. Now, if Su Xiaoma and the others wanted to kick him, they had to add a lot of strength to their feet. He was not the only one cultivating. Under Li Qingyang's lead, the 10 middle-grade spiritual root disciples also consumed the energy-gathering pills and cultivated in the spiritual power array. Lu Qianqian, Yi Xingchen, and the others had their own cultivation plans. As for the sect mission, 7 days had passed since the day it was released. The first disciple to receive the mission had already completed it. The other disciples followed one after another, completing more than 20 missions in total. Jun Changxiao opened the data panel. His achievement value had increased from 100 to 200, and his contribution value had increased from 340 to 440. There were still many missions. If he completed all of them, his contribution value would definitely overflow. So, he spent another 100 contribution points to buy 2 bottles of middle-grade transformation liquid. Then, he called Tianqi and Li Fei over. He wanted to continue improving. Gulp. Tianqi and Li Fei took the high-grade transformation liquid. Their spiritual root quality broke through from middle-grade to high-grade, and their realm entered the 7th-grade martial disciple realm. At this point, all 7 inner disciples had high-grade spiritual roots. An 8th-grade sect had 7 disciples with high-grade spiritual roots. If this news spread to the Jianghu, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. When he was in the Haoqi sect, Jun Changxiao bought 2 bottles of transformation liquid. When the members were full, he bought 4 more bottles and gave one to Su Xiaoma and the other 2. So, he still had 3 bottles in his hand. Who should he give them to? After pondering for a moment, Zhang Xian called Li Yuhua over and passed her 2 bottles of mortal tier and middle tier forging solution respectively. This kid's physique was very good. Once his aptitude increased and he entered Death Valley, they would definitely expect him to stand in front of them and taunt them. After Li Yuhua drank the 2 bottles of aptitude reforming elixir, her spirit root was upgraded to the middle grade, and her realm broke through from stage 9 to stage 12. She stood rooted to the ground, dumbstruck. Anyone would have such an expression on their face when their spiritual root and cultivation level suddenly increased. Jun Changxiao patted him on the shoulder and said, "Cultivate well. Don't disappoint this king's expectations of you." Li Yuhua regained her senses and shouted loudly, "Yes." As for the last bottle of mortal-grade aptitude reforming liquid, Jun Changxiao decided to give it to the shy Ling Yuanxue. Firstly, she had been training very hard during this period of time, and secondly, there were very few female disciples in the sect. Everything was settled. For the rest of the time, he would wait for the disciples to complete all the sect missions so that their achievement value would reach the maximum. Then, he would come to upgrade the sect. Level 2 will open the alchemy pavilion. There will be healing pills and forging pills sold in the shop. Level 3 will open the forging pavilion. Will I be able to forge weapons? Xianxia was looking forward to it. 7 days later. The disciples completed all the sect missions, and their achievement value increased from the initial 100 to the maximum of 500. It could be said that Xianxia was very precise. He was not willing to give even a single point more. Obtaining 400 achievement value meant that they would definitely obtain 400 contribution value as well. When it was about to overflow, Xianxia spent 180 points to buy a Type 88 sniper rifle, an 8x scope, shoulder pads, and a silencer. Thank you, Sect Leader. Receiving the Type 88 sniper rifle equipped with an 8x scope and silencer, Li Luoqiu caressed it lovingly. During this period of time, she had fulfilled her responsibilities, so it could be considered a reward. Xianxia laughed. This god-powered handgun has been modified. After firing, there won't be any movement. Is that so? Li Luoqiu took the Type 88 sniper rifle and came to the back of the mountain. She had fired 2 shots before, so she knew how powerful it was. So after loading the bullets, she obediently put on the modified shoulder pads. Xiao! Xiao! 2 silent shots were fired. Hanging on a distant tree, 2 adjacent fruits were shattered. This woman's shooting talent was not worse than Xiao Ziji's. In fact, it was even better. There really isn't any sound. Li Luoqiu opened her eyes wide. With a normal silencer, one could still hear some movement. But with the modified silencer, there was only a slight sound. It was definitely useful for a sneak attack. Li Luoqiu immediately liked it even more. She wanted to go down the mountain, find an enemy, and then hide in a dark place and kill them with a shot. In the study, Xianxia rubbed his hands and opened the status panel. He saw the "Can Upgrade" button appear behind the "Sect Construction" Level 2. Click. Ding. Sect Construction upgraded to Level 3. Ding. Sect members, contribution value, and achievement value limit increased. Ding. Sect Smithing Pavilion opened. When the notification sounded, the data panel changed greatly. Sect name, Ironbone Clan. Sect leader, Xianxia. Sect level, 8th rate. Sect construction, level 3. Sect function, Medicine Refining Pavilion, Smithing Pavilion. Sect skill. Jing, Divine Grade Low Level, Self/, Middle Grade Low Level, Rupturing Fist, Mortal Grade High Level. Sect members, 500-1000. Sect contribution value, 450-1000. Sect achievement value, 01000. Sect mission, none. Sect main mission, within 100 years, the number limit finally broke 1,000. Xianxia laughed, but his laughter soon turned into tears as he howled, Motherf ****, I'm still short of 99,000, 1,099,000. The difference was not small. No matter what, upgrading the sect to level 3 was equivalent to taking another step forward. It was something worth being happy about. Shwa. Xianxia clicked on the newly appeared smithing pavilion. A small panel popped up and a 3D projection of a smithing table appeared. There were 3 weapons listed below. One was the low-grade cold-edge sword, the second was the high-grade overlord spear, and the third was the high-grade iron shield. As expected, it's the same as the alchemy pavilion. Xianxia said happily, this smithing pavilion also has the low-grade store weapons that can be forged. He clicked on the low-grade cold-edge sword and a small panel popped up. The content was, weapon, low-grade cold-edge sword. Material, 0, 1 kg cold iron, 0, 1 kg ice spring water. Fire seed, exquisite fire. There are only so few materials? Xianxia said in shock. Most of the pills in the alchemy pavilion required 3 to 4 types of herbs. The cold-edge sword required 500 kilograms of cold iron and a bucket of ice spring water. The system said, other than high-level and special weapons that require many types of ores, most of them only require one type of ore. Jun Changxiao held his chin and muttered, this cold iron is probably not cheap. As he said that, he clicked on the high-grade Overlord Spear's introduction. This was even simpler. It only required 500 kilograms of obsidian. Jun Changxiao then clicked on the low-grade iron shield and suddenly grinned. Because the material required was iron ore, he did not have any cold iron or obsidian, but he had a lot of iron ore. After Li Luoqiu took care of the Xiao family's mine, she brought a lot of it. It was worth a few 100,000 taels. From the amount shown, it was enough to forge 1,000 iron shields. Jun Changxiao said, this ore is useless anyway. Let's forge 500 shields first and give one to each disciple. The system reminded, iron ore is an indispensable auxiliary ore for forging weapons and equipment. It is recommended that the host use it sparingly. Is that so? Jun Changxiao thought for a while and said, then let's forge 25 first. When we go to Death Valley, let the disciples all equip them. Equipment in the foundry pavilion, as long as there are enough materials and fire seeds, can also be easily forged in one click. However, when Jun Changxiao forged the first solid iron shield, it took him half an hour, so he broke down, so slow. The system said, if this sentence is heard by the professional foundry master of the Falling Star continent, they will definitely smash the host's head with a brick. Why? Jun Changxiao asked. The system explained, a professional foundry master needs at least 2 days to forge the lowest grade equipment, from smelting ores to repeatedly hammering. The host finished it in half an hour and still thinks it is slow, it will definitely irritate them. Oh. Jun Changxiao whispered, compared to 2 days, it is indeed not slow. Not only is it not slow, it is simply too fast. Shua. With a thought, he took out the first-grade solid iron shield. It is a more conventional round shield, the size is similar to an ordinary pot lid, although it is made of iron ore, it is very light. There is a grip in the center of the shield. The shield is black outside, there is a groove in the center. With the experience of loading bullets, Jun Changxiao immediately judged, this shield can be integrated with crystal core energy. Smart. The system said. Jun Changxiao continued to let the foundry pavilion forge the second shield, then took out a low-grade crystal core and integrated the energy into the groove. After the energy was filled, streams of light spread out from the center, finally outlining a pattern similar to the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. At first glance, it seems to be coated with fluorescent powder. Cool. Jun Changxiao said. As soon as the voice fell, the streams of light suddenly weakened. Although the pattern was still on the shield, the color had turned gray. Jun Changxiao said, what's the situation? The system said, the host can pick up the shield and inject his mind into it to activate the defense function. Defense function? Jun Changxiao put his palm on the inner grip of the shield, communicating with the shield with his mind. Wang. As soon as he touched it, a circular barrier similar to a formation barrier appeared, close to the front of the shield. Looking at the light barrier protecting him, Jun Changxiao was shocked, this is super cool. But how is the defense? The system said, the solid iron shield activates the defensive barrier, the defense strength is quite high. Eh? At this moment, Li Luoqiu walked in and asked, Sect leader, what is this? Shield, Jun Changxiao said. Of course, Li Luoqiu knew that it was a shield disc. She pointed at the flowing light barrier, which looked both real and illusory, and said, I'm talking about this. Why does it look a bit like a formation? Jun Changxiao said, defensive barrier. Come. He raised his shield and turned around. Take out your Desert Eagle and try shooting at my shield. Li Luoqiu laughed and said, what if I break it and injure the sect leader? I can't break it, Jun Changxiao said. For real? You're serious? Alright. Li Luoqiu raised her hand, and the Desert Eagle appeared out of thin air. Crack. He loaded the gun, aimed it at the defensive barrier, and fired without hesitation. Hall Master Li, who used to be an assassin, was clean and efficient. However, when she fired the gun, her bright eyes were filled with surprise, because the bullet hit the defensive barrier and did not cause any damage at all. How is it? Jun Changxiao said, the defense is not bad, right? Li Luoqiu said in surprise, Sect leader, is your shield a mid-grade high-grade defensive treasure? Jun Changxiao did not understand the quality of the low-grade solid iron shield, so he could only cooperate and said, yes, it's a mid-grade high-grade. No wonder. Li Luoqiu blinked and said with a smile, Sect leader, do you have a lot of shields? If you do, give a few to our drizzle hall. Jun Changxiao withdrew his consciousness, and the defensive barrier disappeared. He said, we'll see how it goes in the future. All right. Li Luoqiu shrugged. Why are you looking for me? Jun Changxiao asked. Li Luoqiu said, the vast Qi sect sent a message that Qin Haoran left Azure Sun County. From the direction, it seems that he went to the Holy Spring Sect. Jun Changxiao touched his chin and said, this guy suffered a big setback. Could it be that he wants to go to the Holy Spring Sect to invite experts? Li Luoqiu said, that's possible. Jun Changxiao shook his head and refuted his own conjecture. We have a duel with the Sacred Spring Sect. If they claim to be a great sect, they definitely won't send experts here, because this will give people a reason to gossip. That's true. Li Luoqiu said. The entire Azure Sun County knew about the duel. The Holy Spring Sect would definitely have some scruples. Otherwise, they would continue to send people to cause trouble after the Spirit Spring Mountain. Jun Chang said with a smile, in my opinion, Alliance Master Qin's trip this time is to ask the Sacred Spring Sect to take care of our Iron Bone Sect during the battle. Will a fifth-rate sect listen to a sixth-rate sect? Li Luoqiu said. They have a mouth under their nose and they make up their own content. Jun Changxiao said, what's more, if Alliance Master Qin gives some benefits, the Holy Spring Sect may be willing to accept. Li Luoqiu frowned slightly. So, if we go to the Holy Spring Sect, the situation will become more troublesome. It doesn't matter. Jun Changxiao didn't care. In his opinion, Qin Haoran's methods were nothing. The Spirit Spring Sect's methods were hateful and abominable. The forging pavilion worked non-stop for the whole night and forged another 24 shields. Although the hard iron shield was good, it needed crystal cores to form a barrier. Moreover, after taking a blow from the Desert Eagle, it consumed 1/10 of its energy. This meant that once the energy was exhausted, the defensive barrier would lose its effectiveness. Jun Changxiao murmured. After entering Death Valley, the disciples can use it to defend against the attacks of the beasts. The next day, he summoned 25 disciples. Not counting the inner disciples and the 10 high-grade spiritual roots, the other 8 disciples were Zhou Hong, Long Xiang, Li Yuhua, Ling Yuanxue, and others. Jun Changxiao distributed the shields one by one, then gave each of them a crystal core. After briefly explaining how to inject energy, he said, unless it's a critical moment, don't easily activate the defensive barrier to block. Yes. All the disciples shouted. He didn't give Zhou Hong a shield because this guy would definitely use a sword and not a shield. Tisk, I'm a martial emperor, why would I use such a crude shield for defense? Yi Xingchen despised the hard iron shield very much. After all, in his previous life, he had never used a shield similar to the one used by mortal soldiers. Just imagine, a martial emperor who could fly and cover the sky with one hand, how degrading would it be to carry an iron shield? Why would I use such a crude thing? Back in the room, Yi Xingchen casually threw the hard iron shield in a corner. Outside, Su Xiaoma integrated the crystal core into the shield and activated the defensive barrier. He exclaimed, this shield is so powerful. Tsk Yi Xingchen snorted coldly. But when he turned around, he glanced at the defensive barrier outside the window and said in shock, this is a defensive treasure. Weapons were nothing more than sabers, spears, swords, and halberds. Treasures were more complicated. For example, Buddhist beads, seals, or even a seemingly ordinary bracelet could be called a treasure as long as it had special functions. A ring with storage space was also a treasure. The hard iron shield could activate the defensive barrier function, which meant that it was also a treasure. In the Falling Star continent, defensive and offensive treasures were more valuable than weapons of the same quality. Yi Xingchen hurriedly picked up the shield in the corner and poured the crystal core into it. When the defensive barrier was activated, he exclaimed, a middle-grade high-grade defensive treasure. A low-grade hard iron shield was defined as a middle-grade high-grade. In terms of value, it was definitely comparable to a high-grade low-grade weapon. Xianxia wasn't shocked by the quality, but by the fact that the sect leader had taken out 24 defensive treasures of this level. This guy was really something. The disciple took the shield and left, leaving Ling Yuanxue alone. In the study, only she and Jin Changxiao were left. Ling Yuanxue kept her head down, her small hands trembling slightly. This was the first time she was alone with the sect master. She was shy to begin with, so she must be very nervous now. Suddenly, there was a sound. Ling Yuanxue was startled and unconsciously took 2 steps back. Jin Changxiao saw this and was speechless. I just put the aptitude reforming liquid on the table and she got scared. She's too timid. Yuanxue. He held his chin and said, "What's your dream?" Why did the sect master ask about her dream again? Ling Yuanxue whispered, My dream is to cultivate martial arts and prove to you stinky. No, prove to all stinky men except the sect master. Jin Changxiao said seriously, cultivating martial arts is not to prove to others, but to prove to yourself. Do you understand? Understood. Jin Changxiao slammed the table and said sternly, louder. Ling Yuanxue was almost scared to tears. She closed her eyes and said loudly, understood. Jin Changxiao's tone became gentle. Cultivating martial arts is about courage. When we go to Death Valley, I hope to see your brave and strong side. Understood. Ling Yuanxue said. Jin Changxiao said, drink this bottle of liquid. Oh. Ling Yuanxue walked over step by step, then picked up the bottle of aptitude reforming liquid, opened the cork, and drank it. After a while, her face became incomparably red. Her spiritual root aptitude went from low grade to mortal grade, and her cultivation also went from level 10 to level 12. Ling Yuanxue stood there with her almond-shaped eyes. After each of the 24 disciples was equipped with an iron shield, Jin Changxiao ordered them to continue their cultivation in order to prepare for the trip to Death Valley. As for Qingyang County, they were still talking about the Iron Bone Sect's victory over the Grand Qi Sect. It was not until another big news spread that the limelight was overshadowed. What big news? 7 days later, the AI family auctioned off the body-shaping pills. This kind of elixir that could enhance one's physical strength had already spread around when Iron Bone went to challenge the Noble Spirit Gate. Then, it suddenly disappeared, and many people had almost forgotten about it. He could forget about it last time, but not this time. Because after the AI family confirmed the date of the auction, they carried out a large-scale publicity campaign. All kinds of praises and advertisements were used, giving people a feeling that it was very exaggerated. It was even more exaggerated. The AI clan's auction this time was different from the past. They directly announced the starting price of the body-shaping pill. How much? The starting price was 1 million taels. 1 million taels? That's too exaggerated. Even if a high-grade medicinal pill were to be auctioned, it wouldn't be able to fetch such a price. It's too extravagant. I can't afford it. If Jin Changxiao were to be auctioned, the starting price would be 1 million taels of silver. Many martial artists would definitely think that Jin Changxiao was crazy for money. However, the AI family was different. After all, they were an old and established family. Previously, they even had healing pills. When many martial artists heard of this news, they unanimously agreed that the effects of the body-sculpting pill must be incomparably miraculous. If AI Xianxia used Iron Bone's disciple defeating the Noble Spirit Gate's disciple to advertise, it would cause an even bigger sensation. However, sect leader Jun didn't authorize it, so he didn't dare to use it as a gimmick. 1 million taels of silver was already a huge gimmick. The large clans and sects in Azure Sun County that trusted the AI family enough naturally started to raise funds after receiving the news. Jin Changxiao also received the news and laughed. The starting price is 1 million taels of silver. If the auction starts, I don't dare to imagine the final price. Li Luoqiu said, the body-shaping pills refined by the sect leader are very important to martial artists. With the AI family's help, those 4 body-shaping pills will probably fetch a sky-high price. Jin Changxiao continued to develop in the sect. He wasn't interested in participating in the upcoming auction, mainly because he didn't want to show his face in public. Instead, he wanted to wait behind the scenes to collect money. 7 days later, the auction was held as scheduled. Because the AI family clearly stated that the body-shaping pills were only for martial artists in Azure Sun County, the other county forces only casually sent people to join in the fun when they heard the news. Everyone. Inside the auction house, AI Shang stood on the auction stage and said, "I believe all of you already know the effects of the body-shaping pills even if I don't tell you. So, let's begin the auction." Shwa. He opened the brocade box and said loudly, "The starting price of the first body-shaping pill is 1,000,000 taels of silver. 1,100,000 taels. 1,200,000 taels." The intense bidding began. All the large clans and sects went all out. After all, there were only 4 body-shaping pills, which were even rarer than the healing pills. After the auction ended, the news was passed to Ironbone. Jun Chongxiao learned that the 4 healing pills were sold for 10 million taels of silver. Only 2,500,000 taels of silver per pill? He shook his head and said, "It doesn't seem too high." Li Luoqiu said, "The AI family's auction this time is limited to Azure Sun County. They didn't allow any other county forces to participate. It's already good that they managed to sell it for 10 million taels of silver." That's true. Jun Chongxiao felt relieved. 10 million taels of silver was split 40 to 60. He could earn 4 million taels of silver. This was like picking up money. That wasn't all. After the body-shaping pills, the AI family continued to auction the healing pills. Although the other county forces didn't participate and the 10 healing pills couldn't reach the price of 6 million taels of silver, they still managed to sell for 4 million taels of silver. The AI family did this to take care of the other county forces so that they wouldn't complain. All day. Sect Master Li Qingyang reported, "The AI family head is here to visit again." Actually, it would be more appropriate to say, "The AI family head is here to give money again." After AI Xianxia entered the main hall, he first handed over 6 million taels of silver. Jun Chongxiao liked to work with the AI family, so he directly gave them 50 bottles of healing pills and 10 bottles of body-shaping pills. When AI Xianxia received the money, his hands started to tremble uncontrollably. With so many pills, the profit they could earn from auctioning them off every once in a while was unimaginable. Pay 10 times the penalty to the Xiao family? Bullshit. As long as they could form a good relationship with Sect Master Jun, they wouldn't care even if they had to pay 20 times the penalty. AI Xianxia left happily and began to plan for a bigger auction. On the way, he had already decided that the next auction would be open to the public and the healing pills would not be limited to Azure Sun County. The matter of the auction gradually faded away with the passage of time. With the help of the craftsmen, the renovation of the outer courtyard of the Ironbone sect had also been completed. The grounds had become bigger and there were more pavilions. Especially the main hall, which had been renovated to be even more majestic and dazzling. The foundation of a sect was all in the main hall. Therefore, after challenging the vast Qi sect, Li Qingyang focused all his energy on the main hall. Why? Because the outer courtyard grounds and pavilions could be expanded and built at will, but the main hall had to remain in place. Therefore, if he wanted to renovate it, he had to do it in one step. Li Qingyang's idea was very correct. After the main hall was renovated twice, it would be a long time before it was renovated again. Not bad, not bad. Standing in the incomparably spacious and majestic main hall, Jun Chongxiao smiled with satisfaction. Sect Master Li Qingyang said, "This disciple has already drawn up the blueprint for a larger-scale renovation. We can carry out the third renovation at any time." This is very good. We will talk about it after the third renovation. Jun Chongxiao paused for a moment and said, "Pass down the order. Let the specially trained disciples have a good night's rest. We will set off for Death Valley tomorrow." There were still more than 10 days left before the 2-month time limit set by the Epic mission. Death Valley was quite far away, and they would have to travel for a while. Therefore, Jun Chongxiao decided to set off tomorrow. The 25 disciples had improved quite well, especially the 10 middle-grade disciples, all of whom had become 5th-grade martial disciples. Because there weren't many 10-fold Qi-gathering pills, they took the quintuple ones, so their speed couldn't be compared to Li Qingyang and the others who went to Haoqi sect for training. If he had joined the other sects during the 100 sects recruitment, it would have been his limit to enter the martial disciple stage from the meridian opening stage. Therefore, the 10 middle-grade spiritual root disciples were very content and grateful. Long Xiang and Li Yuhua also improved quite well. One became a 5th-grade martial disciple, and the other became a 4th-grade martial disciple. Especially Li Yuhua, after a month of training, not only did he cultivate a strong physical defense, but he also became very agile. Xianxia and the others wanted to kick him with a football, so they had to use at least 70 to 80% of their strength. After Ling Yuanxue took the aptitude-changing liquid, she relied on the qi revolving pill to break through to martial disciple, and later on, she became a 3rd-grade martial disciple. These were all outer sect disciples. Although the 7 inner sect disciples didn't have the 10-fold qi-gathering pills, their improvement in the past month was quite good. Yi Xingchen became a 9th-grade martial disciple, the same as Li Qingyang. Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and Tian Qi were all 8th-grade martial disciples, and Xiao Ziji was a 6th-grade martial disciple. As for Lu Qianqian, in her words, she was a 4th-grade martial disciple. She was able to turn her spiritual power into small fists in Haoqi sect, so no one thought that her strength was only a 4th-grade martial disciple. Of course. In the past month, the other disciples also improved quite well. Disciples with average aptitudes. Like Li Tian and Sima Zhongda also became 2nd-grade and 3rd-grade martial disciples. The last batch of disciples entered the 10th stage of the meridian opening realm with the help of Yi Jing, body tempering pill, and meridian opening pill. They weren't far from all 12th stage martial disciples. Could they raise the sect's level? They couldn't. The certification requirements for a 7th-grade sect were the sect master, 50 martial disciples, and 512th stage meridian opening realm disciples. Just based on the first point, he failed. Therefore, Jun Changxiao had to complete the epic quest no matter what so that he could become a martial master. Moreover, based on the first mission he completed, if he completed the second epic mission, he might directly break through to the next realm. The next day, after the 25 disciples ate the breakfast prepared by Lu Wancher, they left the iron bone under the lead of Jun Changxiao. After the other disciples saw him off, they continued to cultivate. They hoped that they could become stronger faster so that they could follow their senior brothers out to gain experience in the future. Li Luoqiu oversaw the sect. However, after watching Jun Changxiao and the others leave, he said to himself, Death Valley is full of danger. I hope I can return safely. Death Valley was notorious. She had brought so many people there to train. It was hard for her not to think that some of her disciples might never return. Scared? On the way, Jun Changxiao said. I'm not afraid. The disciples shouted in unison. Even though they knew that this trip would be extremely dangerous, they weren't afraid in the slightest, because they had steel bones. Death Valley was in the south of Azure Sun County. It was at least 1,000 miles away from Azure Sun City. As there was still plenty of time, Jun Changxiao wasn't in a hurry. Occasionally, they would stop to admire the beautiful scenery when they passed by. It had to be said that in a world full of spiritual energy, the scenery in the wilderness was pleasant, making people forget to return. When Jun Changxiao brought his disciples to a waterfall, he couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. He immediately recited a poem. The sun shines and the incense burner produces purple smoke. I look at the waterfall hanging in front of me. Flying down 3,000 feet, I think the Milky Way falls from the 9th heaven. The disciples were stunned. It turned out that the sect leader knew how to compose poems. Su Xiaoma and the others didn't come from a big family, so they had limited knowledge. They only felt that the poem sounded very good. Flying down 3,000 feet, I think the Milky Way falls from the 9th heaven. Long Xiang carefully savored it and clapped his hands. Wonderful, wonderful. Lu Qianqian, who was always cold, heard Jun Changxiao's poem, and her eyes were filled with surprise. In the Falling Star continent, there were many martial artists, but cultured people like him weren't easy to find. Sect leader is so awesome. Ling Yuanxue didn't follow the procedure and directly worshipped him. If the system had acting tough points, sect leader Jun would have gained a lot of points by reciting Li Bai's poem. Rustle, rustle, rustle. In the beautiful mountain forest, Xiao Zuiji carried his Type 88 sniper rifle and sprinted forward. He stopped in front of a tree, set up his gun, and pulled the trigger. Xiao, with the silencer, the bullet shot out silently and accurately hit a goat that was running in the distance. Swish! Su Xiaoma rushed over and carried the goat to a small stream. He skillfully skinned and deboned the goat. After finishing, he hung the goat on a tree branch. Zhou Hong walked over. Sword shadows permeated the air, instantly slicing the man into pieces. Before the goat fell off, a few disciples went over with bamboo baskets and caught the pieces. Swish! 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 They used bamboo skewers to skewer the goat and brought it to the sect leader. Jun Changxiao placed the goat skewers on a makeshift barbecue table and released the exquisite fire. He began to rotate the skewers continuously. Zhao Ziji opened fire. Zhou Hong drew his sword. The disciples were busy as if they were facing a great enemy. They were just barbecuing. Little mo. Jun Changxiao shouted, "Where's the kidney?" Su Xiaoma, who was standing by the stream, said, "Sect leader, I threw away all the internal organs." Damn. Jun Changxiao said, "What a waste." Li Qingyang's mouth twitched. My sect leader, you used a bullet to barbecue the meat with the exquisite fire. This is what you call a waste. Extremely boring. Yi Xingchen, who was sitting in the distance, didn't care. Not long after, the skewers were cooked. Jun Changxiao sprinkled chili and cumin and said, "Come and try my barbecue skills." The disciples living in the Falling Star continent had never seen such barbecue before. So, they all curiously took a skewer and ate it. Then, they praised it. Junior brother Yi. Li Qingyang handed over the goat skewers and said, "You should try it too." TSK Yi Xingchen took it reluctantly, took a bite, and then, well, ate the rest. No one could resist the temptation of delicious food, not even the cold martial emperor. He could compose poems and barbecue skewers. The disciples' adoration for the sect leader was like a torrential river that flowed endlessly. After the barbecue in the wild, Jun Changxiao continued to lead the disciples and stopped in front of the fog-shrouded Death Valley the next day. The words Death Valley were engraved on the stone wall at the entrance of the valley. The color was red, as if it was dyed with blood. Whoosh! Cold wind blew and poured into the entrance of the valley, forming a sound like ghosts crying and wolves howling. In front of the valley, many martial artists were hesitating. When they saw Jun Changxiao and the others coming, they immediately whispered to each other. Eh? Iron Bone? Sect leader Jun brought so many disciples here. Is he going to enter Death Valley to train? Without Wuzong, going in rashly is suicide. Death Valley not only had ferocious beasts but also large amounts of medicinal herbs, ores, and crystal cores. Every day, it would attract cultivators who were not afraid of death. They definitely did not dare to enter alone, so they would often recruit members at the entrance of the valley. If they could come out alive, they would split the loot equally. Unfortunately, after entering, very few people could come out alive to split the loot equally. Even so, it could not stop the enthusiasm of the cultivators. Every time, they would rush over like moths to a flame. Rogue cultivators had no clan or sect to protect them, so they could only rely on themselves. It was very common for them to go to the wilderness to earn resources. There are quite a lot of people. Jun Changxiao stopped in front of the valley with 25 disciples. Sect Master Jun, a cultivator, shouted, "You want to bring the disciples into the valley?" Jun Changxiao said, "That's right." That person said, "Death Valley is a forbidden area in Azure Sun County. It's very dangerous." Sect Master Jun, with so few people, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. Jun Changxiao said, "It's not the number of people, it's the quality." Quality? Everyone shook their heads. They knew that Li Qingyang and a few others in Iron Bone were quite strong. As for the other disciples, they would be sending themselves to their deaths if they went in. They might even be a burden. Jun Changxiao naturally would not explain, nor would he let the disciples show their strength to them. He said, "Disciples, follow me into the valley." With that, he strode into Death Valley. 25 disciples of the Iron Bone faction entered in an orderly manner under the watchful eyes of the crowd. There's not a single martial master. They'll be sending themselves to their deaths if they go in. Last year, Alliance Master Qin brought his disciples here for training. After they went out, more than 10 of them died. Sect Master Jun probably thinks that he can do whatever he wants in Azure Sun County after defeating Haoqi Sect. He's still too young. He'll know his own worth when he suffers a big loss. I'm afraid they'll all be wiped out and never come out again. Everyone discussed in low voices. They were not optimistic about Iron Bone's training in Death Valley. With them leading the way, we can follow behind and pick up scraps. If the situation doesn't look good, we can retreat immediately. Yes, yes. Many small teams believed that this was a good opportunity, and they all set out to enter Death Valley. In an instant, there were only a dozen or so people left at the entrance of the valley. They didn't go in because they were worried that Iron Bone wouldn't be able to hold on. If that happened, they wouldn't even have a chance to retreat. Those who dared to go in were gambling, while those who didn't were seeking stability. The entrance to Death Valley was a narrow passageway that resembled a canyon. It was filled with a faint mist, and occasionally, a cold wind would blow, giving people a gloomy feeling. Jun Xianxia raised his hand as he walked in. Shua. Shua. Xiao Ziji and Li Yuhua walked over. He stood in a triangular formation with the sect leader and placed the low-grade iron shield in front of him. 10 middle-grade spiritual root disciples stood on both sides of the team and raised their iron shields. The rogue cultivators who were following behind shook their heads when they saw the Iron Bone disciples advancing step by step with their shields raised. The vicious beasts in the valley were incomparably cruel. This kind of iron shield would not be able to withstand their attacks at all. When the time came, it would only hinder them. Oh woo, all of a sudden, wolf howls could be heard from above the canyon, and numerous earth flame wolves appeared, stepping on flames. Oh no! It's a pack of earth flame wolves. They shouldn't be at the entrance. Many martial artists turned pale with fright and immediately retreated. They even had the intention of leaving the cave. They were not sure if they could escape. There were more than 100 earth flame wolves gathered above. It would be difficult to escape if they were targeted. If they had known that they would be treated like this as soon as they entered the valley, they would not have followed them even if they were beaten to death. The rogue cultivators were now filled with regret. However, they were fortunate that after the earth flame wolves appeared, their cold eyes locked onto the Iron Bone disciples in front of them. With them attracting their attention, there was a high chance that they would be able to escape. Oh woo, the wolf howls could be heard again. More than 100 earth flame wolves seemed to have received an order. They immediately charged down with flames on their feet, baring their teeth. Jun Xianxia raised his hand with a smile on his face. Clang! Clang! Li Qingyang and the other inner disciples brandished their cold-edged swords. The outer disciples who did not have weapons raised their shields and formed a defense on both sides. Oh woo! An earth flame wolf that was comparable to a second-grade martial disciple was the first to charge. However, when it was still in midair, its head exploded and its body fell to the ground with a bang. Darlings! Jun Xianxia withdrew his desert eagle and said, "It's time to show off my real skills." Swoosh! An earth flame wolf's sharp claws gathered flames as it pounced towards him. Whoosh! With a flash of the sword, its head was separated from its body. Li Qingyang held his sword and stood in front of the sect leader. His eyes were cold. Puchi! Su Xiaoma charged forward. With a flash of his sword, an earth flame wolf's head was chopped off. When he went on a sect mission before, he could only dodge with his meridian opening cultivation. Now that he was facing a stronger earth flame wolf, he could easily kill it. This was the best proof of his increase in strength. Tianqi, Li Fei, and the others also started to attack. In the narrow passage, sword lights flashed frequently. Puchi! Puchi! One by one, the earth flame wolves were killed. Fresh blood splattered on the stone wall, emitting a nauseating smell. When the martial artists who were running back saw the Iron Bone disciples killing the earth flame wolves as if they were chopping vegetables, their expressions froze. Senior brother, be careful. At this moment, Li Yuhua rushed over with her shield and knocked away the earth flame wolf that was attacking Su Xiaoma from the side. Boom! The earth flame wolf crashed into the stone wall and fell to the ground, twitching. Oh my god! What kind of impact is that? It can paralyze an earth flame wolf. Everyone exclaimed. Boom. Another collision sound was heard. They saw Xiaoxia dashing forward with his shield and knocking away 3 earth flame wolves, killing them on the spot. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Just by relying on the impact of an iron shield, the force formed from the impact was enough to kill an earth flame wolf. He's Xiaoxia. No wonder he's so powerful. He's the champion of the sect competition. Everyone was relieved. However, when they saw the weaponless disciples of the Iron Bone sect holding up their shields and colliding head-on with the incoming ground fire wolves and sending them flying again and again, they were all shocked. They are all F***king freaks. Look, that female disciple seems to be scared. Someone noticed Ling Yuanxue. Although she was holding her shield, her hands and legs were trembling. Right. Facing so many earth flame wolves, this was normal. Awoo. At this moment, an earth flame wolf jumped down, and its target was Ling Yuanxue. This is bad. Without the help of her fellow disciples, this girl is definitely unlucky. While everyone was guessing, Ling Yuanxue noticed an earth flame wolf attacking her. She closed her eyes and rushed over with her shield. Ah. Bang, because Ling Yuanxue's speed was very fast, when she hit the earth flame wolf, it was stuck in front of the stone wall. Ah. Bang. 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 She closed her eyes and repeatedly attacked with her shield. Soon, the earth flame wolf's skin was torn open. The itinerant martial artists behind were all dumbfounded. This girl was too violent. Many earth flame wolves charged down from both sides, but they were either killed or rammed to death by the Iron Bone disciples. In just a moment, dozens of corpses were scattered on the road. The rogue cultivators behind were dumbfounded. Iron Bone was simply too terrifying. The earth flame wolves jumped down one after another as if they were rushing to their deaths. Awoo. The wolves howled again, and the earth flame wolves immediately stopped attacking. They stood on the mountain wall, opened their mouths, and began to gather fire spirit energy. Realizing that the crowd below was very strong, they chose to bombard them with long-range fireballs. This was a very smart choice. There are so many earth flame wolves spitting fire at the same time. There's no way to dodge. Iron Bone is finished. Everyone hurriedly retreated to the entrance of the valley. However, they did not leave immediately. They wanted to see what Iron Bone had in mind. Bang! Bang! At this moment, dozens of earth flame wolves spat fireballs at the same time. The scorching heat instantly dispersed the thin fog. Iron Bone disciples raised their shields to block the attacks, but they did not activate the defensive barrier. The sect leader had said that they should not waste the energy of the crystal cores. The rogue cultivator's mouth twitched. Brother, that's fire energy. If you use your iron shields to block the attacks, the heat alone will be scorching, not to mention whether you can withstand the attacks. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, the flames spat out from both sides accurately hit the iron shields. The flames were dispersed and extinguished like blooming fireworks. The disciples with the iron shields stood where they were and were not sent flying. Disdain was written all over their faces. Awoo, another wolf howl was heard. Huff, huff. The dozens of earth flame wolves seemed to have received an order. They opened their mouths to gather fire energy again and spat it at the Iron Bone disciples below. Unfortunately, the second fireball was stronger than the previous one. It was blocked by the iron shields again. The disciples stood where they were, unharmed. As for the heat, the iron shields did not conduct heat. Bang! Bang! After the earth flame wolves' attacks failed, they continued to spit fireballs. For a moment, fire energy shot down like rain. The Iron Bone disciples gradually gathered together as they blocked the attacks. Their shields connected to each other, forming a perfect defense. Awoo, the wolf howled again. Xianxia was annoyed and said, Zueji, get rid of that guy. Shua. Xiao Zueji summoned his Type 88 sniper rifle and placed it directly on his shield. The 8x scope locked onto the howling earth flame wolf on the mountain, and he immediately pulled the trigger. Whoosh, a silent bullet shot out from the muzzle at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye, accurately hitting the earth flame wolf's head. The howling stopped abruptly. Boom! The earth flame wolf that had been shot fell from the mountain and landed in front of the Iron Bone disciples' shields. Judging from its size, it was much larger than its peers. Oh my god! The Earthfire Wolf King died just like that. Could this be Iron Bone's god-powered gun? Everyone was shocked. Iron Bone was very famous in Azure Sun County. The Type 88 sniper rifle that smashed the Xianxia Sect signboard was also a hot topic among many martial artists. After the Earth Flame Wolf King that had given the order was killed, dozens of Earth Flame Wolves seemed to have gone mad. They did not care about spitting fire anymore and pounced on them with bared fangs and brandished claws. Put away your shields and kill. Xianxia said calmly. Shwa shwa shwa. The Iron Bone disciples carried their shields on their backs and channeled their spiritual energy into their fists to fight the Earth Flame Wolves that were pouncing on them. Bang! Bang! Li Yuhua, who was the meat shield, was the first to rush over. She used her rupturing fist and punched left and right, directly smashing the heads of 2 Earth Flame Wolves. Although the 10 middle-grade spiritual root disciples did not have any weapons, they still killed the Earth Flame Wolves with their bare hands. Moreover, all of them were headshots. When one's strength reached a certain level, even the toughest skull would be smashed, for a moment. Brains and blood splattered everywhere. It was a bloody scene. Ah! Ling Yuanxue also imitated her senior brothers and punched an Earth Flame Wolf until its body caved in and its internal organs were shattered. Only then did she bravely open her eyes. The itinerant cultivators in the distance twitched their mouths violently. They thought that the quality of the iron shield used by the Iron Bone disciples was extraordinary since they could withstand the attacks of the Earth Flame Wolves. Now that they saw the shield and fought, they knew that it was really powerful. More than 10 minutes later, the dozens of frenzied Earth Flame Wolves all died in front of the Iron Bone disciples. The originally narrow path was filled with corpses. Blood flowed and gathered into a river. The air was filled with a nauseating smell. Wah! Seeing so much blood, Ling Yuanxue leaned against the mountain wall and vomited. Take out the crystal cores, Xianxia ordered. Yes. The disciples started to move. They cut open the bodies of the Earth Flame Wolves and took out the crimson crystal cores one by one. In total, they obtained more than 50 crystal cores. The itinerant cultivators who were hiding in the distance were full of envy. Every single crystal core was money. Sect leader Su Xiaoma held the crystal core of the Earth Flame Wolf King and said with a smile, "This is not bad." Xianxia put it into his spatial ring and snapped his fingers. Let's continue forward. Everyone followed the sect leader with excitement in their eyes. When they were facing the Earth Flame Wolves, they were very nervous. After the battle, their blood was boiling. Ever since they joined the Iron Bone, these disciples had been cultivating. Today, they came to Death Valley to train. It was undoubtedly the time to prove their strength. After Xianxia left with the disciples, the itinerant cultivators who wanted to retreat gathered their courage and followed. When they came to the ground full of Earth Flame Wolf corpses, they were still shocked. More than 100 Earth Flame Wolves that were comparable to martial disciples were killed by them so quickly. This was too terrifying. Shwa! Shwa! Many itinerant cultivators took out their daggers and began to skin and bone the wolves. Although the most precious crystal cores and the Earth Flame Wolf King's corpse were taken away, these things could still be sold in the market and made some money. Needless to say, the martial artists who gathered their courage and followed in seemed to have some gains. At least the Iron Bone could eat the meat, and they could drink the leftovers. The path in the valley was not long. Xianxia led the disciples out quickly. What appeared in their field of vision was a dense forest covered in a faint mist. Roar! Vaguely, they could hear the roars of ferocious beasts. The ground under their feet was dark red, as if it was left behind by blood. Piles of human and beast bones were scattered around, emitting a gloomy and strange aura. This was the interior of Death Valley, a place that was regarded as a forbidden area. Xianxia said seriously, "Be alert at all times." Yes. The disciples gradually spread out and kept a distance from each other, forming a defensive formation with the sect leader as the center. Whoosh! At this moment, a black light darted out from the darkness and blocked their path. It was a huge leopard beast with black fur and a pair of cold eyes. Sect leader. Li Qingyang whispered, "This is a black-skinned leopard." Roar. The black-skinned leopard roared and suddenly rushed over. Its front claws were stretched out, carrying with them the power to tear everything apart. Sinful self, go. Yes. Ta ta ta. Xiao Ziji rushed out of the defensive formation and directly grabbed the leopard's front limbs. His 10 fingers were like iron pliers, and he threw it to the ground. Roar. The black-skinned leopard cried out in pain. However, because its front limbs were grabbed, it could not get up at all. In the end, it was ruthlessly thrown to the ground. Bang! 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 After being thrown to the ground, this black-skinned leopard that was comparable to a peak martial disciple could no longer get up. Its body twitched violently and it died. The rogue cultivators who followed behind them entered Death Valley and happened to see Xiao Ziji beating up the Black Panther. Their mouths suddenly opened wide. Oh my god, a beast comparable to a peak martial disciple was actually ravaged by him. Shwa. Xiao Ziji tore open the Black Panther's chest with his bare hands and took out the crystal core in its heart. The rogue cultivator's eyes suddenly became hot. That was a beast comparable to a peak martial disciple's crystal core. It could be exchanged for several spirit stones, of course. No one would think of robbing it. After all, they would definitely die if they tried. Jun Changshao led his disciples into the forest step by step. The moment he stepped into Death Valley, the epic mission entered a 7-day countdown, so he had to find the 4 types of beasts as soon as possible. Shwa. Shwa. As soon as Jun Changshao and his disciples left, a small group of rogue cultivators rushed over and skillfully peeled off the Black Panther's fur. The fur of a peak martial disciple was much more valuable than the Earth Flame Wolf. Those who were slow were immediately annoyed. Let's go, let's follow. Iron bone is so strong, there must be good things. Let's pick up the scraps. Everyone hurriedly followed and kept a certain distance. Ta. Suddenly, Jun Changshao stopped and turned around. Everyone, it seems a little inappropriate to follow behind Iron Bone to pick up scraps, right? Hee hee. A warrior scratched his head and said, Sect leader Jun, can't we follow Iron Bone to drink the soup while you eat the meat? Jun Changshao said, you can drink the soup, but everyone has to pay 1,000 taels. You can pick up whatever Iron Bone doesn't want. 1,000 taels? That warrior collapsed. Sect leader Jun, isn't it a little expensive? Jun Changshao said, if you think it's expensive, you can take the lead. Iron Bone will give you 1,000 taels each to follow behind and pick up scraps. This, everyone's mouth twitched. They really wanted to agree. After all, more than 20 people would cost 20,000 taels. But, they didn't have the ability to take the lead. Jun Changshao said, you don't want to pay, yet you want to take advantage of the situation. There's no such good thing in this world. So if you dare to follow me again, don't blame me for being ruthless. All the disciples were very cooperative, glaring angrily at him, after witnessing how the Iron Bone disciples fought valiantly against the pack of Earth Flame Wolves. The rogue practitioners were so shocked that they took a few steps back. Sect Master Jun, the martial artist, said, we will give you 1,000 taels. If you can't find enough, won't you be a fool? Jun Changshao said indifferently, there's no other way. Picking up scraps depends on luck. These words caused everyone to break down. We will give it to you. The 5 small groups of martial artists who had obtained the Black Panther fur agreed and paid 5,000 taels. After all, they had already tasted the benefits. Following him in was a gamble. Giving him 1,000 taels was still a bet. More than 30 rogue cultivators struggled internally for a while before they each took out 1,000 taels of silver. After pocketing more than 30,000 taels of silver, Jun Changshao reminded them, remember, your duty is to pick up scraps. If you take something you shouldn't take, it will be very tragic. Rest assured, Sect Master Jun. We definitely won't take anything we shouldn't take. Everyone patted their chests and promised. Awoo, suddenly, another wolf howl was heard. Streaks of crimson light appeared in the fog-shrouded forest in front of them, looking very frightening. Thud, thud. Wolf beasts that were even larger than the Earth Flame Wolves walked out of the shadows. Their fur was crimson red, like a cluster of flames. Their crimson eyes emitted a ruthless aura. Oh no, it's a pack of crimson flame wolves. The rogue cultivators turned pale with fright. The earth flame wolves belonged to a relatively low-level wolf pack. Their strength was generally 1 to 3 grades lower. The crimson flame wolves belonged to a high-level wolf pack. Their strength was at least 6 grades lower. In other words, the crimson flame wolves that appeared were not weaker than the earth flame wolf king. Moreover, their use of fire was much better than the earth flame wolves. When they were angry, they could directly spit out fire pillars. It's over, it's over. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have given them 1,000 taels. The rogue cultivators didn't care about picking up the leftovers, nor did they care about the banknotes. They hurriedly ran towards the entrance and entered the canyon tunnel. During this time, no one turned back. They were even annoyed that they didn't grow 2 more legs. They ran away just like that? Xianxia scratched his head and said, "Didn't I just earn tens of thousands of taels for nothing?" The disciples were speechless. Xianxia said, "Sect master, there are at least 50 crimson flame wolves. Their strength is not weaker than a 6th grade martial disciple. It's a bit tricky." "Then what are you waiting for?" Xianxia took a step back and said, "Hurry up and find a place that's easy to defend and hard to attack." Whoosh! Whoosh! The disciples hurriedly looked around and quickly found that the left side of the mountain wall behind them was concave. They hurriedly rushed over and occupied this advantageous position. Hell! Just as they were about to set up the defense, a furious howl suddenly came from inside. The crimson flame wolves that were about to attack heard the howl. Fear appeared in their crimson eyes and their footsteps slowed down. Whoosh! At the end of the mountain wall, a resting bear was awakened. It straightened its 5-meter-tall body and its eyes flashed with an ominous glint. "Second grade mountain back bear," Xianxia said in surprise. Second grade mountain back bear was equal to a second grade martial master. Judging from its physique and ominous glint, it was indeed Chinibyu. Damn it! Xianxia took out the desert eagle and was about to kill this guy that shouldn't exist. At this moment, Xianxia tiptoed on the stone wall and leaped into the air. The hand that was holding the sword hilt suddenly waved. Whoosh 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 whoosh, in an instant, sword shadows spread out and all of them landed accurately on the chest of the mountain back bear. Zhou Hong said in surprise, 30 swords in one breath. Xianxia was able to achieve 24 swords in one breath last time. Now that he had achieved 30 swords, it could be seen that he had a deeper understanding of the linear sword formula. As a sword cultivator, Zhou Hong comprehended the sword every day. After a month, he only managed to break through from 23 swords to 25 swords. Don't underestimate the extra 2 swords. If it were other sword cultivators, they might not be able to improve even after a few months, years, or even a lifetime. Swoosh! Xianxia landed gracefully. "Oh my god, senior brother Ye's swords are so fast." The outer disciples exclaimed one after another. Soon, their expressions stiffened because after the sword shadows disappeared, the mountain back bear was completely fine. It raised its paw and smashed down. "Senior brother Yi, be careful!" everyone exclaimed. Clang! At this moment, Xianxia sheathed his sword gracefully. At the same time, a dense wound appeared on the chest of the mountain back bear behind him. There were exactly 30 wounds. Swoosh! Blood spurted out. The mountain back bear's body lost connection with its heart. The power gathered in it suddenly dissipated, and its consciousness gradually disappeared. Its tall body fell down like a mountain. Xianxia said indifferently, "Crude. Ordinary beast. Senior brother Yi, be careful." Huh? Xianxia felt that the sky had darkened. When he looked back, he saw that the crude ordinary beast didn't fall backward or to the left or right. Instead, it fell forward, whoosh whoosh. Boom! Xianxia, who was in the middle of showing off, was careless and didn't dodge. He was immediately crushed by the mountain back bear. Night Emperor, how sad. P.S. Because I have to update 2 books at the same time every day, my energy is really limited. I can only try my best to update more. Requesting recommendation votes, requesting monthly votes. Xianxia, who used the linear speed technique and slashed 30 times in a breath, instantly killed the mountain back bear. It could be said that he was quite powerful. If the rogue cultivators who did not escape saw this, they would definitely be deeply shocked. Of course. They would also see the scene of Xianxia being pressed to the ground by the heavy corpse. Quickly carry it away, don't take up the space, Xianxia said. Li Yuhua's muscle strength exploded as she lifted the mountain-back bear, which weighed almost 10,000 pounds, and threw her back to where it was sleeping. Poor little bear, if it had pretended to sleep, it would not have been destroyed. There was no other way. Who asked it to meet a group of ruthless people? Swoosh! Xianxia jumped up from the ground and patted the dust off. He flicked his slightly messy hair and said indifferently, rough, ordinary beast. Even if it was very embarrassing, he had to continue acting cool. Awoo, sensing that the mountain-back bear's aura had disappeared, the dozens of red flame wolves stopped and roared in unison. Immediately, they spread their limbs and charged forward, dragging flaming streams of light behind them. Although they did not release any flames, the temperature of the area increased by a lot as they charged forward. Xiaoziji stood at the indentation with his shield in front of him. His eyes were shining with excitement. He liked this kind of dangerous experience because it was more interesting than cultivating in silence. He could also test his strength during this period of time. Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and the others stood at the back with their shields raised. Xiaoziji was the first line of defense, and they were the second line of defense. Whoosh, at this moment, 2 red flame wolves rushed over. Their slender and sharp claws extended from their forelimbs and tore at the shield in front of them. Ta! Xiaoziji raised his shield and rushed forward, fiercely knocking the attacking red flame wolf away. Swoosh, at this moment, another red flame wolf rushed over. Its sharp claws directly scratched the sturdy iron shield, making a sound that made goosebumps rise. Although the defensive barrier was not activated, the sturdy iron shield's defense was still very strong. There were no scratches on the surface of the shield. On the other hand, the red flame wolf's claws were curled up after the fierce scratches. It was in so much pain that it howled. Whoosh, taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiaoziji raised his shield and swung his sword with his left hand, directly chopping off the head. Then, he raised his shield in front of him. Boom! Boom! The crimson flame wolves that came after Xiaoziji crashed into the shield with their bodies. Although the impact was strong, Xiaoziji did not move at all. Shwa! 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 In the blink of an eye, another 3 scarlet flame wolves charged at him with their powerful bodies. Only then was he forced to take a step back to the first line of defense. Awoo! 2 smart scarlet flame wolves leaped up, wanting to jump behind Xiaoziji, but just as they leaped over, 2 cold-edged swords pierced towards them. Poochie! Poochie! The cold-edged sword pierced through his abdomen. As his body rushed forward, a deep sword wound appeared, causing blood to spurt out. Fortunately, Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma reacted quickly and raised their shields to block the dirty blood. The disciple behind him didn't have time to raise his shield, and was immediately splashed with blood, looking very miserable. Boom! Boom! Another few scarlet flame wolves attacked, but they were all blocked by Xiaoziji at the first line of defense. Because of his powerful body, he was able to stand his ground. Originally, there was a possibility of being attacked from all sides. However, because of the terrain, the Iron Bone disciples could avoid being surrounded by enemies as long as they guarded the notch. The weakness was also very obvious. The notch was too narrow, and most of the disciples could only hide inside, unable to launch an effective attack. Sinji, Yuhua. Xianxia said, the 2 of you rush out and open up the space. Yes. Li Yuhua walked out from the back and raised her shield with Xiaoziji, blocking the incoming scarlet flame wolves. Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma followed with their swords and shields. As long as a scarlet flame wolf was knocked to the side by the shield, they would not hesitate to chop off the wolf's head with their swords. Zhou Hong also came out and placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Xianxia said, you don't have to do anything, just leave it to them. Although they came to Death Valley to complete the epic mission, they also had the intention to train the disciples. This sword genius was very powerful, and he killed all the scarlet flame wolves in one go. How could they train the disciples? Zhou Hong understood and retracted his hand. With the main tank Xiaoxiji and Li Yuhua advancing with their shields, the space gradually opened up. Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and the rest rushed out of the notch and formed an arc defense. It was undoubtedly difficult to change from a single defense line to a three-sided defense line. Fortunately, the Iron Bone disciples were very powerful. As long as the Scarlet Flame Wolves rushed over, they would be hit and killed by the cold-edged sword. It was good to have equipment. If they were unarmed, they would have been chased all over Death Valley by the wolves. Relying on the iron shield and the terrain, the first attack of the Scarlet Flame Wolves ended with more than 20 casualties. Awoo! A loud wolf howl was heard again, as if it was an order. Dozens of Scarlet Flame Wolves stood in the distance, and their fur suddenly became as red as blood. Huff huff. Scorching heat waves spread out in all directions. Li Qingyang said seriously, "They are condensing flames, everyone must be careful." Zueji, give me the gun. Shua. Jun Changxiao took the Type 88 sniper rifle and walked to the gap between Xiaoxiji and Li Yuhua's defense. He raised the gun and placed his eyes on the 8x scope. The wolf howl just now was definitely the Wolf King of the Scarlet Flame Wolves. Find it and kill it. With his 8x scope, he could even see the leaves a few hundred meters away clearly. Soon, Jun Changxiao found the Scarlet Flame Wolf King on a big tree in the distance. From its eyes, it seemed to be no weaker than the mountain-back bear. Damn it! You dare to bully my iron bone. After checking the crosshair, Jun Changxiao pulled the trigger. Xiao, the flowing photon bullet shot out without a sound. But through the 8x scope, the Scarlet Flame Wolf King seemed to have smelled the danger in advance and actually jumped to the tree next to it. Damn it! The control is so smooth. Jun Changxiao's crosshair followed and directly fired in the process. This really felt like a sniper. Shua. The Scarlet Flame Wolf King could really smell the danger. The moment the bullet erupted, it quickly dodged. Its red eyes were filled with contempt. Damn it, Jun Changxiao felt that he was being looked down upon. He pulled the trigger again. As a result, he fired several shots and ran out of bullets, but the opponent was still one step faster than him. Xiaoxiji, who was using his shield to block the shots, although he couldn't see who the sect leader was aiming at, but after firing 4 shots in a row, he judged that he should have missed. Oh my god, the sect leader has godlike marksmanship. After firing so many shots, the target must be very strong. Damn it, Jun Changxiao secretly cursed. Since he got the Type 88 sniper rifle, this was the first time he missed a target. Moreover, it was under the situation of firing several shots in a row, the system said. The Scarlet Flame Wolf King's senses and reaction are very strong. The host's chance of hitting from a long distance is very low. I don't believe it. Jun Changxiao took out the Scarlet Flame Wolf King's core crystal he just got, and then loaded 10 bullets. The system said, the higher the level of the core crystal, the higher the firing speed and power. The Scarlet Flame Wolf King will definitely have a hard time dodging. Ding! The host has successfully activated the 8x scope enhancement mode. 5 contribution points have been consumed. Ding! Sect contribution points, 425-1000. System, Jun Changxiao aimed the crosshair at the Scarlet Flame Wolf King's head. He secretly said, if I don't kill you today, how can I survive in the immortal world? The Scarlet Flame Wolf King seemed to have smelled a strong sense of danger and hurriedly turned around to escape. Xiao, but, just as it turned around, a stream photon bullet was shot at it. Unless you can F*King fly into the sky and burrow into the ground, otherwise, obediently eat a bullet for me. Don't doubt the 8x scope's enhancement mode. Because as long as the target was locked, the bullet would definitely hit the target. The Crimson Fire Wolf King seemed to have realized that it was in danger and ran away immediately. However, it couldn't escape at all. Whoosh, the silent bullet burst out, passing through trees and leaves. The Crimson Fire Wolf King's senses were very strong. It had already caught the bullet, but despair appeared in its eyes because it couldn't dodge it at all. Bang! In the end, the bullet seemed to have grown eyes and hit its head. The strong impact directly shattered its skull. Kaboom! The Crimson Fire Wolf King's huge body fell to the ground. Its red eyes gradually dimmed, showing disbelief. It clearly smelled danger. It clearly saw the trajectory of the light. Why couldn't it dodge it? Fancy movement, super awareness. Sorry, in front of the gods, it was just an ant after all. Awoo, after the Crimson Fire Wolf King died, waves of sorrowful wolf howls sounded in the forest. Streaks of red light rushed over. Ta ta ta. After a while, more than 200 Crimson Fire Wolves appeared in front of the Ironbone disciples. Their eyes were shining fiercely. Xianxia's mouth twitched. Killing the Crimson Fire Wolf King actually attracted so many Crimson Fire Wolves at once, nonsense. After killing their boss, they would definitely fight to the death with you. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, a Crimson Fire Wolf that was accumulating power was covered in flames. It seemed to be burning spontaneously. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, more Crimson Fire Wolves were burning. In the field of vision, there seemed to be dozens of crazy and scorching flames. The scene was spectacular, Li Qingyang said solemnly, they're going to attack. Whoosh. As soon as his voice fell, a Crimson Fire Wolf opened its mouth and spat out flames. It turned into a light beam and rushed over. Everywhere it passed, the branches and leaves were instantly burned to ashes. Ta. Xiao Ziji stepped on the ground with one foot and placed the shield in front of him, forming an absolute defense. Boom, when the explosive flame energy landed on the sturdy shield, the power it generated was at least 17,000. A rank 7 red flame wolf was even stronger than the Long Saber faction's faction leader after unleashing the power of fire. However, in front of Xiao Ziji, who had an extremely strong physical body, even if his strength exceeded 20,000, he would still be able to resist and remain as steady as Mount Tai. One could do it, but what about 2 or 3? Who? The other 2 red flame wolves spat out flames at the same time. Their target was still Xiao Ziji. Boom. Boom, 2 beams of fire once again smashed into the iron shield. In addition to the previous energy, it formed a force of 50,000 genes, instantly causing Xiao Ziji's shield-wielding arm to tremble. Furthermore, under the continuous bombardment of the flame beam, the surface of the iron shield gradually turned red. Didn't they not conduct heat? The fireball was aimed at the earth flame wolf, and it was extinguished with a bang. In the face of this kind of continuous burning, it could only be said that the heat conduction was slow, not that it could completely isolate the heat. From the looks of it, Xiao Ziji could still hold on. However, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long because the inside of the shield was already starting to heat up. If he continued to be burned, he would definitely be scalded. Hoo. Another 3 beams of fire shot towards him. Xiao Ziji's expression changed slightly. In addition to these 3 beams, the strength would definitely exceed 100,000 genes. He wanted to try and see if he could hold on. However, under the continuous burning, the shield would definitely not be able to hold on. Without any hesitation, Xiao Ziji communicated with the shield crystal core in his mind. Buzz, in an instant, the surface of the iron shield flashed and a defensive barrier similar to an array appeared. Bang! 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 3 beams of fire blasted directly on it. There were a total of 6 beams of fire, and the strength soared to 100,000 genes. However, under the powerful impact, Xiao Ziji, who was standing behind the defensive barrier, did not move an inch. The defensive function of the iron shield was activated, making him very relaxed. As the barrier blocked the flames outside, the surface of the iron shield that was originally reddish gradually turned black. However, under the continuous attack of the flame, the energy of the crystal core in the shield was also decreasing. At this level of strength, he could hold on for about 10 minutes. Hoo. More red flame wolves shot out beams of fire from the left and right. Li Yuhua strode over and stood on the right side of Xiao Ziji, activating the defensive function of the iron shield to form a defensive barrier in front of him. Li Qingyang also stood on the left side and set up a defensive barrier. The 3 of them lined up in a triangular formation and successfully blocked all the beams of fire from 3 directions. The defensive function of the iron shield was vividly displayed at this moment. However, there were too many red flame wolves. If all of them launched this kind of fire attack, the situation would be very troublesome. Xiao Mu, Xiao Fei. Xianxia said, charge out. He also realized that he couldn't fight a protracted battle with the wolves, or else he would only be in a passive position. Shua, Su Xiaoma and Li Fei, 2 disciples with excellent footwork, jumped up and rushed out. The target of the red flame wolves was Xianxia and the rest. Suddenly, they saw a human jumping out and directly shot out beams of fire. Hoo hoo hoo. More than 10 beams of fire shot out from the ground into the air. Unfortunately, Xianxia and Li Fei were nimble and agile, and they easily dodged them. After landing, they used ghostly leap to run left and right. More than 20 red flame wolves opened their mouths to shoot fire, but they couldn't catch up with the speed of the two. Come on, come on. Xianxia taunted as she ran, come and hit me. The red flame wolves that were ready to attack were enraged. They locked their gazes on him and started to attack. Who? 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 More than 10 beams of fire shot out from different directions. What the F***ck? Xianxia was so scared that he ran at full speed and dodged left and right in the rain of fire. On the other side, Li Fei took advantage of the time when his senior brother attracted the aggro and suddenly stopped. He raised his golden right leg and kicked a ball, however, there was no ball. Wang! Wang! At this moment, the space shook, and fist-sized rocks appeared. Iron Bone Shadowless Kick. Pung pung pung. Li Fei's golden right leg shot out at least 6 times in between the falling rocks. Xiao xiao xiao, 6 stones shot out explosively under the powerful force of his feet, drawing beautiful arcs in different directions. Pung 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 pung. The 6 red flame wolves that were attacking Xianxia were all hit in the head by the powerful rocks, and then they fell to the ground and died. Li Fei's leg was 20,000 pounds, and the rocks were big. Although they couldn't penetrate the head like bullets, the impact was still quite huge. Oh my god! Li Yuhua saw this and cold sweat poured down. In the previous month of training, he was taken care of by senior brother Li's golden right leg. If he had used this level of strength, he would have died long ago. I chop. I chop, chop, chop. As Xianxia dodged left and right, his right palm slashed out continuously. Crescent-shaped streams of light hit the red flame wolves and sent them flying. The appearance of the two attracted all the attention of the wolves. Xianxia thought that this was a good opportunity and ordered, Xingchen, kill all the fire-breathing wolves. Xiaxia's taunts and Li Fei's powerful attacks attracted all the red flame wolves. They gathered their flames continuously, preparing to launch a more violent attack. This was a good opportunity to attack. Swoosh, Xingchen jumped out and landed in front of Xiao Ziji. He walked towards the red flame wolves, one hand on the hilt of his sword. His narrow eyes shone with coldness. Senior brother Yi was going to attack again. The outer sanctum disciples looked at him with admiration. 30 moves in one breath to kill the mountain-back bear of middle second stage. They were shocked. This time, they wanted to see that superb swordsmanship with their own eyes. Zhou Hong looked over as well. Xingchen stopped in front of the crowd, and he was only a dozen meters away from the dozens of crimson flame wolves. Xianxia and Li Fei were too aggressive. They ignored the Night Emperor, who was standing 10 meters away. Are they treating me like air? Xingchen, who had a strong ego, looked colder. He moved his wrist and unsheathed his sword. The sound of the sword being unsheathed was heard. The red flame wolves that were attacking Xianxia and Li Fei looked over. There was a human. Kill him. Just as the red flame wolves were about to turn their heads, Xingchen used the one-word speed technique. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In an instant, all 30 swords were slashed out, forming 30 unparalleled streams of sword chi that shot out explosively. Whoosh, whoosh, the sword aura stirred, and a cold wind blew. Xingchen, who was holding a sword, had his black hair blown away, revealing a cold face. He was as pretentious as he could be. 30 sword auras bloomed like a flower. The Iron Bone disciples looked at Xingchen with admiration. They almost cheered on the spot. When they saw Xingchen slashing 30 times in one breath, the desire to learn the Lingjian godly technique grew stronger. Swoosh, 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 30 sword auras shot out close to the ground, locking onto the 30 red flame wolves. One-word speed technique. It could only be described in one word, fast. The red flame wolves that wanted to turn their heads and spit at Xingchen did not even have time to turn their heads. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Swoosh, 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 the sword aura spread and disappeared in the air. The 30 crimson flame wolves turned their heads, and the flames that had gathered in their mouths were suddenly extinguished. Their crimson eyes also gradually dimmed. Clang, Hanfang's sword. Plop, plop, cracks appeared on the bodies of the 30 red flame wolves before they were separated into 2 halves and fell to the ground. Blood and internal organs flowed out. Swoosh. Swoosh. Strong, too strong, swoosh, swoosh. 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 Swoosh, swoosh, the swoosh. 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 Swoosh, swoosh. Of them, swoosh. 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 Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 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 Swoosh, our brother Chen is a man of few words. Swoosh. 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 On the other side, Su Xianxia was swoosh. 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 Iron bone shadowless kick. Li Fei was also constantly taking out stones of the right size from his spatial ring and shooting them out like crazy. Swoosh. 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 The red flame wolves were like cavalries on the battlefield. Swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh. Xianxia shouted. Swoosh. Swoosh, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and Li Yuhua removed the defensive barrier. Swoosh. The other disciples also put away their iron shields. Swoosh. 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 At the exit of the tunnel, more than 30 loose practitioners had retreated. They had not left. Instead, they were waiting for the Iron Bone disciples. Some of them were thinking that they had to get their money back. After all, they had not picked up anything. Giving the Iron Bone disciples 1,000 taels was a huge loss. Sorry, it was impossible for them to take the money back when it was in Xianxia's pocket. Strange. Someone said, why hasn't the Iron Bone disciples come out yet? Could it be that they have been surrounded? With their strength, it should be easy for them to escape. There are so many of them. If they are slow, they will definitely be unlucky. After waiting for a while, they still did not see the Iron Bone disciples. They were certain that the Iron Bone disciples had been surrounded by the Red Flame Wolves. Even the most common Red Flame Wolf is not weaker than the Ground Fire Wolf King. There were at least 70 or 80 of them just now. Once the Iron Bone disciples are surrounded, they will definitely die. Not to mention an 8th-rate sect, even Alliance Master Qin's disciples would be in trouble. If we knew this would happen, we would not have given him 1,000 taels. Now that he has died in the wolf pack, his corpse will definitely be taken away. We will not be able to find it. Everyone was devastated. They did not care about the Iron Bone disciples, but they cared about their money. We can wait for a while. After the Red Flame Wolves have retreated, we can go and take a look. Maybe we can pick up something. Although the Iron Bone disciples are unable to fight against this wolf pack, they might be able to kill a few before they die. The Red Flame Wolf's fur is extremely warm. They can be sold for a good price in the market. Not bad, not bad. Everyone did not leave the valley. They waited quietly. After all, they had already given the money. If they did not pick up anything, it would be a huge loss. Soon, an hour passed. Someone said, I think it's done. Let's go in and take a look? Don't rush, don't rush. A martial artist said cautiously, let's wait for another hour. Everyone waited for another hour, and then carefully walked along the tunnel. When they reached the end, they did not enter the valley immediately. Instead, they pricked up their ears and listened carefully to see if there were any wolf howls. There was no sound, the wind that blew carried a sense of coolness. Everyone immediately determined that the Red Flame Wolves had retreated. If they were still there, the wind that blew would definitely be a heat wave. The rogue martial artists gathered their courage and walked out of the tunnel. When they were in Death Valley again, they looked at the place where the Iron Bone disciples were. Their expressions froze. That area. More than 200 Red Flame Wolves were lying on the ground, they were either cut in half at the waist or had their heads caved in. They died in all kinds of ways. More than 20 iron bone disciples who were covered in blood sat on the corpses. Some were shaking their arms, and some were using their fur to wipe off the blood stains on their swords. So many red flame wolves were lying dead all over the ground. The scene was extremely shocking. None of the 25 iron bone disciples died. They were not even injured. It was equally shocking. The rogue martial artist's eyes gradually widened. Their hearts were in turmoil. Whoosh, at this moment, the iron bone disciples turned their heads and grinned. Because their faces were covered in wolf blood, coupled with that strange smile, they suddenly felt like demons from hell. Thump. Thump, thump. Thump. The rogue martial artists were so frightened that they took a few steps back. A chill ran from the soles of their feet to their spines. Everyone. Xianxia pulled the red flame wolf king's corpse over and stepped on it with one foot. He smiled and said, "You have just left Death Valley, which means you have lost your qualifications. You still want to follow behind Iron Bone to pick up scraps. Please continue to pay 1,000 taels." More than 200 red flame wolves, some of their heads were chopped off, some of their bodies were cut in half at the waist. Fresh blood stained the ground. The scene was like a slaughterhouse. The Iron Bone disciples sitting on the corpses turned around and smiled at them, revealing their white teeth, like a butcher in a slaughterhouse. No, they looked more like demons from hell. The scene in front of them shocked the loose cultivators so much that they retreated. Their spines were cold and their scalps were about to explode. As martial cultivators, why were they so scared? If the corpses were normal cows and sheep, they would definitely be indifferent. However, the corpses were all lower 7th grade red flame wolves, each comparable to a 7th grade martial disciple. Moreover, the pack of red flame wolves was completely annihilated. More than 20 iron bone disciples annihilated a pack of lower 7th grade red flame wolves. Just this point alone was terrifying enough to frighten them, especially when they saw Xianxia pull out the red flame wolf king's corpse from the forest. The shock in their hearts was even more intense. Was this a dream? Looking at their dumbfounded expressions, Xianxia shook his head and said, "Didn't you hear what I said just now?" "What did he say?" "If you want to continue picking up scraps, pay another 1,000 taels." "I'll pay." A martial artist hurriedly took out some silver taels. He thought that the iron bone disciples would be annihilated, but in the end, it was the pack of red flame wolves that was annihilated. Being smart, he instantly realized that these people were very powerful. If he followed behind and picked up scraps, he would definitely gain a lot. The others also thought about it and rushed to hand over the silver taels. There were so many red flame wolf corpses, any few skins could be sold for a good price. More importantly, if they followed the iron bone disciples deeper and picked up some ores and herbs that they did not want or missed, they would definitely make a fortune, just like that. Xianxia earned another 30,000 taels. After paying, the loose cultivators stared at the red flame wolf corpses with burning eyes, ready to skin and take out the bones. "Disciples, listen up," Xianxia said with a smile, "take the crystal cores, wolf skins, bones, anything that's valuable." Hearing this, the 30 loose cultivators were all dumbfounded. Swoosh! Swoosh, the iron bone disciples began to move. In a short time, the corpses of 200 red flame wolves were skinned and their bones removed, leaving only a pile of wolf meat. This thing could also be sold for money. However, it was just that the meat quality was better than ordinary beef and mutton, so the price would not be too high. The storage capacity of the spatial ring was limited, so he would just let them have it. Everyone. Xianxia pointed at the wolf meat on the ground and said, "It's boring to drink soup, let's eat some meat." As he spoke, he led his disciples forward. Who? A cold wind blew, causing the 30-odd rogue cultivators to feel a chill. Spending 2,000 in a row just to pick up meat from behind Iron Bone was definitely a losing proposition. Sect Master, isn't it a little too cruel to leave wolf meat for them? Li Qingyang, who was walking on the road, whispered. Xianxia said, "You want to follow behind and loot the crates? How can there be such a good thing in the world?" At first, he didn't care about the wolf's fur. After all, even if he could sell it for money, it would only be a small amount. However, after killing the black-skinned leopard, he saw that the rogue cultivators were very eager to snatch it. He thought, a few dozen ferocious beast skins might not be a lot, but what about a few hundred or a few thousand? Furthermore, Death Valley definitely did not lack ferocious beast skins. The silver he had obtained from the Grand Qi Sect and the AI family head was almost 20 million. However, Jin Changxiao did not think that he was very rich, so as long as there was an opportunity to earn money, he must not miss it. After thinking it through, he wished that he could go to the rogue cultivators with a black face and ask for the fur and bones just now. However, this would definitely lose the demeanor of a sect master. So conflicted, what should I do? Forget it, let them pay 1,000 taels. After paying the money, they would make up for their losses. If they wanted to pick up the leftovers, they would have to pick up the beast meat that they didn't want. It turned out that when this guy said that they could pick up the leftovers after paying the money, he was actually changing the method to make up for the loss of the fur, including the black-skinned leopard's fur. The total value was less than 1,000 taels. 1,000 taels per person, this loss was too much to make up for. Then, the sudden appearance of the red flame wolf scared the rogue cultivators away. When they came back, well, then he had to seize the opportunity to earn a few tens of thousands of taels. This sect master was a bit stingy. Stingy was definitely the right thing to do. They did not know each other, so why should he risk his life to open the path in front while they picked up the leftovers? Moreover, even if there were no leftovers to pick up, at least with them in front, they could come in safely. Even 2,000 taels would be a loss. They continued forward. After walking for a few hundred meters, they did not encounter any attacks from ferocious beasts, but they saw a lot of medicinal herbs. Because they grew at the entrance, their quality was very low. However, Jin Changxiao still ordered them to pick up all of them, truly sweeping them clean. Sect Master Jun, a cultivator following behind, broke down and said, "Such low-grade medicinal herbs are not worth much." "Are you taking them all?" Jin Changxiao said, "Since you are here to pick up leftovers, you should be prepared to pick up leftovers." Everyone fell silent. It seemed that it was not easy to pick up leftovers. At this moment, Xiao Ziji, who was opening the path in front, stopped. Then, he crouched down and pressed his ear to the ground to feel the vibration frequency. He frowned and said, "There is a big guy coming." This was a skill that he had learned on his own with Xianxia in the wilderness. When he used it today, it seemed very professional. However, Su Xiaoma walked over and pointed to the front. The corner of his mouth twitched and said, "Junior brother Xiao, you can see it with your eyes." Xiao Zuiji raised his head to look. He saw that in the depths of the forest within sight, a big black shadow gradually appeared. The stones and branches on the ground trembled slightly. This was so awkward. Roar. Suddenly, a deafening roar was heard. The trees in the shadow were cut in half. A brown-haired ape beast walked out with its chest drooping. Its height was comparable to the Earth Mountain bear just now, Li Qingyang said in a low voice, "Middle rank 5 Great Ape." Great Ape, Jin Changxiao was delighted. The epic mission required him to kill 4 types of ferocious beasts, and the Great Ape was one of them. They had just entered Death Valley and they had already encountered the mission target. It was easier than he had imagined. Roar. The Great Ape roared again, blowing a small tree next to it until it was bare. The loose practitioners following behind hurriedly retreated, but they did not leave the valley directly. Since the red flame wolves had been eliminated, they had a lot more confidence in Iron Bone. "Qingyang, Zuiji, Xiaoma." Jin Changxiao said, "I'll leave this big guy to you." "Yes, I'll do it." Lu Qianxian rushed over with a mysterious footwork. Her jade-like hand gently waved in the air, and cold spiritual energy spread out. Wherever it passed, layers of thin ice seemed to form. Ice element? Yi Xingchen was astonished. The loose practitioners behind also widened their eyes when they saw the iron-bone female disciple forming a frost-like cold air with a wave of her hand. There were thousands of elements in the falling star continent, but martial artists who could condense ice element spiritual energy were few and far between. According to the statistics of the relevant departments, the proportion of martial artists with ice element spiritual energy was about the same as 1 in 10,000 sword cultivators. "Tsk tisk." Jun Changxiao said, "No wonder it's so cold all day." It turns out that it's a rather rare ice element martial artist. Lu Qianxian, who seemed to be otherworldly, leaped into the air. Her jade-like hand crossed, she coldly shouted, "Cold ice spike." Huff huff. The cold air behind her solidified, instantly condensing into crystal-clear icicles, and then directly blasted over. Everyone opened their mouths. The condensed icicles were like a broken mountain peak, as if an invisible hand was smashing over. The scene was quite shocking. Poochie! The great gorilla ape didn't even have time to raise its arm before the icicle, which was as sharp as a sword, struck its chest and pierced through its body. The crystal-clear icicles appeared on its back, also stained with blood. Hiss! Everyone gasped. No one would have thought that Lu Xianxia was an ice martial cultivator. No one would have thought that the ice all she condensed would be able to directly stab a middle 5th rank great ape to death. Drip, drip. Drops of blood from the ice all splattered on the ground, clearly audible. The 30-odd loose cultivators firmly believed that this was not a dream, this was real, that Iron Bone female disciple killed a great ape with an ice martial technique. At that moment, they finally understood why Iron Bone could completely exterminate the Scarlet Flame Wolves. Just by relying on this fairy-like female disciple, even if there were hundreds more, it would not be enough for them to kill. In fact, Lu Xianxia did not even make a move to exterminate the pack of Scarlet Flame Wolves. Her clothes were not even stained with blood. The ones who made a move were Li Qingyang and the others. Wow! Ling Yuanxue said in admiration, eldest senior sister is so powerful. Yi Xingchen secretly evaluated, this woman cannot be underestimated. Li Qingyang and the others were all amazed. As expected of our Iron Bone clan's eldest senior sister, her valiant life needs no explanation, possessing ice psionic energy, condensing ice martial techniques, and directly killing a great ape that was comparable to a 5th-rank martial master. Lu Qianxian's display of strength not only shocked the 30-odd loose cultivators, it also shocked the Iron Bone disciples. Jun Changxiao was very calm. He was surprised that his eldest disciple was an ice martial cultivator, but killing a middle 5th-rank beast was not surprising. After all, she had been hiding her strength ever since she entered the sect. Ding! Great ape killed 1/10. Jun Changxiao said, Zueji, take away the crystal core, skin, and bones. Yes. Shua. Shua, Xiao Ziji quickly and efficiently left behind a pile of ape meat. Jun Changxiao continued to lead the disciples forward. The loose cultivators behind them hurriedly took out their weapons and surrounded them, beginning to cut up the great ape. The meat of middle 5th-rank beasts was high-quality goods, rich people would definitely like to eat it. Selling it for a few dozen taels per catty should not be a problem. Let me reiterate, it was not that Jun Changxiao did not want meat, but the storage in the interspatial ring was limited. Take the spatial ring that the system gave him as an example. At most, it could only hold 3 or 4 great ape meat before it was full. The spatial rings of the disciples were all low-level, and the storage capacity was even smaller. Xiao Ziji was only storing the fur and bones of the great gorilla ape and the mountain-back bear, and it was almost full. The training had just begun. There must be even more powerful vicious beasts in the depths of the valley. It would be meaningless to store meat that was far less valuable than skin and bones. The 30 or so rogue cultivators were overjoyed. This great ape's meat weighed at least 2,000 catties. Based on the price of 10 taels per catty, 50 catties of meat would be worth 500 taels. If they were to encounter more powerful beasts later on, they could just cut off their iron bone and sell it. Wouldn't they be able to earn back the 2,000 iron bone? Looking at the rogue cultivators in the back cutting up the ape meat, Jun Changxiao secretly shook his head and said, if I had known earlier, I would have prepared dozens of space rings and packed all the meat. Even if I don't sell it, I can let Dudu make it into a delicacy. The system asked, do you think ape meat tastes good? It's not good, Jun Changxiao said. The system said, so, don't even think about the meat. Jun Changxiao continued to lead the disciples forward and came to a pool. He ordered them to rest and clean up the blood on their bodies. Xiao Ziji stood on a tree and set up the Type 88 sniper rifle, looking around vigilantly. Soon, everyone washed off the wolf blood on their bodies and then sat together to absorb spiritual energy to replenish the spiritual energy consumed in the battle. The rogue cultivators were dozens of meters away from them. They didn't dare to go too far, fearing that they would be attacked by vicious beasts. Drip, drip. A rogue cultivator who was resting in front of a tree felt something dripping down. He instinctively raised his hand to touch it and suddenly felt sticky. His face changed and he hurriedly looked up. Shwa! A dark green python opened its bloody mouth and rushed down from above. Ah! Screams rang out, breaking the silence. It's the blue-eyed snake. Hobao has been eaten. Everyone, let's kill it together. Shwa! Shwa! Although the 30 rogue cultivators were frightened, they didn't panic. They all took out their swords and slashed crazily at the blue-eyed snake that retreated to the tree. Among these people, there were a few first and second grade martial masters. Their strength was not bad, and with everyone's strength, the middle 3-grade snake beasts were directly beheaded. Unfortunately, after cutting open the snake's stomach, the rogue cultivator called Hobao's body rotted and he had completely lost his breath. Sigh. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. Since they entered Death Valley, it was common to be attacked by vicious beasts at any time. Ling Yuanxue saw the corpse of the rogue cultivator from afar and hurriedly closed her eyes in fear. Listen carefully. Jun Changxiao said solemnly, this is Death Valley, there will be danger at any time. You must be careful and protect yourselves. He didn't care about the life and death of the rogue cultivators. After all, they were neither relatives nor friends. But the disciples were his own flesh and blood, so he definitely didn't want to leave his life here. The disciples nodded. Shwa! Li Qingyang's cold sword flashed and cut a scorpion with the same color as the ground under Ling Yuanshue's feet into 2 halves. Scared me to death. Ling Yuanxue almost jumped up. Everyone's mouth twitched. Although this junior sister was timid, she was not careless at all when she used her shield to attack the ground flame wolf at the entrance of the tunnel just now. Death Valley not only had powerful vicious beasts, but also many small poisonous beasts such as centipedes and scorpions. 40% of the martial artists who entered to train were poisoned to death. This was the true horror of Death Valley. First, they had to guard against powerful vicious beasts, and second, they had to guard against poisonous and small vicious beasts. Ouch! Just as he walked to a place, Su Xianxia sat on a mossy rock, and the back of his hand was bitten by a small ant. Because it contained poison, it immediately swelled up into a big lump. Damn it! What kind of ant bites are these? It hurts so much. After crushing the ant that bit him, Su Xianxia took out an antidote pill, chewed it, and smeared it on the wound. The pain was immediately reduced by a lot. Before Jun Changxiao came, he asked Li Luoqiu to buy the necessary items for training in the wild in advance. For example, the most commonly used antidote pill. As long as it wasn't highly toxic, it could be taken or smeared on the wound in time to solve the problem. Jun Changxiao thought, does the healing pill have an antidote function? No, the system said. Jun Changxiao knew it would be this answer. Because if it had an antidote function, the poison that suppressed his cultivation and spirit root when he gave it to Xiao Ziji would have been expelled long ago. Sect Master. Li Qingyang said, there are 2 tunnel entrances in front, they should lead to 2 different places. Which way should we go? Death Valley's terrain was rather complicated, like a series of gourds connected together. The area where Jun Changxiao's group was at was connected to 2 gourds, and then it continued to branch out. Look for spiders. Sect Master, spiders are everywhere. Look for small poisonous spiders. In Death Valley, one couldn't rely on fate, one had to search with a purpose. The epic quest required one to kill 500 small poisonous spiders, so Jun Changxiao had to find them first. Li Qingyang said, these spiders always travel in groups in Death Valley. If we find one, we might find a large group. We still have to find them. Jun Changxiao led his disciples forward, then stopped in front of a stone wall at the end of the forest. There were 2 tunnel entrances on both sides, one without wind, the other with wind. Spiders are afraid of light, so they usually weave their webs in places where light and wind pass through. After thinking for a while, he pointed at the tunnel with wind and said, go there. Sect Master Jun, just as he was about to move, a lone cultivator behind him said, the place you're going to is a poisonous spider nest, there are countless poisonous spiders inside. Jun Changxiao smiled, if that's the case, I'll have to go in. Saying so, he led his disciples into the tunnel. The lone cultivator's mouths twitched. Poisonous spiders are disgusting creatures. Besides their silk, everything else on them is worthless. Why does Iron Bone want to go in? Isn't he afraid of poking a hornet's nest and getting attacked by tens of thousands of poisonous spiders? Jun Changxiao entered the tunnel that led to the spider's lair. The 30 or so rogue cultivators didn't follow, because once the spiders inside were alerted, a large number of spiders would rush out. If they were targeted, it would be scarier than the red flame wolves, yes. In this way, another 1,000 tails were gone. With Jun Changxiao's personality, they had to follow behind. If they were too far away, it would automatically become invalid, and they could only continue to pay to follow. The tunnel connected to the calabash was similar to the entrance of the valley. It was narrow and shaped like a canyon. Weeds grew on the road, and occasionally they could see the corpses of beasts and humans. Who? A cold wind blew from inside, bringing with it a nauseating stench. Xiao Ziji and Li Yuhua opened the way with their shields. Many disciples were vigilant at all times, and some were even looking at their feet, afraid that small poisonous spiders would suddenly appear. Ling Yuanxua walked in the middle, fear in her eyes. Women were naturally afraid of small things like spiders and cockroaches. Sect leader Li Qingyang whispered, "There is a spider web in front." At the end of the tunnel, a spider web that looked like the 5 elements and 8 trigrams was woven together, completely sealing the entrance. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the side. Jun Changxiao and the others looked up and saw a green spider about the size of a human crawling down. F***ck, spiders are so big. Ding. Tianqi raised his cold-edged sword and nailed the spider to the stone wall. Disgusting green juice flowed out from the wound. Yi Xingchen frowned, "This blood is poisonous, don't touch it." Tianqi quickly withdrew his sword and dodged. Ding. Small poisonous spider killed 1,500. Hearing the notification, Jun Changxiao was startled. Then he roared in his heart, "It's about the size of an adult, what kind of small poisonous spider is it?" The small poisonous spider was already so strong. If there was a big poisonous spider, wouldn't it be as big as the mountain-back bear? Ding. Side quest triggered. Another quest? Jun Changxiao opened the system panel and saw the words, "Kill the big poisonous spider king 0 of 1, elite quest." What the F***ck, there's even a great poisonous spider king, no matter what. After entering the tunnel, Jun Changxiao realized that he had found the right place. There must be a lot of quest monsters inside. However, he didn't rashly rush over with his disciples. Who knew if it was filled with venomous spiders of all sizes? If he alarmed all of them, he would definitely be in trouble. He had to come up with a good plan. Even if something went wrong, they could still retreat safely. Jun Changxiao rubbed his temples and said, "Zhang Wei, bring Shangguan Shua and the others to the back and guard with shields." Yes. Zhang Wei and the other 9 middle-grade spiritual root disciples retreated to the back and set up shields to form a defensive line. Yuanxua, go hide in the back. Spiders were too disgusting. Jun Changxiao was worried that her fear would affect her ability. Lu Qianqian stayed where she was. Because from this woman's cold appearance, not to mention spiders, she wouldn't even be afraid of cockroaches. Jun Changxiao ordered a few more disciples to enter the rear defensive line. At this point, 7 inner disciples, Long Xiang, Li Yuhua, and Zhou Hong were left in front. Including him, there were a total of 11 people. In such a narrow distance, having more people might not be an advantage. Reasonable arrangements were more important. Let's go. Jun Changxiao led 10 disciples to the front. The closer they got, the more they found that there were many spider webs, with some bones hanging on them. It looked creepy. Rustle, rustle, rustle. With a slight sound, a green spider's butt spat out spider silk and slid down from above. Its 8 big eyes flashed with a gloomy light. Whoosh! Xiao Ziji set up his Type 88 sniper rifle and shot it directly. The spider looked very big, but its strength was only 1 grade lower than the earth flame wolf. It was not afraid of 1 or 2, but it was afraid that there would be too many. Ding! Small venomous spider killed 2,500. Jun Changxiao stopped and said, "Zueji, Yuhua, you two poke through the spider webs and then explore forward. As long as a spider appears, immediately retreat." Letting 2 meat shields explore the way was very particular. Yes. Xiao Ziji and Li Yuhua set up their iron shields and activated a defensive barrier, moving forward carefully. Who knew if the small venomous spiders would spit venom? Safety was the most important thing. Soon, Xiao Ziji stopped in front of the spider webs, took out his elementary-grade cold edge sword, and slashed at it, destroying the spider webs. Li Yuhua picked up a branch on the ground and twisted it. After a while, the spider webs blocking the entrance of the tunnel were all cleared. The two of them continued to move forward side by side. Xianxia said seriously, "Get ready to fight at any time." Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and the others took out their cold-edged swords, their eyes flashing with strong fighting spirit. Tisk Yi Xingchen stepped forward and stood in front of them, his eyes filled with disdain. It was just a small spider, there was no need to make a fuss. This guy was very proactive, hoping to leave a good impression on sect leader Jun and get more martial arts resources. Swish! Swish! Suddenly, Xiao Ziji and Li Yuhua ran over from the entrance of the tunnel. They were as fast as they could, and their expressions were very interesting. It was obvious that they had been discovered by the venomous spiders. Yi Xingchen put one hand on the hilt of his sword and said proudly, "Hide behind me. Leave these bastards to me." Domineering, arrogant, Xiao Ziji and Li Yuhua did not stand on ceremony. They ran behind him and formed a defensive barrier, forming an absolute line of defense. Swish! Swish! At the entrance of the tunnel, a small venomous spider jumped out. Then, a second, third, and fourth head appeared right after. In a short while, more than 70 small venomous spiders appeared on both sides of the stone wall in front of him. They rushed over at an extremely fast speed, their eyes flashing with a sinister light. Yi Xingchen, who wanted to show off, saw so many spiders and his mouth twitched. He really wanted to retreat, but since he took the initiative to show off, he had to continue with tears in his eyes. Bastards! Yi Xingchen slightly bowed, his right hand tightly holding the hilt of his sword. His eyes were cold as he said, "If you are not afraid of death, then come." If it was a martial artist, they might be afraid of Night Emperor's terrifying gaze, but the small venomous spiders were not afraid. Instead, they thought that he was provoking them, so they sped up. Clang! When they were close, the cold-edged sword was unsheathed. Using the linear speed secret art, 30 sword lights instantly spread out, and then blasted out in 3 directions. Poochie! Poochie! 30 spiders from the front and sides of the stone wall were instantly killed. Poisonous green juice splashed out like rain, and the stench became even stronger. Ding! 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 A series of notifications rang out, and the number of small venomous spiders instantly increased from 2 to 32. However, after killing 30 with one sword, the remaining dozens of small venomous spiders rushed over. Shwa! Shwa! Yi Xingchen once again used the linear speed technique, and the dense sword chi slashed out, instantly killing another 30 spiders. However, the moment he withdrew his sword, his body took a step back, and his face was slightly pale. Hiss! At this moment, the remaining dozen small venomous spiders had already rushed over, opening their mouths and spitting green venom. Yi Xingchen's face changed slightly. Continuously using the linear speed technique consumed a lot of energy, and it would be very difficult to dodge. Shwa! Shwa! Xiao Ziji and Li Yuhua rushed over in large strides, blocking all the venom with their defensive barrier. The two of them asked in unison, "Junior brother, senior brother, are you okay?" TSK Yi Xingchen coldly snorted and dragged his weak body to the back. However, when he thought about how someone would help him at all costs when he was in danger, a wave rose in his heart. The venom spat out by more than a dozen small spiders splashed on the defensive barrier, causing white smoke to rise. It was obvious that the venom was very strong. Jun Changxiao said, "Little Mo, Little Fei, use self-chop to finish them off." Su Xiaoma and Li Fei retracted their swords and shields. They kicked the stone wall and their bodies instantly soared into the air. After the two jumped out, they slashed wildly with their left and right hands. A crescent-shaped stream of light suddenly shot out. Shwa! 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 In an instant, under the dense bombardment of self-chop, the 13 small spiders were all killed. Ding! 75,300 small spiders killed. That's right. Now, That feels good, Jun Changxiao laughed. 500 spiders. Killing them one by one would definitely be a waste of time. Letting the meat shield lure the spiders and then crazily slaughtering them in a narrow space was undoubtedly the fastest way. Phew. Xiao Ziji and Li Yuhua exhaled and wiped the cold sweat on their foreheads. Luring the spiders was really dangerous and exciting. Yi Xingchen sat cross-legged and activated I Jing Jing and Taishan Sutra at the same time, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to replenish the spiritual energy consumed by the cyclone. After entering Death Valley, using the one-word fast technique 4 times in a row consumed too much spiritual energy and stamina. And this was Yi Xingchen. If it were Su Xiaoma and Li Fei, using it twice in an instant, they would probably collapse on the ground from exhaustion. High-level sword techniques were powerful, but they consumed too much energy. Normal martial cultivators could not use them at all. After a short rest, Jun Changxiao said, "Sinful self, Yuhua, fill up the unyielding iron shield's crystal core and then go in to lure the small spiders." Okay. Xiao Ziji and Li Yuhua took out the Earth Fire Wolf's crystal core and filled up the groove with energy before carefully lying down again. Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma stood at the front, ready to fight. Everyone was ready. As long as the two of them lured the spiders into the tunnel, they would not hesitate to use self-chop to bombard them. "I'll do it." Zhou Hong walked out from behind. Yi Xingchen had executed the linear sword formula 4 times in a row, and he was about to die from envy. In this training in Death Valley, he had to perform well and obtain the Ling Jian God formula. "Sure." Jun Changxiao said, "I'll leave the rest to you." Swoosh. Whoosh. Xiao Ziji and Li Yuhua ran over with their shields. This time, he was even faster, and the expressions on his face were even more interesting. He shouted, "Retreat, retreat." Hoo-hoo. Just as he finished speaking, dozens of small poisonous spiders darted out of the tunnel entrance. There was also a venomous spider that was 4 to 5 meters tall. Its 8 eyes were as big as a fist, and they flickered with an eerie light. Sha sha sha. More and more small poisonous spiders came out from under the big poisonous spider, and the number gradually increased to more than 200. Jun Changxiao broke down and said, "Damn, you're pooping so much." Xiao Ziji and Li Yuhua had already rushed over. Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and the others all set up their defensive barriers. In front of him stood Zhou Hong alone. Sha sha sha, sha sha sha, more than 200 small poisonous spiders quickly approached. The big poisonous spider slowly crawled behind them, and the atmosphere was very scary. After replenishing his spiritual energy, Yi Xingchen stood up, and his eyes were cold. Lu Qianqian also began to gather spiritual energy in her jade hands. The small poisonous spiders were just a bit more numerous, and the big poisonous spider was just a middle second grade. However, because it was poisonous, they had to be careful. "Junior brother Zhou." Li Qingyang shouted, "Let's retreat first." He was really worried that when the spiders attacked with their venom, his junior brother would be affected and be poisoned. Zhou Hong did not retreat. He took a step forward and grabbed the hilt of his sword with one hand. His black hair danced in the wind, revealing a slightly weathered face. Whoosh whoosh, sword chi spread out, revealing its sharpness. This man's sword aura and his weathered face that did not match his age gave off a sense of story. Sha sha sha, the small poisonous spiders dashed forward, and the distance between them was getting closer. Clang, Zhou Hong unsheathed his sword, and sword chi intertwined. There were not many of them, but they were powerful. Poochie, poochie. Several sword chi swept across the ground and the mountain walls from different angles, instantly killing the small poisonous spiders. Yi Xingchen used the one-word speed technique, and each sword chi would dissipate after killing one spider. However, Zhou Hong's sword chi was like a scythe that swept across, killing more than 10 spiders. Ding! Ding! The number of spiders continued to rise. Ta! Zhou Hong took another step forward. The sword in his hand seemed to glide through the air lightly, but it instantly rippled with sword chi that sliced forward. Poochie! Poochie! 30 to 40 small poisonous spiders that came from the front were instantly killed. All the disciples were dumbfounded. Senior brother Yi had killed 60 spiders in 2 moves, and that was already powerful enough. However, senior brother Zhou's 2 moves were even more shocking. Amazing, amazing. Yi Xingchen praised from the bottom of his heart. The reason why he was able to display his strength was because of the one-word sword technique. This sword genius completely relied on one sword and one sword aura. Compared to him, he was far inferior. Puchi. Puchi, the sword chi was still appearing crazily, cutting through everything. In an extremely short time, more than 200 small poisonous spiders were all killed. The large poisonous spider that came slowly saw that its underlings were all killed, and fear appeared in its 8 eyes. It turned around and left, but it was mercilessly sliced into 2 by the sword chi. Clang, Zhou Hong sheathed his sword. The ground in front of him was littered with broken limbs. Green blood and venom converged into a river. The number of small poisonous spiders had also increased from 75 to 300. There were only 200 left to kill. Junior brother Zhou is too powerful. As expected of the number 1 sword cultivator in our Iron Bone sect. All the disciples were in awe. Xianxia said, "Continue to lure the spiders." Yes. Xiao Ziji raised cold edge and cut out stones from the mountain wall. He threw them into the green blood and then stepped on them with Liu Hua. Sect leader. Zhou Hong said, "I can still fight." Then let's fight, Xianxia said. Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and the others relaxed a lot. With a powerful sword cultivator like junior brother Zhou, no matter how many spiders came, it would not be a problem. Not long after, Xiao Ziji and Liu Hua rushed over again. This time, the 2 of them attracted more than 200 small poisonous spiders. Among them, there were 4 large poisonous spiders. Unfortunately, in front of Zhou Hong, they did not even have the chance to spit venom, let alone get close to him. They were all killed by the extremely cold sword chi. This was definitely a one-sided slaughter. Ding. Small poisonous spiders killed, 500,500. Ding. Host has completed the number of beasts killed. Epic mission completion rate, 20%. Host has received 200 contribution points. Ding. Contribution points, 625,1000. Jun Changshao widened his eyes and said in surprise, "So many contribution points?" The first epic mission only gave 20 points when the mission completion rate was 10%. The second epic mission gave 200 points when the mission completion rate was 20%. That was quite scary. If the mission completion rate was 100%, wouldn't it give 1,000 contribution points? Jun Changxia's eyes burned. Sect leader. Xiao Ziji said, "There are no more spiders inside. Let's go." Jun Changxiao said, "Let's go in." Swoosh. Swoosh, the disciples began to clear the passage and put stones on top of the venom. Then, they followed the sect leader into the valley. Under Jun Changxiao's lead, the disciples entered the dark valley. Spider webs could be seen everywhere, and there were even many egg-like things standing upright. These were spider eggs, which nurtured small poisonous spiders that hadn't hatched yet. Sha sha sha. In the dark, a dark green poisonous spider crawled out from the spider webs built in the forest. This fellow's body was 7 to 8 meters long, and when it crawled out, it looked like a moving mountain. Especially its 8 eyes, each of them was as big as a soccer ball. This should be the giant poisonous spider king. Jun Changxiao said, "Zui Ji, give me the gun." Shua. Xiao Ziji handed over the Type 88 sniper rifle. Jun Changxiao took the gun and set it up. His eyes rested on the 8x scope as he aimed directly at the ball-sized eye. You've become a commander without an army, yet you still dare to come out. Xiao. 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 After 8 consecutive shots, all 8 eyes of the giant poisonous spider king were shot out. Hiss. A painful and strange cry could be heard. Bang. Bang. Jun Changxiao fired again, using up the last bullet and directly penetrating the giant poisonous spider king's head. Hoo-hoo. Before it died, the 5th-rank feral opened its mouth and spat out venom like rain. The Iron Bone disciples had already gathered together, and Xiao Ziji, Liu Hua, and the others set up a defensive barrier, blocking all the green poison. Boom. The giant poisonous spider king fell from the spider webs, dying before it could display its strength. Sect leader Jun was in a hurry, so how could he give it a chance to display its strength? Moreover, if the poison was spat out, it wouldn't be fun if it poisoned the disciples. Directly killing it was the safest. Ding. Side mission completed, the host has received 400 contribution points. Ding. Contribution points, 10251000. Ding. Excess contribution points, the host must spend them within 24 hours, or the excess contribution points will be automatically deducted. It had to be said that with the completion of various missions and the improvement of the Sect's construction, the rewards for the follow-up missions were easily a few hundred contribution points. Xianxia rubbed his hands and said, 1,000 contribution points, I can buy the goods in the mid-tier store. The system poured cold water on him and said, the Sect's construction hasn't reached level 4, so the host can't buy the goods in the mid-tier store. F***ck. Sect leader Jun dispelled the idea of opening the store and ordered, Core, go to the next entrance. Li Qingyan carefully dug out the great poisonous Spider King's crystal core, while the other disciples collected some spider silk and began to search for another entrance. There were no other passageways in the spider lair, so Xianxia led everyone back the way they came. They're out. F***ck, why are they so clean? When the rogue cultivators waiting outside saw Xianxia come out with his 25 disciples, their expressions immediately changed. Weren't there many poisonous spiders? Not only did the Iron Bone Sect's people come out safely, they didn't even have any poison on them. This was unbelievable. Xianxia chose a relatively clean place for his disciples to rest. Then, he opened the system interface. With 1025 contribution points, he could squander them as much as he wanted. Refresh. After deducting 10 contribution points, the items in the beginner's shop changed. Lord Xianxia carefully browsed through them, and soon, he saw a martial skill called Mountain Splitting Palm. The introduction said that this was a palm technique created by a martial arts master. Once mastered, one could split a mountain with a single palm. Quality, high middle grade. Price, 50 contribution points. What Iron Bone lacked the most was various martial skills, so Xianxia bought it without hesitation and copied 1,000 copies. Ding. Sect contribution points, 9551000. Ding. Detected that the host bought a palm technique from the store, automatically matching it with the Sect's martial skill. Xianxia glanced at the martial skill. After seeing the mountain-splitting palm, he continued to look at the items. There were no more valuable items, so he continued to refresh. However, the new items were not as good as the previous ones. He casually bought the cheapest item and continued to refresh. The result was a tragedy. Because he spent 100 contribution points, he didn't see any martial skill-related items. Instead, there were a few daily necessities. I don't believe it. Xianxia scrolled down again. Refreshing the store was like drawing a lottery. It was easy to get addicted. Moreover, it depended on luck. If one was unlucky, they might not get a satisfactory item even if they used up all their contribution points. As a result, every refresh was a tragedy. The disciples who were resting saw their sect leader break down and go crazy. Their expressions changed a lot. Senior brother, what's wrong with the sect leader? He looks very uncomfortable. Is he poisoned? Everyone was dumbfounded. Xianxia spent another 100 contribution points and bought a few daily necessities. Although they had functions, they were very strange. For example, the umbrella he just bought said that it could be used as a parachute if one jumped from a cliff. Damn, who would jump from a cliff for no reason? If it wasn't the cheapest one, sect leader Jun wouldn't have considered buying it. In a short time, he spent 200 contribution points. It made his heart ache and he regretted it. If he had known, he would have bought 4 bottles of aptitude-changing liquid. Calm down, calm down. I can't refresh anymore. Yes, I'll refresh one last time. Xianxia calmly opened the store. Again. When he saw the useless items one by one, he pulled his hair in despair. And? Just when he thought that he had wasted his contribution points, there was an item called Beginner Grade Gate Palm Ball in the store. Gate Palm Ball? What does it mean? He clicked on the details. Item, Beginner Grade Gate Palm Ball Effect, throw it at a locked beast to directly capture it. Advantage: the captured beast will become a contract beast. It can be summoned immediately after being thrown out. Disadvantage: can only be used by the sect leader and can only capture low-level beasts. Price: 100 contribution points. Damn. Jun Changxiao said in surprise, isn't this the Master Ball? The system said, in the Falling Star continent, it is very troublesome to sign a contract with a beast. The Gate Palm Ball can be directly captured. The recommended purchase index is 5 stars. Ding. The host has spent 100 contribution points and obtained beginner grade Gate Palm Ball X1. It has been transferred to the spatial ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 755-1000. Schwa. Jun Changxiao waved his hand and took out the Gate Palm Ball from the spatial ring. This object was about the size of an apple. There was a Tai Chi pattern engraved on it and it emitted a heavy aura. Sigh. It would be cool if he caught the Crimson Flame Wolf King and rode it all over the world, no problem, no problem. There must be beasts more handsome than the Crimson Flame Wolf in Death Valley. As long as he saw it, he would immediately capture it. Moreover, wolves were a bit low level. Catching a tiger or lion with a bigger physique and riding it would be cool. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Jun Changxiao stood up and said, let's go. Saying so, he brought his disciples to the windless tunnel. However, when he was about to enter, he turned around and smiled, everyone, if you still want to pick up the leftovers, please continue to pay. The wandering cultivators collapsed one by one. The rogue cultivators still reluctantly paid 1,000 taels and continued to follow behind Iron Bone to pick up scraps. Because when they were resting, the rogue cultivators boldly entered the entrance to the spider nest and saw a large pile of spider corpses in the tunnel. Oh my god, the spiders were all killed. Continuing deeper, after seeing the corpse of the Spider King, they were sure that Iron Bone was really strong. If they didn't continue to follow and pick up scraps deeper, it would definitely be a loss. Moreover, while Jun Changxiao was leading his disciples to kill spiders, someone was searching in the first gourd and found a lot of valuable medicinal herbs and ores. The rogue cultivators were very much looking forward to entering the next area. Iron Bone would kill all the beasts inside, allowing them to pick up the scraps safely. Jun Changxiao, who was leading his disciples into a canyon tunnel, was thinking that it would be best if he could encounter a beast that was even cooler than the Scarlet Flame Wolf in the next area. After passing through the windless tunnel, a dense forest appeared in his field of vision. Occasionally, he could smell the stench of feces. Jun Changxiao raised his Type 88 sniper rifle and scanned it with his X-ray vision. He found that there were 20 to 30 beasts of different shapes hiding in this area. Their strength should not be weaker than the mountain-back bear. Killing them one by one would definitely be slow. Therefore, he ordered Xiao Ziji and Li Yuhua to continue acting as meat shields and lure a few out of the forest. Roar! Roar! Not long after, 4 huge beasts were lured out. Judging from their aura, their strength should be between peak martial disciple and first-grade martial master. Because they were ugly, Jun Changxiao did not use the sect leader ball and ordered his disciples to kill them directly. Boom, boom, in a moment, a few beasts that were lured out fell to the ground and died under the encirclement of the Iron Bone disciples. Facing a pack of wolves and spiders, it would be troublesome because there were too many of them. Dealing with a single beast was quite easy. Xiao Ziji and Li Yuhua continued to enter the forest and lured out the beasts one by one. Among them, there were 2 great apes. After killing them, the number of beasts killed increased from 1 to 3. Half an hour later, all the beasts in this area were killed, and the disciples began to collect the cores and bones. The mouth of the rogue cultivators standing at the entrance of the tunnel twitched violently. 20 to 30 ferocious beasts, the weakest of which was comparable to a peak martial disciple, had been annihilated by the Iron Bone effortlessly. How terrifying, Schwa! Schwa! After Jun Changxiao left with his disciples, they swarmed over and began to cut up the meat. Due to the limitations of their spatial rings, some of them even threw out the meat. The lucky rogue cultivators could still find herbs and ores in the cracks of rocks and tree pits. Although the good ones were all taken away by Iron Bone, they could at least be sold for a small amount of money. No one knew how many gourds there were in Death Valley. However, as long as the iron bone entered, the ferocious beasts that lived inside would suffer. Boom! Another great ape fell to the ground with a loud bang, announcing that this area had been cleared. Ding! Great ape kill 10 out of 10. Ding! Host has completed the task of hunting a type of ferocious beast. Completion rate of epic mission, 40%. Host will receive 200 contribution points. Ding! Contribution points, 925-1000. Xianxia did not plan to continue to refresh. Instead, he bought 4 bottles of aptitude modification liquid suitable for middle-grade spirit roots. It could modify a disciple's spirit roots. Even if he bought all of it, it would still be valuable. Xianxia said, "It's getting dark. Let's rest here for the night." Yes. Everyone began to use spider silk to build temporary tents. Then, a few disciples were responsible for keeping watch. Huff, huff. The fire was lit, and the flames rose. Xianxia once again demonstrated his barbecue skills to his disciples. When the rogue cultivators in the distance saw that the iron bone dared to start a fire and barbecue in Death Valley, they immediately prostrated themselves in admiration. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, Xianxia led his disciples to continue searching for the tunnel entrance and killing the ferocious beasts. Of course, it could not be said that everything was going smoothly. Occasionally, they would break into the territory of Wuzong-level ferocious beasts. Fortunately, everyone ran fast enough to escape. Go, Sect Leader Ball! In a certain gourd, Xianxia threw out the Sect Leader Ball and smashed it on the head of a majestic tiger beast. In the end, it did not subdue it. Instead, it angered it even more. It roared and charged over. "Damn it, why didn't it work?" the system said. "The beginner Sect Leader Ball can only capture low-level ferocious beasts. Damn." In desperation, Xianxia could only order his disciples to kill the tiger beast. Oh my god, that's a ferocious beast comparable to a peak martial master. These disciples of the Iron Bone are too awesome. Especially that Xiaoziji. He actually fought the tiger beast with his fists. The rogue cultivators following behind were shocked by the strength of the Iron Bone disciples. They could not control themselves. As they went deeper, the ferocious beasts in each gourd became more and more powerful. Their numbers also became fewer and fewer. The powerful ferocious beasts had their own territories. They would often occupy an area by themselves. Of course, the level of the herbs and ores also increased. For example, after clearing an area, Xianxia found a piece of obsidian that weighed 10 kilograms. In this way, he had the materials to refine the beginner overlord spear. Whoosh, Xianxia opened the casting pavilion and automatically matched the ores and fire seeds. Then, he began to refine. Half an hour later, a long spear that was completely black in color was refined. There was also a small notch at the bottom of the beginner overlord spear. When the crystal core was poured in and the function was activated, it would spit out an energy wave the moment it stabbed out. After entering another area, Xianxia took out the overlord chi and stabbed at the attacking ferocious beasts. He shouted, "Spear out like a dragon." Bang! After the shining spear had stabbed out, it suddenly spat out a stream of light and directly killed the ferocious beast that was comparable to a middle fourth stage martial artist on the spot. Everyone's eyes widened. Oh my god. Xianxia walked over and said in surprise, "Sect leader, your weapon can also perform energy similar to spiritual force martial arts? Isn't it awesome?" Xianxia said. "Awesome. Take it and play with it." Xianxia, who took the overlord spear, was stunned. Whoosh. After a while, he rushed into another tunnel with the spear. Even if the enemy was outnumbered, he could still take the enemy's head. Ah! Sect leader, save us! However, not long after he went in, he saw Xianxia running out with a spear. Behind him, more than 10 purple-haired wolf beasts rushed out in an instant, dragging a whirlwind under their feet. Not good. It's the Gale Wolves. It's over, we're all going to die here today. The rogue cultivators were terrified. However, no one fled because the Gale Wolves were known for their speed. As long as they were targeted, there was no way to escape. At this time, they could only rely on the iron bone to destroy them all. Awoo! The speed of more than 10 gale wolves was really fast. Xianxia used Ghost Leap, but the distance was still infinitely closed. Xianxia's eyes were burning. These wolf beasts were not only the target of the mission. In terms of physique and hair, they were much more handsome than the red flame wolves. If he could capture one of them with the sect leader ball, it would definitely be very cool. Get out of the way. Sect leader Jun took out the sect leader ball and shouted. Xianxia, who was running, turned around. Go, sect leader ball. Xianxia poured his spiritual energy into his arm and threw it out. Whoosh, the sect leader ball shot out and flew toward the gale wolf at the front. Just as it was about to hit, the wolf opened its mouth and spat out a gust of wind. Sect leader Jun was afraid of smashing the target to death, so he didn't use much strength. The sect leader ball was blown away and landed in the forest far away. Ding! Capture successful. Nanny, he could capture it even if it was blown away. Xianxia hurriedly looked over and saw a chubby little thing holding the sect leader ball in its mouth. Its eyes flashed with human-like worship as it ran over. Big ears, long nose, F*ck, this is a small wild boar? The gale wolf's fur was purple, and it was stepping on a whirlwind. It was definitely more suitable for showing off than the red flame wolf. Xianxia didn't say anything and directly threw out the gate palm ball to capture it. The tiger beast from before was strong and difficult to capture. The gale wolf looked like it was comparable to a peak martial disciple, so it should be easy to capture it. The moment he threw out the gate palm ball, Xianxia began to imagine the wonderful scene of riding a wolf and enjoying the prosperity of life. However, the gale blew the gate palm ball away and it landed in the forest. It unexpectedly captured a ferocious beast that looked like a small wild boar. Seeing that guy running over with admiration, Xianxia's imagination of riding a wolf turned into riding a pig. He was petrified on the spot. He spent 100 contribution points to buy the gate palm ball and he caught a Peppa wild boar. This was a loss for sure, not a gain. Cuckoo! The small wild boar ran over excitedly with its short legs. Xianxia was so angry that he was about to take out his green dragon crescent blade and cut this monster into pieces. Sect leader, be careful. Li Qingyang rushed over and slashed at the gale wolf that was about to crash into him with his cold-edged sword. Swoosh! The gale wolf nimbly turned and dodged the sword chi, then went in another direction. Coincidentally, the small wild boar ran over from that direction. Its bright eyes were filled with fear and it looked at Xianxia pitifully, as if it was saying, Master, save me, die, die. I'm the sect leader of the Iron Bone clan, how could I want a pig like you? Xianxia turned his head to the side and let the gale wolf mercilessly rush to the contract beast that he had just captured. With its speed and strength, it would definitely die if it stepped on or hit it. Bang! Finally, a gunshot was heard. The gale wolf that was rushing to the small wild boar was shot in the head. Its body exploded and finally crashed into a huge rock in the distance. The desert eagle in Xianxia's hand was emitting white smoke. He murmured, my contract beast, only I can decide its life and death. Cuckoo! The little wild boar scurried over and used its head to rub against its master's leg. Its face was filled with happiness. Shwa! He aimed the gun down. June. Xianxia said expressionlessly, little guy, your existence will only bring shame to me, so it's better for you to be on your way. Ka. The little wild boar was still rubbing against his thigh, as if it didn't know that its new owner was going to kill it. Awoo. 2 more gale wolves rushed over. Their faces were ferocious, their forelimbs extended, and their sharp claws shone with a luster. Xianxia could only raise his gun, but before he could pull the trigger, he saw the little wild boar suddenly turn around, baring its teeth and roaring at the incoming gale wolf. It was protecting its master, however. Xianxia was rendered speechless when he heard the feeble cries. Peppa boar, are you kidding me? Awoo. The 2 gale wolves increased their speed. The whirlwind under their feet dragged out streams of light, and their entire bodies seemed to have turned into a gust of wind. Xianxia was about to kick the little wild boar away, but he saw the little guy open its mouth again. Damn it, with your feeble cries, you can roar. A deafening roar suddenly sounded. Xianxia, who was closest to the roar, was shocked to the point that his heart trembled. His eyes widened and his mouth gradually opened. Oh my god. How is this a pig's roar? This is definitely more ferocious than the roar of a tiger or lion. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others who were preparing for battle also widened their eyes. Because, under the roar, the dozen or so gale wolves that were charging over all fainted on the ground. The pack of wolves was running energetically, but when they heard the roar, they were so scared that they fainted on the spot. This scene was too strange. What was even more shocking was that the one who roared and scared the gale wolves was a little wild boar, Shua. Shua, everyone looked at the little guy in unison. They saw it standing in front of the sect leader with a ferocious look. There were also illusionary shadows condensing around its body, showing the appearance of a mighty beast. The system said, this should be a phantom beast. Phantom beast? Xianxia was stunned. The system explained, the beasts in the falling star continent are divided into ferocious, spiritual, and holy. In fact, there is another type called the phantom beast. This type of beast is no different from other beasts in terms of appearance. However, it can stimulate a phantom soul and form a special ability. Therefore, it is named Phantom Beast. The illusionary shadows around the little wild boar seem to have stimulated a phantom soul. It should be a variant Phantom Beast. After hearing the explanation, Jun Changxiao put away his gun and said with an I already knew look, I knew it. This little wild boar can't survive in the depths of Death Valley if it doesn't have some ability. The system was speechless. Who the hell just said that he would embarrass the sect leader just now? Who the hell wanted to shoot just now? Can you be more shameless? Whoosh. The illusionary shadow of the little wild boar dissipated. Then, it rolled its eyes and fell straight at Jun Changxiao's feet. Looking at the situation, the roar just now had consumed all its strength. The sect leader ball fell to the ground. The Tai Chi pattern on it shot out light and enveloped the little wild boar, taking it inside. Why is it gone? Oh my god, what's going on? The rogue cultivators exclaimed one by one. The little wild boar's roar had scared the gale wolves unconscious. It was already scary enough. Now that it suddenly disappeared, it was too strange and too unbelievable. Jun Changxiao picked up the sect leader ball and merged his mind into it. He saw the little guy sleeping in the independent space. Sect leader. Li Qingyang came back to his senses and said, what should we do with these gale wolves? Of course, continue to capture. Jun Changxiao opened the purchased items and found that the sect leader ball was gray and there was a small notice. This item is limited to one. It's not limited to one per month, but only one per month. Seeing the dazzling words, Jun Changxiao pulled his hair and roared, kill them all. Shua. Shua. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others put away the sword and killed the 12 gale wolves. Then, they began to skin the wolves and take their cores. Ding. Killed 13100 gale wolves. Although the number of hunting tasks increased, Jun Changxiao was not happy at all. Because he could only buy one sect leader ball, it meant that he could not subdue any more beasts. His idea of riding a tiger, leopard, wolf, or lion to show off was completely ruined. It's okay. The system comforted him, when the little guy grows up, host can ride it out. And, riding a pig is also very cool. Scram. The sect leader ball caught a little wild boar, but it was still a mutated beast. Jun Changxiao was more or less comforted. Phew. His mood relaxed. He looked at the tunnel in front of him and whispered, the area in front should be the territory of the gale wolves. Little M.O. Here. Go in and pull the monsters for me. Ah? Go. Yes. Su Xiaoma held the overlord spear and rushed in. During this time, Jun Changxiao shouted, the gale wolves are very fast. Be on your guard. Yes. Everyone was on guard. After a while, Su Xiaoma ran out of the tunnel. Awoo. Behind him, more than 10 gale wolves rushed out like a gust of wind. Su Xiaoma had to be the one to taunt this kind of monster because Xiao Zueji and Li Yuhua couldn't run as fast as him. Awoo. More than 10 gale wolves rushed over. Jun Changxiao said coldly, kill them all. Shua. Lu Qianqian floated out. She put her 10 fingers together and quickly formed a strange seal. she said coldly, frozen land. Hoo-hoo. The cold air around her whistled out. Wherever it passed, a layer of ice quickly formed on the ground. Aya! 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 Xianxia, who was running over, stepped on the ice. He lost control of his body and flew out. In the end, he slammed into the stone wall. Shwa! Shwa! The faster gale wolves stepped on the ice with their four limbs, and their bodies slid uncontrollably. Then, like Xianxia, they either crashed into a tree or a mountain wall. Because of the speed, some of them fainted on the spot. The gale wolves that did not faint were also dizzy. Before they could even stand up straight, they were slashed to death by the iron bone disciples. Ding! Killed 29100 gale wolves. Xianxia said. Xiao Mu, continue to pull the monsters. Sect. Sect leader, Xianxia's head was full of stars. He leaned on the stone wall and said, I'm a little dizzy. I need to rest for a while. Xiao Fei. Xianxia said, you go. Yes. Li Fei, who was also quite fast, entered the tunnel. Not long after, he ran out with his mouth open and tongue out. There were also more than 10 gale wolves chasing after him. Shwa! Shwa! Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others, who were leaning on both sides of the entrance, waved their swords crazily the moment Li Fei ran out. Under the sword light, the gale wolves that rushed out were all killed, just like that. Xianxia and Li Fei took turns to lure the monsters. The iron bone disciples blocked the entrance and set up an ambush, killing them again and again. Half an hour later, more than 100 gale wolves' corpses were piled up in the valley. The other epic mission of hunting beasts was completed. Ding! Killed 100100 gale wolves. Ding! The host has completed the task of hunting a type of beast. The completion rate of the epic mission is 60%. The host has received 200 contribution points. Ding! Contribution points, 9551000. Xianxia opened the mission panel and thought, there's only one fire dragon left. As long as I find it, the epic mission will be completed. However, the mission is only to hunt one. The fire dragon is probably a big boss. Awoo! At this moment, a powerful roar came from the tunnel, and a large gale wolf that seemed to be shrouded in wind appeared. Gale Wolf King. The rogue cultivators were so scared that their faces turned pale. Li Qingyang said solemnly, Sect leader, this big guy is at least a high-tier ferocious beast. Low ferocity corresponded to martial disciples. The vicious middle corresponds to a martial master. Dao Xiong corresponds to Wu Zone. In other words, the Gale Wolf King, whose entire body seemed to be condensed by wind and waves, was no weaker than the 100 Sect Alliance's alliance leader Qin. If it was rank 1 Wu Zone, it would not be a problem. The crux of the matter was that this was a ferocious beast with a strong physique. Furthermore, it was a ferocious beast that focused on speed. Even if Qin Haoran were to face the Gale Wolf King, he would only have one thought, and that was to flee immediately. Give me the gun. Shwa! Xianxia took the Type 88 sniper rifle and spent 5 contribution points to activate the enhanced mode. He aimed at the head of the Gale Wolf King that was approaching step by step. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, 3 streams of bullets were shot out. Awoo! The Gale Wolf King sensed that something was wrong and roared. The whirlwind around its body instantly expanded. It stretched its limbs and turned into a stream of light. It was really fast. Under self-aiming, no matter how it moved, it would not be able to dodge. However, just as it was about to hit, the 3 streams of light collided with the whirlwind and were swept away. It could hit, but it could not penetrate. What the F***ck? Xianxia opened his eyes wide. The system said, this type of ferocious beast that condenses a whirlwind is equivalent to forming a defensive layer in front of its body. When the bullets collide with it, their power will be greatly reduced. Damn. Xianxia raised his gun and fired 7 consecutive shots. 7 bullets burst out. Due to the recoil, his body took a step back. Whoosh! 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 7 bullets came one after another. Unfortunately, when they came into contact with the whirlwind around the Gale Wolf King, their power was reduced and they were swept away, hitting trees or walls. This was awkward. Damn it. If it was a high-level bullet, he did not believe that it could not penetrate the whirlwind. Jun Changxiao took out the venomous Spider King's crystal core. When he was loading the bullets, the Gale Wolf King opened its mouth and spat out a beam of whirlwind. It was extremely fast and arrived in the blink of an eye. Swoosh! Xiao Ziji took a step forward, holding the defensive barrier and blocking the path of the whirlwind. Boom! The force of the whirlwind hit the defensive barrier head-on. Thump! Thump! Xiao Ziji gritted his teeth and retreated step by step. It could be seen that the wind condensed by a high-grade ferocious beast was very powerful. Huff! The whirlwind attacked crazily, and the energy of the iron shield was rapidly depleted. The barrier turned from solid to illusory. Sect leader, I can't hold on any longer. As soon as his voice fell, the defensive barrier's energy was exhausted and disappeared instantly. Xiao Ziji suddenly turned around while retreating, and the whirlwind brushed past him. Boom! The whirlwind was like a line, directly passing through and hitting the stone wall, creating a huge hole. Taking advantage of Xiao Ziji's hard resistance, Jun Changxiao, who had dodged the attack in advance, had already filled his gun with bullets. He held up the gun and directly fired all 10 bullets. Thump! Thump! Under the recoil, he took 3 steps back. The 10 bullets were strengthened by high-grade crystal cores, so their speed and impact were very strong. In a moment, they hit the whirlwind condensed by the Gale Wolf King. The two began to fiercely collide. Swoosh! In the end, a bullet penetrated the whirlwind. Jun Changxiao didn't have time to be happy. The bullet only left a shallow mark on the Gale Wolf King's body, but it didn't penetrate it, the system said. The bullet's impact was weakened by the whirlwind, so it's difficult to hurt its body. Damn it! Jun Changxiao cursed. This was just a Wuzone-level ferocious beast, and the Type 88 sniper rifle was already in a weakened state. As the system said, in the future, if he wanted to rely on firearms to hurt the enemy, he could only use rocket launchers. System, you were the one who thought of this yourself. When did I say that? Swoosh! 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 The other 9 bullets broke through the whirlwind, but their power was greatly weakened. When they hit the Gale Wolf King's body, they only brought it pain and didn't cause any substantial damage. No matter how accurate the aim was, it couldn't withstand the full body pan. Awoo! The Gale Wolf King was enraged. It immediately rushed towards Jun Changxiao with its 4 limbs. Swoosh! Swoosh! The whirlwind around its body whistled, instantly crushing the surrounding trees and stones mercilessly. Chop! Chop! Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and the others threw out their spiritual force-type skills. However, the opponent had the protection of the whirlwind, so their attacks were useless. Swoosh! The Gale Wolf King galloped over. Jun Changxiao's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly used Ghostly Leap to escape. Huff, huff. Just at this moment, a bone-chilling cold pervaded from behind and instantly gathered in front of him, forming a thick ice wall. Boom! The Gale Wolf King directly crashed into the ice wall. The huge impact caused cracks to appear on the ice wall. Thud! Thud! Lu Qianxian, who used her ice-type spiritual energy to form the ice wall, frowned slightly. She took a few steps back, and her crossed jade-like hands trembled slightly. We're in trouble. Let's retreat quickly. Seeing the Iron Bone Wolf King in such a sorry state, the itinerant practitioners immediately had the intention to retreat. Damn it, Jun Changxiao's eyes flashed with anger. He was about to crush the strength-increased talisman in his spatial ring and use the green dragon crescent blade. Ta! At this moment, Zhou Hong appeared beside the Gale Wolf King. He held the hilt of his sword with one hand and made a sword-drawing motion. His black hair was blown wildly by the wind. With a serious expression, he said, sword style, graceful. Clang! The sword was unsheathed. The sword aura was released. The sword was sheathed. Whoosh! An extremely cold sword aura tore through the air in an upward and downward momentum, quickly cutting the whirlwind. It then swept past the Gale Wolf King and disappeared into the void. Gah! The whirlwind suddenly stopped. The Gale Wolf King's eyes were filled with pain. Its body split into a thin line under everyone's gaze. Half of its body fell to the right and the other half to the left. P.S. I really can't gather all 3 chapters at once. 2 chapters first, and 2 more at night. Please recommend me, monthly vote. When the Gale Wolf King's corpse fell to the ground, everyone's expression froze, including Jun Changxiao's. Killing a high-grade beast with 1 slash, how valiant and terrifying was that, especially the action of unsheathing and sheathing just now, it was so cool, sword cultivator. It was indeed the strongest profession to act cool, Jun Changxiao roared in his heart, I want to become a sword cultivator too. It was not impossible to become a sword cultivator, but the prerequisite was to obtain a sword cultivator aptitude from the shop. This should be more difficult than obtaining a sniper rifle. Ding. Host has killed a hidden beast. Epic level mission completion rate, 80%. Received 200 contribution points. Contribution points, 11501000. Ding. Excess contribution points to the sect. Host must spend them within 24 hours. Otherwise, the excess contribution points will be deducted automatically. After hearing the notification, Jun Changxiao said happily, so there are hidden beasts in the epic level mission. I knew it. Even killing the fire dragon would not give me 100%. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the hidden reward. Received seal opening talisman X1. It has been transferred to the spatial ring. Jun Changxiao was stunned. His joy turned into ecstasy, and he almost jumped up in excitement. What was his biggest trump card? It must be a blade that was hard to keep. Now that he received another seal opening talisman, it was undoubtedly great. Babies! Jun Changxiao, who was in a good mood, shouted, clean up the battlefield. Yes. Everyone began to peel the skin, bones, and crystal cores. Because it was full, they had to throw away a portion of the red flame wolf's skin and bones to store more valuable ones. Therefore, for this kind of training, if one did not bring more spatial rings, they would really waste a lot of good things. The rogue cultivators were overjoyed. They could store the skin and bones that they did not want. Jun Changxiao looked over and said, don't say that I, Iron Bone, am not loyal. You guys can take these things and distribute them. It was obviously not enough to store them, but he still had to show his generous character. Thank you, Sect Leader Jun. The rogue cultivators hurriedly gathered around and stored the red flame wolf's skin and bones into their spatial rings. Some even threw away the meat that they had picked up earlier. Jun Changxiao and his disciples had been in Death Valley for 3 days. They had followed them for 3 days, and the items they had picked up were already worth the cost. AI. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, if we had a spatial ring with more storage, how could we let them follow behind and take advantage of us? The system said, the host can refresh the store. If you're lucky, you might be able to get storage treasures with more storage capacity. Jun Changxiao muttered, another 150 points. I can try my luck. The sky was getting dark. He ordered his disciples to rest on the spot and then pulled open the data panel. Just as he was about to refresh, Zhou Hong walked over and asked, Sect Leader, how was my performance? Very good, Jun Changxiao praised. Without this powerful sword cultivator, he would definitely have to use the force-increasing talisman to force open the green dragon crescent blade. Zhou Hong said, Sect Master, that sword technique, here. Jun Changxiao threw the Lingjian divine art over and said, go, and comprehend it. After killing a Gale Wolf King, he gave his disciple a divine grade sword technique. Sect Leader Jun was really generous and particular. Yes, only for disciples. In order to prevent rogue cultivators from picking up the scraps, they were so stingy that they would go to the extent of grinding for storage supreme treasures. Zhou Hong caught the secret manual and was a little stunned. Such a powerful sword technique, even if it was given, it should be given in a grand manner. But he just casually threw it over. Thank you, Sect Leader, for giving me the sword technique. Zhou Hong hurriedly took the secret manual and went to a secluded area to read. When he saw that the sword technique was created by the Sword Emperor, his eyes burned with passion. Sword Emperor. This was a sword cultivator's lifelong pursuit. To be able to cultivate the sword technique created by the Sword Emperor was a great honor, Zhou Hong flipped to the second page and started to comprehend the one-word sword technique. His brows furrowed and his face became serious. In the end, it became ecstatic. Xianxia thought to himself, as long as this kid comprehends it, it will definitely be of great help to his sword cultivation. The Lingjian divine art created by the solitary sword emperor was not only a sword technique, but also a sword realm. Sword cultivators with extraordinary talent would definitely benefit greatly from it. Zhou Hong cultivated the sword technique. Sect leader Jun also started to refresh the store. In the end, tragedy began. Because he refreshed it 10 times, he spent 200 points and only got a bunch of daily necessities. Why didn't I just buy 4 bottles of aptitude-changing liquid? Why did I refresh the store? Jun Xianxia held in his heart. The system added, because you're cheap. If it wasn't for your instigation, why would I refresh the store? Jun Xianxia roared. The system said, okay, I'll take the blame. Jun Xianxia gritted his teeth and continued to refresh. After all, there would be more after killing the fire dragon, so he might as well use it in advance, and this was a typical case of getting carried away. This time, his luck was not bad. After refreshing it 5 times and spending 100 points, he got a martial art called Imperial Fire Art. This martial art was of high mortal grade. Although it was not as good as the mountain-splitting palm, it was a rare fire element martial art. It was just right for Jun Xianxia, who had the exquisite fire to cultivate. Bye. Ding. Host spent 50 points and obtained Imperial Fire Art, X1. It has been transferred into the space ring. Ding. Sect contribution, 8001000. Because this martial art required a fire seed to cultivate, the system did not automatically assign it as a sect martial art. Jun Xianxia continued to browse and found that there was a martial art called 9-layer ice sealing palm at the back of the store. He quickly opened the introduction. Item, 9-layer ice sealing palm introduction, a martial art created by a martial emperor who was proficient in ice element. Effect, every time you comprehend a layer, you can gather ice element spiritual energy to freeze the target. When you comprehend all 9 layers, you can freeze everything within 10,000 miles. Advantage, suitable for ice element martial artists. If you have a special ice element physique, you can comprehend it faster. Disadvantage, only ice element martial artists can cultivate it. Price, 100 points of contribution. Grade, middle divine grade. Both ice and fire martial arts were refreshed at the same time. His luck was not bad, however. Jun Xianxia broke down, the martial art that suits me is of mortal grade, and the martial art that doesn't suit me is of divine grade. Isn't this F*** ket up? The system said, if the host has an ice element physique, you can cultivate both ice and fire. Do you think I'll have that kind of luck? Jun Xianxia said pessimistically. The system said righteously, as a man, you can't doubt yourself. TSK encouraging me to spend contribution points, what a deep trap. Jun Xianxia looked at Lu Qianqian, who was recuperating, and thought, isn't this martial art just right for her? Qianqian. He walked over and asked with concern, are you okay? The ice wall that this woman condensed just now was fiercely collided with by the Gale Wolf King. Now that she sat down, it must mean that she suffered a setback. Although Lu Qianqian was usually cold and liked to attack Jun Xianxia, but in the Spirit Spring Mountain and Haoqi sect, she drew her sword and confronted him, which meant that she approved of the sect leader. There were countless women in the world, and there must be some who were cold-hearted. Jun Xianxia hoped that his eldest disciple was the type who had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Pooh. Lu Qianqian used Taishan ice hard arts to force out the blood clots in her body, and said lightly, I'm fine. She vomited blood, and she was fine. Jun Xianxia was speechless. Why didn't you take a healing pill? No need. Lu Qianqian said. It was just a small injury, and it would be fine after some rest. Using a healing pill would be a waste. Here. Jun Xianxia said, I have an ice element martial art here, see if you can cultivate it. Jun Xianxia still spent 100 contribution points to buy the 9-layer ice sealing palm and made 1,000 copies of it. Although he couldn't practice it himself, since he bought it, he might as well make a copy of it to prepare for the future. Lu Qianxian was startled when she saw the secret manual handed to her by the sect leader, but she still reached out her hand. Little Mo Jun Changxiao turned around and said, "Find some firewood and start a fire. We'll roast wolf meat today." "Yes." Su Xiaoma got to work. Lu Qianxian flipped open the secret manual. When she saw that this technique was created by an ice-type martial emperor, her eyes flashed with shock. A martial technique created by a martial emperor would definitely be of high quality. What shocked her was that the sect leader took it out so casually, without an absolute foundation. It was impossible to have a powerful martial technique. Therefore, Lu Qianxian was even more convinced that iron bone was passed down from ancient times. Yi Xingchen thought that Jun Changxiao came from the upper realm, and she thought that iron bone was passed down from ancient times. Forcing one's imagination was really fatal. There was nothing they could do about it. After all, Jun Changxiao had repeatedly shown them unbelievable high-quality martial techniques. Whoosh whoosh. The flames rose, and the big wolf leg was roasted until it sizzled with oil. The rogue cultivators gathered their courage and set up a fire in the distance, roasting the meat that they had thrown away. Many people had entered Death Valley more than once, but it was their first time roasting meat in broad daylight. It was definitely exciting. After the iron bone disciples had their fill, they entered the tent to rest. A few disciples took turns to be on guard. Zhou Hong didn't sleep. He was immersed in comprehending the Lingjian divine technique. From the excitement on his face, he should have gained a lot. Lu Qianxian was also comprehending the 9-layer ice sealing palm. The shock in her heart grew stronger. Although this technique couldn't be compared to the Taishan ice heart technique, from the introduction, it could freeze any target and even freeze heaven and earth. It was definitely a divine-grade ice-type martial technique. Lu Qianxian's frozen land was also an ice-type martial skill. However, its level was low and it only formed a layer of ice on the ground. Compared to the 9-layer ice sealing palm, the difference was like heaven and earth. Shua. After cultivating until late at night, Lu Qianxian raised her palm and locked onto the ants crawling next to her. Cold air erupted and instantly froze them into ice cubes. Freezing an ant with a combat strength of less than 5 wasn't considered awesome, but this woman had only cultivated for 4 hours. I was able to comprehend it so quickly because I have the Taishan ice heart. Body. Lu Qianxian thought to herself. That's right. The 9-layer frozen palms combined with the ice attribute physique allowed him to cultivate much faster than ordinary ice attribute martial artists. As for how fast it would be, that would depend on the level of one's physique. The next day, Jun Changxiao woke up early and said, "Let's continue." Fire Dragon Beast. Just by hearing its name, one could tell that it was a fire-type beast. As long as they were exposed to the hot air in the tunnel, there was a high chance that they would be found. Jun Changxiao secretly calculated. However, after searching for a long time, they did not find a gourd with a hot air wave. Instead, they fought with many high-ranked beasts. The process was a bit difficult because the deeper they went, the beasts were around the level of peak martial master. They even encountered many that were 1 or 2 levels higher. Fortunately, they were not existences like the Gale Wolf King. Xiao Ziji and Li Yuhua tanked at the front while the other disciples attacked with Cold-Edged Sword and Overlord Spear, successfully killing them one by one. The rogue cultivators following behind were all dumbfounded. Among the disciples of Iron Bone, only the Ice Attribute disciples and the Sword Attribute disciples gave off an unfathomable feeling. The others were all martial disciples, but they actually hunted Wuzong beasts again and again. If they left Death Valley and told others about the experiential learning, they would definitely not believe it. Roar. Inside a certain gourd, a high-ranked rhinoceros beast with rough skin and thick flesh let out a sorrowful roar and then fell to the ground covered in wounds. Another one is dead. When the rogue cultivators saw this, the corners of their mouths twitched violently. Ding. The host has killed a hidden beast. Epic mission completion rate 100%. 200 contribution points awarded. Contribution points, 890-1000. When the notification sounded, Jun Changxiao opened the data panel and found that the epic mission was still not completed. It seems that I can only complete it after killing the fire dragon beast, he guessed. The system said, that's right. Jun Changxiao rubbed his hands and said, if I continue to look for hidden beasts to kill, will the completion rate increase? Theoretically, yes. The system said, however, please pay attention to the time. It's okay. There are still 3 days. I should be able to find a few more beasts. Jun Changxiao led the disciples and continued forward. As long as they saw a high-ranked beast at the mouth of the gourd, they had to kill it because it was very likely to be a hidden mission beast. Of course, they encountered quite a few beasts that lived in groups. For example, jackals, ants, and bees. Although they passed through it safely, the disciples were still in a difficult situation. Ding! The host has killed a hidden beast. Epic mission completion rate 120%. 200 contribution points awarded. Contribution points, 10901000. After killing another hidden beast, Jun Changxiao decisively bought 4 bottles of aptitude-altering liquid. He firmly suppressed the thought of refreshing the store. Last time, he was lucky and got 2 types of ice and fire martial techniques. If he was unlucky, then it would be a waste. Ding! The host has killed a hidden beast. Epic mission completion rate 140%. 200 contribution points awarded. Ding! After a whole day, Jun Changxiao killed 4 hidden beasts. The completion rate increased to 180%. The 800 contribution points were all used to buy the aptitude-altering liquid, including the 4 bottles he bought previously. Sect leader Jun bought a total of 20 bottles of aptitude-altering liquid. 10 bottles were suitable for common grade and 10 bottles were suitable for middle grade. He didn't just earn items from the store, he also earned various ores and herbs. Especially in a gourd, he found more than 20 kilograms of cold iron and a whole pool of ice spring water. Taking advantage of the night's rest, Jun Changxiao began to refine the cold-edged sword. When the sun rose, he had refined 20 swords. The disciples who weren't equipped with weapons each had a sword and were fully armed. Just from the contribution points and weapons and equipment, this experience in Death Valley could be said to be super profitable. Jun Changxiao originally planned to continue looking for hidden beasts and strive to reach 200% completion rate. However, when he came to the entrance of a tunnel, he suddenly felt a burning sensation. Sect leader Li Qingyang said solemnly, there must be a powerful fire element beast inside. Jun Changxiao said, change all the energy in the unyielding iron shield to high-level crystal cores. Swish! Swish! The disciples took out crystal cores that were comparable to peak martial masters and even first-grade Wuzong to replace the energy in the unyielding iron shield. With the support of the high-level crystal cores, the defensive strength would definitely be high. Xiao Mu. Jun Changxiao said, go in and scout. I'll go. Lu Qianxian said. As an ice element martial artist, it was undoubtedly easier for her to go to the hot area. All right. Jun Changxiao said. However, before she entered the tunnel entrance, he said, be careful. Lu Qianxian didn't answer. Her body was filled with cold air, and her graceful back disappeared from everyone's sight. Li Qingyang and the others hurriedly became alert. Not long after, Lu Qianxian walked out and said, there's a 5th-grade fire dragon inside. Very good, very good. The last mission monster was found. Killing it would not only complete the epic mission, but also reach 200% completion rate. Sect leader Li Qingyang said solemnly, the fire dragon's control of fire is very strong. Let's go around it. Xiao Ziji and the others kept their shields and prepared to leave. Jun Chang said with a smile, I really want to see if this so-called fire dragon beast is really a dragon. Huh, everyone was stunned. Previously, when they encountered a 3rd-grade beast, the sect leader would choose to go around it after thinking about it. Why did he want to go in to see a 5th-grade beast? When Jun Changxiao entered the other gourds, he would think about it and even make plans to retreat. The flaming dragon was related to the completion of the epic mission. He had to get rid of it. Judging from the heat waves, this 5th-grade ferocious beast was extraordinary. He couldn't bring his disciples in carelessly, or they might lose their lives. Qianxian. Jun Changxiao asked, is that guy big? Sect master, an adult flaming dragon is at least 4 zhang tall, Li Qingyang said. In the falling star continent, one zhang was 3 meters, and 4 zhang was 12 meters. From the height, one could imagine that the flaming dragon was as tall as a 4-story building. The bigger its body, the stronger it was. This is a bit tricky. Jun Changxiao frowned. The system said, based on the 5th grade Wuzong's strength, the flaming dragon's strength is at least 500,000 jin. 500,000 jin was just the beginning. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched violently. The system said, this is just a preliminary estimate. It doesn't include the fire attribute. So, if the host brings his disciples to hunt it, the probability of being wiped out is as high as 99%. There's still a 1% chance of winning. Jun Changxiao muttered. System, didn't the host understand that I meant that the whole team would be wiped out if they went in? Jun Changxiao of course understood. He rubbed his temples, and his brain was working furiously, thinking about how to kill the flaming dragon. Zhou Hong, are you confident in killing it? I'm not. Zhou Hong said directly. If it was 2 or 3 grades higher, he was confident. But if it was a 5th grade flaming dragon, he could only run. In front of absolute power, the difference in strength was too big. Zhou Hong said, Sect Master, can you give me some time to comprehend the one-word sword formula? I might be able to kill it. How long? It'll take at least a month. Sect Master Jun wanted to slap his own mouth. Why did you talk about sect contribution points? You could have just given him the Ling Jian divine formula. Looks like, Jun Changxiao thought, I can only use the green dragon crescent blade. The system said, after returning from Haoqi sect, the host's cultivation didn't improve substantially. Even if you use the strength-increasing talisman to activate the green dragon crescent blade, you might not be able to get close to the enemy. F***CK. Jun Changxiao said, then let's use hard to stop. This was his final trump card. Moreover, he already had 2 opening talismans. For the sake of completing the epic quest, he didn't feel any heartache even if he used up all of them. The system agreed, yes. Sect leader Lu Qianxian said, give me a day to cultivate. Maybe I can use the 9-layered ice sealing palm to seal the fire dragon beast. Jun Changxiao widened his eyes. To be able to use a divine tier battle technique to seal a 5th tier ferocious beast in just a single day of cultivation, this was a joke, right? Judging from Lu Qianxian's expression, Jun Changxiao believed that she wasn't joking. She was serious. Sect leader Zhou Hong said, if the fire dragon beast doesn't move, I'm confident that I can severely injure it. Yi Xingchen, who had been silent all this time, said, the pyro dragon is a fire-type beast. If we use the ice element to seal it, it will be the best time to kill it. A martial emperor was a martial emperor after all. His knowledge of martial arts was extremely rich. Jun Changxiao thought to himself, there are still 2 days before the end of the training. We can give it a try. If it doesn't work, we can use hard to take back. The opening talisman was very precious. If he could save it, he would naturally save it. Okay. Jun Changxiao decided, tomorrow at this time, we will go in and kill that fire dragon beast. The wandering cultivators in the distance widened their eyes. Iron Bone was really something. He dared to provoke a 5th tier ferocious beast with extremely strong fire-type abilities. Brother Shan, let's retreat. If Iron Bone can't handle the fire dragon beast and lure it out, we will definitely die. Once this powerful fire-type beast gets angry, burning half of Death Valley will be child's play. Many wandering cultivators wanted to retreat. Moreover, they had picked up enough scraps in the past few days. There was no need to continue taking risks behind Iron Bone. Let's go, let's retreat. The leader of a group of wandering cultivators cupped his hands and said, Sect Leader Jun, we will take our leave first. We also hope that your sect can successfully eliminate the fire dragon beast. Although it was a blessing, they knew in their hearts that they had to be at least 6th tier Wuzong to deal with a 5th tier fire-type beast. Sect Leader Jun, we will also take our leave first. After a while, more than half of the 30 wandering cultivators left. Looking at more than 10 of them who had not left, Jun Changxiao asked, why are you all not leaving? A middle-aged man with a square face said seriously, if not for Sect Leader Jun, it would be difficult for me to enter the depths of Death Valley. Therefore, I am willing to stay and help. Yes. The martial arts master beside him said, "We will stay and help sect leader June." Some of them were sincerely grateful to Jun Changxiao, while others wanted to take a gamble. If they could kill the fire dragon beast, they would definitely get a lot of benefits. "No need," Jun Changxiao said, "you all can just watch the battle." Everyone's mouth twitched. Was this Iron Bone sect leader looking down on them? Did he think they would be a burden? No. None of them. Jun Changxiao was worried. If they took the kill, how could he complete his epic mission? Don't say it. This was not impossible. If the fire dragon beast only had 1 HP left and was touched by outsiders, it would not be counted as a kill for him and his disciples. In order to prevent this from happening, the best way was to let them watch the battle from afar. Everyone. Jun Changxiao pointed at the tunnel behind him and said, "Please go over there to watch the battle. If you enter without permission, don't blame me for being ruthless." They helped him out of goodwill, but he turned against them in the end. It was unreasonable. Those who had a temper left directly. The other martial artists also left. In this way, only the Iron Bone sect leader was left at the mouth of the gourd. The disciples sat cross-legged and rested, trying to adjust their state to the best state. Lu Qianxian sat alone in a clean area and entered a deep level of comprehension. Her body was gradually shrouded in cold air. Xianxia said in surprise, "This woman has an ice-type constitution?" Those without special attributes could cultivate special attributes. For example, Jun Changxiao. He did not have a fire-type constitution, but he had exquisite fire. He could be considered a fire-type martial artist. But compared to a fire-type martial artist with a fire-type constitution, he was a professional player and an amateur player. Xianxia said to himself, the martial arts technique that sect leader gave her yesterday should not be of a low level. If she can comprehend it tomorrow and freeze the fire dragon beast, her constitution must be extraordinary. He stopped thinking about it and continued to comprehend the Taishan Sutra. Tomorrow would be a tough battle. He definitely could not stand by and watch, so he had to prepare seriously. Li Qingyang and the others also knew that the battle with the fire dragon beast tomorrow would be the biggest test of this trial. They had to adjust their state to the best state. Xiao Ziji did not cultivate. He was in charge of guarding. Jun Changxiao was stuck in his realm, so there was no point in cultivating. He leaned not far from Lu Qianxian, guarding her while opening the shop. Since they would have to respawn sooner or later, they might as well respawn early. It would be best if there were items that could help them kill the fire dragon beast. Ding. The first time he refreshed, there was nothing. Ding. The second time he refreshed, there was still nothing. Ding. 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 Jun Changxiao refreshed 10 times in a row and spent another 200 contribution points before he finally got something that looked useful. It was called the Frost Bracelet. This was an ice attribute treasure. When an ice attribute martial artist wore it, it could increase the strength of their ice attribute by 20%. It was not bad, but its weakness was obvious. It was only suitable for martial disciples and martial masters. After entering Wuzong, it would be useless. I can buy it for Qianxian, Jun Changxiao said. Ding. Host spent 50 contribution points and received Frost Bracelet X1. It has been transferred to the spatial ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 640-1000. He refreshed again and spent another 140 contribution points. After buying a bunch of daily necessities, he forcefully suppressed the urge to refresh again. Looking at the umbrella, soap, bath towel, and other items in the spatial ring, Jun Changxiao was speechless. Why the hell would I want to be a sect master? I should just open a grocery store in the other world. The system said, it's not impossible. Get lost. Lu Qianxian said that it would take 1 day, but she only withdrew her ice attribute on the afternoon of the second day. When she opened her eyes, there was a cold glint in her eyes. At this moment, there were only 12 to 12 hours left until the end of the epic quest. How is it? Jun Changxiao asked. Lu Qianxian pondered for a moment and said, with my understanding of the 9-layer ice seal palm, I should be able to freeze the fire dragon for 3 to 4 breaths. 3 to 4 breaths is 5 to 6 seconds. Jun Changxiao thought, that should be enough. In the world of martial arts, a few seconds could really decide the outcome of a battle. For example, if Zhou Hong and Yi Xingchen were to use their sword skills, they could definitely slash a few hundred times in a few seconds. Here. Jun Changxiao handed over the frost bracelet and said with a smile, "This thing is a bit cold. It should be suitable for you." Lu Qianqian was stunned. Giving a girl a bracelet had another meaning. She gently raised her head and looked at that smiling face. Her originally cold heart was once again stirred. "I don't want it. This is the first time I'm giving a bracelet to a girl. Please do me the honor. This is the sect master's order." Lu Qianqian took the cold bracelet and put it on her right wrist. Then, she turned her face away. A cold aura surrounded her body, as if she was hiding something. "Pa." Jun Changxiao snapped his fingers and said, "Inner sanctum disciples, follow me in." Outer sanctum disciples, form a formation outside. It didn't matter how many soldiers there were, as long as they were elites. "Yes." All the disciples said in unison. "We're going in. This trip is extremely dangerous. I've been thinking about it all night, and I think it's better to leave. Let's wait and see. Maybe the fire dragon beast won't rush out of its territory." The rogue cultivators discussed in low voices. While they were talking, Jun Changxiao had already led the 7 inner sanctum disciples and Zhou Hong into the scorching tunnel. Long Xiang, Li Yuhua, and the others formed a formation at the entrance. They prayed for the sect master and senior brothers, hoping that they could smoothly get rid of the fire dragon beast. Whoosh whoosh. Waves of hot wind blew from the front, making Li Qingyang and the others feel quite uncomfortable. They could only put up a strong iron shield to block it. Jun Changxiao, who had exquisite fire, was fine. Instead, he felt very comfortable. Lu Qianqian was also fine. The ice element could dissolve the heat wave. The tunnel was about 200 meters long. As they went deeper, the temperature became higher and higher. Finally, they reached the end of the tunnel. Li Qingyang and the others felt like they were in front of an oven. They were already sweating profusely. Yi Xingchen and Zhou Hong were fine. One could rely on the Taishan Sutra to resist, while the other could use his sword to resist. Of course. They knew that if they were too close to the fire dragon beast, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. After stopping at the end of the tunnel, Jun Changxiao looked into the valley. In his field of vision was a crimson land. There were only scattered red stones. There wasn't a single tree. Li Qingyang said, "Sect master, that's a fire dragon stone. It's a high-level fire element ore." Jun Changxiao didn't care about the ore. He locked his gaze at the deepest part of the tunnel and caught sight of the hill-like fire dragon beast. Although that fellow was resting on the ground and was surrounded by flames, he could still tell from its appearance that it wasn't a dragon. It was a dinosaur. A dinosaur is also a dragon, the system said. The fire dragon beast's appearance was indeed similar to the extinct dinosaurs on Earth. From its thick and long tail, it looked more like a Tyrannosaurus rex. However, its skin was fiery red. There were flames spreading from its tail to its spine. Without a doubt, it was much more handsome than a Tyrannosaurus rex. If he used it as a contract beast and rode it out, he wouldn't have to worry about not being single. Jun Changxiao said, "Are you ready?" "We're ready." Everyone replied in low voices. Before entering, Sect Master Jun had already arranged the battle strategy. If the fire dragon beast was alarmed, Xiao Ziji would be responsible for pulling the first aggro. If that didn't work, Su Xiaoma and Li Fei would be responsible for pulling the second aggro. After pulling the aggro, Lu Qianqian would look for an opportunity to freeze it. Then, Yi Xingchen and Zhou Hong would be responsible for attacking. They only had 3 to 4 breaths of time. They had to kill it in one hit. "Let's go." Jun Changxiao waved his hand. He stepped on the hot ground and moved forward cautiously, cautiously my ass. Just as they entered the valley and entered the territory of the fire dragon beast, the big fellow's eyelids twitched and suddenly opened. Hoo-hoo. The hill-like body gradually grew to a height of 4 to 5 zhang. Its appearance was similar to a Tyrannosaurus rex. However, under the cover of the scorching flames, it looked very scary. Roar, the fire dragon beast opened its bloody mouth and roared angrily at Xianxia and the others. Rolling heat waves whistled toward them. Buzz. Xiaoziji stood at the front and activated his defensive barrier to resist the scorching heat waves. Then, he raised his shield to resist the heat waves and charged forward. Shua. Shua, Xianxia and Li Fei separated to the left and right. Roar. The fire dragon beast roared again. Immediately, flames gathered in its mouth and formed into a cannonball. Boom, it hit the defensive barrier. The powerful impact forced Xiaoziji to retreat 5 to 6 steps. The energy of the crystal core was instantly depleted by a quarter. As the main tank, the crystal core in his unyielding iron shield was 1 grade higher. It had consumed so much energy to resist the fire dragon beast's casual attack. There was simply no way he could continue fighting. Pull back. Xianxia shouted. Shua. Xiaoziji carried his unyielding iron shield and stepped on the scorching ground to the side. The fire dragon beast had been locking onto him all this time. Its body also turned around. Lu Qianqian went to the other side and happened to be behind the big guy. Just as she was about to gather ice element spiritual energy to perform 9-layer ice sealing palm, she saw the other party spit out another fireball. This time, it was faster and stronger than the previous one, due to the scorching environment. Xiaoziji's speed was already half a beat slower. There was no way for him to dodge. He could only grit his teeth and resist with his defensive barrier. Boom! The powerful fireball hit the defensive barrier. 2/4 of its energy was quickly depleted. This was not important. The important thing was that the fireball carried a few 100,000 kilograms of force and sent Xiaoziji flying and crashing into the scorching mountain wall. Wah! As he fell, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Junior brother Xiao. Xianxia and Li Fei were shocked. Roar! The fire dragon beast roared angrily. It turned its head and spat out a fireball. Yes, it was a fireball, and it was the kind that was in the shape of a fan. Xianxia and Li Fei, who could have used their speed to deal with the fireball, were instantly locked in position. They could not dodge at all and could only activate their defensive barrier to block the fireball. Huff! As the fireball spat out, the temperature rose instantly. Xianxia and Li Fei activated their defensive barriers and moved to the sides. When they finally managed to dodge the fireball, their energy was completely depleted. Swish! At this moment, several crescent-shaped flowing lights flew from the side. Boom! Boom! The flowing lights hit the fire dragon beast's head directly. Although it did not cause any substantial damage, it successfully attracted the fireball's attention and made it turn its head. Xiaoziji swayed his body and walked over. He raised his shield again and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He grinned and said, "Big worm, your target is me." Roar! The fire dragon beast was successfully mocked by him. It roared angrily and rushed over with earth-shaking footsteps. It suddenly turned its body and swept its fiery tail. It swept quickly and had a wide range. Dodge! Xianxia roared. Xiaoziji could not dodge. And he did not intend to dodge in the first place. Ta! One of his feet stomped on the ground. His muscles and veins bulged. He channeled all the energy in his body into the iron shield. Xiaoziji's eyes flashed with determination. "Sect leader, senior brother, I am willing to use this broken body to bear the weight of thunder for you." Xiaoziji was already injured after the second round of bombardment. His unyielding iron shield only had 1/4 of its energy left. However, he didn't forget the sect leader's instructions. He had to draw the first aggro. Therefore, when the fiery dragon attacked Xianxia and Li Fei, he used self-slash. This kind of spiritual force martial technique was modified by a mysterious almighty. It was easy to learn, but limited by the realm, its power was limited. It could only cause a little pain to a 5th-grade ferocious beast. However, it successfully attracted the attention of the fiery dragon and transferred all its aggro to him. What was a meat shield? It meant that at any time, he had to pull the target and use his body to take the damage to reduce the threat to his teammates. In this aspect, Xiaoziji was undoubtedly qualified. Xianxia roared with a malevolent look on his face, "Dodge!" His tail, which was covered in flames, swept towards Xianxia, who was in the distance. The strategy he set up before entering was perfect and impeccable. However, he underestimated the fiery dragon. He underestimated this fifth-grade ferocious beast with fire attributes. In the face of absolute power, any strategy or technique would be disintegrated by the powerful force and become vulnerable. Martial disciple-level disciples were really weak when facing the fiery dragon. If it wasn't for the unyielding iron shield, he would have died or been injured. Dodge? I can't dodge. I want to use this broken body to bear the thunderous force for everyone. This was the only thought in Xiaoziji's mind. He poured all his strength into the unyielding iron shield. Whoosh whoosh. Spiritual force flowed into the shield from his arm, adding to the already very dim defensive barrier. However, compared to the incoming force, even if Xiaoziji increased his defensive strength to the maximum, it was still very small. Xianxia's eyes were about to pop out. The pocket-sized unstoppable blade had already appeared. Obviously, he was going to save his disciple at all costs, however. Recently, Xianxia and Qingyang were faster than him. One of them rushed over and placed the unyielding iron shield in front of him. After the other used Crossing Dragon to get closer, his hand suddenly pointed in the air. Buzz! In an instant, Qian, Zhen, Can, Zhen, Kuan, Sun, Li, and Dui were outlined in the air. Senior brother Li. Junior brother Yi. Xiaoziji was stunned. Li Qingyang set up the defensive barrier and used his body to protect his junior brother. Xianxia's back was facing him, and his palms suddenly blasted the void as he shouted, "Inverse the universe." Buzz. The 8 characters shined dazzling light and instantly formed an 8 trigrams pattern. From the moment it appeared to the moment it was unleashed, it had only taken a single breath, and the tail that carried the force of 100,000 kilograms had already fiercely smashed over. What was strange was that there was no sound of explosion after colliding with the pattern. Boom! On the other side of the stone wall, a terrifying force suddenly gushed out of thin air, causing half of the mountain to collapse. Ka ka ka. 8 cracked crack. The tail of flames, which had most of its power neutralized, continued to sweep forward. It first blasted the defensive barrier, then swept Li Qingyang, Xianxia, and Xiaozuiji away. Exclamation point. Plop, the 3 of them fell to the ground, their faces ferocious. Wah! Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale. Reversing heaven and earth was a martial art technique from his previous life. It could redirect the attacking force to other places. Although it was powerful, it was limited by his realm. He could only redirect 30% of the fire dragon's strength. It also brought about a considerable backlash. That was already good enough. If he didn't redirect 30% of the strength, Li Qingyang's defensive barrier would redirect some of the strength. He would be seriously injured and might even die on the spot. Although the price was high, Xiaoziji was saved. That was enough. Roar! The fire dragon was enraged that the 3 humans were still alive. It let out a deafening roar again. Then, it gathered a fireball in its mouth. It was over. Li Qingyang and Xiaoziji's expressions changed. Although they still had their shields, they had used up all their energy. They wouldn't be able to withstand the fireball's attack. Xianxia's heart sank. The martial art technique and the backlash caused him to be seriously injured. The chances of him dodging the fireball were close to 0. As a martial emperor, he would never feel despair. Therefore, he circulated his qi in his dantian and shouted, "Hurry up and freeze." The 4 words sounded very spiritual. This also meant that they could only rely on Lu Qianxian if they wanted to get out of this dangerous situation. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a cold air spread out from behind the fire dragon beast, and the surrounding temperature dropped instantly. How much did it drop? Li Fei, who was closest to the fire dragon, was shivering from the cold. Crack crack crack. The cold air spread out and quickly condensed into a giant hand made of countless ice cubes. The fire dragon, who was accumulating energy to attack, felt the chill. It quickly turned its head and realized that the crystal-clear ice hand was even bigger than it was. Lu Qianxian's hair fluttered in the wind. Her face was pale. She stretched out her right hand and grabbed at the air. She shouted coldly, "Ninefold ice sealing palm." Whoosh whoosh. The frozen hand suddenly swung over and grabbed the fire dragon beast that was 4 feet tall in its palm. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a powerful cold air burst out and stuck to the rank 5 ferocious beast's skin. It quickly formed layers of thick ice. In an instant, the fire dragon was frozen. Thump thump thump. Lu Qianxian took a few steps back. She looked weak, but she still gritted her teeth and released the ice element to maintain the ice ceiling palm for a few seconds. Ta! Zhou Hong rushed over and immediately flew into the air. He placed one hand on the hilt of his sword and formed the shape of a sword. Instantly, a cold sword aura burst out from his body. At that moment, the scene seemed to be frozen forever. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and Yi Xingchen were all looking at Zhou Hong. At this moment, they deeply understood that whether they could kill the fire dragon depended on this. Attack, junior brother Zhou, you must succeed. Ka ka ka. The ice layer began to crack. Sword aura. At this moment, Zhou Hong, who had high hopes placed on him, narrowed his eyes and shouted, graceful. Clang. The sword was unsheathed and the sword radiance burst out. Swoosh, before the ice layer broke, an unparalleled sword aura slashed down from above. Clang. The sword was sheathed. Sword aura, destroy. Clang. When he landed, the sword was unsheathed again. An aura of destruction swept out horizontally. Ta. After 2 slashes, Zhou Hong landed in front of the fire dragon. Clang. The simple sword was sheathed slowly. His black hair fluttered, revealing his weathered face. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. From Lu Qianxian's ice ceiling palm to him sheathing his sword. Time, 5 breaths. Ka ka ka. The ice layer suddenly shattered, and the sealed fire dragon beast broke free. It raised its head and roared angrily, shaking the entire mouth of the gourd. It's the roar of the fire dragon. It's angered. Retreat, retreat, retreat quickly. When the itinerant cultivators outside heard the terrifying roar, they were so frightened that they hurriedly retreated. Long Xiang, Li Yuhua, and the rest stood guard at the entrance of the tunnel. Even if the fire dragon came out, as long as they didn't see the sect leader and senior brother, they wouldn't leave. In the scorching hot land. As the ice layer dissipated, the temperature instantly rose back up. Lu Qianxian vomited blood and then leaned weakly against the mountain wall. Her face was full of weakness. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and Yi Xingchen were injured. Zhou Hong used up all his energy. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei lost their defense. The 8 iron bone disciples did their best and were also exhausted. It was gratifying. After the fiery dragon roared, a cross-shaped sword mark appeared on its body. Blood spurted out and the flames around its body began to fade. Hopelessly. This behemoth did not fall. It was still standing, moreover. The ground suddenly shook. At the eastern tunnel entrance, many small fire dragon beasts covered in flames appeared one after another. They were about 2 or 3 meters tall. From the aura they emitted, the lowest level was at the middle 5th grade. Boom, boom, in an instant, there were more than 50 small fiery dragons emerging from the tunnel entrance. Their bodies were spewing hot flames. It's over, the iron bone disciples' eyes were filled with despair. Not only did the fiery dragon not die, it also summoned so many small fiery dragons. Even if it recovered, it would be difficult to fight against it. Ta. Ta. Suddenly, Jun Chongxiao walked over step by step, playing with the sword in his hand. Then he stopped 10 meters away from the fiery dragon, facing the 50 small fiery dragons. Li Qingyang said weakly, "Sect leader, run, babies, it's been hard on you." Jun Chongxiao gently raised his head and said with a murderous look, "Leave the rest to me." Roar. More than 50 small fiery dragons rushed over angrily. Jun Chongxiao's right index and middle fingers pinched the hilt of the sword. His eyes were cold, Bankai. Clang, light flashed and the wind whistled. The injured Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, Yi Xingchen, and Lu Qianxian, as well as the standing Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and Zhou Hong, were all dumbfounded. Their eyes gradually widened. What did they see to make such an expression? They saw that the sect leader's toy knife, which looked smaller than a dagger, was extremely long after it was unsheathed. It was at least 13 feet long. Under normal circumstances, a spear was already considered a long weapon. Now that a saber was actually so long, Li Qingyang and the others would definitely be stupefied. Behind the Black Wind Stockade, Jun Changxiao once again pulled out the unstoppable blade, exuding a heavy and powerful aura as usual. Shua. He held the 40-meter-long broadsword in one hand and raised it at a slanted angle. He looked at the 50-odd small fire dragons that were charging at him with disdain in his eyes. Hoo-hoo. At the same time, the saber emitted a heavy and powerful aura, which instantly spread throughout the scorching land. In an instant, the 50-odd small fire dragons were bound and stopped in their tracks. They were only a few meters away from Jun Changxiao. The anger in their eyes was replaced by fear. They wanted to move, but they couldn't. There seemed to be some kind of terrifying force in the air that bound their bodies. Shua. Jun Changxiao suddenly raised his broadsword and swept it horizontally. He said, "Give them a proper burial." The 40-meter-long broadsword flashed and swept across the wheat field like a sickle. The heads of the 10-odd small fire dragons at the front all flew out at the same time. Li Qingyang and the others' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Shua. Jun Changxiao raised his broadsword again and swept it across. Just like that, he swept it from left to right, and from right to left again. After a few continuous sweeps, all 50 small fire dragons were beheaded by the broadsword. Everyone was dumbfounded. More than 50 ferocious beasts that were comparable to 5th-grade martial masters were killed by the sect leader so easily. The scene was extremely terrifying. Jun Changxiao raised his broadsword and looked sideways at the restrained fire dragon. He said coldly, "How dare you hurt my iron bone disciple? Today, I'll cut you into 8 pieces." Shua. The 40-meter-long broadsword fell. The fire dragon that couldn't move had an unprecedented fear in its eyes. A strong sense of death surged in its heart, making it realize that it didn't have long to live. Puchi! Puchi! The broadsword flashed and intertwined like a net. After a while, Jun Changxiao stopped. The flaming dragon beast's head was separated from its body and fell to the ground with a loud boom. Its body began to fall off piece by piece like a cucumber being sliced by a kitchen knife. Gulp. Everyone swallowed their saliva in unison. A 5th-grade ferocious beast was cut into 8 pieces by the sect leader so easily. It was really shocking. Ding. All the ferocious beasts have been killed. The conditions have been met. The second epic mission is completed. The completion rate is 200%. The host has received 1,000 contribution points. Ding. Contribution points, 15001000. Ding. There are excess contribution points. The host must spend them within 24 hours. Otherwise, the excess contribution points will be deducted automatically. 1,000 contribution points directly. Jun Changxiao didn't even have time to show his excitement when the clear and melodious voice rang in his ears again. Ding. The host has exceeded the requirements of the epic mission. The host has received a middle-grade sect leader's ball X1, a middle-grade strength increasing talisman X1, a supreme-grade tempering liquid X1, and a certain amount of experience points. Huff, huff. The moment the voice rang out, the spiritual energy in Jun Changxiao's dantian started to refine itself. Although the quantity was decreasing, the purity was increasing gradually. Ding. The host has successfully broken through to a 1st-grade martial master. Ding, ding, ding. The host has successfully broken through to a 4th-grade martial master. As the spiritual energy in the vortex became purer, and as his cultivation soared, it finally stopped at the 4th-grade martial master. Jun Changxiao could feel his strength rising in an instant, and that feeling was incomparably exhilarating. Not bad, not bad. The system said, the completion rate is 200%. The host has not only become a martial master, but also a 4th-grade martial master. Jun Changxiao said with dissatisfaction, after completing the first epic mission, I broke through to a 5th-grade martial disciple from a 12th-grade meridian opening stage. The system broke down and said, the higher the level, the harder it is to increase it. The host should learn to be content with breaking through to a 4th-grade martial master with a high completion rate. How can I be content without entering the martial emperor realm? Jun Changxiao said. There was nothing wrong with those words. After completing the second epic mission, Jun Changxiao finally entered the martial master realm from a martial disciple. Moreover, he directly reached the 4th grade. It had to be said that he was very powerful. Li Qingyang and the others were dumbstruck, lying on the ground and standing. Just now, they saw with their own eyes that the sect leader's body was emitting the aura of a breakthrough. Then, it continued to increase like a hot knife through butter. Heavens, what did I just see? Even Yi Xingchen, who had been reincarnated as a martial emperor, was deeply shocked when he realized that the sect leader's cultivation was increasing rapidly. He thought to himself, did he break through or did he release his hidden cultivation? Ha ha ha. Jun Changxiao laughed loudly. He laughed very happily. After completing the epic mission, not only did he increase his level, he also received a middle-grade sect leader ball, a middle-grade strength-increasing talisman, and a bottle of top-grade aptitude-changing liquid. It was already good enough that he didn't die from laughing. However, after confirming that there were no ferocious beasts in the valley, he sheathed his blade. Then, sect leader Jun's body seemed to have been hollowed out. Then, he collapsed to the ground like mud. P.S. Requesting recommendation tickets, requesting monthly tickets. The strength of the hard-to-withdraw blade was not only in its sharpness, but also in its aura. It could bind its target at will. The Zhou Tianba of the past and the fire dragon of today. Whether it was a martial disciple or a Wuzong, they all became souls under the blade of this godly weapon. Although the hard-to-withdraw blade was heaven-defying, it also had a big flaw. It couldn't be used continuously after it was drawn out. After it was withdrawn, the user's body would be instantly drained. Sect leader Jun, who had just become a 4th-grade martial master, should have been full of energy. However, he was powerless and collapsed on the ground. The weakness would last for 30 minutes. During this time, an ordinary person could easily crush him to death. He completed the epic mission. He received a lot of rewards and experience. Using an opening talisman was definitely worth it. Yi Xingchen sat cross-legged with difficulty. He thought to himself, my injuries are too severe. I will need at least a month to recover. Forcefully using the high-level inverse the universe would cause a backlash to the body. Moreover, he was heavily injured. Being able to sit up was thanks to the foundation of his body. Damn it, that guy actually had such a powerful weapon. Why didn't he take it out earlier? He even made us risk our lives to kill the fire dragon, that's right. Why? Because Jun Changxiao didn't expect the fire dragon to be so powerful. When Xiao Ziji was about to be swept by the tail, he summoned the hard-to-withdraw blade and crushed the opening talisman. The blade was about to be unsheathed. However, Yi Xingchen and Li Qingyang's help made him give up on the idea of using the blade. This kind of help from fellow disciples could not only improve their relationship, but also their tacit understanding. It couldn't be destroyed easily. Jun Changxiao also believed that after Yi Xingchen used his strange martial technique and Li Qingyang put up the hard iron shield, the 3 of them would at most be severely injured. Their lives wouldn't be in danger. As expected. The 3 of them didn't die, but they were all injured. Later, Lu Qianqian and Zhou Hong, one freezing the fire dragon and the other slashing twice with his sword, pushed their disciples' cooperation to the extreme. Although they couldn't do anything to the huge monster, Jun Changxiao gave them full recognition and high praise for their cooperation in this battle. If my iron bone has such a disciple, why would I worry about not being able to become stronger? Later, dozens of small fire dragons appeared. Jun Changxiao could not watch any longer. He drew his sword to clean up the mess. Tell us about it. The Iron Bone disciples worked together to fight the monsters. In the end, the one who came out to show off was Jun Changxiao. Ai. Yi Xingchen sighed and began to operate the Taishan Sutra to repair his damaged meridians. But then again, he had the support of the Taishan Sutra, which could neutralize a lot of power. Those 2 guys were definitely more seriously injured than him. Shua, Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji jumped up. Sect leader. The 2 of them walked over and helped Jun Changxiao up. Are you all right? This, Yi Xingchen's eyes widened. No, they should have been seriously injured. How could they look like they were completely fine, especially Xiao Ziji? After being hit 3 times in a row, Even if his body was made of iron, he would still suffer from serious internal injuries. Night Emperor thought that he was the one with the lightest injuries among the three of them. However, when he saw the two of them supporting the sect leader, he immediately suffered a heavy blow. Could it be that I'm too weak? As soon as this thought arose, Xianxia, who had a strong ego, could not suppress his injuries and spat out a mouthful of blood. Junior brother Yi. Xiao Ziji said, hurry up and eat the healing pill. Xianxia clutched his chest and smiled bitterly. He thought to himself, how can that low-level healing pill heal my internal injuries? At this moment, he saw Lu Xianxian take out a healing pill and swallow it. The fire dragons broke free from the ice. This woman must have suffered serious internal injuries. How could the healing pill alone suppress her injuries? Shua. Lu Xianxian stood up. The paleness on her face dissipated. She brushed the messy hair on her forehead. Gah. Xianxian's facial muscles stiffened. The next second, he took out the healing pill and looked at it in disbelief. Jun Changxiao had given him energy-gathering pills and chi-whirling pills, but the low-level healing pill was given on the way to Death Valley. He just casually said that he could take it if he suffered serious injuries. The healing pill was a low-level pill. Could it heal faster than his Taishan Sutra? Xianxia took the pill and casually threw it into his interspatial ring without thinking much of it. Junior brother Yi, hurry up and eat the pill. We still have to clean up the battlefield. Li Qingyang urged. Xianxia hesitated for a moment, then opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. The pill spread and the damaged meridians in his body quickly healed. He jumped up and the shock in his heart grew stronger. The upper realm, it must be a pill from the upper realm, Xianxia began to imagine. There was nothing he could do about it. As a martial emperor in his previous life, he had never eaten a healing pill that could heal injuries instantly. Zhou Hong also hurriedly took out a pill and swallowed it, but it was useless. Strange. He was puzzled. Why is it useless? Of course, it was useless. The low-level healing pill was only suitable for meridian opening and martial disciples. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others who had recovered from their injuries began to clean up the battlefield and pick up the spoils. 1 high-grade 5th-grade crystal core. More than 30 mid-grade 5th-grade crystal cores. 500 caddies of fire dragon stones. The fire dragon beast's skin was too rough and was of no value, so they only took the bones. Of course, they would have to throw out more items. It was a pity that the rogue cultivators who followed them to pick up the scraps but left at the crucial moment. Otherwise, when Iron Bone came in to pick them up, they would have gained a lot more. After defeating the last boss, they received contribution points, rewards, experience, and so many materials. It was a great harvest after completing this epic mission. 30 minutes later, the feeling of weakness dissipated. Jun Changxiao also jumped up with a swoosh, his spirit also became energetic. Sect leader. Li Qingyang said, the cleaning is almost done. Have you searched the gourd where the little fire dragon beast rushed out? Junior brother Su and junior brother Li are searching. Sect leader, there is a dragon egg. At this moment, Su Xiaoma and Li Fei ran out of the tunnel. The two of them worked together to drag an egg wrapped in spider silk. The egg was as big as a watermelon. The eggshell was white and there were red patterns on the surface. Jun Changxiao carefully looked at it, thought for a moment, and said, bring it back to the sect. Sect leader. Su Xiaoma scratched his head and said, there is a life in the egg. We can't put it in the space ring. It will be troublesome if it breaks on the way. Jun Changxiao said, put the egg on the shield and tie it with spider silk. You can carry it on your back. Good idea. Su Xiaoma hurriedly took action. Soon, the dragon egg was fixed on the inside of the iron shield with spider silk and then Li Fei carried it on his back. Senior brother. Li Fei asked in a daze, why do you want me to carry it? Su Xiaoma patted his shoulder and said seriously, capable people do more work. Jun Changxiao glanced at the scorching land and found nothing. He waved his hand and said, let's go back the way we came. Senior brother Long, why is there no movement? Li Yuhua, who was standing guard outside, asked worriedly. I don't know. Long Xiang was even more worried than him. Li Yuhua said weakly, "Well, sect leader and senior brother, don't jinx it." Long Xiang interrupted. "Sect leader is out." At this moment, Zhang Wei shouted excitedly. Long Xiang and Li Yuhua hurriedly looked at the tunnel entrance and saw sect leader and senior brothers coming out. They shouted, "Sect leader, has the fire dragon beast been dealt with?" "Nonsense," Jun Changxiao said, "with me and your senior brothers, there is nothing in this world that can't be solved. Sect leader is mighty. Senior brother is mighty." Long Xiang and the others lowered their defenses and cheered happily. "Sect master Jun is out? Oh my god, they look like nothing happened. Could it be that they killed the fire dragon? That's impossible." The square-faced middle-aged man and the other martial artists were still at the entrance of the tunnel. When they saw the Iron Bone disciples let down their guard and cheered excitedly, their eyes were filled with disbelief. No one would think that Sect Master Jun would stay at the entrance of the tunnel after bringing his disciples in. After all, the roar just now proved that the fire dragon had been alerted. Now that they could come out safely, it meant that the overlord of Death Valley, the fire dragon, was dead. It was too scary. They didn't dare to think about it. The martial artists were so shocked that they couldn't calm down. If it wasn't for the Iron Bone disciples blocking the entrance, they would have gone in to check it out. "It's okay, it's okay." Their chants came quickly. Jun Changxiao brought his disciples to a clean area and rested there. Li Qingyang and the others recovered from their injuries with the help of healing pills, but they had to rely on the I Jing Jing to replenish their spiritual energy. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the square-faced martial artist and the other martial artists entered the tunnel and came to the scorching area. When they saw dozens of small fire dragons and their dismembered corpses, their legs trembled as they supported themselves on the stone wall. "This is the Iron Bone, what kind of monster is he?" After calming down, the square-faced martial artists rushed over. On the way, they even threw away the meat and bones in their spatial rings because there were better things inside. From the moment they entered Death Valley, they were gambling. From the looks of it, the martial artists who could last until the end had won the gamble. Because if they took away all the things the Iron Bone didn't want, each of them could earn at least 40,000 to 50,000 taels of silver. This amount of money was nothing to Jun Changxiao. But to the martial artists who didn't belong to any sect, it wasn't a small amount. It could be exchanged for at least 4 to 5 spirit stones. Li Qingyang and the others started to use the I Jing Jing to absorb spiritual energy to replenish their energy. Jun Changxiao merged into his spatial ring and held the top-grade aptitude modification liquid in his hand. This item was also sold in the purchased item column, but he didn't consider buying it because of the bottleneck in his realm and the high price. Now that he was rewarded with a bottle and saved 300 points, he felt great. Shwa. Sect leader Jun took out the aptitude-changing liquid and drank it directly. It was still the same mellow malt flavor. After drinking one bottle, I still wanted a second bottle, damn it. In the future, when he had hundreds of thousands or even millions of contribution points, he would buy it and drink it as beer. The system said, "Wash up and sleep." Ding. The host has used the aptitude modification liquid X1. Modifying the spiritual root aptitude. Ding. The transformation of spiritual root aptitude is complete. Jun Changxiao's aptitude rose from high grade to supreme grade. Instantly, he felt that the spirit chi in the valley was several times denser than before. As one's spiritual root improved, one's perception of spiritual energy would become stronger. From high grade to superb grade, the increase in perception was even more terrifying. At this moment, Jun Changxiao did not doubt that when he sat down cross-legged and circulated the body metamorphose scripture, there would definitely be a massive amount of heaven and earth attributes swarming towards him. Ding. Host has successfully broken through to a 5th grade martial master. After the spiritual root was upgraded to the supreme grade, its level increased from the 4th grade to the 5th grade. Shwa. Jun Changxiao clenched his fists. Spiritual energy instantly flowed into his arms from the cyclone, and he felt a burst of strength. When I was a peak martial disciple, my strength was around 30,000 jin. Now that I'm a 5th grade martial disciple, how much will my strength increase? The system said, every grade of martial master increases your strength by around 3,000 to 6,000 jin. According to the host's strength increase as a martial disciple, it should be around 80,000 jin. Jin Changxiao said, only 80,000? The word only was said very spiritually. Those martial masters who had entered the 5th grade but only had around 40 to 50,000 jin of strength would definitely hide in a corner and cry. The increase of every grade of strength was due to many factors, such as spiritual root aptitude, physical strength, and spiritual energy purity. Ordinary martial cultivators tended to have the lowest values, average values were in the middle, and excellent values were in the highest values. After experiencing the molding pill, the muscle molding room, and the body metamorphose scripture tempering, Jin Changxiao's strength increase for every grade was definitely far beyond the maximum. After becoming a martial master, and with the support of a supreme grade spiritual root, it was reasonable for his strength to be much higher than martial artists of the same grade. Jin Changxiao was not the only one who was strong. Li Qingyang and the others had also taken the molding pill, cultivated the body metamorphose scripture, and had the muscle molding room to temper their bodies, so their strength increase definitely exceeded the upper limit. Under sect leader Jun's careful nurturing, although they were still very weak for the time being, their potential was very huge, of course. The nurturing continued, Jin Changxiao said, with the extra 500 contribution points, I can consider buying a few bottles of supreme grade aptitude modifying liquid. Ding. The host has spent 600 contribution points and obtained aptitude modifying liquid X2. It has been transferred to the interspatial ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 900-1000. He did not dare to buy too much. After all, if he bought 5 bottles of aptitude modifying liquid for 300 points, his contribution points would be empty. Sect leader Jun, who had no contribution points, would panic. Qingyang, Zuiji. Jin Changxiao waved his hand and said, come here. He planned to give the 2 bottles of aptitude modifying liquid to Li Qingyang and Xiaoziji. One of them worked hard to take care of the sect's internal affairs, and also worked part-time as a civil engineer. If there were any benefits to be given, he would definitely be the first choice. Xiaoziji was also not bad. Especially for his performance just now, it was necessary to give him a bottle of aptitude modifying liquid. As for the other inner disciples, as long as they had enough contribution points, they would definitely not be lacking. Shua. Jin Changxiao placed the 2 bottles of aptitude modifying liquid on the stone and said, 1 bottle each, take it and drink it. Xiaoziji was startled and immediately became overjoyed. He had drunk many bottles of this kind of spirit root modifying liquid. Now that the sect leader gave it to him, it meant that if he drank it, his spirit root would definitely be upgraded to supreme grade. Li Qingyang had never taken the aptitude modifying liquid before, so he asked puzzledly, sect leader, what is this? Second senior brother. Xiaoziji took a bottle and said, don't worry about it, drinking it will definitely be beneficial. With that, he opened the bottle and drank it. Whoosh whoosh. Xiaoziji's spirit root had advanced from high grade to supreme grade, and his realm had also advanced from 6th grade to 8th grade martial disciple. Feeling the degree of spiritual energy perception, he raised his head and shouted, I'm back. Yes. The once-in-a-thousand-years genius of Qingyang County had returned. 5 years ago, he fell from heaven to hell, tasting the warmth and coldness of human nature and experiencing the cruelty of the world. 5 years later, as a disciple of the Iron Bone clan, he broke through the cocoon and turned into a butterfly, once again spreading his colorful wings to soar between heaven and earth. Sect leader. Xiaoziji said, I want to cry. Listen carefully. Jin Changxiao shouted, the Iron Bone is the first rule. As a member of the sect, you are only allowed to bleed, not cry. Yes. Xiaoziji shouted. However, Jin Changxiao said, if you want to cry, then cry. This turn was too sudden, Xiaoziji almost fell, and his mood to cry was instantly gone. Seeing that junior brother Zhao's temperament had changed greatly in an instant, Li Qingyang opened the bottle of aptitude modifying liquid and drank it like tea. Whoosh whoosh, in an instant, his spirit root had advanced from high grade to supreme grade, and his realm had also advanced from 8th grade to 9th grade martial disciple. Feeling the increase in his realm and his perception of heaven and earth attributes, Li Qingyang patted his face and said, is this a dream? Xiaoziji whispered the function of the aptitude modifying liquid to him. After hearing this, Li Qingyang's expression immediately stiffened, and his hands trembled. The liquid could improve the quality of the spirit root. He originally had a high-grade spirit root. After consuming it, wouldn't it be supreme-grade spirit root? Sect leader. Li Qingyang shouted, I want to cry. Bear with it. Yes. Xianxia's spirit root was upgraded to supreme grade. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji's spirit roots were also upgraded to supreme grade. 3 supreme grade spirit roots in one sect. If this news were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. After returning to supreme grade spirit roots, Xiao Ziji's possible poison that suppressed his spirit root had been removed. However, Xianxia would not let it go. He had to find out who was the ruthless person who poisoned his disciple. Combined with the Xiao family's performance, Xianxia guessed that the poison in Xiao Ziji's body was related to the former. Currently, he lacked strong evidence. Xiao family. Don't let me find any evidence, or I'll play you to death. When Xiao Ziji was poisoned, although he was not an Iron Bone disciple, Xianxia had to seek justice for him. Because, I'm protective of my own people. What can you do about it? After a short rest, Li Qingyang and the others had finished replenishing their spiritual energy. Let's go. Xianxia led his disciples and left the area. However, they did not leave Death Valley because there was still a middle-grade sect leader ball. They had to catch a cool mount. Pig riding? Impossible. If they wanted to ride, they had to ride a tiger, leopard, wolf, or lion. After breaking through to 5th grade martial master, Xianxia felt that he was slightly invincible. Therefore, he did not dare to enter the calabash before, but he did not hesitate to enter as long as he passed by. Roar. In a certain area, a high-grade bear beast dragged its huge body out of the forest. Its thick bare paws swept over, instantly sweeping away trees. Shua. Zhou Hong walked out and was about to draw his sword. Back off, I'll do it. While speaking, Xianxia held the iron shield in his left hand and the Overlord's chi in his right hand. He used ghost leap steps and rushed over. Boom. 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 In an instant, he, who had more than 80,000 gene of strength, fought with the high-grade ferocious beast whose strength was more than 100,000 gene. Oh my god, the sect leader is so powerful. Why didn't he make a move earlier? Is there a need to think the sect leader must be doing this to train us? The Iron Bone disciples began to fill in the blankness of the fight between the sect leader and the big bear. Roar. After more than 10 minutes of intense battle, the Overlord spear's shockwave finally pierced through the heart of the great bear beast, causing it to fall to the ground with a miserable cry. Xianxia landed on the corpse and roared, who else? Mighty sect leader. Mighty sect leader. The group of disciples shouted, and their admiration for the sect leader grew even stronger. In the vast Qi sect, Xianxia had to rely on the strength-increasing talisman and the green dragon crescent blade to barely defeat the rank 1 Wuzong Qinhaoren. Now that he had broken through to 5th grade martial master, he was able to kill vicious beasts 1 grade higher with only the elementary grade unyielding iron shield and Overlord spear. This was the proof of his explosive increase in strength. Let me ask you, are you awesome? Ah. Inside the bottle gourd, Jun Xiao was clutching the ball in his hand, and was frantically running away with his tongue hanging out. Behind him, a male and a female rank. 2 leopard beasts were chasing after him. The male leopard even had a big bump on his head. Yes. It was hit by the sect leader's ball. This meant that even middle-grade martial masters couldn't catch vicious beasts. Senior martial brother, the situation is not right. The sect leader seems to be in danger. Should we go and help? Don't worry, don't panic. In my opinion, the sect leader should be borrowing the 2 leopard beasts to practice his agility. Hearing Li Qingyang's words, everyone suddenly understood. Su Xiama and Li Fei said in admiration, when can we be like the sect leader, using 2 high-ranked vicious beasts to practice his agility? Shua. Shua. Xianxia used the ghostly leap steps to the extreme and frantically ran in circles inside. If he knew that the disciples were imagining that he was here to practice his agility, he would definitely vomit 3 liters of blood. Ah. Finally, after running a few more laps, he couldn't take it anymore and shouted, you bastards, come and help me. I'm not showing off, I'm not awesome, after all, he was only a 5th grade martial master. Facing 2 rank 2 leopard beasts, he definitely couldn't fight them head-on. The land of ice. Xianxia took the lead and the ground quickly froze. No matter how fast Jin Changxiao was, his feet would definitely touch the ground. Therefore, he accidentally stepped on it and slipped out. Be careful, sect leader. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei hurriedly rushed to catch him. However, just as they stretched out their hands, Jin Changxiao dashed through the gap between them and crashed into the stone wall with a bang. I'm sorry, sect leader, we miscalculated and took one more step and one less step. Roar. The 2 leopard beasts stopped in time and roared at Xianxia. Then, they bypassed the ice on the ground and rushed toward her from the left and right. 9 layers of ice sealing palm. Ka ka ka. Suddenly, the cold air spread out and solidified, turning into a crystal-clear ice hand. Oh my god! What kind of martial arts technique is that? It's so cool! The disciples exclaimed. Swish! Xianxia controlled the ice hands and caught the leopard beast coming from the right like catching a chicken. Then, she quickly froze it. Xianxia stepped forward and used the linear sword technique. In an instant, 30 sword auras intertwined and ruthlessly cut the frozen beast into 8 pieces. If he couldn't deal with a fire-type beast that was 5 grades higher and couldn't kill a fire-type beast that was 2 grades higher, how could he be qualified to be called a martial emperor? Boom! A collision sound came from the left. The other leopard beast was blocked by Xiao Ziji's defensive barrier, but it only took one step back. This beast with a strength of 150,000 caddies was much more docile compared to the fiery dragon that could easily unleash 500,000 caddies of strength. Not to mention, with the increase in aptitude and realm, Xiao Ziji was no longer the Xiao Ziji from before. Sword technique, graceful. Zhou Hong came from the side and directly split the leopard beast into 2 with his unparalleled sword aura. The few of them once again cooperated as a team. Obviously, they had more tacit understanding than when they were dealing with the fire-type beast. After dealing with the 2 ferocious beasts, Li Qingyang took the crystal cores and bones. As for the sect leader Jun, who had failed to act pretentious, he rubbed his sore arm and said, let's go to the next area. Next, he became more cautious. After entering the other gourds, he first determined the level and number of the beasts before deciding whether to kill them or not. Sect leader. Just as they reached the entrance of a tunnel that connected to another area, Su Xiaoma exclaimed, look, there's a tiger beast that can spit out electricity. Jin Changxiao hurriedly looked. Sure enough, he saw a tiger beast with a purple mane and electric arcs lingering under its feet at the entrance of the tunnel. Xianxia was quite stunned. I didn't expect that there would be such a rare fire-type tiger cub in this low-level beast valley. It was more than 2 meters tall. And it was still a cub, wouldn't it be 8 or 9 meters tall when it reached adulthood? Since it was a cub, its level was certainly not high, and it was also stepping on thunder and lightning. Sect leader Jun had no reason not to catch it. Go, sect leader. Ball. Jin Changxiao poured his power into the sect leader ball and threw it out fiercely. The purple lightning cub seemed to be aware of the danger and hurriedly turned around to run inside, instantly leaving behind afterimages of thunder and lightning. One word, handsome. Shua. Jin Changxiao used ghostly leap, picked up the sect leader ball, and chased along the tunnel entrance. The purple lightning cub's speed was relatively slow, and the distance between them was shortened in a few breaths. Shua. Jin Changxiao threw the sect leader ball again. This time, he used a lot of strength, and the speed was also very fast, accurately hitting the purple lightning cub's buttocks at the end of the tunnel. The tiger beast suddenly stopped, and the purple lightning in its eyes suddenly turned turbid. When it woke up, it picked up the sect leader ball with its mouth and wagged its tail. This meant that the capture was successful. Ha ha ha. Jin Changxiao laughed and rubbed the purple lightning cub's head, smiling, from today onwards, you are my pet. Because it had directly become a contract beast, the purple lightning arcs lingering around its body did not cause him any harm. Roar. At this moment, a deafening roar was heard from the front. Jin Changxiao only felt that the sky had darkened, and then he looked up in amazement. He saw a ferocious beast bigger than the fire dragon beast suddenly standing up in the valley. As long as it was hit by the gate palm ball and met the capture conditions, it would immediately sign a contract with the user and become a contracted beast. Simple and convenient. If a martial artist from the Falling Star continent wanted to tame even the lowest level beast, they would have to go through complicated procedures. The fastest would be a few hours, the slowest would be a few days. Let me reiterate. I, Xianxia, am not cheating. The purple lightning tiger cub was much more handsome than the red fire wolf king. After successfully capturing it, Sect leader Jun immediately began to imagine riding the tiger on the boundless grassland and singing, "You are the wind, I am the sand." Roar. A roar pulled Xianxia back to reality. He looked up in shock and saw a huge monster gradually piling up. Whoosh! Whoosh! The stones that were scattered all around suddenly flew up and circled around the gradually erect big fellow, and gradually merged into it. In the end, a 20-meter-long beast made of stone appeared in front of Xianxia, forcing him to raise his head to look at it. Even the fire dragon beast from before was much shorter in front of this beast. The stone beast had the same physical features as a human. Its head was also made of stones, revealing two rays of light similar to eyes. Xianxia's mouth twitched. Is this a beast or a monster? If it was not a monster, then it was a beast. It was a rare stone beast called the Stone Man, and its strength was 5 stages higher. Although its name was bad, its combat power was very strong. Even the fire dragon beast did not dare to provoke it because it could not defeat it. Roar. After the Stone Man appeared, it opened its mouth and roared like a beast again. It was ear-piercing and mind-shattering. Xianxia frowned and said, "Little hoo-hoo, quickly enter." The sound stopped abruptly. Because the purple lightning tiger cub had disappeared, the Tai Chi pattern on the gate palm ball dimmed. Damn, this little guy ran away so fast. Swish. Xianxia grabbed the gate palm ball and fled outside. From the thickness of the big guy's body, he could tell that it was not weaker than the fire dragon beast. Not only was it not weaker, it was even stronger. Stone and lightning were both rare attributes in the Falling Star continent, much stronger than fire and earth. Take the stone golem for example. Its entire body was made of stone. If it used its small fists to punch you in the chest, you would definitely be smashed into a pile of minced meat. Not only was the stone element's attack power strong, but its defense was also strong. It was absolutely capable of both offense and defense. The fire dragon beast's flames couldn't do anything to the stone golem. It would definitely be hammered until it started to doubt its existence. With Xianxia's current strength, he would definitely not be able to defeat such an existence. Therefore, running away was the wisest choice. Boom boom. However, just as he was about to run away, the stone walls in front of him suddenly trembled violently. Then, they quickly closed together and sealed the exit. F***ck. Xianxia's brain was very strong. The moment the exit was sealed, he stepped on the stone wall and rushed up. Boom boom. The closed stone wall continued to rise, and in the blink of an eye, it protruded 20 to 30 meters. Even though Xianxia had ghostly steps and could jump 5 to 6 meters without a problem, he still couldn't fly. After climbing for more than 10 meters, there was no place for him to stand on. The worst thing was, the originally uneven stone wall suddenly became smooth. Sect leader Jun's feet slipped, and he instantly turned into a skateboard youth. He slid down from above and slid to the foot of the stone golem. The air suddenly froze. Xianxia stood in front of the stone golem's foot. Needless to say, with his 178 meters height, he didn't look too short since he could reach the stone golem's ankle. Hee hee. Xianxia raised his head and laughed dryly. Brother Stone, it's fate that we met. After retracting the energy that was controlling the stone wall, the stone golem directly lifted its foot and stomped down with the power of fate. Huff huff. The wind howled, and a heavy aura was emitted. The strength of this foot was definitely more than 600,000 Jin. Sect leader Jun was so frightened that he used ghostly steps to escape. Boom. The huge foot landed, and the earth shook. Huff huff. Xianxia, who had dodged, was breathing rapidly. His forehead and back were covered in cold sweat. He thought to himself, this big fellow is too strong. Huff, at this moment, the stone golem turned around and swung its small fist over. Its strength was as strong as ever. When it attacked, it was as if it was holding a small mountain. It would be strange if it didn't explode. Shwa. Shwa, Jin Changxiao didn't dare to fight it head-on. He used ghostly steps to go around to the other side and said, "Brother Stone, it's fate that we met. Why don't we sit down and talk about life and dreams?" Huff. The fist that carried the power of life and dreams swept over again. This time, Sect leader Jun could only continue to run. The advantage of the stone golem was that it could attack and defend. It could even control the surrounding stones to seal the exit. However, its weakness was also very obvious. It was slow. Jun Changxiao didn't dare to fight it head-on. However, he relied on ghostly steps to avoid it. Boom. Boom. Boom, shwa. Shwa. Shwa, the stone golem continuously raised its fist and attacked. Sect leader Jun turned into an agile monkey and kept running around the mouth of the gourd. Sect leader must be under attack inside. At the entrance of the tunnel, Li Qingyang and the others frowned as they felt the tremors from the ground. Yi Xingchen looked at the protruding stone wall and gasped, there should be a very strong stone-type beast inside. It controlled the stones to seal the interior. Ah? Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji's expressions changed. Stone-type beasts were rare. Sect leader was definitely in danger if he was trapped inside. Junior brother Su. Li Qingyang pointed up and said, "Can you climb up?" "I'll try." Su Xiaoma retreated dozens of meters and used ghostly steps to sprint 100 meters. However, he couldn't go up until he reached a point where he couldn't stand. After all, he was smart. When his body was about to fall, he took out the cold-edged sword and stabbed at the stone wall. Ding! The stone was extremely tough. The sword bounced off. Damn, it's so hard. Aya! Aya! Su Xiaoma didn't have time to think. He immediately slid down the stone wall. Boom! Boom! Inside the sealed gourd, Jin Changxiao was still trying his best to escape. His expression could be described as brilliant. Although he could rely on his speed to avoid the attacks, if he walked by the river, how could his shoes not get wet? If he was careless and got hit, he would be in danger. Big guy. After dodging another several 100,000 gene attack, Jin Changxiao stabilized his body and said angrily, "Don't King refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." Whoosh! A heavy foot came crashing down on him, forcing him to retreat. Ding! Side mission activated. What? Giving me a mission at this time? After dodging the foot, Jin Changxiao hurriedly opened the data panel. The side mission showed the words time limit mission. Time limit mission, this is the first time I've seen it. Could it be that I have to solve the target within a certain time limit? Jin Changxiao clicked on the time limit mission and a more detailed explanation appeared. The content was, please persist in the sealed valley for 5 hours. Countdown, 4:59, 58, F***CK. This mission is cheating. A 5th stage stone golem's casual attack had a force of 600,000 gene. Jin Changxiao did not dare to take it head-on and could only use ghost steps to dodge. Fortunately, the big guy's attack wasn't fast, so he was able to deal with it safely. However, using ghost walking would consume spiritual energy. With the energy in Jin Changxiao's cyclone, it wouldn't be a problem for him to use it for a while, but if he used it for a long time, he would definitely die. However, at this time, there was a time limit mission that required him to persist for 5 hours. If it was a normal journey, it wouldn't be a problem to use ghost walking for 5 hours. But now, it was to save his life. He would have to run as fast as he could. If he could maintain it for 2 hours, it would be amazing. What was this? An impossible mission, the system said. Time limit missions are very rare. If the host completes it, you will receive a generous reward. Jin Changxiao roared, who can complete this mission? He also wanted to complete it and receive a generous reward, but what he was thinking about now was how to escape. Mission, if he lost his life. What kind of mission was this? Wait a minute, Jin Changxiao, who had dodged the stone man's attack, thought of something and said, if I get rid of the big guy and sit here for 5 hours, wouldn't it be fine? System, this was really a godlike way of thinking. Jin Changxiao whispered, it's impossible to hide for 5 hours. I can only go all out and get rid of this guy. Good, that's it. Shua. Jun Changxiao faced the stone man who raised his arm and said with cold eyes, "Stone monster, you have successfully annoyed me." Wang. Light flashed in his hand, and Han Feng's sword was summoned. Hoo-hoo, the stone man swung his huge arm, carrying a terrifying force. Shua. Jun Changxiao used ghost walking to avoid the heavy fist and then rushed forward with his sword, shouting, "9-style wave stacking sword." Shua. 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 Sword light flashed, and sword chi stacked. Jun Changxiao rushed to the front of the stone man, jumped into the air, and used the 9th style of the sword art. The unparalleled sword chi directly hit the stone man's thigh. There was no effect. Not even a sword mark was left. Shua. After Jun Changxiao landed, he used ghost leap steps to retreat, barely avoiding the attack of the other large hand. Damn it, this guy was too tough, the system said. The defense of a stone-type beast is extremely strong. Even the low-grade cold-edge sword can't hurt it. Understood. Jun Changxiao withdrew his sword and said, "What you mean is that cold-edge sword won't work, but green dragon crescent blade will." Who said that? Can your brain not jump around like this? Paw inside the spatial ring, the elementary strength increasing talisman was crushed. Feeling the sudden increase in strength, Jun Changxiao's lips curled up as he laughed. "My strength is around 80,000, and with a boost of 5 times, it should be around 480,000 Jin. With the green dragon crescent blade, killing it should be a piece of cake." Wait. The system said, "Isn't 5 times 8 36? Jun Changxiao said nonchalantly, "Who cares? As long as my strength increases." The system poured cold water on him and said, "There is an upper limit to the beginner grade strength increasing talisman. With the host's current level, it can be increased to a maximum of 300,000 pounds 30 W. That's only a difference of 100,000, it's acceptable." The system was speechless and said, "In a battle of the same level, a difference of 10 to 20,000 Jin can change the outcome. A difference of 100,000 is quite big. Can you not have asterisk king hurt me?" Hoo-hoo. The stone man attacked again. Because it couldn't take down this human, it directly threw out 2 pairs of arms and blocked all escape routes. Jun Changxiao's calculations were precise. He used ghost leap to charge forward and smoothly slipped through the gap between the 2 large hands. Shua. His right foot stepped on the ground and flew into the air. Wang. When his body flew to a certain height, Jun Changxiao swung his blade. The green dragon crescent blade appeared in his hands and instantly exploded with an aura of righteousness. 300,000 Jin of strength was poured into the blade, causing the blade to condense a strong sharpness. Warm wine slaying Hua Xiong. Shua. Jun Changxiao held the blade and suddenly chopped down, directly hitting the stone man's leg. Instantly, the sound of metal colliding with stone was heard and sparks flew out. As expected of the godly modified Guan Yu's weapon, it directly chopped off a big stone. Shua. Jun Changxiao landed and circled around the stone man with his blade. He was secretly overjoyed. With 300,000 Jin of strength, the blade is much lighter than before. Roar. Chopping off a big stone was equivalent to chopping off a big piece of meat. The stone man immediately let out a painful and angry roar. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jun Changxiao went around to the back and directly chopped at the foot of the stone man. Chopping off the leg or the body would definitely not deal a heavy blow. If the foot was chopped off, the huge body would not be able to support it. Slaying Yan Liang. Boom. The blade chopped directly on the ankle, leaving a half-meter deep scar. Slaying Wen Chou. Boom. Overcoming 5 obstacles, slaying 6 generals. Boom. Jun Changxiao's casual shouting was taken from the story of Guan Yu in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Readers who are knowledgeable about the past and present, please do not compare it with the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Drowning the 7 armies. Boom. In an extremely short period of time, Jun Changxiao chopped 4 times consecutively, all at the ankle, leaving a 2-meter deep scar. The stone man's ankle was 3 meters wide, so it was not chopped off directly. Huff. At this moment, the giant fist came crashing down. Its strength directly increased to 700,000 Jin, causing a strong wind to blow. Boom, the ground trembled. Jun Changxiao, who had dodged in advance, stood at the end of the stone wall. He held his blade and mocked, "Big guy, I'm here. Come on, come on." Roar, the stone man roared angrily and took a step forward. Gotcha. However, when it lifted one of its legs, the leg that had been chopped off could not withstand the force of the body and broke in an instant. With its leg and foot separated, the stone man lost its balance and fell down like a mountain. Kaboom! The huge body fell to the ground, causing the surrounding mountain walls to tremble. On the mountain wall at the entrance of the tunnel, Xianxia, who had climbed up with difficulty with the help of the spider silk, lost his grip and fell down with an "iya" sound. Thud thud thud, taking advantage of the stone man's fall, Xianxia was about to rush over with his blade. However, he was dumbfounded the next second. This was because the rocks that were scattered all over the place flew over and gathered around the broken leg, quickly condensing into a huge foot. Damn it, it can even repair broken limbs. Huff, huff. The stone man stood up again. Its hollow eyes flashed fiercely. Obviously, it was furious to the extreme. Shwa. It opened its arms and hugged the soldier beside it. Suddenly, it tore out a large piece of the soldier. Hiss. Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. The mountain wall that was pulled out by the stone man was 6 to 7 meters long. Huff. The stone man lifted the stone wall with both hands and smashed it down. Xianxia saw that the situation was not good and quickly fled. Kaboom! Just as he ran over, the stone wall fell down. Not only did it cause the ground to tremble, but it also caused a gust of wind, causing him to almost lose his balance. Roar! The stone man lifted the stone wall again and smashed it at the escaping Xianxia. Kaboom, kaboom, it kept smashing like a game of whack-a-mole, although Xianxia would not be hit for a while. Using the green dragon crescent blade and ghostly steps would not only affect his speed, but also consume more spiritual energy. I can't afford to drag this out. I have to get rid of this big guy as soon as possible. Xianxia roared in his heart. How do I activate the green dragon crescent blade's special effect? The system said, integrate your mind into the blade and communicate with Wuxing's soul inside. Kaboom! Xianxia dodged again and stopped in a safe area. He pressed the blade against the ground and his eyes were filled with anger. Big guy, you've really angered me now. Huff, huff. Suddenly, the green dragon crescent blade emitted a green aura that spread behind Xianxia and gradually condensed into an illusory figure. It was a man about 2 to 3 meters tall. He had slanted eyebrows, slanted eyes, and a long beard. He wore a green robe and armor and held the illusory green dragon crescent blade in his hand. Xianxia, who was standing in front of the illusory figure, was like a child in contrast. Shwa. The illusory figure slowly raised the blade and proudly said, I am Guan Yuncheng, the Marquis of Han Shou Ting. Xianxia communicated with the green dragon crescent blade with his mind, and his soul instantly merged with it. It was an independent space, and a lifelike stone statue stood in it, emitting an aura of righteousness. Slouching silkworm eyebrows, red phoenix eyes, and long beard. This was Lord Guan Yu. Xianxia hurriedly bowed with his hands clasped in front of him. Swoosh, Lord Guan Yu's eyes shone as if he was alive. When Xianxia bowed to Lord Guan, the green dragon crescent blade in the outside world emitted a green stream of light, forming a majestic shadow. This was Guan Yu. This was the soul of Wuxing. Although it did not have a physical body, the aura around it was daunting. I am Guan Yuncheng, the Marquis of Han Shou Ting. Lord Guan Yu raised his blade, and his voice was as loud as a bell. His words were extremely arrogant. If a martial cultivator was present, he would definitely be shocked. However, in front of him was a giant stone man who did not know how to behave. Not only did he not show any respect, he even raised the mountain wall and smashed it down. The explosive force was even stronger than before. That abominable human suddenly stopped. He had to seize the opportunity to smash him into meat paste. Whoosh! Whoosh! The stone wall was pressing down, and the wind was howling. Facing the powerful force, Xianxia did not panic at all. Holding the green dragon crescent blade tightly, he bent down slightly and said, Lord Guan Yu, please give me strength. Swoosh! The eyes of Wuxing's soul shone, and a green stream of air enveloped him. Whoosh! Whoosh, in an instant, Jun Changxiao's body emitted a green stream of air, and the strength in his arms increased rapidly. How much did it increase, he did not know. There was only one thought in his mind. Swing the blade, stomp. Jun Changxiao took a step forward, and the green dragon crescent blade slashed upward. In the process, Lord Guanyu behind him also swung his blade. At that moment, the two of them seemed to have merged into one. Swoosh, an incomparably powerful crescent moon shot out. The saber light flew and slashed across the mountain wall that was pressing down. In an instant, a slender green saber mark appeared. Crack! 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 The mountain wall collapsed and cracked. Jun Changxiao stood in place, his eyes flashing with a green light, his expression incomparably proud. The two halves of the stone wall fell to the left and right sides with a loud bang, causing the ground to shake and dust to fly everywhere. With a single slash, the giant boulder that the stone golem had gathered its strength to smash down was cut in half. This was absolutely terrifying, however. The horror had only just begun. Shwa! Jun Changxiao leaped up, and before the stone golem's arm could retract, the green dragon crescent blade slashed out again. Behind him, Master Guanyu also waved his saber. Their movements were synchronized. Swish, 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 saber light flashed. The green light was dazzling. When he reached the highest point, Jun Changxiao raised his saber and chopped down again, shouting loudly, "I am Han Shou Ting Marquis Guan Yuncheng." Whoosh, the powerful green stream of light shot out and swept across the stone golem's head. After passing through it, it gradually disappeared into the world. Ta! Jun Changxiao landed on the ground, holding the green dragon crescent blade in front of him. Behind him, the shadow of Guanyu also stood proudly, stroking his long beard, looking mighty and extraordinary. Roar! The stone golem let out a sorrowful roar. Its entire body suddenly appeared with green saber marks, and finally, it began to crack. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the beast that was as tall as a small mountain collapsed into a pile of stones. Phew! Jun Changxiao exhaled. Behind him, Master Guanyu's soul gradually dissipated, turning into a green stream of air that merged into the green dragon crescent blade. It directly killed a stone golem that was 5 grades higher. This special effect was really strong. Rumble, the terrain of the sealed tunnel began to shake, gradually breaking apart, and then returned to its previous state. Aya, aya! Su Xiaoma, who had just climbed up the mountain wall with great difficulty, fell down again due to the changes in the terrain and the sudden retraction. The sealed entrance opened. Li Qingyang and the others rushed in and saw the sect leader standing with a saber. Everyone surrounded him. Sect leader. Xiao Ziji said, "Are you okay?" After saying that, he shut his mouth. Because although Jun Changxiao stood with a saber and looked extraordinary, after seeing his face, his eyelids rolled up and white foam came out of his mouth. He looked quite miserable. Sigh. The system muttered, "The green dragon crescent blade's special effect is very strong. With the host's current realm, he will definitely be in for a tragedy." Relying on Wu Xing's soul to kill the stone golem, Jun Chang stood on the spot because he used too much strength. His muscles were stiff, and he looked even more like a stone statue than Master Guanyu. "Senior brother, why is sect leader standing there? In my opinion, he should be cultivating a cultivation technique. Everyone, don't disturb him. He can cultivate while standing. Sect leader is too strong." The disciples around sect leader Jun looked at him with admiration again. Eh? Su Xiaoma looked at the pile of stones and jumped over in surprise. Soon, he dug out a thick crystal core and said, "Senior brother, there is a crystal core in the stone pile." "This is not a stone pile," Li Qingyang said with a serious expression. "This should be a stone-type beast." "Ah?" Su Xiaoma jumped down from the roof in fright. "A stone-type beast? That is as rare as a lightning-type beast. No wonder the tunnel closed just now. No wonder the earth shook. There are blade marks on the stone. Sect leader must have killed it." The Iron Bone disciples discussed. Yi Xingchen secretly guessed, this stone-type beast must be stronger than the fire dragon beast. He can kill it. Thinking of this, he looked at the green dragon crescent blade in Jun Changxiao's hand and said firmly, "The quality of this blade should have reached supreme grade." Sure enough, my sect leader is very good. An hour later, Jin Changxiao's muscles turned from stiff to soft, and he returned to normal from foaming at the mouth. Then, he sat on the stone golem's corpse and breathed heavily. Both blades were very fierce. But the side effects were very annoying, the system said. The side effects of unstoppable blade are unavoidable. If the host's body is stronger, the side effects of activating the green dragon crescent blade can be avoided. Are you saying I'm weak on purpose? Jun Changxiao said. The system was speechless. What it meant was that when the strength increased to a certain level, there would be no side effects if the special effects were used. Yet, he misunderstood it as deliberately insulting him. Jun Changxiao opened the mission panel and saw that there were still more than 3 hours left. He said gloomily, "It's more convenient to give me a killing mission." There was no other way. He had to wait until the time limit. Jun Changxiao could only order the disciples to set up camp and stay here for the night. During this time, he took out the mid-grade sect leader ball and threw it at an empty space. He shouted, "Go, Pikachu!" Whoosh, the sect leader ball flew out. When it was about to land, the Tai Chi pattern flashed and a 2 to 3 meter tall purple lightning tiger appeared. Roar! The purple lightning tiger raised its head and roared. Thunder and lightning shot out majestically. However, when it saw the stone golem's corpse, it immediately ran behind its master with its tail between its legs. Its eyes were filled with human-like vigilance. Jun Changxiao was speechless. "Come on, you're a thunder-type tiger. How can you be so timid?" The baby purple lightning was not timid, but the stone man was too strong. If Jun Changxiao did not chase after it, it would not have rushed into the other party's territory. It gradually calmed down and found that the big guy was already dead, so it swaggered out from behind its master. Swish! Jun Changxiao jumped up and sat on the tiger's back. He touched the baby tiger's head and smiled, "From today onwards, you are my personal mount." Seeing the tiger's docile face, it meant that the sect leader had already tamed it. The Iron Bone disciples were shocked and envious. In the Falling Star continent, to have a contract beast was the dream of a martial cultivator. Having a rare thunder beast was even more unimaginable. Sect leader. He was really awesome. Wow. Ling Yuanxua said in admiration, "Sect leader is so mighty." Sure enough, the cool-looking purple lightning tiger attracted the attention of girls. However, Lu Qianqian was an exception. She only took a glance and turned around to continue to comprehend the 9-layer ice seal palm. Sect leader. Su Xiaoma leaned over and grinned, "Can I touch it?" While speaking, his hand had already reached over, but before he touched the tiger's fur, he heard it zzz sound. Plop. Su Xiaoma fell to the ground, his fur stood up from the electricity, twitching and spitting out white foam. As the master, Jun Changxiao could ignore the thunder and lightning of the purple lightning tiger, so outsiders definitely could not touch it casually. Li Fei and Tian Qi, who walked over, hurriedly dispelled the idea of touching it. "Oh my god, senior brother Su was electrocuted too miserably," Yi Xingchen secretly muttered in the distance. Why did he sign a contract with a purple lightning tiger so quickly? Night Emperor also had a contract beast in his previous life. It was a bird-type sacred beast called Blue Sky Jade Carving. Later on, it died, and the connection was cut off. That year, in order to tame that guy, Yi Xingchen fought with it for 3 days and 3 nights in the Green Plains Hill before defeating it. It took him 49 days to force a contract with it. Yes. At that time, Night Emperor had just entered Wuxing. Later on, the Clear Sky Jade Carving became his personal mount. As long as martial cultivators saw the Clear Sky Jade Carving, they would immediately realize that one of the 10 great martial emperors of the Starfall continent had arrived. AI. Thinking of his contracted beast, Yi Xingchen sighed and looked up at the sky. "Old friend, are you all right?" The proud and aloof Night Emperor did not have many friends in his previous life. He only had the Blue Sky Jade Carving by his side, which had witnessed his breakthrough from Wuxing to martial emperor. After his rebirth, if he still had any attachment to his previous life, it would be the contract beast that had accompanied him for 1,000 years. My soul hasn't been destroyed. The contract imprint is still here. Yi Xingchen thought to himself, as long as my realm is strong enough, I will definitely be able to communicate with the Green Sky Jade Carving. But there was a prerequisite: the contract beast had to be alive. Alive. He must still be alive. How could Xianxia's contracted beast die so easily? Night fell and the bonfire rose. In just a few days, Li Qingyang had learned the true teachings of the sect leader. At this moment, he was skillfully roasting meat. Jun Changxiao sat cross-legged under the tree, circulating the body metamorphose scripture, continuously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. After his spiritual root was upgraded to the highest grade, the absorption speed was 5 to 6 times faster than usual. He could not help but exclaim, "Doesn't this mean that as long as I cultivate, I will be eating qi-gathering pills with 5 times the effect?" No wonder martial cultivators with high spiritual roots were fought over by various sects. Ding. Side mission completed. Host has received 500 contribution points. Ding. Sect contribution points, 14001000. Ding. Sect contribution points overflow, omitted here. Ding. Host has completed the time limit mission. Reward, 1 bottle of the highest grade aptitude modification liquid. 5 hours were up. The time limit mission was completed. Jun Changxiao grinned and said, "Another bottle of the highest grade aptitude modification liquid. Very good, very good." Shua. Pulling open the purchased items column, he planned to buy 2 more bottles of aptitude modification liquid. But after buying 1 bottle, the highest grade aptitude modification liquid was gray, and it showed, "This item is limited to 3 bottles per year." F***CK, why is the aptitude modification liquid limited? The system said, "The high-grade aptitude modification liquid is too heaven-defying. In order to prevent the host from creating too many top-grade disciples and destroying the balance of the falling star continent, it has to be limited." F***CK. Jun Changxiao said, "Didn't you give me a system to destroy the balance of the other world? The gathering and absorption of spiritual energy is a virtuous cycle. If there are too many top-grade spiritual roots, it will speed up the plundering of resources. Once there is a shortage of resources, there will definitely be a big mess." The system said. Jun Changxiao was silent. He had planned to buy another bottle, but now that there was a limit, he could only give up. Then, who should he give the reward and the 2 bottles of aptitude modification liquid to? Jun Changxiao first considered the inner sect disciples, but he also had to choose 2 from Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, Tian Qi, and Xianxia. He would give it to Su Xiaoma and Xianxia first. After thinking for a while, he made a decision in his heart. Su Xiaoma's strength was not bad, and his speed was also outstanding. He was suitable to be nurtured first. Although Xianxia entered the sect later than Li Fei and Tian Qi, he had fully proved himself with his strength in the Death Valley. Especially when Xiao Ziji was attacked by the fire dragon, he rushed over to save him without caring about his own injuries. This alone was enough to give him a reason. Look. Night Emperor knew that Jun Changxiao had goods. So whether it was going to the Haoqi sect or training in the wild, he was very active. Opportunities were not to be waited, but to be fought for. Come, come. Jun Changxiao called the 2 of them over and threw the aptitude modification liquid to them. "Thank you, sect leader," Su Xiaoma said excitedly. Xianxia was much calmer, but when he came to a deserted place alone, he hurriedly opened it and drank it. Without a doubt. After the 2 of them drank the aptitude modification liquid, their spirit root aptitude went from high grade to top grade, and their realms also increased by 1 level. This is unbelievable. Although he had drunk it many times, every time he felt his aptitude increase, Xianxia's eyes were still filled with shock. Don't think that Night Emperor's state of mind was bad, because if it were other martial emperors, they would definitely be shocked to know that there was a liquid that could instantly increase the level of their spirit root. Shua. On the ground, a sharpened branch spun and stopped, pointing at the word refresh written on it. Sigh. Jun Changxiao said helplessly, "This is destined for me to refresh the store." System, this guy drew a circle on the ground. 9 out of 10 areas had the word refresh written on it, and the remaining 10% had the word purchase written on it. If you want to refresh the store, can't you be more direct? I can't be greedy, let's just spend 100 points. Jun Changxiao thought as he started to scroll down the store, and then he paid a painful price for his addiction. Because he used 500 points consecutively, there was nothing good at all, only daily necessities, 500 points, 10 bottles of aptitude modification liquid gone. Xianxia's heart was bleeding, and he roared, "Why didn't you stop me?" System, ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, extravagant spending. You have received 100 achievement points and the title, Little Spending Prince. Ding. Contribution points, 700-1000. Ding. Detected title, automatically matching the host, please check the data panel for details. Xianxia's mouth twitched. So, by spending a large amount of contribution points, he could still complete the hidden mission, but what the hell is a title? Xianxia hurriedly opened the data panel and saw that Sect leader, Xianxia, had an additional Little Spending Prince suffix behind it. He tapped on the name, and a small attribute board appeared, with the words, Host, Xianxia luck value, 1 title, Little Spending Prince title attribute, luck value +1. The system said, the Sect system has been upgraded to level 3, and the host's luck value check function has been activated. The higher the luck value, the more good items will appear after refreshing the store. Crap. Xianxia said frantically, without the 1 point from the title, my luck value is 0 points, right? So, the system said, with 0 points of luck value, you can get a sniper rifle and a green dragon crescent blade. The host must have saved the Milky Way in his previous life. Spending 500 contribution points, he didn't buy a single item related to martial arts, but he completed a hidden mission and obtained a title. This wave was not a loss, definitely not a loss. Looking at his luck value again, Xianxia was about to go crazy. Under normal circumstances, this kind of index would be capped at 100. He only had 1 point, which was absolutely miserable. The system said, the limit might be 1,000, maybe 10,000. Can you scram? Xianxia said. After completing the psychological blow to the host, the system was very comfortable and no longer spoke. Sigh. Xianxia sighed. However, when he thought about how he was able to obtain a sniper rifle and a green dragon crescent blade with 0 points of luck value, he was still quite lucky. This world is very beautiful, I can't give up on myself. Mentality is the most important. After comforting himself, he relaxed and lay down in the tent to have a good sleep. The next day, after calculating the time and arriving at Death Valley for 9 days, Xianxia said, let's return to the Sect. If it wasn't for the fact that he still had a mid-grade gate master ball, he would have returned yesterday. After all, there was no point in staying here. The disciples kept their tents and began to retreat to the entrance. During this period of time, most of the gourd openings had been cleaned by the iron bone, so it was particularly safe to return. To be exact, after their ruckus, Death Valley was no longer that scary. It was very difficult for rogue cultivators and various forces to kill any valuable ferocious beasts when they came to train and explore. At the entrance of Death Valley, the square-faced middle-aged man and a few rogue cultivators gathered together. When they were picking up scraps in the scorching land, Xianxia left with his disciples first, so they temporarily lost contact with him. Without the iron bone, the rogue cultivators didn't dare to go anywhere else. After thinking about it, they returned to the entrance to wait. Brother Hui, a martial cultivator, said, we've been waiting for an entire day. Sect leader Jun and the others might have already left. Sigh. The middle-aged man called Song Hui sighed and said, let's go out. He wanted to thank Sect leader Jun before leaving, but now that he couldn't see him, he could only give up. A few rogue cultivators walked towards the entrance of the tunnel and quickly left Death Valley. Who? Standing outside, Song Hui and the others took a deep breath. Coming in with iron bone was a gamble, and he also had the thought of going all out. But who would have thought that he would be able to come out unscathed? Song Hui and the others are out. TSK. I didn't expect them to still be alive. Where is the iron bone? Needless to say, it must have been destroyed by the fire dragon beast. The rogue cultivators who had fled before the battle did not leave. They had been waiting outside the valley. After all, they wanted to see the final outcome. Based on the current situation, it was certain that Iron Bone had been wiped out. When Song Hui heard their discussion, he instantly understood that sect leader Jun didn't bring any disciples out of the valley. Brother Song. A rogue cultivator walked over and said with a smile, Iron Bone insisted on seeking death, yet you were able to persevere until the end. It's not easy to come out alive. Song Hui smiled and said, old brother Zhang didn't make it to the end. He really suffered a great loss. The armament practitioner named Zhang Ben asked, what do you mean? Song Hui smiled and said, sect leader Jun and his disciples destroyed the fire dragon beast. We also benefited a lot from it. Zhang Ben was startled. Then, he smiled and said, destroyed the fire dragon beast? Brother Song, don't joke around. The rogue cultivators behind him laughed as well. Without a high-level wuzong, it was impossible to destroy a 5th-grade fire beast. Song Hui didn't explain anymore. He knew that if he didn't see it with his own eyes, he would definitely doubt it. The only way to convince everyone now was to wait for sect leader Jun to come out. After knowing that Iron Bone hadn't left, Song Hui and the rogue cultivators chose to wait. They were secretly looking forward to seeing the expressions on Zhang Ben and the others' faces when they saw them. Of course. There were many rogue cultivators who didn't follow them in. They were still recruiting members. After a certain number of people had gathered, they would enter Death Valley to train. Zhang Ben smiled and said, Brother Song, why aren't you leaving? Waiting for Iron Bone to come out. Song Hui said. Zhang Ben shook his head and said, if they could come out, why would they be behind you? In my opinion, they would have died in the fire dragon beast's territory. Roar, right at this moment, a roar came from within Death Valley, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. It's a tiger's roar. It seems to be coming from the entrance of the tunnel. Could it be that a powerful tiger beast is coming out of Death Valley? Swoosh! A purple ray of light rushed out from the valley. Roar! The purple lightning baby beast who had stabilized its body raised its head and roared. Purple lightning flashed and it was really majestic. After seeing the shape and lightning clearly, the rogue cultivators all widened their eyes. They weren't surprised by the tiger beast. They were surprised by the person sitting on the tiger's back. This person was none other than Iron Bone's sect leader, Xianxia. In an instant, the outside of the valley became extremely quiet. The dozens of rogue cultivators who had gathered here all widened their eyes. Their eyes were filled with intense shock. They would also be very surprised if Xianxia came out by himself. After all, in their hearts, Iron Bone had been destroyed. Now, not only did he come out, but he also rode a majestic tiger beast. The shock and impact it brought was naturally indescribable. Song Hui and the others were also dumbfounded. They couldn't understand. Why would sect leader Jun come out riding a tiger beast? Could it be that he had just captured a contract beast? Zhang Ben and the others were also thinking. The more they thought, the more shocked they were. In this day and age, it was definitely a glorious thing to have a contract beast. A rogue cultivator who knew a little about ferocious beasts said in a trembling voice, This is a lightning baby tiger. What? Everyone was so shocked that their faces were distorted. Lightning ferocious beasts were very rare in the Falling Star continent. They had a bad temper. Sect leader Jun was able to tame one. This was simply terrifying. Eh? Jun Changxiao looked at Song Hui and asked in surprise, you guys came out too? Riding a lightning baby tiger and greeting others, this was a perfect act of toughness. It was a pity that the system didn't have any acting tough points. Otherwise, it would have been plus 99,999. Song Hui came back to his senses and hurriedly said, we are really grateful to sect leader Jun for bringing us to Death Valley to pick up scraps. Jun Changxiao said, you paid to pick up scraps. This is a business deal. There's no need to thank me. Not like some people. After a pause, he glanced at the rogue cultivators who didn't follow in and mocked, they don't even have the guts to pick up scraps. They are destined to be mediocre for the rest of their lives. There was nothing wrong with seeking stability. But in the world of martial arts, if one wanted to become stronger, they had to understand the principle of seeking wealth in danger. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to achieve much in the future. After subduing the lightning baby tiger, Jun Changxiao wanted to ride it out and show off. Coming out of Death Valley first, the dozens of rogue cultivators were shocked to the point of being unable to recover. It could be said that his wish was fulfilled. If one didn't show off in life, what fun would there be? Not long after, Xianxia and the others walked out of the valley. Seeing that 25 disciples of the Iron Bone sect went in and came out, the rogue cultivator's expression stiffened again. Seeing the interesting expressions on Zhang Ben and the others' faces, Song Hui and the others were secretly pleased. Didn't they think that the Iron Bone sect was completely wiped out? Everyone. Was their face swollen? The rogue cultivators outside the valley all believed that the Iron Bone sect had been annihilated by the fire dragon. In the end, they all came out together. This slap in the face was really satisfying. Sect leader Jun also knew that many of them were laughing at him. Although he was showing off by riding the juvenile purple lightning beast, it was more of a slap to their faces. After some reorganization, Xianxia said loudly, "Let's go back." Yes. All the disciples shouted in unison. As the facial muscles of the rogue cultivators froze, sect leader Jun rode the tiger beast and left with his disciples. This trip was very rewarding. His mood was naturally very good. He was also very happy. Sect leader Jun, behind him, Song Hui chased after him with a few people. Xianxia said, "What's the matter?" Song Hui cupped his hands and said, "Sect leader Jun, we want to join the Iron Bone sect. Can you take us in?" After witnessing the strength of the Iron Bone sect, smart people knew that this sect had huge potential. If they could join early, it would definitely be a wise choice. Xianxia said, "It's not impossible to join my Iron Bone sect." Everyone was delighted. However, Xianxia added, "Give me the things you picked up. It'll be considered an entry fee." Everyone was dumbfounded. They spent 2,000 to pick up the leftovers. If they taught him everything, wouldn't it be a waste of effort? Sect leader Jun, your request is too harsh, a martial cultivator said. Goodbye. Some cultivators cupped their hands and left. After a short while, only Song Hui and 2 other martial artists were left among the 8 rogue cultivators. Without a family or sect to rely on, money was even more important than life for many cultivators. Sect leader Jun, Song Hui said with a determined gaze, "I'll pay." As he spoke, he handed over 2 interspatial rings. He also cared about money. After all, he could use it to buy resources. However, after careful consideration, he still believed that the Iron Bone sect was a more valuable resource. Following them into Death Valley was a gamble. Giving up all their money to join the Iron Bone sect was also a gamble. "We'll pay too." The other 2 also agreed and handed over their rings. Xianxia said, "Let's go. We'll follow them back to Iron Bone to complete the entry procedures." When he went to kill the fire dragon beast, Song Hui and the other 2 had expressed their willingness to help. It was obvious that they were people who knew how to repay kindness. Now that they were willing to pay, it meant that they really approved of Iron Bone. Naturally, he wouldn't refuse. After all, he was still short of 500 slots. As for those rogue cultivators who were unwilling to pay and left, even if they knelt and begged, they would not be recruited. They didn't walk for long. Xianxia stopped in front of a small stream and let the disciples rest. Death Valley was filled with ferocious beasts, and the stench was overwhelming. Now that they were out, they had to clean up. Because Lu Qianqian and Ling Yuanxue went to the other side, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others jumped into the stream without any scruples and directly washed. Xianxia also took a bath and changed into a clean sect master uniform. His entire person once again looked like a handsome tree in the wind. "Xiao Mo, Xiao Fei." He shouted, "Go find firewood and prepare to barbecue." Coming out of Death Valley and making a lot of money, they had to celebrate. Yes. After changing into a clean uniform, Su Xiaoma and Li Fei searched in the forest. Although they hadn't gone through the entry procedures, Song Hui and the other 2 martial artists began to try to integrate into the sect and help out. They even acted as barbecue masters. As the 3 of them had survived in the wild all year round, they definitely had some skills in barbecuing. Whoosh! The flames rose and the barbecued meat was flipped. Swish! Swish! However, just as everyone was eating in full swing, a group of people suddenly surrounded the forest. They were wearing black clothes with the word eagle printed on their chests. The leader was a tall middle-aged man. His eyes were shining, and his strength was not to be underestimated. Seeing the word eagle on the man's chest, Song Hui's face changed. He hurried over and whispered, "Sect leader, they are from Black Eagle Hall." Black Eagle Hall? Li Qingyang's face also changed. Jun Changxiao saw this and asked, "Are they very powerful?" Li Qingyang said seriously, "Sect leader, this Black Eagle Hall is a seventh-rate evil sect in the neighboring Huayin County." Evil sect? Jun Changxiao was surprised. After transmigrating, he more or less understood the falling star continent and knew that the sects were divided into good and evil. For example, the Grand Qi sect and the Long Blade sect were considered to be good sections. Evil sects were rarer, and their style of doing things was also very cruel. Qingyang County had the 100 Sect Alliance, so there were no evil sections. However, everyone seemed to be good on the surface, but the things they did in the dark might not be as good as the evil sects. Huayin County was different. There were no alliance organizations here, and the government was just a decoration. The sects developed wildly, and there were many forces that called themselves evil sections. Simply put, in Huayin County, evil sects were legalized. The forces that were called evil sects were more aggressive and warlike. Reason? That didn't exist. If there was a disagreement, they would draw their swords and even kill their whole family. Tsk tisk. Jun Changxiao thought, "I didn't expect to meet an evil sect in this wilderness." Kid. The tall middle-aged man said coldly, "You are Iron Bone's sect leader?" "That's right." Jun Changxiao took a bite of meat and said, "What can I do for you?" If the evil sects in the neighboring counties heard of his sect, he would feel proud. "I heard that you just came out from Death Valley?" The middle-aged man's voice was cold, which was in line with the style of an evil sect. If the words evil sect were carved on his forehead, it would be perfect. "That's right." Jun Changxiao said. It's over, it's over." Song Hui's heart collapsed. Black Eagle Hall, as an evil sect, was very close to Death Valley in Qingyang County. They would come here to train every once in a while. Their favorite thing to do was to rob others. Today, they caught up from behind, so they must have gone to Death Valley and heard from other rogue cultivators that Iron Bone had entered the valley. His guess was right. This Black Eagle Hall's Vice Hall Master brought his disciples to Death Valley not long ago to train. The first thing he did was to control the rogue cultivators and threaten them to hand over their belongings. Some people were afraid of death. Not only did they hand over their belongings, they also revealed the matter of Iron Bone. Since a sect entered and left the valley, it must be very rich. Therefore, the Vice Hall Master immediately brought his disciples and chased after them. Finally, they surrounded the Iron Bone sect in this forest. This was an evil sect. They did things no different from robbers. If it was a righteous sect, even if they wanted to rob, they would not do it so unscrupulously. Sect leader June, right? The Vice Hall Master said indifferently, "Since you entered Death Valley, you must have obtained a lot of crystal cores and bones. Why don't you take them out and share with my Black Eagle Hall?" Jun Changxiao almost spat out the meat in his mouth. He grinned and said, "My Iron Bone risked his life to obtain these things. Why should I share them with you? This is the rule of my Black Eagle Hall." The Vice Hall Master said coldly. "Sorry." Jun Changxiao said, "That's your Black Eagle Hall's rule. My Iron Bone's rule is that we can't share things with idiots because we will be infected." "Brat." The Vice Hall Master said with a fierce look, "You are courting death." When the Vice Hall Master said that they were courting death, dozens of Black Eagle Hall disciples immediately surrounded them. Most of them were at the martial disciple level. Looking at Li Qingyang and the others who were only 17 or 18 years old, they all had looks of contempt on their faces. A group of children who hadn't even grown out their hair could be easily killed. Li Qingyang and the others placed the barbecued meat on the ground, chewed and swallowed the meat in their mouths, and then shook their heads and shoulders. After the training in Death Valley, they were not afraid of fighting at all. Not to mention, although there were more than 60 Black Eagle Hall disciples, from their auras, their average cultivation was only second or third stage, which was not as strong as the Red Flame Wolves. The Vice Hall Master said indifferently, Sect Leader June, these should be the remaining 20 or so disciples of your sect, right? Only left? Jun Xianxia did not understand, what do you mean? The Vice Hall Master laughed coldly, what I mean is that after going to Death Valley, many disciples will die. If the rest die, your Iron Bone sect will be annihilated. Jun Xianxia understood. He must have thought that he had brought many disciples to Death Valley to train, and the remaining disciples were the survivors. That's right. That was what he thought. At that time, the Vice Hall Master was in a hurry to rob them. He only asked about the sect's rank and did not ask about the number of people who entered Death Valley. An 8th-rate sect entering Death Valley would have to bring at least 100 disciples and fight with the beasts with their lives. Take him for example. This time, he had brought more than 60 martial disciples. He had already thought about it on the way. It would be very lucky if half of them could come out alive, yes. Iron Bone brought 100 people, and 20 to 30 of them came out alive. Their luck was not bad. The Vice Hall Master of Black Eagle Hall's imagination was even stronger than Night Emperor's. This was good too. If he knew that all 25 of Iron Bone's disciples went in and came out alive, he would definitely suffer a heavy blow. What? Jun Xianxia touched his nose and said, from what you said, you want to kill all of my disciples? The Vice Hall Master laughed sinisterly, if Sect Leader Jun cooperates and hands over the things in the valley, they will definitely return home safely. Are you threatening me? Jun Xianxia's face darkened. The Vice Hall Master said, you can say that. The biggest advantage of the evil sect was that they didn't beat around the bush when doing bad things, nor were they hypocritical. They just did it openly and openly. Did you hear that? Jun Xianxia said, Black Eagle Hall wants to kill you. Ha ha ha. Su Xianma clutched his stomach and laughed, Sect Master, these guys aren't even comparable to the beasts of Death Valley, what ability do they have to kill us? That's right, that's right. Li Fei smiled and said, you're not even comparable to a ferocious beast. You think too highly of yourself. The Vice Hall Master's face gradually turned gloomy, and the murderous intent in his eyes became even more intense. Hall Master a disciple of the Black Eagle Hall said coldly, this Iron Bone disciple is very arrogant. Why don't we just kill them all? Hall Master he said indifferently, Sect Master June, since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, don't blame this Hall Master for being impolite. Kacha, kacha. The disciples of the Black Eagle Hall clenched their fists and walked over with their heads tilted. They even took out the weapons in their space rings. Perhaps because they had killed too many people, the aura they emitted was a little scary. Sect Master June, Hall Master he narrowed his eyes and smiled. If you hand over the thing now, this Hall Master can spare your life and the lives of your disciples. I don't have the thing, but I do have a life, Jun Xianxia said. Hall Master he raised his hand and said with a cold gaze, kill them all. Poochie, sword light flashed and blood splattered. Hall Master he was stunned. The men I brought with me are quite fast. However, when he looked over, he found that one of his disciples was standing in place with his eyes unfocused, and his neck had been cut by a sharp sword. The one who attacked was Xianxia. He withdrew his sword and blew off the drops of blood that had gathered at the tip of the sword, saying indifferently, trash. Junior brother. Senior brother. Seeing his fellow disciple killed, the disciples of the Black Eagle Hall flew into a rage. They immediately poured spiritual energy into their weapons and slashed at the Iron Bone disciple without caring who the target was. Clang. Clang. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others drew their swords and quickly fought back. Song Hui and the other two martial artists also drew their weapons. They were only a step away from becoming Iron Bone disciples. Naturally, they couldn't sit back and do nothing. In terms of numbers, the Black Eagle Hall definitely had the advantage. However, when the two sides fought, the strength of the Iron Bone disciples shocked them all. Poochie! Poochie! Sword light flashed and blood splattered. Hall Master his eyes widened, and his eyeballs almost popped out. In just a few breaths, more than 20 of his 60 disciples were killed by Iron Bone. The process was nothing more than drawing the sword, killing, drawing the sword again, and killing again. How could an 8th-rate sect be So strong, was he seeing things? Hall Master he hurriedly blinked his eyes. However, during this gap, another dozen or so disciples were killed like weeds. The disciples were killing crazily at the back. Jun Changxiao kept his back to them and didn't look. He knew that even if there were more than 60 Black Eagle Hall disciples, they wouldn't be enough to kill Li Qingyang and the rest. It was true. Compared to the Red Flame Wolf, no, they were even weaker than the Ground Flame Wolf. Damn it. Hall Master He's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He instantly unleashed his peak martial master Cultivation and condensed an explosive force to attack Jun Changxiao. Whoosh! This punch contained at least 60,000 force. However, just as the explosive fist was about to hit him, it was caught by Jun Changxiao's palm. And he caught it so easily. Hall Master he was stunned. His punch landed on this guy's palm and it didn't even budge. Jun Changxiao said, "Don't be anxious. Watch carefully." How could he not be anxious? If he continued to watch, the dozens of disciples he brought would be killed. Hall Master he tried to pull his hand back, but that guy's 5 fingers were like pliers. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. Poochie! Poochie! The Black Eagle Hall disciples were still being slaughtered by Iron Bone. Especially Yi Xingchen. He killed one person in 10 steps and didn't leave a single trace. A group of Rank 2 and Rank 3 martial disciples dared to fight against a team that destroyed a pack of Red Flame Wolves and even a pack of Gale Wolves. They were really tired of living. Unfortunately, the Black Eagle Hall didn't know about Iron Bone's previous valiant battle record. When they realized that this group of immature teenagers was very terrifying, they were so scared that they hurriedly fled. Very wise. However, Jun Changxiao said, "Kill them all." This tone was exactly the same as when the Hall Master had said kill them all just now. Swish! Swish! Li Qingyang and the rest quickly caught up. Han Feng Sword and Overlord Qi greeted them and more than 20 disciples who fled were obliterated. At this point, more than 60 Black Eagle Hall disciples were all killed. Only Hall Master he, who was restrained by Jun Changxiao, was left. His eyes were filled with monstrous shock. He brought his disciples to Death Valley to train and hoped that half of them could come out alive. In the end, before they even entered the valley, they were all wiped out. Only now did Hall Master he realize that Iron Bone was not a kind person. He had kicked an iron plate. Hey! Jun Changxiao smiled and said, "Your subordinates are all dead." The smile looked harmless, but in Hall Master he's eyes, it was extremely sinister, as if the devil was smiling at him. Sect. Sect Leader Jun. He hurriedly said, "I think this is a misunderstanding." Swish! Jun Changxiao raised the Desert Eagle and pressed it against his head. His eyes were cold as he said, "Remember, if you can still be human in your next life, wipe your eyes before you go out. Don't provoke my Iron Bone sect anymore." Bang! A bullet shot out and pierced through his head. Plop! The Black Eagle Hall Vice Hall Master fell straight down, his eyes gradually losing focus. Yes. He had kicked an iron plate. Not only was this iron plate hard, but his way of doing things was also very decisive. He could be compared to the evil sections. Hall Master he of Black Eagle Hall chased after them with only one goal, to stop Iron Bone and force them to hand over the things they got from Death Valley. This kind of thing was very common and had been done more than once. No matter if it was a sect or an individual team, they had all been visited before. Of course, Black Eagle Hall didn't dare to provoke those who were tough. For example, when Alliance leader Qin brought his disciples to train, they pretended not to know even though they received the news. Picking the soft persimmon was the way to survive. Unfortunately, the Deputy Hall Master of Black Eagle Hall had picked the wrong persimmon this time and killed himself and his 60 disciples. If it was a self-proclaimed righteous faction, they might have been able to survive. But since they provoked Iron Bone, they could only go to hell to sing. Sect leader Jun wouldn't take the initiative to cause trouble. But if someone provoked him and wanted to kill him, he had to return the favor in the same way. He was that domineering and valiant. Search them. Jun Changxiao waved his hand. Ironbone disciples started to loot the bags and soon found 60 small interspatial rings. Any sect with a bit of money would have one of these interspatial rings. They could hold a limited amount of things. Ironbone was a bit interesting. Sect leader June had never bought interspatial rings before. Most of the disciples who had interspatial rings got them from assassins. So, looting was still necessary. At least they could save some money. Sect leader Li Qingyang counted and said, "There are a total of 30,000 silver notes and some low-grade herbs." So poor. Jun Changxiao said. If the dead hall master he heard these 2 words on his way to the Yellow Springs, he would definitely roar, "If I was fucking rich, would I still bring people to rob you?" Sect leader, what about these corpses? Pile them up and burn them. Yes. Whoosh whoosh. The fire burned and the corpses turned into ashes. Because many people died here, it was filled with the smell of blood. Jun Changxiao wasn't in the mood to eat barbecue and left with his disciples. On the way, Song Hui and the other 2 martial artists were thinking. Was Ironbone righteous or evil? Evil, right? They could tolerate rogue cultivators picking up scraps in Death Valley. Righteous, right? He didn't show any mercy when killing the Black Eagle Hall just now, especially the sect leader, who raised the strange object and killed Hall Master He with a ping sound. He was absolutely decisive in killing, absolutely swift and decisive. The more the 3 of them thought about it, the more confused they became. However, regardless of whether Ironbone was righteous or evil, he would definitely join. The next day, Jun Changxiao sped up and brought everyone back to Ironbone in the evening. As usual, as soon as he entered the sect, the disciples crowded around him, fighting to be the first to ask about his experience. Although they didn't follow him, their hearts followed him. After they finished cultivating, they would sit together and discuss how the sect leader and senior brothers fought against the ferocious beasts. The scene in his mind was even more exciting than the novel written by Jianghu Goodbye. Cough, cough. Su Xiaoma stood in the middle of the training field. He cleared his throat and spoke like a storyteller. "This is a long story. Listen to me slowly." The disciples listened attentively, their eyes flickering with excitement. Jun Changxiao brought Song Hui and the other 2 to the main hall, where they filled in the entry form and stamped it. Ding. Sect member, 503-1000. Ding. Sect contribution points, 703-1000. The other 2 martial artists were called Yu Xiao and Jin Lang. Like Song Hui, the 2 of them were in their early 30s, and they were both grade 1 martial masters. Jun Changxiao sighed, "Without the resources provided by your families and forces, it's really commendable that you can break through to the martial master level." Song Hui said bitterly, "Sect leader, we have today's achievements because we fought on the line between life and death." This sentence expressed the difficulties and sadness of a rogue cultivator. Jun Changxiao said, "So from today onwards, you only need to do your best for this sect and provide me with all the resources." Ironbone was a young man with dreams in his heart. Although he was full of vitality, he lacked a sense of stability. It was necessary to recruit veterans who had experienced life and death situations. "Rest assured, sect leader." The 3 of them said in unison, "We will do our best for the sect. Even if we have to climb a mountain of swords or dive into a sea of fire, we will not hesitate." Jun Changxiao believed in this. Because following them into Death Valley was more like an entrance examination. The others left one after another. Since they were able to follow to the end and join him, there was no problem with their loyalty. "This is a special pill of our sect. Take it." Jun Changxiao threw 3 body-shaping pills over. Ironbone did not have the foundation of a large sect, nor did it have a huge amount of martial arts resources. However, each disciple was given a body-shaping pill, which was a unique feature. "Sect leader, this is..." Song Hui said. Jun Changxiao said, "A type of pill that can strengthen one's physique. Eating it will only bring you benefits and no harm." Understood. Song Hui swallowed the pill. Yu Xiao and Wan Lang also threw the pills into their mouths. At this time, even if the sect leader gave them a poisonous pill, they would not have any thoughts about it. The pill melted as soon as it entered their mouths, forming pure energy that nourished their meridians and muscles, causing their spirits to rise. After a while, the energy was exhausted. Their muscles, meridians, blood, and strength had all improved greatly. Their eyes flashed with intense shock. "Oh my God," Song Hui could not help but exclaim, "my strength seems to have increased a lot." A lot. It increased by about 10,000 pounds, the same went for Yu Xiao and Jin Lang. The three of them had average aptitudes and did not have any natural treasures to nurture them. After becoming a grade 1 martial master, one's strength would be about 25,000 pounds, which was only the lowest value. After taking the body-shaping pill, one's physical strength would improve and instantly reach 35,000 pounds, which was already considered average. Excellent martial masters could reach 45,000 pounds at grade 1. Top geniuses could reach 55,000 pounds. Oh my God, did we just eat an elixir? While Song Hui and the others were dumbfounded, Jin Chongxiao handed out the self-chop and exploding fist manuals. He said, "Qing Yang, arrange rooms for them and give them school uniforms and sect rules." Yes. Li Qingyang brought them to the inner courtyard and arranged rooms for them. The three of them entered the high-end and classy room, and their eyes could not hide their shock. The outer courtyard's buildings and main hall were already shocking enough, but the inner courtyard was even more luxurious. If this was a sixth-rate sect, the three of them would not have any doubts. "Brother Hui." The three of them sat in the room. Yu Xiao said excitedly, "This iron bone is really amazing." Jin Lang said in shock, "Taking a pill can increase one's strength by so much. This is simply unimaginable." Song Hui said excitedly, "Joining Iron Bone is definitely the wisest choice in our lives." This thought became even more firm after he flipped through Self-Chop and Rupturing Fist. This was because spiritual force-type martial skills were priceless treasures. The spatial ring given to the sect leader was worth tens of thousands. Sorry, they did not care at all. If they were given another choice, they would not hesitate to hand over hundreds of thousands just to join Iron Bone. The rogue cultivators who left because they were worried about money were simply too stupid. Inside the main hall, Jun Chongxiao took a sip of tea and slowly said, "Is there anything going on in the sect recently?" "Everything is normal," Li Luoqiu said with a smile. "During this period of time, she has been managing the sect. Even though she was an assassin, her management was quite impressive." Jun Chongxiao put down the teacup and said, "What's the news outside?" Li Luoqiu said, "Qin Haoran has returned." "What about the Xiao family?" Jun Chongxiao didn't care about the Grand Qi sect, he was more concerned about the Xiao family's movements. Li Luoqiu said, "The Xiao family has been keeping a low profile during this period of time. I'm afraid they are busy dealing with their family business." Jun Chongxiao rubbed his fingers and said, "They have cut off business with the AI family and the mine has collapsed. It's enough for them to suffer." "Is there any other news?" "Yes." Li Luoqiu said, "The AI family will hold an auction in half a month. Many forces from different counties will come to Huyang City. The scale of the auction will be bigger than before. I hope this auction can get a good price." Jun Chongxiao murmured. Cooperating with the AI family to auction pills is his main source of income. Naturally, he hopes the higher the price, the better. "Oh right." Li Luoqiu took out an invitation and said, "The AI family's head personally sent an invitation a few days ago, sincerely inviting the sect leader to attend the auction." "Attend for what? To bid for pills with them?" Jun Chongxiao took the invitation and shook his head with a smile. Li Luoqiu said, "In my opinion, the AI family's head wants the sect leader to join in the fun. I heard that there are several higher-ups from fifth-rate sects coming." "Is that so?" Jun Chongxiao said while opening the invitation. There was an invitation and a platinum card inside. Li Luoqiu said in surprise, "The highest platinum VIP card in the AI family's auction house." "Platinum VIP card?" Jun Chongxiao asked. Li Luoqiu explained, "The AI family issues cards that represent 3 different identities. The ordinary one is a bronze card, the next is a gold card, and the highest is a platinum card." Wasn't it just like being a bank's VIP customer? Speaking of which, had the AI family played LOL or King of Glory before? The 3 cards were similar to the ranking system. Jun Chongxiao casually threw the platinum card on the table and said without interest, "I'm very busy. Why would I attend an auction?" Li Luoqiu, this kind of platinum card was very rare. Only big shots with a reputation could obtain it. Yet, the sect leader had casually discarded it. Pay more attention to the Xiao clan. Report back immediately if there's any movement, Xianxia said. Yes. After discussing business, Li Luoqiu pressed her arms on the table and used her palm to support her sharp chin. She smiled and said, Sect leader, tell me about your training in Death Valley. Xianxia said, I only killed a fire dragon. There's nothing much to talk about. Li Luoqiu said in surprise, a fire dragon that was 5 ranks higher? Yes. Xianxia said, you've heard of it too? One of the 2 overlords of Death Valley is the fire dragon. Li Luoqiu said. 2 overlords? Xianxia said, what's the other one? Li Luoqiu thought for a while and said, the other one is a rare stone-type stone man. Stone man? Xianxia said, is it a huge monster that's made of stone and is at least 7 to 8 feet tall? That's right. Li Luoqiu said. Xianxia murmured, so, the big monster I killed was a stone man, one of the 2 overlords of Death Valley. Li Luoqiu said in disbelief, sect leader also killed the stone man? Xianxia said, when I was capturing the purple lightning cub, I accidentally entered its territory and was trapped inside. I could only kill it. He said it casually, but Li Luoqiu was full of doubts. The stone man is much stronger than the fire dragon. With sect leader's cultivation, can you kill this kind of stone-type beast? Swoosh, Xianxia waved his hand and took out a crystal core. This is the stone man's crystal core. The crystal core immediately emitted a heavy aura. Li Luoqiu instantly determined that it must be a stone-type crystal core, and its level was not low. Heavens, sect leader is so strong. He killed the fire dragon and the stone man. Li Luoqiu was deeply shocked. Wait, she suddenly thought of something and said in surprise, sect leader, why did you say you accidentally entered the stone man's territory? The purple lightning cub. Xianxia said. Li Luoqiu immediately stood up and said in shock, Death Valley has a rare thunder-type beast? Yes. Xianxia said, when I saw it, I immediately went to capture it, and then. He paused and said, yes. I spent a lot of effort to subdue it. He did not say that he directly captured it with the sect leader's ball. After all, it was too shocking. However, sect leader June did not know that even though he spent a lot of effort, he still shocked our beautiful and enchanting hall masterly to the point that her body was trembling. She stared with her big eyes and said, sect leader subdued the purple lightning cub? Yes. Xianxia said. This guy had been very casual when he started talking about Death Valley, but he shocked Li Luoqiu to the point that she was in a daze. It was acceptable to kill 2 overlords. But subduing a violet lightning tiger cub, wasn't that a little too shocking? You don't believe me? Xianxia said, let's go, I will summon it and let you see. After saying that, he walked out of the main hall. Li Luoqiu hurriedly followed, thinking, could it be that sect leader really subdued the purple lightning cub? On the martial arts field, Xianxia was explaining how to kill the fire dragon with spittle flying everywhere. The process was not particularly complicated, but under his explanation, it suddenly became full of ups and downs and twists and turns. The hearts of the hundreds of disciples were sometimes suspended and sometimes sped up. It was as if they were on a roller coaster. Tisk, tisk. Tianqi said from afar, Senior Marshal Brother Su is not a storyteller. It is a waste of his talent. Yes. Li Fei's mouth twitched and said, after hearing him say that, I am starting to doubt whether I participated in the killing of the fire dragon. Xianxia continued to narrate the story vividly. When he finished talking about the fire dragon, the sect leader and hall master Li walked out of the main hall. Don't talk nonsense. Xianxia waved his hand and said, go, go, let me have the martial arts field. If you want to know what will happen, listen to the next round. After Xianxia finished speaking, he hurriedly stepped aside. The hundreds of disciples also retreated and surrounded the martial arts field. Swoosh, Xianxia took out the sect leader ball, then smiled and said, since you are all here, I will let you see a rare purple lightning cub. Purple lightning cub, many disciples looked at each other, expressing their confusion. Cough, cough. Su Xiaoma moistened his throat and said loudly, after sect leader killed the fire dragon, he subdued a rare thunder-type ferocious beast. Its whole body was emitting purple thunder and lightning. It was really majestic. Oh my god, a thunder-type ferocious beast. That is a very rare ferocious beast. Sect leader actually subdued it. The disciples' faces were full of admiration and they couldn't take their eyes off him. Swoosh, under everyone's gaze, sect leader Jun raised his hand and suddenly waved it at the center of the martial arts field, shouting, "Come out, purple lightning cub." Boom. The sect leader ball flew out, flashing in midair. Immediately, a ferocious beast appeared on the martial arts field. It was a little thing with big ears and a long nose. Gah! The atmosphere instantly froze. Li Luoqiu and the disciples stared at it, thinking, could it be, Hoot? Hoot, the little guy barked twice. Therefore, everyone was sure that it was a little wild boar. Jun Changxiao maintained his waving motion, but his whole body was instantly petrified. He held in his heart, if King took the wrong sect leader ball. Sect leader. Li Luoqiu turned around and said speechlessly, do you think we have never seen a pig or a tiger? That chubby little guy looked like a pig, but it might not be a pig. But it was definitely not a tiger, therefore, when the sect leader summoned it, Li Luoqiu felt like her intelligence was being insulted. Senior brother, is this little thing a pig? It looks like one. Although I have never seen a tiger, I know it should be similar to a cat. The disciples started to discuss. Jun Changxiao, who took the gate palm ball by mistake, felt extremely embarrassed. He just wanted to act cool, why was it so difficult? Go back. Jun Changxiao shouted at Peppa Boar. Whoosh! The Tai Chi pattern on the gate palm ball flashed and instantly sucked the chubby little guy into it. Look carefully. Jun Changxiao took out another gate palm ball and said, this time, it is a real purple lightning tiger cub. Swish! He suddenly waved it and said, come out, purple lightning tiger cub. Li Luoqiu rolled her eyes at him. The disciples, who were originally very excited, suddenly lost their interest because the sect leader summoned a pig. Bang! The gate palm ball shot out light. Roar! The majestic and mighty purple lightning tiger cub stood on the training field and roared. Purple lightning exploded around its body, and its acting cool instantly increased. Li Luoqiu and the other disciples, who did not take it seriously at first, gradually widened their eyes and mouths when they saw the fierce beast that was almost 10 feet tall. Purple stripes, a bloody mouth, and sharp teeth. This was definitely a tiger beast. Oh my god! It really is a thunder tiger beast. So mighty. The disciples were shocked, and the worship in their eyes became even stronger. Swish! Jun Changxiao strode over and rode on the purple lightning tiger cub, giving Li Luoqiu a side attack, and said with a smile, my contract beast is not bad, right? Summoning the purple lightning tiger cub made him very embarrassed. Fortunately, the purple lightning tiger cub saved his face, and he still acted cool with a little regret. Night came. After cultivating for a period of time, Jun Changxiao sat down in his study and began to seriously consider the future. Acting tough was nothing more than adding some spice to his boring life. What he really needed to consider was how to make his sect stronger. Furthermore, there were only 9 months left before he went to challenge the Sacred Spring Sect. Can Qingyang and the others break through to Martial Master? Jun Changxiao murmured. In his opinion, if the Haoqi sect had Martial Master level disciples, the Sacred Spring Sect would certainly have a lot of them, and their levels would not be low either. Right now, Jun Changxiao muttered, it's better to let them break through to Martial Master and become stronger. Furthermore, if he wanted to raise his realm, he couldn't lack experience. Even if he was provided with resources, he was still a flower that grew in a greenhouse. He would not be able to withstand the ravages of the storm and had to undergo life and death experiences. Jun Changxiao had such an idea because of the coldness and decisiveness displayed by the disciples after they came out of Death Valley and killed the disciples of Black Eagle Hall. Not bad. The system said, the strength of martial arts cannot be lacking in resources and experience. Jun Changxiao murmured, therefore, how to obtain more resources and how to let them gain experience is the most important thing. In terms of resources, he could rely on the medicinal herbs cultivated by Elder Wei, because the quality was higher than the ones on the market. The high-quality medicinal herbs sent by the AI family will take 2 months to become useful. It should be soon. As for experience, Jin Changxiao held his chin and said, I can let the disciples organize their own groups and go to the wild or dangerous places to gain experience. The system said, fighting with the fierce beasts can only increase their ruthlessness. Fighting with the martial artists can increase their overall strength. That makes sense. Jin Changxiao touched his chin and said, I can let them participate in more competitions and fight with powerful martial arts to improve their combat ability. No need to go through so much trouble. The system said, there is a product called the Sect's Experience Tower in the mall. The host and disciples can train at home without leaving the house. Sect's Experience Tower? Jin Changxiao was startled, and said, is it easy to farm? The system said, after the sect construction reaches level 3, in theory, it is easier to spawn compared to sniper rifles and divine rank martial arts. After hearing this, Jin Changxiao rolled his eyes. He had refreshed dozens of times in Death Valley, and even the divine rank ice attribute martial arts were spawned, but he did not see the Sect's Experience Tower. And it still had the nerve to say that it was easier to farm than divine rank martial arts. The system was speechless. The divine rank martial arts that are even harder to farm than the Experience Tower have been spawned. What is the host dissatisfied with? That's right. Jin Changxiao was startled. What am I dissatisfied with? Shua. He opened the data panel and clicked on the beginner's mall. After the luck value increased to 1 point, he had the idea of respawning again. This time, it gave him a legitimate reason. Xiao. He pulled down the mall and a new product appeared. Jin Changxiao immediately saw a product called Universal Extended Magazine in the first row. Clicking on the details, it was introduced as a firearm that could increase the capacity of bullets, and the price was only 20 contribution points. This thing is not bad. Jin Changxiao bought 2. Continuing to look at the products in the mall, he found a defensive martial arts called Seal Barrier. The quality of this skill was at the beginner stage of high grade. After forming a seal, one would use spiritual energy to form a defensive barrier in front of the body, and the price was 50 contribution points. The sect did not have any defensive martial arts, so Jin Changxiao bought it without hesitation and copied 1,000 copies. Ding. Detected that the host has purchased a defensive martial arts from the mall, automatically matching it with the sect's martial arts. Currently, the sect's martial arts that Iron Bone could allow disciples to cultivate were Yi Jing Jing, Self-Chop, Rupturing Fist, Mountain Splitting Palm, and Barrier. Including the difficult-to-cultivate Ling Jian Divine Technique and Drizzle Building's Ghost Leap. Mental Cultivation, Movement, Sword, Palm, Fist, Spiritual Energy Martial Arts, and Defensive Martial Arts were all available. These could not be compared to the dozens and hundreds of mental cultivation methods available in the big sects, but because most of them were system-type martial arts, one of them could replace many of them. With an extra point of luck, the refreshed products are indeed different. Jin Changxiao grinned and continued to scroll down the mall. In the end, he cried. Because he refreshed 4 times in a row and spent 80 contribution points, not a single useful item was refreshed. What's the use of this 1 point of luck? Jin Changxiao was furious, but he still refreshed it again. After the refreshed products, the first product that caught his eye had a small pagoda engraved on it, and below it were the words Sect's Training Pagoda. Ha ha ha, it was finally refreshed. Jin Changxiao hurriedly opened the details, and the content was, Item, Sect's Training Pagoda Introduction, a cultivation pagoda for martial artists to train, has a total of 9 floors, and each floor has a corresponding training feature. The higher the level of the sect, the higher the difficulty of the training. Advantage, suitable for sect members to enter for training, can undergo comprehensive martial arts training. Disadvantage, those who enter the training pagoda will begin the training in the form of a soul. If they fail, they will not die, but will be weakened for a period of time. Price, 200 contribution points. Ding. The host has spent 200 contribution points, obtained Sect's Training Pagoda X1, has been transferred to the spatial ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 303,1000. After spending a few hundred contribution points, Jun Changxiao refreshed the Sect's Tower of Trials. Although the price was high, there were still the expanded magazine and defensive techniques. These two items alone would cost at least a few hundred contribution points. When Sect leader Jun thought about it, he immediately felt that it was worth it. Since he had what he wanted, he would definitely take it out. The system said, the Tower of Trials is similar to a normal 9-story tower, so it is recommended that the host place it in an open area. Oh. Jun Changxiao began to think about where to place it. In the end, he decided on the back mountain. Since it was going to be developed sooner or later, it was quite suitable to place the Tower of Trials there. The next day, Jun Changxiao arrived at the back mountain early in the morning and found a more ideal location to take out the Tower of Trials. The 9-story tower was very exquisite. However, Sect leader Jun was speechless. This is what you mean by similar to a normal 9-story tower? The system said, if you place it on the ground, it will activate its normal form. Oh. Jun Changxiao placed the small tower on the ground and moved away from it. After a while, the Tower of Trials shook slightly. Every floor and every entrance of the tower had a stream of light lingering around it, and then it quickly enlarged. After a while, a 20-meter wide and 100-meter long 9-story tower appeared in their field of vision. Damn! Jun Changxiao looked up and exclaimed, it's so tall. Eh? Look, what's that? It looks like a tower. Strange, it wasn't here yesterday. Why is it here all of a sudden? When they arrived at the outer courtyard, the disciples who were preparing for their morning exercises realized that there was a straight Tower of Trials behind the main hall. Second senior brother. Su Xianxia was stunned. Did you find a craftsman to build this? No. Li Qingyang was also dumbfounded. Let's go and take a look. The disciples didn't do their morning exercises. Instead, they swarmed into the back mountain and finally stood in front of the majestic Tower of Trials. Feeling the heavy aura, Xianxia was shocked. This tower is a treasure. As expected of the Night Emperor, a professional, the door of the Tower of Trials was tightly shut. There were lines drawn on the door, which looked very mysterious and strange. Swish, at this moment, the first level of the tower lit up, and a deep voice sounded, Jun Changxiao challenges the first level of the Tower of Trials. The sect leader went in, the disciples hurriedly raised their heads, hoping to see the sect leader from the window on the first floor. However, all they could see was a flash of light, and nothing could be seen. Tower of Trials? Xianxia thought to himself, could it be that it's similar to the training grounds of the large sects that can provide experience for their disciples? Not bad. There was such a meaning. Lu Qianqian also came. She leaned against the tree and thought, could it be similar to Taishan Xingzong's extreme cold experiential training formation? Because they couldn't see the situation inside the pagoda, the disciples could only wait outside. About an hour later, the light in the tower weakened, and the deep voice sounded again, Jun Changxiao, challenge successful. Mighty sect leader. Mighty sect leader. Although the disciples did not know what the sect leader was challenging, as long as he succeeded, they would definitely cheer for him. Creak. At this moment, the tightly shut door of the pagoda opened. Jun Changxiao held the door and walked out with trembling legs. The expression on his face was extremely interesting. Xiao Ziji hurriedly ran over and helped him up. Sect leader, are you okay? Jun Changxiao raised his hand and wiped the sweat off his forehead. The corner of his mouth twitched as he said, really King awesome. Sect leader. Su Xianxia leaned over and asked, what is this pagoda? You want to know? Jun Changxiao said weakly, you can go in and take a look. Can we go in? Su Xianxia was overjoyed and slipped into the pagoda before the door closed. Li Qingyang, Li Fei, and Tianqi followed closely behind. After all, the words Tower of Trials were too attractive. Xianxia and Lu Qianqian thought for a while and followed in. Sect leader. After helping the sect leader to the stone, Xiao Ziji scratched his head and said, I'm going in too. Jun Changxiao waved his hand and said, go in, go in. Swoosh. Xiao Ziji ran in quickly, afraid that there would be no place for him if he was late. Li Luoqiu walked over and said with interest, this Tower of Trials doesn't seem to be simple. It's not simple at all. Jin Changxiao panted. Li Luoqiu smiled and said, Sect leader went in and was trained to this extent. I'm afraid it will be even more tragic if they go in. Jin Changxiao said, Tower of Trials, if they don't train hard, then it's meaningless. Li Luoqiu shook her head. She secretly prayed for the disciples who went in, hoping that they would come out with some dignity. Creak. The door of the pagoda suddenly closed, and a magnificent aura spread out. A deep voice echoed in the back mountain, Tower of Trials, open. Inside. The moment the door of the pagoda closed, the originally dark environment suddenly became bright. Li Qingyang and dozens of disciples immediately saw that in the corner in front of them, there was a staircase leading to the top. Let's go. Everyone stepped forward and found that their bodies could not move at all, as if they were bound by some kind of force. What's going on? Senior brother, why can't I move? The disciples exclaimed. Not long after, their souls seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, and they suddenly lost their minds for a short time. When they woke up, they found that they were already standing at the entrance of the staircase. Everyone's expression suddenly became sluggish. They were so far behind just now, how did they come here in an instant? Second senior brother. Su Xiaoma said with a trembling voice, why is your body transparent and glowing? Speaking of this, he stopped abruptly, because he realized that he was also transparent and glowing. To be exact. All the disciples standing at the entrance of the staircase were in this state. Look behind. Li Fei exclaimed. Everyone turned their heads in unison. There were many disciples standing at the position just now, including himself. His body was stiff. This, Li Qingyang and the others were dumbfounded. Looking at themselves from another angle was undoubtedly very frightening. Moreover, they were clearly standing at the entrance of the tower, so why were they standing here in a transparent flowing light? The more they thought about it, the more their scalps went numb. Could it be that they had seen a ghost? Yi Xingchen frowned and said, we are now in soul form. Soul form? Everyone was even more confused. Yi Xingchen said, if I'm not wrong, this Tower of Trials binds our physical bodies, and uses our souls to undergo the trials. With this explanation, everyone immediately understood. The one standing at the back was his physical body, and now he was in soul form. This was still very frightening. Su Xiaoma did not care about his physical body or soul, and walked up the staircase with his short legs. The iron-bound disciples hurriedly followed. Whoosh! In the outside world, when they swarmed up to the first level of the Tower of Trials, a flowing light suddenly flashed, and a heavy voice sounded, 53 disciples collectively challenge the first level of the Tower of Trials. It's about to begin. Jin Changxiao recalled his experience just now, and a chill ran down his spine, but he still grinned and said, babies, it's time to show your real skills. This smile was clearly one of schadenfreude. Seeing this, Li Luoqiu shook her head and said, good luck to them. P.S. Please recommend me, please give me monthly votes. On the first floor of the Tower of Trials. This wasn't a tower building, but a place of nothingness. When Li Qingyang and the others appeared in their soul form and saw everything inside, they were all surprised. There were 9 floors in the Tower of Trials, and each floor was equivalent to an independent space. Because of the different styles of trials, the illusions were also different. To be exact, every tower had a hidden mystery, and it wasn't only 20 meters tall from the outside. Li Qingyang and the others stepped on a circular stone platform. Second senior brother. Su Xiaoma looked around and said, the aura here is a bit strange. Li Qingyang said solemnly, since it's the Tower of Trials, there must be danger. Everyone must be careful. Okay. Everyone hurriedly approached, and they became cautious. At this moment, a heavy voice sounded, 53 disciples collectively challenge the first floor of the Tower of Trials. It's starting. Yi Xingchen's expression also became solemn. The sect leader had succeeded in the challenge and walked out in an extremely sorry state. He definitely didn't dare to be careless. Everyone became serious and prepared for the trial. Boom! The stone platform that was a few meters tall suddenly dropped and finally reached the same level as the ground. Whoosh whoosh! A strange wind blew over, and there was a heavy aura. Let's go! Li Qingyang was the first to move. At the same time, he mobilized the psionic power in the cyclone and was fully alert. Xiao Ziji, Su Xiaoma, and the others also unleashed their psionic power. In case of an emergency, they could respond in time. The atmosphere became solemn. With every step they took, the disciples of the Iron Bone sect tensed up. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, a wave of air that was visible to the naked eye swept over from the end like a rolling river. Swoosh. Swoosh. Xiao Ziji and Li Yuhua immediately took out their iron shields. Although they were soul forms, the space rings and the things inside were also soul forms and could be used directly. However, the shields they took out were also flowing light. It was like a 3D projection. Gather together. Li Qingyang shouted when he took out his iron shield. Swoosh. Swoosh, more than 50 disciples gathered together and hid behind their senior brothers. Hoo-hoo. Waves of air swept over. At first, it looked like a surging river, but soon, it turned into raging waves. It was impossible to block it with just a shield. The corner of Su Xiaoma's mouth twitched. Senior brother, this is bad. Dodge. Li Qingyang said. As soon as he finished speaking, it was as if a stormy wave that was dozens of meters high had come crashing down. It was not water, nor was it power. Like smoke, it wantonly surrounded everyone. This, Li Qingyang's mouth twitched. He and his junior brothers acted as if they were facing a great enemy, but in the end, it was just a ball of air. This was a little awkward. You scared me to death. Su Xiaoma patted his chest and walked out from behind the shield. However, his expression suddenly became sluggish. Because from the moment he lifted his foot to the ground, he appeared to be very slow. Second senior brother. He exclaimed, my body is so stiff. Me too. Li Fei walked out slowly. He looked like he was doing a mechanical dance. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others spread out. Their movements were also stiff, and it was difficult for them to move. A slowing force? Yi Xingchen said with a serious expression. In his previous life, he knew of a type of force that could slow down a martial artist's speed. Wait a minute, it was not just slowing, everyone gradually felt as if there was an invisible force pressing down on them, and it was gradually getting heavier. This is, Yi Xingchen said in a low voice, gravity. Outside. Jun Changxiao said, the first level of the trial is a test of physical strength. It will increase in intensity according to the martial artist's strength. Can these precious disciples of mine last for an hour? The system said, due to the limitations of the sect's construction, the first level's gravity system is only 10 times stronger. They should be able to survive after taking the molding pill and the muscle molding room. So, the first level of the training tower's gravity is an upgraded version of the molding room? Jun Changxiao murmured. The system said, you can think of it that way. Of course. It added, an hour is just the standard to pass. Only by continuing for a longer time can the body be better tempered. I understand, Jun Changxiao said. Although he had only tempered for an hour, he could feel the obvious changes in his body. If it were not for something, he would have cultivated for a few hours inside. The system said, don't look for excuses. You just couldn't take it and came out because you were exhausted. Do you feel uncomfortable if you don't attack me for a day? Yes. F***CKU. The first level of the training tower. More than 50 disciples could still move slowly, but as the tenfold gravity exploded, each of them stood on the spot with a ferocious look on their faces. They felt as if they were carrying a heavy mountain on their shoulders, and their muscles were being squeezed by some kind of force. It was excruciating. Second senior brother, Su Xiaoma's expression became even more ferocious. His back was slightly bent, and he said in pain, so heavy. Li Qingyang was not feeling well either, but his expression was ferocious, and he could still stand straight. He said, this should be the first level of the training tower. Everyone, hold on. They could hold on. After all the disciples who came in, except for Lu Qianxian, had gone through the molding room. However, the pressure brought by gravity was much more severe than using random punches. They were worried that they could not hold on for long. It was strange. Lu Qianxian had not gone through the molding room, but she could still stand straight despite the tenfold gravity. That was because this woman had gathered her psionic energy around her body and was fighting against the gravity. The first level of the training tower's gravity system increased the gravity by tenfold according to each disciple's cultivation base. Therefore, the stronger the cultivation base, the higher the gravity they could withstand. Lu Qianxian's strength was unknown, but she was definitely not weak. After fighting against the gravity for more than 10 minutes, sweat began to gather on her forehead. She was already doing well. Look at Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and the others. After more than 10 minutes, they were all sweating profusely. Their expressions were ferocious, and they looked very happy. Some of them were very calm. One was Xiao Ziji, and the other was Yi Xingchen. Xiao Ziji's body had always been very strong. After more than 10 minutes of gravity tempering, his expression only changed slightly. Although Yi Xingchen's body had not been tempered to the extreme, this guy had activated the Taishan Sutra and could temporarily fight against the tenfold gravity. Just like that. 53 disciples were all suppressed on the first level. Except for a few accidents, most of them began to bend down. Time continued to pass. 30 minutes later, the disciples who had entered the training tower later and whose bodies were far inferior to their senior brothers had already squatted down. Their expressions were extremely ferocious. They could not take it anymore. Plop. Cui Bujian could not withstand it and was directly pressed to the ground. His soul exploded with a bang and instantly disappeared from the first level. Cui Bujian, challenge failed. Bang. Bang. Within a few minutes, several disciples could not withstand the tenfold gravity and fell to the ground one after another. Their bodies exploded and were eliminated. They did not die, but their souls returned to their bodies. However, after regaining control of their bodies, they collapsed to the ground and rolled up their eyelids. White foam came out of their mouths, and their bodies twitched violently. The most appropriate word to describe it was, too horrible to look at. P.S. Thank you to Memories of Childhood for the 10,000 coins tip. Happy birthday to you. Disciples could enter the Tower of Trials at will to challenge, but if they failed, there would be punishment. For example, Cui Bujian and the others. They were lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth and twitching all over. They were experiencing the double punishment of their bodies and souls. That was definitely not a good feeling. Sigh. Hearing that disciples were being eliminated one after another, Jin Chongxiao shook his head and said, "These disciples still lack training. They have to train hard and crazily." He had already thought it through. Next, all the disciples had to pass the first level's gravity test in 1 hour. The system said, "It's difficult." "It's only challenging when it's difficult," Jin Chongxiao said. At this moment, the heavy voice sounded again. Li Tiansheng, challenge failed. This disciple joined the sect together with Long Xiang and the others. Later, he was assigned to the Drizzle Hall and majored in movement techniques. His body was a little weak. To be honest, it was already very good. If it were any other sect's disciples, a large number of them would have been eliminated in 10 minutes. Time continued to pass. Soon, it was 40 minutes. During this time, disciples were being eliminated one after another. There were 33 people left on the first level. Most of these disciples were from the first batch of disciples. Their bodies were very strong, so they could still hold on. Of course. The second batch of disciples, Long Xiang and Li Yuhua, were still fighting hard. Li Yuhua had gone through Xiao Ziji's special training and could still hold on. However, Long Xiang was already at the end of his rope. "No, I can't fall, I have to hold on. I have to become stronger." Strong perseverance supported Long Xiang. He clenched his teeth tightly and remained in a half-squatting position. His exposed muscles were bulging with blue veins. Time passed bit by bit. From 40 minutes to more than 50 minutes. They were only a few minutes away from the challenge's success. Long Xiang and Li Yuhua were still struggling to hold on. They were still defending the dignity of the second batch of disciples. As for Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji, they could definitely hold on. However, the torture brought by gravity was far worse than in the molding room. Hold on, hold on. As the only female disciple present, Lu Qianxian was still persevering, but her brows were tightly knitted as she endured the pain brought about by the gravity. Xianxia was also suffering. However, as a martial emperor, how could he be defeated by a mere tenfold gravity? The most valiant was Xiaoxia, because among the 33 disciples present, he was the only one who could stand straight and resist the gravity with his body. What a joke. Iron Bones #1 main tank wasn't just for show. Come on, let the storm come even fiercer, Xiaoxia roared in his heart with a ferocious expression. His desire to refine his body to the extreme was growing stronger and stronger. Ding. After a few minutes, a crisp sound came from the first floor, followed by a deep voice, 33 disciples, challenge successful. Whoosh, in an instant, a flight of stairs leading to the second level appeared in front of the illusory land. Disciples who succeed in the challenge may proceed to the second level. Disciples who wish to remain may continue to withstand the gravity and train. Disciples who wish to descend may wish to leave. A heavy voice rang in everyone's ears. Plop. Plop. As soon as the voice fell, Long Xiang, Li Yuhua, and the others, who had endured for 2 hours, heaved a sigh of relief. They were all pressed to the ground and held in their hearts, I don't want to play anymore. I want to leave. Whoosh. Whoosh. In an instant, everyone's soul dissipated and returned to their bodies. Their bodies immediately swayed. Although they didn't fall to the ground and spit white foam like Cui Bujian, after experiencing tenfold gravity for an hour, their bodies were sore and their legs seemed to be filled with mercury. They couldn't lift them at all. At that moment, they finally understood why the sect leader was so miserable after succeeding in the challenge. Not all the disciples gave up. Li Qingyang and Xiaoxia were still resisting the gravity. After all, this was a good opportunity to refine their bodies. Lu Qianxian didn't intend to go to the second level or leave. Just like that, the 7 inner disciples continued to refine their bodies on the first level. Li Fei and Tianqi endured for 1.5 hours. When they couldn't take it anymore, they were teleported out. Su Xiaoma was a little stronger than them, but he only lasted for 10 minutes before leaving. The 3 of them held the door and walked out one after another with trembling legs. Then they lay on the grass like mud. They tried hard to breathe fresh air, which made them think. It's so good to be alive. Jun Changshao, who was sitting next to them, smiled and said, Did you feel good? The 3 of them almost couldn't help but cry. It was too scary, too scary. They couldn't go back into play even if they were beaten to death. Li Luoqiu murmured, There's only Lu Qianxian and Li Qingyang left. I don't know how long they can hold on. Jun Changshao said, The longer the better. Yes. Although the tenfold gravity was terrifying, the longer they could hold on, the stronger the tempering of their bodies would be. The 4 people on the first level also knew that, but they were still gritting their teeth and holding on. Not long after, the time reached 2 hours, Li Qingyang and Xianxia were sweating profusely. Blue veins popped out on their foreheads, and their faces were hideous. Lu Qianxian's frown deepened. But after holding on for another 20 minutes, she thought of leaving and her soul returned to her body. And so, only Li Qingyang, Xiaoxia, and Xianxia were left on the first level of the Tower of Experience. Although the 3 of them were in great pain, they didn't think of giving up. Soon, 3 hours passed. The tenfold gravity seemed endless. Li Qingyang and Xianxia were already half squatting, as if they were carrying Mount Tai on their backs. Xiaoxia was also bent over, but his legs were still able to stand straight. He wasn't in a half-squatting position. Just like that, another hour passed. Li Qingyang and Xianxia finally couldn't hold on any longer. They thought of leaving one after another. The 2 of them challenged for 4 hours, which was 4 hours in falling star continent's time. Whoosh! Li Qingyang was the first to walk out while holding on to the door. His legs were trembling violently, and there was a faint possibility that he would collapse. Damn it. Xianxia also walked out while holding on to the door. He was unwilling to give up. If I still had the body of my previous life, I would be able to withstand the gravity and walk as if I were flying. Sinful self is the only one left. Jun Changshao murmured, Can you hold on until lunch? Xiaoxia was the only one left on the first level of the Tower of Experience. At this moment, his legs were bent, and his body was also bent over. However, he gritted his teeth and held on. His entire face was distorted to a frightening degree. However, there was a limit to the physical body. After resisting for 4.5 hours, he finally reached his limit. He could only think of leaving, and his soul returned to his body. The disciples' challenge has ended. Xianxia has become the record holder of the first level of the Tower of Experience with 4.5 hours. A deep voice sounded. Xianxia said with a surprised expression, "I was the first to succeed. Why isn't there a record?" The system said, "The host endured for an hour and didn't continue to challenge. Besides, this is a record to motivate the other disciples. Why are you, a sect leader, joining in the fun?" "That's true," Xianxia said, "I'm a sect leader. Why should I care about this kind of record?" More than 50 disciples entered the training tower, and more than 30 succeeded. Xianxia was the one who lasted until the end and set the record at 2.5 hours. This was normal. Ever since he joined the sect, Xianxia had been walking the path of strengthening his body. It was reasonable for him to have the last laugh in the first level of training his body. As for the second level of training, none of the successful disciples went up, because they were all exhausted after enduring the tenfold gravity. The first level of the training tower was to train the body, and it was similar to a soul. In fact, it was a 100% imitation of the disciple's body. Under the pressure of the gravity, the pain of the body could be deeply felt after returning to the original body. Then, why did they use this soul-like form to replace the real body training? Because not all disciples had a strong body. If they used their original body to withstand the tenfold gravity, they would probably be crushed to death. As for the second and third levels of training, the training methods were different, and it would definitely be more dangerous. Imitating the disciple's body and training in a soul form, even if they failed the challenge, they would only be punished. This was the training tower. It was a cultivation place that could allow the disciples to avoid injuries and at the same time, allow them to train in all aspects. Phew! Outside the tower, Xianxia and the others lay on the grass, breathing rapidly. They felt like their bodies did not belong to them. The tenfold gravity training was much better than the molding room. The disciples who failed the challenge were automatically sent out. They lay on the grass with their eyelids rolled back and their bodies twitching violently. Although failing a challenge in the Tower of Trials would not result in death, the punishment was equivalent to dying once. As for the side effects, they would last for an entire day. The next day, Xianxia woke up early. The fatigue in his body had dissipated, and he was full of energy. He jumped a few times on the spot and said, "I feel much lighter." He went to the training room and punched the testing machine with his right fist, which was imbued with psionic energy. The strength displayed was 90,000 pounds. Xianxia said, "I've increased by more than 100 pounds since yesterday." With his current cultivation and physical strength, there was almost no increase in strength after a whole day of molding in the molding room. 1 hour in the training tower and an increase of 100 pounds, the improvement was still very obvious. The system said, "The host has not only improved his strength, but also his physical strength. If he continues to train, he will definitely benefit a lot." Xianxia said, "This Tower of Experience is really not bad. Even if I use up all my contribution points, I'll still make a profit." Previously, he had forcefully comforted himself, but now, he truly felt that it was worth it. Xianxia and the others, who had endured for a longer period of time, felt as light as swallows after they got up. Their strength had also increased by varying degrees. Ha ha ha. Xianxia jumped up and down on the training field like an idiot and said, "I feel like I'm about to ascend to the heavens." Many of the experienced disciples went to the training room to test their strength. When they saw their strength increase, they were all overjoyed. That Tower of Trials was simply valiant. Let's go, and train." After tasting the sweetness, the disciples forgot the pain and hurried to the back of the mountain. Especially Su Xiaoma and Li Fei. Yesterday, they had thought that they would rather die than play, but in the end, they ran faster than the outer sect disciples. What they meant was that they wouldn't play even if they were beaten to death. As long as they weren't beaten to death, they would play, however. When they arrived at the back of the mountain, the first level of the Tower of Trials flashed. Obviously, someone had entered before them, who, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and Yi Xingchen. After the three of them got up, they didn't go to test themselves. They felt that their physical strength had increased, so they came to train without hesitation. Let's go in. Creak. The tower door opened by itself. Su Xiaoma went in without hesitation. His body froze, and he entered the first level in a simulated state. Tianqi and Li Fei followed closely behind. Su Xiaoma, challenge the first level of the Tower of Trials. Tianqi, challenge the first level of the Tower of Trials. Li Fei, challenge. When the three of them stood in the illusory land, a deep voice sounded. 10 times the gravity instantly pressed down on them, and they began a brand new journey. Cui Bujian, Li Tian, and the others came up one after another. In a short time, more than 70 disciples had gathered on the first level. Among them, there was someone who was experiencing 10 times the gravity for the first time. His expression suddenly became interesting. Bang! A few minutes later, 2 disciples were eliminated one after another. They were new disciples and hadn't fully adapted to the molding in the molding room. If they came here to experience the gravity, they would definitely kneel. Jun Changxiao, who was sitting on a rock outside the tower, murmured, experiencing for a few minutes and being weak for an entire day, isn't this a waste of time? The system said, therefore, the host needs to set the requirements to enter the Tower of Trials. Jun Changxiao began to think. Combining the performance of Cui Bujian, Li Tian, and the others, he finally decided that disciples who didn't undergo 2 months of molding in the molding room were prohibited from entering the Tower of Trials. More than half an hour later, more than half of the 60 disciples in the Tower of Trials were eliminated. However, the disciples who failed the second challenge lasted a little longer than yesterday. This meant that there was progress. Li Qingyang and the other 2, who were the first to train, successfully endured for an hour and succeeded in the challenge again. Success didn't mean the end. Because they wanted to pursue the ultimate physical body tempering, they were still resisting 10 times the gravity. Su Xiaoma, Tianqi, and the others were also challenging their limits, hoping to hold on for a longer time. As long as the disciples continued, they didn't care about the success of the challenge. They only cared about being able to experience for a longer time or to challenge Xiao Ziji's record. The recording function of the Tower of Trials was to encourage the disciples to work hard. However, Su Xiaoma and the others weren't as crazy as Xiao Ziji when it came to body molding. After enduring for an hour, they couldn't bear it anymore and automatically left. On the first floor, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and Yi Xingchen were left. I can't lose, I have to hold on. Yi Xingchen, who was resisting 10 times the gravity, clenched his fists, the veins on his face popping out. As a martial emperor, he definitely had the pride to not admit defeat. Unfortunately, the one who seized the body was the woodcutter after all. His body molding was much later than Xiao Ziji. In the end, he was defeated together with Li Qingyang. The two of them held on for 10 more minutes than yesterday. The improvement was very significant. Phew. Li Qingyang and Yi Xingchen held on to the door and walked out. Once again, they collapsed on the grass. Once again, they felt that their bodies didn't belong to them. Xiao Ziji was still persevering. Soon, he reached 5 hours, matching the record he set yesterday. This couldn't end. He had to break the record. However, after holding on for more than 10 minutes, he couldn't bear the gravity anymore and had no choice but to retreat. Strange. Seeing Xiao Ziji stagger out, Jun Changxiao was puzzled. Sinful self lasted longer than yesterday. Why didn't he set a new record? The system said the new record needs to be improved for an hour before it can be recognized. I see. Jun Changxiao understood. If he wanted the Tower of Trials to recognize a new record, he had to endure for 6 hours. This was undoubtedly a bit difficult. Even if he wanted to break the record set by Xiao Ziji, it wasn't something he could do in a day or two. The next day, after the disciples finished their morning exercises, Jun Changxiao announced that the disciples who had not spent 2 months in the training room would be banned from entering the training tower. If they could not withstand the first level of gravity, they would kneel the moment they entered. It was undoubtedly a waste of time. Sect Master. Li Qingyang said, "There are not many training rooms in the training room. We can't arrange for a few hundred disciples." When there were only a few hundred disciples, the training rooms were already in short supply. Now that there were only 500 disciples, it would be even more miserable. Jin Chongxiao pondered for a while and went to the training room. He bought 10 muscle training rooms and ordered that the disciples who had been training for more than 2 months did not need to come in again. With this, the problem was solved. Although it was still in short supply, at least the disciples could go in and train for a period of time every day. Because of the continuous consumption of the spirit array and the 200 points that he had just spent, Jun Chongxiao now only had 100 points left. It was very tragic and insecure. However, if it could make the disciples stronger and move towards the strongest sect, he would not feel the pinch even if he spent it all. There are still 497 vacancies in the sect. If we fill them up, we can earn a lot of contribution points. Jun Chongxiao murmured. He already had plans to open the sect again and recruit disciples. In this way, the disciples who did not have a strong physical body would be trained in the training room first. The disciples who met the requirements would enter the training tower. Of course, Jun Chongxiao would not be idle either. After dinner, he would enter the first level of the training tower alone and start training his physical body. Why did it have to be at night? Because the disciples had already trained. They would not be able to see the hideous expressions caused by the gravity. As the sect master, he had to maintain his dignity at all times. During the second training, Jun Chongxiao was very serious. Not only did he succeed in the challenge, but he also held on for more than 4 hours. In terms of physical strength, he was not weaker than Xiao Ziji. After all, after buying the training room, he often spent the whole night training. Phew! Under the starry night, Jun Chongxiao lay on the grass and breathed rapidly. His face gradually relaxed. This was his 3rd time in the training tower and he held on for 6 hours. Although he broke the record, the training tower did not recognize him because of his identity as the sect master. Forget it, forget it. The record was a kind of motivation for the disciples. He did not need to care. At this moment, Jun Chongxiao noticed that Lu Qianxian, dressed in white, had appeared in the night and stopped in front of the pagoda door. Why didn't this woman train during the day? Could it be that she had to maintain the demeanor of an ice-cold beauty? Lu Qianxian noticed the sect leader, but she only glanced at him before getting up and entering the experience tower. Swish, the first layer of light flickered, illuminating the surroundings. A deep voice sounded, "Lu Qianxian challenges the first level of the Tower of Experience." Jun Chongxiao murmured, "She has never been to the molding room before. It's already very good that she can last for a few hours the first time. How long can she last this time?" Crack. He took out the mechanical stopwatch he had previously purchased from his spatial ring and began to calculate the time for Lu Qianxian. Needless to say, some of the seemingly useless items purchased from the refresh shop could sometimes show a little bit of value. An hour later. The heavy voice sounded again, "Lu Qianxian, challenge successful." Jun Chongxiao wasn't surprised. What he cared about was whether this woman could last for 4 hours. Time continued to pass. Jun Chongxiao, who was completely exhausted, finally fell asleep on the grass. The stopwatch in his hand kept ticking. 5 hours later. A voice sounded from the Tower of Experience. Disciples' challenge has ended. Lu Qianxian has become the record holder for the first level of the Tower of Experience with 6 hours. She actually broke Xiao Ziji's record in her second trial. Unfortunately, sect leader Jun was too tired. He slept like a dead pig and didn't hear the voice at all. Creak. The pagoda door opened, and Lu Qianxian walked out with a pale face. If Jun Chongxiao saw this, he would be extremely shocked. Because after enduring for 6 hours, she still had the strength to walk. The physical training in the Tower of Experience is much better than the extreme cold training array. Lu Qianxian murmured and saw the snoring sect leader in the distance. She supported her weak body and walked towards the inner courtyard. However, after a few steps, she stopped in front of Jun Chongxiao. Her eyes were still cold. After dawn, Jun Chongxiao suddenly opened his eyes and said, "I actually fell asleep." When he got up, he found a blanket covering his body. There was a faint fragrance. Sect leader Jun instantly determined that it wasn't just a woman's fragrance. It was Xianxia's. As an old single dog, he was actually able to determine who it was from the fragrance. He was indeed talented. Jun Changxiao folded the blanket and murmured, "She still knows how to care for her sect leader. As expected, she's cold-hearted but not cold-hearted." Speaking of which, how long did that woman last? Jun Changxiao subconsciously looked up at the Tower of Experience and saw the words on the first level, record holder, Xianxia. Time, 6 hours. Gah. He was stunned. That woman broke the record. After doing morning exercises and eating breakfast, Li Qingyang and the others continued to train in the Tower of Experience. When they saw that Xianxia had broken the record on the first level, they were all dumbfounded. "Oh my god!" Su Shama exclaimed, "I didn't see eldest senior sister come in yesterday. When did she break junior brother Zhao's record?" Xiao Ziji scratched his head and said in admiration, "Eldest senior sister is really amazing. He had only lasted 20 minutes longer than the second time. At this rate, it would take at least a few days to reach 6 hours. That woman is indeed not simple," Yi Xingchen thought to himself. He was already very surprised that she could use the ice element in Death Valley. Now that she had lasted 6 hours, her strength couldn't be underestimated. As a woman, Xianxia had taken the record on the first level of the Tower of Experience. Many female disciples were overjoyed. They didn't dare to go in at first, but under the encouragement of eldest senior sister's record, they finally stepped into the Tower of Experience. Ling Yuanxue, who was determined to become a martial artist and prove who said that women were inferior to men, also went in. Although she didn't succeed, at least she had the courage. Just like that. With the birth of Xianxia's record, the male disciples didn't want to admit defeat and trained even more crazily. The female disciples were encouraged and also boldly cultivated. The whole Iron Bone Tower was filled with the spirit of martial cultivation. Standing outside the Tower of Experience, Jun Changxiao looked at the disciples going in and out, exuding an aura of "I want to become stronger." A gratified smile appeared on his face. At night, he didn't go in to train. He was waiting for Xianxia. Sure enough, around dawn, that woman came late. "Hey!" Jun Changxiao, who was sitting on a rock, shouted, "It's so late. Why are you here to train instead of sleeping?" Xianxia said, "Sect master isn't sleeping either." Jun Changxiao took out the blanket and said, "This should be yours, right? Sect master gave me a bracelet, and I gave Sect master a blanket." Xianxia said. Jun Changxiao was speechless. "I gave you an ice bracelet, and you gave me a blanket. This return gift is too cheap." Xianxia was silent. When she put on the ice bracelet in Death Valley, she realized that the bracelet given by the sect master contained the power of ice and could increase the strength of her ice. Otherwise, it was impossible to seal the fire dragon beast for 4 to 5 breaths. Xianxia said, "The Tower of Experience should be a high-level treasure. Can sect master separate the male and female training areas?" Jun Changxiao thought for a moment and said, "Yes, you can. However," he walked over and said, "Today, you have to go in with me to train." Xianxia frowned slightly. Jun Changxiao said, "I just want to see how strong your eldest disciple's physical body is to be able to break the record." On the first floor of the Tower of Experience, Jun Changxiao was enduring the tenfold gravity with a hideous expression on his face. He had been here for 4 hours. Although he was more used to it than the previous 2 times, it still didn't feel good. On the contrary, Xianxia, who was standing next to him, frowned. Her forehead was dripping with sweat, but she looked much more relaxed. At that moment, Jun Changxiao finally understood why she wasn't interested in the molding room. It turned out that her physical body was already very strong, so there was no need to mold it. She was young, but her cultivation was high, and she even had a special ice element. This eldest disciple was really not simple. "Xianxian," Jun Changxiao resisted the gravity and said with difficulty, What is your background?" Xianxia said, "I don't have a background." "No background? Only a ghost would believe that." Jun Changxiao said, "You have a saint-grade spirit root and an ice element. You should be from a big family." Lu Qianxian was startled. How does he know about my spirit root? After purchasing the dazzling light ink realm, apart from Zhou Hong, the only other person in the sect who didn't want to see it was Sect Master Jun, of course. Jun Changxiao said again, maybe you're from a big sect. Hearing the words big sect, Lu Qianxian's eyes shook slightly. Although this woman was very easy to hide, Jun Changxiao still caught it. It seems that this woman really is from a big sect. Saint grade spirit root. She was definitely a third-rate sect. Since she was from a big sect, why did she come to Qingyang County and join a small sect like his? At that moment, he was possessed by Sherlock Holmes and Detective Conan. Sect leader Jun began to rack his brain and finally came to the conclusion that he was too handsome and was accidentally discovered by her. She didn't hesitate to leave the big sect and join Iron Bone. His reasoning was very logical and meticulous. Who could find fault with it? Lu Qianxian said, it's better that sect leader doesn't know about my matters. Jun Changxiao said, you must have done something in the big sect and was forced to leave. Joining Iron Bone is also to avoid trouble. I've already made myself very clear, yet he still wants to guess. Seeing that the woman was silent, Jun Changxiao said, it seems that my guess is pretty close. Lu Qianxian stopped talking and focused on resisting the gravity. Jun Changxiao said, you're my Iron Bone disciple for a day, and you'll be my Iron Bone disciple for a lifetime. If an enemy comes knocking on your door, I'll stand up for you. Lu Qianxian looked at him and said, if my enemy was Wu Huang or Wu Xing, would sect leader be able to help me? Wu Huang, Wu Xing, was this woman's enemy that strong? Lu Qianxian said, Sect Master, you should focus on developing the sect. I will handle my own matters. Lu Qianxian, listen carefully. Jun Changxiao straightened his slightly bent body and said, even if your enemy is a high and mighty martial emperor, as the sect leader of Iron Bone, I'll stand up for you. His words were sonorous and powerful, and were very strong. But under 10 times the gravity, his face, which should have been serious, still looked ferocious. Lu Qianxian was stunned. Plop. Because he was distracted by talking, sect leader Jun fell to the ground. Just as his soul was about to collapse, he hurriedly thought of leaving. Lu Qianxian stood on the first floor, the sect leader's words echoing in her ears. A moment later, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth for the first time. This iceberg woman actually smiled. Lu Qianxian, who was already extraordinarily beautiful, could be described as having a smile that could topple cities, and then a smile that could topple countries. Unfortunately, sect leader Jun, who was holding the door and walking out, couldn't see it. The next day, under the control of Jun Changxiao's thoughts, the first floor of the training pagoda was divided into 2 areas. One for the male disciples to train, and the other for the female disciples. Sect leader Jun specially divided the female disciples' training area into more than 20 separate areas, so that they could train alone. It couldn't be helped. Girls more or less cared about their makeup. If they were to be seen while enduring the gravity, it would definitely affect their condition. Sure enough. After the separation, the first batch of female disciples who entered the sect unscrupulously endured the 10 times gravity in the separate areas. One after another, there were people who successfully challenged the pagoda. Ling Yuanxi's improvement was also very obvious. From the initial 30+ minutes to 50+ minutes, he was close to completing the challenge. The male disciples who didn't receive any special treatment stood on the first floor as usual, their faces as ferocious as the devil's. They weren't little fresh meats who relied on their faces to make a living. As long as their physical body and strength could be improved, they would be happy even if they had to twist their faces every day. After obtaining the training pagoda, Li Qingyang and the others temporarily gave up on cultivating their spiritual power and focused on tempering their physical bodies. After all, having a solid foundation would be of great help to their martial path in the future. Yi Xingchen, who had suffered in his previous life, had a deep understanding of this. Therefore, as soon as he recovered the next day, he immediately went to temper his physical body. In this life, as long as I have a solid physical body, after I become a martial emperor, it will be easy for me to shatter the void. Night Emperor, who was enduring the 10 times gravity, had a strong glow in his eyes. In the end, he endured for 4 hours. It wasn't enough. There were still 6 hours left for him to surpass. 10 days later, After the Iron Bone disciples went through the first floor of the training pagoda, most of them were able to endure for an hour. Especially Li Qingyang and a few other inner disciples. After enduring for an hour, they only frowned. After a long period of training, they had already adapted well to the 10 times gravity. However, if they wanted to improve further, they had to continuously break through their limits. Li Qingyang, Yi Xingchen, and Xiao Ziji were completely infatuated with the 10 times gravity. They focused on tempering their physical bodies. Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and the others had no hope of catching up. They were considering whether to ascend to the second floor. In the past, they had thought of going, but after enduring for an hour, they were already exhausted. They couldn't withstand the 10 times gravity and walked to the stairs. Although it was very painful now, they could at least lift their feet with difficulty. "Let's go," Su Xiaoma said, "to the second floor." Step. He, Li Fei, and Tianqi gritted their teeth and lifted their feet. They endured the 10 times gravity and walked over. Finally, they climbed the stairs and reached the second floor. The disciples who were still struggling on the first floor had envy in their eyes. They thought to themselves, "I have to work hard too. I have to strive to reach the second floor like my senior brothers." Whoosh! The second floor of the training pagoda flashed. Su Xiaoma, challenge the second floor of the training pagoda. Li Fei, challenge. Tianqi, challenge. However, after a few minutes, the heavy voice sounded again. Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and Tianqi failed. Creak. Whoosh. 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 The pagoda door opened. Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and Tianqi were directly thrown out. The three's eyelids rolled back. They foamed at the mouth and their bodies twitched violently. The degree of punishment was far more tragic than Cui Bujian and the others who had failed before. Hiss. The disciples who were preparing to go in and temper their physical bodies saw the miserable state of their senior brothers. They all gasped. This second level was definitely terrifying enough to make one's hair stand on end. P.S. Thank you 182 *****04, rain stopping? Flaming tail? Special thanks to Memories of Childhood, Wuji, and Love is Still You for your generous rewards. The purpose of the Experience Tower was to train in all aspects. The first level used gravity to compress the body and achieve extreme tempering. However, if it was purely tempering the body, it would not be perfect, because the muscles and bones also needed to be tempered. The flesh was the foundation, and the bones were the load-bearing beams. With the perfect combination of the two, a tall building could be built from the ground. Then, the theme of the second level of the Experience Tower was to temper the bones. This tempering did not use gravity to compress the bones, but a special flame to temper the bones and veins. When Su Xiaoma and the other two arrived at the second level, their bodies were immediately enveloped by a strange flame. Hundreds of bones and veins were immediately subjected to crazy tempering. The tempering of the body was only due to the compression of gravity. The pain of having his bones and tendons burned by the strange flame was bone-piercing. Su Xiaoma and the other two, who were not in good condition to begin with, were caught off guard by such a tempering. After a few minutes, their soul bodies directly collapsed. The punishment of the second level was far greater than that of the first level. Judging from their twitching, it would be difficult for them to recover without 2 days. Standing in front of the three, Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "You haven't even fully adapted to the first level, and you're in a hurry to go to the second level. You're quite brave." Fully adapting to this was very particular. Not to mention being able to walk as fast as flying, but at least being able to withstand it for an hour without any change in expression. As of now, no disciple could meet the requirements. Therefore, to go to the second level was a long and arduous task. With the 3 senior brothers as examples, the Iron Bone disciples obediently tempered their bodies on the first level. As they gradually adapted to the tenfold gravity, they did not feel too painful after cultivating for an hour and could cultivate as usual. In fact, tempering for an hour a day was already very effective. Unless they went to the extreme, there was no need to fight to the death. Li Qingyang realized that and no longer pursued the limit. Every day, he tempered for 2 hours, either cultivating the I Jing Jing or helping the sect leader with sect affairs. Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and the others were the same. In their opinion, tempering the body was only a part of cultivation. The nurturing of spiritual energy could not be neglected. From the previous high spirits to gradually calming down, this was a normal development. However, Xiao Ziji and Yi Xingchen were still going to the extreme, tempering for 6 hours before stopping. The advantage of this was that his physical body could be strengthened at a high rate. The disadvantage was that he would be weak for an entire day after the training. Jun Xianxia would not stop the two from tempering their bodies to the extreme. After all, disciples had the right to choose their own path of martial arts. The only thing he could do was to protect her on the road and not be bullied by others. Neither Wu Huang nor Wu Huang could do it. During this period, Jun Changxiao distributed the mountain-splitting palm and seal shield to the disciples, giving them more skills to learn. Mountain-splitting palm was a domineering palm technique. Spirit energy gathered in the palm, and the explosive force could split mountains and rocks. The seal shield was a defensive cultivation technique. It was driven by spiritual energy and formed a defensive shield in front of the user. The levels of these two cultivation techniques were not high, and they were relatively simple to cultivate. However, in order to unleash their full potential, one had to have a high level of cultivation and comprehension. In the study room, Jun Changxiao took out 10 bottles of high-grade aptitude modification liquid and said, "You guys did well in the trip to Death Valley. Take this medicinal liquid and consume it." Zhang Wei and the other 10 middle-grade disciples stepped forward and each took a bottle of aptitude modification liquid. After consuming it, the middle-grade spirit root would be upgraded to high-grade. During the training in Death Valley, Long Xiang and Li Yuhua's performance was not bad, but because they entered the sect late, Jun Changxiao chose to give it to the older disciples first. There were many disciples and limited resources. They could only distribute it according to the time they entered the sect. What kind of medicinal liquid is this? After drinking it, one's realm and cultivation will actually increase. This is unbelievable. Could it be that the medicinal liquid given to us by the sect leader is the immortal dew wine? The 10 disciples were shocked. After their spirit roots were upgraded to high grade, if nothing unexpected happened, they would definitely become inner sect disciples in the future. Those whose cultivation was not high relied on the forging room and the spirit energy array to increase their cultivation. Those who were strong entered the experience tower to train. The disciples' cultivation was in full swing, and their iron bone was clearly becoming more and more standardized and professional. After the disciples' training was solved, Jun Changxiao only had one problem in front of him, and that was martial resources. Martial resources were pills, weapons, and spirit stones. Pills and weapons could be refined by the pill refining pavilion and the forging pavilion, but spirit stones were more difficult. On the market, one spirit stone was equivalent to 10,000 taels. Even if sect leader Jun used all his wealth to exchange, he could only exchange for 1,000 or so. He could absorb them himself, but it was definitely not enough for hundreds of disciples. "I'm still poor." Jun Changxiao sat in the study room and rubbed his temples. Without this damn system binding, it would be better for him to slowly develop in the other world. Complaining wouldn't solve any problems, so sect leader Jun had to think of a way to earn martial resources. Actually, with the experience tower, the disciples would definitely become stronger and lead the sect to become stronger. But he wanted to be fast. The time limit of the main mission was only 100 years. If he could reach it as soon as possible, he naturally couldn't be passive. "I can give more healing pills to the AI family to obtain more funds in a short time," Jun Changxiao murmured. He didn't consider giving more body-shaping pills. This thing was much more heaven-defying than healing pills. If he sold it in large quantities, it would definitely attract attention. Besides, if he sold a lot of pills, wouldn't he be creating a strong opponent for himself if he encountered an enemy who had taken them before? Sect leader. At this moment, Li Qingyang walked in and said, "Family head AI requests an audience." "Why was he here again?" Jun Changxiao said, "Please enter the main hall." "Yes." When family head AI came last time, sect leader Jun brought his disciples to Death Valley to train, so he came again mainly to confirm whether he would participate in the auction. After knowing the purpose of his visit, sect leader Jun pondered for a moment and said, "Family head AI, I have too many things to do in the sect, so I won't be participating in tomorrow's auction. He was really not interested in this kind of auction. Sect leader June family head AI said, there are many experts and major forces from various counties at this auction. You can go and broaden your horizons. Also. He paused for a moment and said, the fourth-rate palace master of Miaohua Palace is also here. Jun Chongxiao said in surprise, your auction this time even alarmed a fourth-rate sect. Family head AI smiled and said, Sect leader Jun, have you heard of the palace master of Miaohua Palace? No, Jun Chongxiao said. Family head AI said, this palace master of Miaohua Palace is the same as sect leader Jun. She led a sect at a young age and is known as a strange woman of the Starfield continent. Oh? Jun Chongxiao said, the palace master of Miaohua Palace is a woman? That's right. Family head AI said, Miaohua Palace has always only accepted female disciples. It is one of the few female sects in the Starfall continent. How young is she? Jun Chongxiao asked. Family head AI said, the palace master of Miaohua Palace has just turned 20 years old. She is outstanding and is a great beauty. Jun Chongxiao said seriously, family head AI has invited me again and again. If I refuse, it will be a little unreasonable. He decided to go. It was not to see some great beauty, but to broaden his horizons. Jun Chongxiao went to the auction mainly to broaden his horizons. After all, interacting with the big shots of the sect was better than working behind closed doors at home. As for the palace master of Miaohua Palace. I really want to see what kind of beauty she is, 1 in a million. Men. It was normal to like looking at beauties. If Jun Chongxiao righteously said that he didn't like looking at beauties, he would either be extremely hypocritical, or, there was a problem with his sexual orientation. Sect Master Jun, before the AI family had left, he handed over a few space rings and said, these are the medicinal herbs that I have recently collected. Thank you. After Jun Chongxiao accepted it, he cupped his fists and said, tomorrow, Jun will definitely attend the auction. He had the medicinal herbs and the space rings. Therefore, there was no need to specially buy these things. It was enough to lick the bag and be given by others. The AI family head gave him a lot of medicinal herbs, so Jun Chongxiao opened the alchemy pavilion and refined a lot. At the moment, there were plenty of healing pills and shaping pills, as well as many meridian opening pills and chi revolving pills. Although he had refined more than 1,000 chi gathering pills, he had to supply more than 500 disciples. It was a drop in the bucket. Sigh. Jun Chongxiao sighed, resources, I need you guys too much. That night, he began to arrange the affairs of the sect to Li Qingyang, then entered the experience tower to train for 4 hours. The next day, after breakfast, he set off for Huyang City. However, just as he walked down the mountain, Lu Qianxian, who was like a pure snow lotus, stood under a tree. Jun Chongxiao was puzzled, why are you here? Lu Qianxian said, I heard from second junior brother that sect master is going to attend the auction. I want to go and watch the fun. You've been cultivating in the sect all day. It's time to go out and relax. Jun Chongxiao said, let's go, follow me to Huyang City. Thus, the two of them left Ironbone Mountain. Ever since the sect was formalized, Sect Master Jun had changed this nameless mountain to Ironbone Mountain. After all, many sects either built their sect after a mountain, or directly changed their name to something related to the sect. This was a trend. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Early in the morning, everything was silent. A faint light appeared on the eastern horizon, carefully soaking in the light blue sky. A new day was gradually approaching. The mountains were humid and often filled with a light mist. Jun Chongxiao and Lu Qianxian walked out of the morning fog one after another. They looked like an immortal couple descending to the mortal world. This was the second time the two of them had traveled together alone. The first time was when they went to Qingyang City to participate in the recruitment of the numerous sects. At that time, Jun Chongxiao had just transmigrated and was a complete newbie. On the other hand, Lu Qianxian's temperament was like that of a fairy. When the two of them walked together, there was a sense of incompatibility. Now that he was a rank 5 martial master, he had the aura of a sect master gathered around him. Walking alone with this woman, his aura had already surpassed hers. In fact, in the past few months, Xianxia's attitude towards the sect leader had changed a lot. She rarely used words to choke him. Xianxian. Xianxia chatted casually. The last time we went to Qingyang City to participate in the recruitment of the numerous sects, there were only 2 of us in the sect. Now that it has developed to more than 500 people, it's incredible just thinking about it. Xianxian said, a large-scale sect needs at least a few thousand disciples. The sect leader still has a long way to go. Although he said so, he had to admit it in his heart. During this period of time, the Iron Bone sect was really getting stronger day by day under his management. She once said that if he became the sect leader, he could make the sect dominate Qingyang County. Now it seemed that not only could he do it, but it would probably take even less time. As for dominating the Falling Star continent, Xianxian could only use the word dream to describe it. Are you tired? Do you want to rest for a while? I'm not tired. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something? I'm not hungry. Used to this woman's cold personality, Xianxia didn't take it to heart, but said, have you heard of Miaohua Palace? Xianxian said, a newly risen 4th-rate sect, the palace master is called Shi Jingxian, known as the world's most extraordinary woman. Xianxia said in surprise, you even know the name of the palace master, you know quite a lot about the sect. Xianxian said, these forces, the sect leader must also understand, such as which sects can't be offended, which sects have strong backing. I don't cause trouble, why would I want to know about the sect? Besides. Xianxia paused, and said, why don't they come to understand my iron bone? A sect, let the sect understand. If this was heard by outsiders, they would definitely scoff. Don't cause trouble? Xianxian said, the Black Eagle Hall's deputy hall master and disciples were killed a while ago, the sect leader has caused trouble, if they find out that it was my iron bone who did it, they will definitely not let it go. They were killed in the wilderness, and their bodies were burned, how could they be discovered? Xianxia said confidently. No wonder this guy burned it with the exquisite fire, he had already planned to not leave any traces. Xianxian said, don't underestimate a 7th-rate sect, and even more so an evil sect, because they have unknown methods, maybe they can find out. Besides, the people of Black Eagle Hall came to intercept us, they must have heard from the rogue cultivators at the entrance of the valley. As long as they find out, with the evil sect's usual ruthless way of doing things, no matter right or wrong, they will definitely come to us. This woman was a little too talkative, but also to remind the sect leader. Makes sense. Xianxia rubbed his chin, saying, this Black Eagle Hall, we must pay attention to it, lest we fall into their trap. Xianxian said, disciple thinks, to avoid future trouble, the sect leader can lead us to destroy the evil sect first. Xianxia was taken aback, isn't that a little too cruel? Xianxian's eyes were cold, it's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to defend against an arrow in the dark. Rather than passively defending, it's better to take the initiative to attack, and eliminate any danger that appears in advance. Xianxia said, let's talk about this after the auction. He very much agreed with Xianxian's suggestion. After all, Black Eagle Hall was an evil sect, their way of doing things was no different from the Drizzle building. Once they took the initiative, they would be very passive. Xianxia was not afraid of coming to cause trouble in the open, but he was afraid of playing tricks behind their backs. The Spirit Spring sect was a good example. If they did not decisively attack and destroy them in one fell swoop, who knows what kind of trouble they would cause in the future. It's just an evil sect. On the way to Huyang City, Xianxia said to himself, destroying them is not a problem. He took Xianxian's suggestion, and decided to eliminate any possible danger in the cradle in advance. This method was very correct. Because the Black Eagle Hall in Huaying County had not seen the return of the Vice Hall leader and his disciples, they had already begun to investigate this matter. As long as they found out that the disciples went to intercept the iron bone, and then lost contact, they would definitely come to Qingyang County to cause trouble. The evil sects would not reason with you, nor would they give you evidence. If there was any doubt, they would rather kill 1,000 than let go of one. Of course. The investigation also needed time. Since Xianxia had decided to destroy Black Eagle Hall, he should be able to act before them. Huyang City. Jun Chongxiao walked in with Lu Qianqian. Because today was the day of the auction, cultivators could be seen everywhere on the main street. Judging from their attire, at least half of them were not from Azure Sun County. The news of the AI clan's healing pill and body-shaping pill had already spread throughout the county. Even though many cultivators couldn't afford it, they still wanted to broaden their horizons when they heard that many sects would be coming. The more lively Huyang City was, the happier Jun Chongxiao was. Because this way, there would be more people appearing and he would be able to earn more money. Aya, isn't the sect head Jun? Just as he was about to head to the auction, a clan head of Huyang City greeted him with a smile. Someone even greeted him. However, he didn't know him, so how should he greet him back? Jun Chongxiao thought for a moment and cupped his hands. Happy National Day. According to the time, his country was about to celebrate its 69th birthday. Thus, he decided to use this method to greet him back. National Day? Happy? The patriarch was dumbfounded by these words. Who is National Day? A person? Or is he referring to me? That's not right. My name is Jian Jun, not National Day. Sect Head Jun, Happy National Day. Sect Head Jun, Happy National Day. As Sect Head Jun walked, as long as someone greeted him, he would immediately return the greeting with grace. Thus, after walking for an entire street, all the people who greeted him were dumbfounded. They looked at each other, secretly guessing who was National Day and why was he happy. Speaking of which, why would a reputable person in Huyang City be so friendly to Jun Chongxiao? One had to know that because he had offended Haoqi Sect and 100 Sect Alliance, everyone would avoid him if he entered any city other than Azure Sun City. This was because of the AI clan. The Haoqi Sect supported Iron Bone and was willing to lend him 10 million taels. Their relationship was definitely strong. Since the AI clan cared so much, he had to establish a good relationship with them. As for the Haoqi Sect and 100 Sect Alliance? Sorry, we are clans of Huyang City. We must stand on the AI clan's side. AI clan's auction venue. Jun Chongxiao brought Lu Qianqian along. The weigh-in stopped at the entrance. Sect Master Jun AI Xianxia, who was in charge of welcoming the guests, hurriedly said with a smile, "It's an honor to be able to participate in my AI family's auction." The major forces from the other counties all turned their heads. Was this little guy the Iron Bone Sect leader who had previously defeated the Grand Qi Sect, TSK? He looks very young. The world has changed. Even an 8th-rate sect can defeat a 6th-rate sect. When I first heard the news, I thought that it was just a rumor. It was only after I came to Azure Sun County that I realized that it was actually true. In my opinion, the Azure Sun County is too small. A 6th-rate sect like the Haoqi Sect is probably inferior to a 7th-rate sect like ours. The upper echelons of the various forces discussed in low voices. An 8th-rate sect had defeated a 6th-rate sect. If it hadn't been proven over and over again, they would have found it hard to believe. I heard that Iron Bone is going to challenge the Sacred Spring Sect soon. The Sacred Spring Sect is a 5th-rate sect with a long history. The county it is in is also a place full of outstanding talents. Challenging them is tantamount to courting death. Taking over the position of sect leader at such a young age, you have the spirit of a newborn calf not fearing a tiger. This is worthy of praise. Jun Chongxiao's arrival became a hot topic of discussion among all the forces. However, there was more of a hint of banter. Sect leader Jun AI Xianxia whispered, "The forces like to talk about this and that. Don't take it to heart." Jun Chongxiao said, "I won't." Their mouths were on other people's bodies, so they could say whatever they wanted. If he took it to heart, he would have been angered to death during the recruitment. Please. AI Xianxia cupped his hands. Jun Chongxiao was about to enter the venue with Lu Qianqian. But just as he started, someone said, "Elder AI, sect leader Jun went in without even showing his card. Isn't that against the rules?" The one who spoke was a high-ranking member of a force from another county. That's right. Someone followed up and said, "We are all lining up to show our cards." Iron Bone sect leader went in empty-handed. Isn't that treating us differently? This, AI Xianxia was a little embarrassed. Because his relationship with Jun Changxiao was extraordinary, he didn't want him to show his VIP card at all. The cultivators from the other counties disagreed. They were lining up here to enter. How could an 8th-rate sect leader cut the line and enter? Elder AI, you have to give us an explanation. Although we are not locals of Azure Sun County, we are all customers who have applied for a card. Now that we are lining up obediently, how can we explain it to someone who doesn't follow the rules? Could it be that in the eyes of the AI family, we, a 6th-rate and 7th-rate sect, are inferior to an 8th-rate sect in your county? The forces from the other counties were pressing. To put it simply, they were deliberately targeting Jun Changxiao or the AI family. To put it bluntly, they were targeting the entire Azure Sun County. Although there was no war between the counties, they were still from different camps. Coming to someone else's territory, they definitely had to show some strength. Not to mention, the overall strength of Azure Sun County was low, and it was not worth mentioning in front of the rich counties. Many forces and even cultivators from the large counties had a sense of superiority. Regional attacks were even more serious in the Falling Star continent. In fact, because of some small grudges, it was normal for it to evolve into a war between counties. AI Xianxia's expression became more and more ugly. Obviously, he didn't expect these people from the other counties to be so unreasonable. Sigh. Jun Changxiao sighed and retreated with Lu Qianqian. Elder AI, what are the rules for entering the auction? Brat. One of them said, you have to take out a platinum card to pass through this path. Otherwise, you will have to line up behind us. Brother Han, we need a gold card to enter this path. Do you think an 8th-rate sect can take it out? You have to spend at least 5 million to obtain a gold card from the AI family. Not to mention an 8th-rate sect, even a 7th-rate sect might not have one. Haha, they are really poor. The forces from the other counties laughed. At the end of the line, the various forces from the Azure Sun County had an ugly expression on their faces. A moment ago, they were targeting the Iron Bone sect. Now, they were openly mocking the Azure Sun County. As long as the locals were a little bloodthirsty, they definitely wouldn't be able to take it. Jun Changxiao wanted to keep a low profile, so he quietly took out his card and walked in. But when he saw how arrogant these people were, he immediately lost his temper. Elder AI. He pointed at the path from the other counties and said, only a gold card is qualified to enter this path? Yeah. AI Xianxia replied. Jun Changxiao shrugged and said, I was just wondering why there are so many trash in the line. So it's just a bunch of gold scum who don't even have a platinum card. The word scum was obviously an insult. The forces from the other counties were instantly enraged. But just when they were about to attack, their expressions froze. This was because Jun Changxiao had summoned his platinum card. Under the refraction of the sun, the card flickered and swept across their faces. It was so dazzling that they hurriedly closed their eyes. How could he have a platinum card? The AI family's platinum card was usually only available to the big shots of 6th-rate sects and above. Those below the 6th-rate sects couldn't get one no matter how much money they spent. A bunch of gold scum. Slowly line up. Jun Changxiao waved his platinum card and said proudly, I will be going in first. Oh, right. After taking 2 steps, he stopped and turned back with a smile. My 8th-rate sect is really stronger than your 6th-rate and 7th-rate sections. The forces from the other counties could only watch as he went in. Although their eyes were filled with anger, there was nothing they could do. After all, the other party had a platinum card while they had a gold card. Speaking of which, if a gold card was trash, then those with a bronze card would definitely feel inferior. However, when the forces from the Azure Sun County saw the expressions of the cultivators from the other counties as if they had eaten a fly, they immediately felt satisfied. Stop being so cocky and pretentious. Sometimes, if you don't act cool, others will think you're a fool. Therefore, Jun Changxiao could only take out his platinum card and swagger in front of a group of gold trash. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that this group of outer county forces was too arrogant, sect leader Jun definitely wouldn't want to be so ostentatious. Sigh. There was no one else like him who was so reluctant to act tough. The various forces of Azure Sun County were very comfortable now, They had long disliked this group of outer county forces who thought they were better than others. Jun Changxiao took out his platinum card in front of everyone and smacked them in the face. This was undoubtedly very satisfying, however. An 8th-rate sect could have the highest standard card in the auction house. This made the forces of Azure Sun County realize that the Iron Bone and the AI family were very close. Oh my god. Sect leader Jun actually has a platinum card. This is a symbol of status that can't be bought with money. The surrounding cultivators of the Azure Sun County were shocked and their gazes were filled with respect. Inside the auction house, there was a slightly long passage with many famous paintings and antiques hanging on both sides. It was very luxurious. Jun Changxiao led Xianxia all the way and stopped at the huge auction house. In the middle of the auction house was the auction stage and there were rows of seats around it. These were the seats for bronze card users. Gold card users were on the second floor and had a private room with a high vantage point. Platinum card users were on the third floor. Not only did they have a private room, but the decorations inside were also luxurious. It was a symbol of status and nobility. Sect leader Jun. As soon as Jun Changxiao stopped, the AI family head hurried over and said apologetically, "Please forgive me for not going out to meet you." There were already cultivators sitting on the bronze seats and they all looked over in surprise. The AI family had recently released 2 types of pills and their status in the hearts of the various forces had risen. No one expected them to be so polite to an 8th-rate sect leader. On the second floor, the upper echelons of the various sects were also looking at Jun Changxiao, who was standing at the entrance. Some were deep in thought, some were disdainful, and some were smiling. Is he Jun Changxiao? In a luxurious single room on the 3rd floor, a woman in the prime of her youth stood in front of the window. Her gaze locked onto Jun Changxiao as she whispered softly. This woman was in her early 20s. Her long black hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her waterfall-like bangs covered the left half of her beautiful face. Her skin was as fair and smooth as a pearl. His exposed right eye was as clear as a stream, and his entire body was surrounded by a noble aura that made people stay away from him. Jun Changxiao couldn't detect the gazes of people of the same sex, but he could sense the gazes of people of the opposite sex. So, he instinctively raised his head and looked into the other party's eyes. This woman, is very beautiful. He only took a glance before withdrawing his gaze. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Master AI still has to host the auction, but you have to personally welcome me. I'm really embarrassed. Sect Master Jun is an honored guest of the AI family. No matter how busy you are, you should come out and welcome him personally." The AI family head's voice was very loud. It was obvious that he wanted all the martial artists present to hear him. As a result, the various forces were even more curious about what the Iron Bone sect leader was capable of to be valued so highly by the AI family. "Sect Master Jun, please go to the 3rd floor." AI Shang made a gesture of invitation and led Jun Changxiao to the staircase. The 3rd floor. Could it be that the Iron Bone sect leader had a platinum card? The various forces' expressions changed, and they were even more shocked. Sect Master Jun. When they went up the stairs, AI Shang lowered his voice and said, "The person you saw just now is the palace master of Miaohua Palace, Shi Jingxian." Jun Changxiao said, "I guessed it." Although it was just a quick glance, he could feel the aura of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. So, he immediately determined that this must be the palace master of Miaohua Palace. She was able to look him in the eyes without batting an eyelid even though he was super handsome. The 3 words "extraordinary woman" were enough to live up to her name. The system couldn't stand it anymore and said, "I've never seen such a shameless person. What do you think?" AI Shang smiled and said, "Isn't she as beautiful as a fairy?" Jun Changxiao said, "She's not bad." The corner of AI Shang's mouth twitched, but when he saw Xianxia following behind them, he couldn't help but think, this girl's looks are not inferior to the palace master of Miaohua Palace. No wonder Sect Master Jun said not bad. 3rd floor, private room. Jun Changxiao and Xianxia walked in. The room was very spacious, and the decorations were extremely luxurious. Even the sofas and chairs were obviously made of high-quality wood and fur. One word, extravagant. Jun Changxiao was a little shocked, but he remained expressionless. After all, he was the sect master. Even if he entered the inner court of the palace, he couldn't act like he hadn't seen the world. Sect Master Jun AI Family Master smiled and said, "This AI still has to welcome the guests, so I won't disturb you. If you have any orders, you can inform the servants outside." Jun Xianxia looked around carefully, then came to the window and found that the palace master of Miaohua Palace was in the opposite wing. Hee. This was the opposite wing. Coincidentally, Shi Jingxian was also standing by the window, and her gaze fell on Jun Xianxia. The two of them were looking at each other from top to bottom, but now they were looking at each other from left to right. With so many people watching, it was a little inappropriate to stare at a beauty. But now that Sect Master Jun was standing in the room, there was no need to worry. You look at me, I look at you. At most, we'll hurt each other. This woman had fair skin. Although half of her face was covered by her bangs, she was still a great beauty. As expected. A world full of spiritual energy was the best place to nurture such a natural beauty. It was really inappropriate for a man and a woman to stare at each other. But the thick-skinned Jun Xianxia wouldn't back down. You look at me, I look at you. At times like this, the girl would usually be the first to admit defeat. After all, she was more or less a little shy. But Shi Jingxian wasn't ordinary. She was still looking at her Sect Master Jun, and her gaze didn't waver or dodge at all. How could a woman be so thick-skinned? She dared to look at me, the super handsome man, in the eye. Very good, very good. Today, I'll show you what the ultimate electric eye is. Jun Xianxia turned around and gave her a side attack. He flipped his hair coquettishly, and a smile appeared on his face. Hiss, hiss, in an instant, electricity flew out. But the palace master of Miaohua Palace didn't react at all. She still looked at Jun Xianxia without any emotion in her eyes. Damn it. Is my charm that bad? Sect Master Jun, who was extremely confident in his looks, couldn't move a beauty even after using all his electricity. This was definitely a huge blow to his self-esteem. I don't believe it. Jun Xianxia straightened his body and put his hands behind his back. Sometimes, he frowned, sometimes he was depressed, sometimes he was deep in thought, and sometimes he was smiling like a spring breeze. He actually knew how to pick up girls. If anyone says that Sect Master Jun is single because of his strength, I'll get angry with him. The two of them looked at each other for a long time. Because it was a little long, Sect Master Jun's eyes were dry. I can't lose. I have to make her shy. Just as Jun Xianxia made up his mind to defend his dignity as a man, Lu Qianqian walked over and glanced at Shi Jingxian. She said regretfully, although the palace master of Miaohua Palace is capable, it's a pity that she was born with an eye disease. Gah. Sect Master Jun was instantly petrified. End of chapter 218. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.